This is Croft and Tabby, the complete collection, books 1 through 5, written by Brad Magnorella, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Book 1, POX YOU. Chapter 1. I came home to find Tabitha washing the dishes. Tabitha, it bears mentioning, is my cat. She didn't hear me above the blasting water. I hung my battered leather satchel on the door-side rack and shrugged out of a snow-dampened coat without moving my eyes from her. The physics alone were amazing. By lodging her considerable gut under the counter, she'd managed to bend over the sink from her perch on a high stool. Her ginger arms, soaked to the shoulders, worked fiercely in the basin. Unbelievable. Even more impressive than the physics was the fact that she was doing any work at all. As I set my cane against the rack, it missed and clattered to the floor. Tabitha raised her head, her ochre-green eyes finding me through the steam. With a scowl, she killed the water. "Enjoying the show?" she asked in a voice that managed to sound languid and biting at the same time. "Can I ask why you're washing dishes?" "Because it's a fucking icebox in here." "Hey, language," I reminded her, adding the mail to the growing collection on the dining room table. Today's haul: 3 bills, a flyer for some sort of city works program, and an ad for women's lingerie. I snorted dryly. Instead of Everson Croft, the ad was addressed to someone named Evelyn Croft. "I thought the hot water and activity would warm me," Tabitha continued, "but it's only put me in a foul mood that has me resenting you even more." Wow, I didn't think that was possible. Does your resentometer go to 11 now? Though she tended toward the dramatic, Tabitha was right about the apartment being an icebox. An early front had caught the city by surprise. Older buildings like ours had yet to switch to their heating systems, and according to our owner, it would be a few more days. He'd lent me a portable heater, but the combo of high ceilings, exposed metal beams, and cold brick walls rendered it useless. Gray snow pelted the apartment's arched double-story windows, while mist scattered from my breath. "And how are the smells in here getting worse?" Tabitha complained. As part of the switching over process, industrial odors had been leaking from the vents all week. "Look, come Monday or Tuesday, the smells will be gone, the apartment will be nice and toasty, and you can go back to lounging in comfort." "I'll be a giant creamsicle by then." At 25 pounds and growing, she wasn't wrong about the giant part. As I joined her in the kitchen, she shook the water from her paws and peered around. I pulled a towel from a drawer handle and tossed it to her. She snagged it with her claws and began drying her matted arms. "How was your day otherwise?" I asked. "How was my day? I'm a centuries-old succubus trapped in a cat's body. When I'm not plotting ways to devour your soul, I'm eating, sleeping, and licking my own—" "All right," I said, raising a hand. "I get the picture." She patted her face dry, tossed the towel aside, and thudded gracelessly to the floor on all fours. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and followed her into the sitting area that faced a massive flagstone fireplace, presently dark. I'd kept my jacket on, and now I resecured my scarf, cinching it tight around my neck. "Why can't you build a fire?" Tabitha pouted. "You know why. The chimney's choking on creosote. It needs to be serviced." "Yes, darling, since April. Can't you cast one of your spells and blast it clean?" "Sounds like a great way to get black lung," I muttered. "No, it costs money to be done properly, and the past year has been tight." As an adjunct professor of mythology and lore at Midtown College, I was pulling in just enough to meet our essential needs, and thanks to Tabitha's expensive tastes, my savings were dwindling in inverse proportion to her swelling girth. She wouldn't allow anything near her palate that wasn't goat's milk or prime cuts of meat. She leapt onto her window-side divan, where I'd set a heating pad and fashioned a thick comforter for her to burrow under. Shoving the comforter aside, she arranged her sizable mound in the divan's growing depression. "Be a dear and plug the pad back in," she murmured. No wonder you're freezing, I huffed. As I plugged the limp cord into the wall socket, I inspected the rubber insulation. Are those bite marks? I thought I saw it move. And so you attacked the cord powering your lone heat source? It was a reflex, darling. You're the one who put me in this wretched body. Yeah, after you tried to kill me. Oh, let's not rehash ancient history. 2 years ago is ancient history. I'm serious. I've just eaten, and quarreling is only going to upset my stomach. How was your day? The question told me she really was ready to change the subject. Asking after my well-being ran a close second to housework on the list of things Tabitha never did. I lowered myself onto my plush reading chair, body heavy with fatigue. Only 29. I shouldn't have been this exhausted after a week of teaching, but it wasn't just the teaching. It was the wizarding and the stress of balancing the two. Well, my course sizes are a student away from being too small, I said. My last 2 grant requests went unanswered, and I'm pretty sure Professor Snodgrass has spies on me. You're being paranoid? I'm serious. The one day I was late this week, he just happened to be waiting outside my classroom. I didn't know what my chairman liked less, that mythology was being taught in his history department, or that the professor in question was a smug upstart who refused to take his crap. Then stop being late, Tabitha said, all pretense of interest leaving her voice. A little hard when I'm up half the night chasing down a conjuring. But look, it's Friday, I said, bracing the beer between my thighs. I don't want to talk about Snodgrass or conjurings. I just want to relax and— Ow! The serrated edge of the bottle cap had cut my finger. Not a twist-off, I realized. Too tired and annoyed to fetch the opener from the kitchen, I lodged my thumb under the bottle cap and uttered, Vigore. The pressure in the room dropped as the gathered ley energy funneled through my mental prism, down my arm, and out my thumb in a small burst of force. The cap released with a hiss and clanged from the ceiling, but foam was now shooting up the bottle's neck. I clamped the opening with my lips and tried to swallow faster than the foam could fill my sinuses. My eyes watered above my puffed-out cheeks. After several seconds, the foam relented, and I released the bottle with a gasp. Tabitha smirked. Relax, you say? I dabbed my eyes with my scarf, hacked twice, and then attempted a more dignified sip. But the beer was hard to enjoy when it was competing with the room as a colder medium. I should have gone with a Scotch-laced coffee. Shivering, I retracted my neck deeper into my jacket and stared at the empty fireplace. Tabitha followed my gaze. We could be so cozy right now. Can't you use your credit card? Half of New York is in the same boat. Every chimney sweep is going to be booked solid this weekend. Even if you sweetened it with some cash? Sure. Let me know if you find any lying around. I set the bottle on the coffee table and rubbed my chilled hands together. Though irritated at Tabitha's remark, it got me thinking. Ever since the financial crash, cash was king, and it probably wouldn't take much to convince a chimney sweep to bump us up the list. Having a crackling fire in the hearth would be nice. I remembered the flyer in the mail. Cash for labor. If the city was asking, the labor would be something awful, like mucking out an old septic system. But if I had to choose between a dirty job or staying inside all day bundled up like an Inuit and listening to Tabitha, I was pushing myself up to grab the flyer and the gloves out of my coat pocket when a knock sounded at the door. Tabitha and I exchanged questioning looks. We didn't get many visitors. Silence mode, I reminded her. Almost no one in the city knew about my use of magic, and even fewer my talking cat. Beyond the peephole, a young woman who couldn't have been an inch over 5 feet stared back resolutely. I didn't recognize her, and the ward over my threshold wasn't picking up supernatural energy. Probably selling something. Not wanting to rebuff her to her face, I backed away. I saw your shadow through the peephole, she called. Damn. I returned, twisted the 3 bolts, and opened the door. The woman squinted up at me from behind a pair of pink-framed glasses, touches of glittery makeup spangling the skin around her eyes. Can I help you? I asked at last. She relaxed her squint. It's you. I looked around. It's me. Who? The wizard guy. I need your help. Chapter 2. I'm sorry, I said, playing dumb. Wizard guy? Can I come in? She asked. It's freezing out here. The young woman tugged the sides of a home-knit beanie over her ears and hugged the arms of a thick coat that had been painted with colorful designs. A large hemp bag hung from one shoulder. Long curtains of sun-kissed brown hair completed her bohemian look. Still, I had no idea who she was. Well, it's freezing in here, too, I said, not moving. You don't remember me? No, you must have the wrong apartment. I was slipping into my wizard's voice, but her eyes, chestnut with a hint of green, sparked something in my memory. More striking was the way they stared, without a hint of self-consciousness. She wasn't a former student. I may have been an absent-minded professor, but I would have remembered someone looking at me like that for 4 months, especially given my small class sizes. Waverly Place, she said, arching an eyebrow. 2 years ago. The power I'd been directing into my voice scattered like smoke. Wait, you were in that group that called up a nether creature. I had just fed Tabitha, still a kitten, and was sitting down to dinner myself when my alarm sounded. The breach was only a few blocks from my West Village apartment. I'd sprinted there, bursting into the basement-level unit to find a large, slug-like creature coalescing over a casting circle. 4 young women, girls, really, were cowering, one holding out a crystal shard like a weapon. A glance around the unit, with its dangling dream catchers, goddess figurines, and books on nature magic, told me exactly what I'd burst onto. A group of mortals who'd bought into the myth that an unwavering belief in their own magic made it so. I trapped the creature in a sphere of hardened air a moment before it started spewing acid, and then dispersed it with my sword. A stray gob shot past my protection, burning away much of my right earlobe. Crazy with pain, I gave the girls a fiery sermon on the dangers of conjuring and how they didn't have a chance in hell of controlling anything they managed to call up, certainly not with the damned crystal. In fact, had I arrived a few minutes later, the slug would have been slurping up their soupy remains. 3 of the girls, including the crystal wielder, burst into tears, but the 4th stared at me unflinching. This was her. Kayla, she said in introduction. Everson, I shook her mittened hand. Don't tell me you called up something else. No, the Coven and I learned our lesson. We only work with terrestrial energies now. We went over this, I said thinly. You're not a witch. You don't have an ounce of magic in you. Maybe not the kind you practice, but... No, I cut in. Not the kind anyone practices. If you did, I'd see it in your aura, and there's nothing there. I was being harsh, but you couldn't sugarcoat these things. I didn't always reach amateur conjurers in time. Kayla shrugged. This isn't about me anyway. Can I come in? How did you find me? I asked, suspiciously. I followed you that night. You followed me? I read about wizards, but I'd never seen one up close. I was curious. Plus, I thought knowing your address could prove useful if I ever needed magical assistance. She opened her hands as if to say, and here I am. How did you even get into the building? Someone was leaving. He held the door open without me even having to ask. It was kismet. I regarded the strange woman. Though I still hadn't entirely forgiven her and her coven for my missing earlobe, something about her impressed me. An event like that night would have reduced most amateurs to a blubbering pile. But not only had Kayla kept her composure, she'd ventured into the post-crash New York night to learn where I lived. That spoke either to bravery or lunacy. Probably both. Fine, I sighed, waving her in. She stepped past me, giving off a scent of patchouli. I almost offered to take her coat before stopping myself, remembering her rail-thin physique from 2 years earlier, hardly an ounce of insulating fat. She peered around the cold industrial loft. It was a lot of square footage for a bachelor and his cat, but apartments like these were still renting for a pittance. The downside was that the owner left most of the upkeep to us tenants. "Love the space," she said, stepping from her yellow rubber boots. "But the energy in here is all blah. And what's that smell?" "The building's changing over to heat. That's why it's so cold." "You can't build a fire?" "Exactly," Tabitha murmured in a way that could have been mistaken for a low yowl. "The chimney needs to be cleaned," I said sternly, directing my voice more toward my cat than my guest. "Aw, a kitty," Kayla cooed, padding toward her. Uh, why don't we do this in the kitchen?" I took her arm and steered her from certain mauling. "I'll make us some coffee." Glaring back at Tabitha, I tapped a finger to my lips to remind her of the no talking rule. "Do you have any matcha tea?" Kayla asked. "No, just Colombian dark roast." "Half a cup, then. Too much caffeine scatters my intuition." "I see." As I prepared the coffee, she hoisted herself onto the counter and peered around, her stockinged feet kicking idly. "You said you needed help?" I prompted. She blinked, as if returning from a daydream. "Do you have any experience with hauntings?" I knew a couple of ghosts in the city, but hauntings weren't really my beat. "Why? What's going on?" "It's my dad. He's a creative, like me, but his mind is trained more toward the practical. He owns a building design firm that specializes in historic restoration, then now architecture. He was just starting to get recognized when the crash hit. The past few years have been shitty, to put it nicely. His firm's scraped by, doing the odd job here and there, making next to nothing. This summer, the city received a private grant to preserve the old smallpox hospital on Roosevelt Island. "Renwick Hospital," I said, recalling the announcement. She nodded. "My dad put in a bid, never expecting he'd get it. Over 50 companies applied, but the city liked his proposal. Work started last month." "That's great," I said, even as I sensed the other shoe dropping. "Yeah, it was going swimmingly until strange things started happening. First, it was just missing tools. The second week, one of the archways collapsed, clobbered a worker. It had just been reinforced, too. My dad oversaw the job himself. He said there was no way it should have come down like that. The city cited him anyway. $5,000. Ouch. I didn't imagine that would do good things for his insurance premiums. Other weird things must have happened that never got back to him because workers started showing up with charms and religious protections while others stopped coming altogether. He hired new workers in their place, but that meant training and the project fell behind schedule. My dad doesn't believe in the unseen world, but I convinced him to take me to the site for a reading. I wanted to roll my eyes, but what Kayla lacked in actual ability, she made up for with sincerity. She peered toward the ceiling and started to tear up. "There was so much pain there, Everson. So much suffering. The children were the worst to bear. I could feel the smallpox ravaging their little bodies." "Here." I held out her half mug of coffee. "Have you heard of Tonglen?" she asked, cupping the mug in her mittened hands. "It's an Eastern practice, right?" "Yes. It's taking on the pain and suffering of someone energetically and giving them your health. I remained at the site for 8 hours practicing Tonglen with those poor souls. I think it helped." I doubted that very much, but I nodded anyway as I waited for the machine to fill my own mug. "Things settled down," she continued, "and the project got back up to speed. My dad thought they might even finish on schedule. And then yesterday, a worker was attacked. He'd gone down to the basement, and when he came back up, he collapsed onto his face. The back of his jacket was blood-soaked. Something had raked him to the bone. While he was being rushed to the hospital, half the crew abandoned the job. My dad spent all day today hiring. If it happens again, it's over. He loses the contract and then now goes under." "So you want me to check out the hospital?" "Could you?" "First, Why do you think it's a haunting? Old building, history of pain and suffering, and I've read that certain ghosts can inflict scratches. A lot of things in New York inflict scratches, I pointed out. Which is exactly why I need your expertise. Her troubled eyes turned earnest. Tabitha sauntered to the edge of the kitchen, plopped down on her haunches, and cleared her throat. She wanted me to discuss compensation. Well, if I'm being honest, I said, I was planning to stand in the city works line tomorrow. We need the chimney cleaned, and I'm short on cash. Kayla's face brightened. How about this? Take care of the problem and everything will work out. Work out how? I was trying not to sound as hopeful as I felt. It will just work out. I can feel it. I'm an intuitive, remember? Oh, right. My hope deflated. Well, let me think about it. As Tabitha stared at me in disbelief, Kayla reached into her bag, pulled out a black pen, and took my hand. Wet ink tickled my palm as she wrote something across it. When she finished, I turned my hand around and read out a phone number. It's a landline, she said. I don't do smartphones. Wow, something we actually have in common. My magic didn't play well with advanced electronics. I couldn't begin to guess what her excuse was. Kayla finished her coffee in a single tilt and hopped down from the counter. At the front door, she stepped back into her rubber boots, stomping her feet into place. Talk soon, she called confidently, and left. Chapter 3. You're not seriously considering this? Tabitha said as I returned from my library/lab with an armful of books. It's just some background research. There's nothing in it for us, and it's certainly not going to solve our hypothermia problem. I set the books down on the coffee table and shook out my arm. There were times when it was best to ignore Tabitha, but as I sat with the topmost book, a thick tome on the city's history, I paused to consider what I was doing. The case piqued my interest, sure, but there was also Kayla's concern for her father. I don't believe it, Tabitha said. What? She was sitting on the divan, watching me through hooded lids. You've fallen for her damsel in distress act. A totally transparent one, if you ask me. I haven't fallen for anything, I said more aggressively than I meant to. I'd landed in that trap once before in Romania, and it had nearly cost me my life. Look, her father needs help, and this is my job. Your job is conjurings. You're not responsible for the monstrosities infesting this island. Ghouls, vampires, werewolves, succubi, I added, taking a sip of coffee that had already gone cold. My point, darling, is that you could spend the rest of your life running from one end of Manhattan to the other, slaying these things, and you'd barely make a dent. Now, I heard you mention something about standing in the labor line tomorrow. That sounds so much more prudent than working for a lost cause. She shifted her cumbersome body and settled her head on her paws. You think so? I said blandly. Imagine it, darling. A roaring fire in the hearth, the two of us basking in its warmth. You could even bring your bedding out here. I snorted a small plume of steam. And give you a free crack at my soul? No thanks. Her sour face told me I'd seen through her ploy. Then forget the sleeping in front of it part, she said. Just imagine the fire, the warmth. I wouldn't enjoy it, I decided. Not with a potential killer out there. That's my entire point, Tabitha said with a sigh. There are killers everywhere, and they're not your job. Besides, that woman was such a flake. Kayla was more than a little on the woo-woo side, but I kept going back to the fact that she was asking for her father. I fingered my truncated earlobe. Where are you going? Tabitha asked when I stood. Walking to the phone on the kitchen counter, I tugged my gloves off, huffed into my cupped hands, and rotary dialed the number Kayla had written across my palm. She was slightly out of breath when she answered. Everson? I'll look into it, I said, causing her to squeal. Can I meet your dad at the project site in the morning? For sure. I'll get it all set up. Great, I said. Fuck, Tabitha muttered. Chapter 4. The city's F train serviced Roosevelt Island, but I avoided the subway whenever possible. Foul smells clung to the insides of the cars, much like the shady characters who produced them. But more than the smells, I had a problem with being underground. Fine, a phobia. Fortunately, an aerial tram ran alongside the Queensboro Bridge, and I was happy to pay the extra fare. As my tram car rocked 200 feet above the East River, I peered over the slender island. In centuries past, it had warehoused the city's exiled, its first municipal buildings, a prison, and an asylum for the inebriate and lunatic. There was also Renwick Smallpox Hospital. Built in the 1850s, the hospital had served as a quarantine and treatment center for New Yorkers afflicted with the disease, mostly poor immigrants and Civil War soldiers. I spotted the hospital's ruins near the island's southern end. In its heyday, it had been an imposing Gothic structure of gray stone. Now, only its main walls rose amid a scant forest, a haunting sight made more so by the threatening sky. Construction fencing enclosed the site, with several vehicles and trailers standing nearby. 15 minutes later, I met Kayla's father outside one of the trailers. He was stocky, bundled in a coat. The face that peered from the wool-lined hood was red from the cold and covered in white whiskers. Frost edged his glasses. "Mr. Starling?" I asked. "Call me Bobby. You must be Emerson." "Everson, actually," I said, though Emerson was a definite upgrade from Evelyn. "Everson it is, then." His harsh blue-collar voice surprised me. It wasn't unfriendly, just a world apart from his daughter's. I accepted his shake, his gloved hand smaller than mine but considerably stronger. "Cold as a witch's tit, huh?" he said, giving my hand a final squeeze. I agreed, even though a witch's breast was roughly 94 degrees Fahrenheit, the same as a human's, and 94 degrees sounded really nice right now. At least the forecasted snow was holding off. I peered around the empty site. "Where's your crew?" "I gave them the day off because of the weather. At least, that's what I told them. I visited Erkins at New York General last night. He's the one that got clawed down the back. Jake Erkins." He shook his head. "Poor bastard's still in shock. I can't send anyone else down there in good conscience. Not until we get to the bottom of this." Understanding the dire time and budget constraints he was under, I admired the gruff man. He had a good heart, like his daughter, which made me feel better about my decision to help them. "Did you tell the police about the attack?" He snorted. "They were worse than useless. Conducted their investigation over the phone and said it was probably one of the island's feral cats." "Cats?" "Yeah. A family of them moved into the hospital after it was abandoned in the 1950s. Must be a couple hundred around here now. Most of them scattered when we started working, but a few stuck around. There's one now." I turned in time to glimpse a black and white cat darting behind a tree. "I saw Erkins's wounds," Mr. Starling said grimly. "Whatever opened his back wasn't a damned cat. Probably feral, though. I called animal control to see if someone could come down, take a look around, but they don't cover Roosevelt Island." He scoffed. "They're as worthless as the NYPD these days." City budgets all across the country were hurting, but I nodded. He squinted from my cane to my face. "My daughter was a little fuzzy about what you do, exactly." Caught off guard, I stammered, "Oh, I help people." "Like some kind of fixer?" That's probably as apt a description as any. I also teach in the history department at Midtown College. I wasn't sure why I added the last part, probably to sound more legitimate. This was my first time investigating a case that didn't involve an amateur conjurer, and I felt like an absolute poser. "Well, Kayla runs in some interesting circles, but if you can help, I don't care if you shake it for dollar bills on the weekend." I grinned at the image. "Why don't you show me around?" He grabbed a pair of hard hats from the trailer, then walked me toward the front of the old hospital. I followed, affecting a slight limp, my pretext for carrying a cane that concealed a sword and staff. "Renwick Hospital," he announced. Securing the hard hat over my wool cap, I peered up. The ruins were even more impressive and imposing up close. With its pointed windows and crenellated roof, the three-story hospital looked like a cross between a Gothic church and a fortress. Branching tracks showed where vines had once covered its walls. As Mr. Starling led me past the construction fencing, icy winds batted our coats. In my wizard's senses, I picked up a few ghastly energies, but none approached a fully formed specter. Not outside, anyway. "Yeah, so it started with tools going missing," he said over a shoulder. "Thought it might have been the workers. Tough times, you know. But then my cheap measuring tape disappeared, and who the hell would want that? Did Kayla mention the collapse to you?" We'd arrived under the main entranceway, and he pointed straight up. "Happened right here. A half-ton of stone dropped. Just like that." I swallowed, resisting the urge to step from under the arch. "You don't say." "It's safe now. We've finished reinforcing the walls and doorways." He pointed to the steel scaffolding and large horizontal beams. "Still, it's the damnedest thing." He peered up again. "Never should have happened." "Huh," I remarked, stepping forward now. He grabbed my arm. "Careful there. We're still shoring up the foundation. Stay on the planks." Sure enough, a network of wooden boards forded the weed-choked and brick-piled ground. Occasional gaps appeared, some with treetops poking through, openings to a lower level that I'd very nearly arrived at via plunging. Mr. Starling waved for me to follow him along one of the planks. "Down there is where Erkin's got it," he said as we arrived at the top of a descending staircase. I peered into the darkness, the skin over my chest already pulling tight. "Any idea what the hospital used it for?" "Storage, I imagine," he said, telling me he didn't know. "Want me to come with you?" "I should probably go solo. Check it out first." "All right, but don't lean on anything. The support down there is temporary. We were scheduled to install the permanent load-bearing beams today, but then Erkin's happened. I'd even be careful about breaking wind if I were you." "I'll clench if the urge arises." "Attaboy. Need a flashlight?" "I'm good," I said, glancing at my cane. "What about a weapon?" "I've got that covered too." "Damn, I forgot your walkie-talkie. Let me run back to the trailer." "Actually, better you don't. I have a way of breaking those things. If anything looks sketchy, I'll come right back out." "Erkins didn't get a warning," he said gravely. I nodded, as much to reassure myself as him. Then, pulse pounding in my ears, I picked my way down the steps. Chapter 5. I waited until I'd arrived at the bottom and was beyond Mr. Starling's sight before giving my cane a twist and drawing out my grandfather's slender sword. "Illuminare," I whispered. The opal inset in the end of the hollow cane, a staff now, glowed to life. The light glinted from the cone pendant around my neck and illuminated my surroundings. I was at the start of a corridor that looked like a small forest. Several trees had taken root in the debris, rising through openings in the ceiling. The pieces of daylight helped my phobia, but the wooden posts propping the ceiling, the temporary support Mr. Starling mentioned, did nothing for my new fear of being collapsed on. Drawing a steadying breath, I switched to my wizard's senses. The illuminated basement retreated into a wash of gray as astral energies grew into my view. Restless energies. As though sensing I was attuned to their frequency, several explored toward me. In the next moment, I was besieged by racking pain and death terrors. I must have made a sound because Mr. Starling called down, "You all right?" "Yeah," I wheezed. "Fine." The energies were emotional residues that had taken root in the space, much like the trees. My protective pendant surged, warding them away. They streamed down the corridor as if returning to a focal point. Might be whatever attacked Erkins, I thought as the basement returned to view. Leading with my light, I made my way after them. Doorways opened to either side, revealing partially or fully collapsed rooms. If the space had been used for storage, the energies down here suggested the stored items had been dying patients. The space may even have served as the hospital's morgue. And I couldn't shake the feeling something hungry was watching me. Catching movement in my peripheral vision, I spun toward the room on my right. From a height taller than my head, a pair of glowing eyes stared back at me. I raised my sword and expanded my light out, an invocation on the tip of my tongue as a strange shape assumed form. It took another second for my brain to correctly identify it as a cat perched atop a pile of bricks. The cat, a scruffy calico, stared back before darting up a tree and disappearing through a hole in the ceiling. 2 more cats followed it. I peered around, my startled heart still hammering. The cats hadn't fled the site, as Mr. Starling believed. They'd gathered down here, on all sides. Feline eyes watched me before flashing away into the deeper darkness. It helped explain the smell, anyway, a combination of wet animal hair and litter box. Ahead, the trees thinned, along with the wooden reinforcements. Beyond the final posts, a collapse blocked the corridor, save for an opening high in the slope of fallen bricks. I approached the hole carefully, leading with my staff. A natural feature of the collapse, I wondered, or the entrance to something's lair. A slip of land in the East River, Roosevelt Island seemed an unlikely sanctuary for a supernatural. They tended to inhabit the city's abandoned subway lines and large parks, but that didn't mean they couldn't come here. Something had gotten its claws into Erkin's. When I'd drawn as close to the collapse as I dared, I reached my staff forward. Light and shadows shifted around the opening. Beyond, the corridor continued a short distance before ending, with 2 final rooms opening off of it. The restless energies I'd sensed upon first entering felt especially intense here. Sweat broke over my forehead as I eyed the opening. Was I seriously considering crawling back there? I felt stupid now for agreeing to a job whose only reward was a vague promise that everything would work out. Maybe I should have listened to Tabitha. With a sigh, I tucked my sword and staff under an arm and began cinching my coat for the tight squeeze. I'd made a promise to Kayla and her father. I checked that my small revolver was still nestled in my right coat pocket. It was, the grip up, cylinder loaded with silver rounds. This is nuts, I thought as I took my first steps up the collapse, bricks shifting underfoot. A cat's hiss sounded behind me, and I turned my head enough to spot the scrawny gray feline. Its teeth were bared, hackles spiking as it backed away. But it wasn't backing from me. A tall figure stood in the center of the corridor. He wore a blue cap, and brass buttons glowed down the front of his frock coat. A Civil War uniform. I was staring at the ghost of a Union soldier. He stared back from a gaunt face covered in blisters. Murky energies spiraled around him, tendrils spiked with pain and terror. I'd found the focal point. More accurately, the focal point had found me. "Hello there," I said carefully. "I'm Everson." My gaze fell to the sword sheathed at the hip of his shabby pants. 3 hard slashes could have opened Erkins's back, no problem. The soldier watched me, eyes edged with fear, or maybe that was what I wanted to believe, that he'd attacked Erkins out of fear. Ghosts weren't souls, they were echoes of the deceased, memories and emotions so intense they became trapped in their final spaces as spectral forms. Either way, I needed to banish this particular specter before it could slash anyone else. But I was too distant, my position partway up the collapse too precarious. The bricks shifted as I adjusted my footing. "I'm on your side," I said, easing my way down. "Go Team Blue." With my third step, I lost my footing, creating a small avalanche of brick debris that sent me stumbling after it. My arrival back on solid ground was so sudden that I landed painfully on my knees. The ghost soldier gripped the hilt of his sword and stepped forward. "No, no!" I yelled, crouching under my staff. "I'm not here to hurt you." Metal flashed as he pulled the slender blade free and raised it. "Intruder," he moaned. Chapter 6. "Respingere!" I cried. Power gathered in the opal inset at the end of my cane and detonated in a burst of white light. As the ghost soldier staggered back, I rose to my full height. Haunted eyes stared from his blistered face. Yeah, some of us can fight back, I said. The sores bunched around his grimacing mouth, and he charged me with his sword, but I was ready. Gray salt spilled as I drew my fist from a coat pocket. With another shouted word, I opened my hand. The blast of salt met the ghost soldier before his blade could come down, and smoke broke from his reeling form. "Get some!" I cried, adrenaline pumping through me. I'd never battled a hostile ghost before, and it was going even better than I'd expected. All of my late-night studying was paying off, but until I banished him, he remained a threat. Pulling the salt bag from my pocket, I poured a hasty circle over the floor. I backed from it and looked around for him. Where in the hell did Soldier Boy go? Cold fire bit into the center of my back. I arced and spun, a cry lodged in my throat. The pox-covered ghost loomed over me, his next strike already whistling down. I reflexively raised my blade, but I was dealing with an apparition. His slashing sword passed through mine, and I reeled from another bite of cold fire, this one across my chest. Stumbling backward, I landed on the seat of my coat. I expected to find the coat's front flayed open, but it was intact. Not true of the skin beneath. Warm blood was already seeping from the wound, matting shirt to chest, and the soldier was coming at me again. But as I scrabbled back on hands and heels, I trained my eyes on his muddy boots. The moment they entered the circle, I shouted, "Entrappolare!" The salt crystals shifted as energy shot through them, and the specter collided into a rising column of hardened air. He recoiled only to slam into the wall of air behind him. Understanding he was trapped, he began slashing wildly with his sword. Through my connection to the energy, I could feel the strikes. Damn, even those sting. I started into a banishment incantation, taking care to enunciate each word. Flub one syllable, and I would have to start over. The salt kicked into a whirlwind that climbed the specter's boots, then his trousers. When the whirlwind reached his chest, his form began dissolving in gusts of black smoke. "Intruder," he cried above the maelstrom. "Buddy, that's the least of your problems," I thought. The whirlwind soon covered the soldier's diseased face, and a wheezing sound filled his scream before that broke apart too. The salt column gave several more vicious spins before dropping in a messy scatter across the floor. The ghost soldier was gone. Banished. Exhaling, I pushed myself to my feet. The places where he'd slashed me seethed angrily. Touching the opal end of my cane to my front and back, I uttered words of healing. The damage, inflicted by a specter's blade, cut beyond the physical to the astral. I would need to perform more spell work back at my apartment. I peered around. The cats had long since scattered, frightened by the melee. I had the basement to myself, and on an energetic level, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted. I shifted to my wizard's senses. Without the ghost soldier to anchor them, the darker, more restless energies were thinning away. My first non-nether mission was a success. Good. Now let's get the hell out of here, I muttered. Pressing a hand to my wounded chest, I limped from the collapse and up the steps leading back to the surface. Mr. Starling was waiting for me when I came out. "Holy crap, we were just about to head down. Are you all right?" A tall man stood beside him, his coat open to reveal a holstered sidearm. He postured as if he were a cop, mouth set in a surly frown beneath a pair of aviator sunglasses, but the logo on his cap pegged him as private security. "I'm fine," I said, doing my best not to wince from the pain. "What was all the commotion?" Mr. Starling asked. "Did you find something?" I hadn't had time to come up with a story, so I just laid it out. "Yeah, a ghost from the Civil War era. Cavalry from the looks of him. He had a saber, no doubt what he used on Erkins. Caught me a couple times, too." The security guard snorted, but Mr. Starling's expression remained concerned. "I thought Kayla already did something about that." He was referring to her Tonglen ritual, which had done absolutely nothing, but we were talking about his daughter. "Her work probably loosened the lid," I said. "I just gave it the final twists. He's gone now." "A real-life Ghostbuster," the guard deadpanned. "I hope to hell you're not paying this joker." "That's enough, Drew," Mr. Starling said. "You can go now." "Good meeting you, Dr. Venkman," the guard said to me with a sneer. As he sauntered away, I resisted the urge to hit him in the back with a force bolt. Mr. Starling looked between me and the stairs. "So it's safe for my team to start work down there?" "Should be. If they encounter anything unusual, give me a call." "I can't say I understand what you did or what you even encountered, but if it worked, I owe you." "No problem," I said, accepting his vice-like grip again. Snow began falling around us, prompting him to peer skyward. "Christ, will you look at that?" He released my hand and clapped my shoulder. "Go on, Everson. Get yourself home where it's nice and warm." "Will do," I said dismally. "Good luck." Chapter 7. "How much did they pay you?" Tabitha called as I entered the frigid apartment. "I don't want to talk about it," I said, struggling to twist the bolts home with numb fingers. I warned you about her. You chose to be a chivalrous ass anyway, and now I'm forced to suffer the consequences." I raked my wet shoes aggressively over the mat. "Being a chivalrous ass is the reason you still have a head," I pointed out, referring to the night I trapped her succubus spirit in a kitten's body, but couldn't bring myself to decapitate her. "Anyway, it's done. The crew at Renwick Hospital is safe." "How noble of you. Now if you hurry, the city might still have a job for you." "Not gonna happen." I winced as I stripped my coat off, the healing magic I'd applied at the site already thinning. "I've got wounds to tend to. A ghost tried to carve me like a Christmas ham and almost succeeded." I peeked over at her. After 2 years, a part of me was still determined to find even the tiniest spark of caring, fan it into something approaching camaraderie. But it was a futile hope, which Tabitha confirmed by rolling her eyes. "So I'm just supposed to lie here and play cryogenic specimen?" "It would help if you stopped waging war against the power cord," I said with a sigh, plugging her heating pad back in. "Did Kayla happen to call?" "Miss Featherpants? No." "Well, that's nice. Risk my life to help her father and she can't be bothered to say thank you?" "Where are you going?" Tabitha asked. "I need to take a shower, thaw out some." "I'm sorry, darling, but there's no more hot water." She sounded more pleased with herself than apologetic. "I used it all up." One frigid shower later, and I was upstairs in my library/lab, feeling even colder than when I'd returned home. I'd examined my wounds in the bathroom mirror. Though no longer bleeding, the gashes on my chest and back were puckered with deep bruising on both sides. Much of that was from the astral damage. "Dude had some serious personal space issues," I muttered. Pulling ingredients from shelves, I arranged them across my iron lab table and went to work. I began by grinding limestone and turmeric in a stone mortar, squeezing in the occasional droplet of myrrh oil. When the salve was the right consistency, I scraped everything into a pot on my portable burner and set it to medium. The heat, combined with a series of incantations, activated the advanced healing magic. I loosened the belt around my cotton robe, exposing my chest to the frigid air. Taking a quantity of salve onto the edge of a tongue depressor, I applied it to the wound. The salve magically embedded itself in the exposed tissue, its warmth heavenly. A prickling sensation followed, telling me the salve was working. Now for slash number 2. But when I crooked my arm over a shoulder, I couldn't reach the wound on my back. I tried coming up from the waist, but still couldn't touch it. One of my ex-girlfriends had tried to talk me into yoga. Maybe I should have listened. I searched the lab for a longer applicator before sighing through my nose. "Tabitha," I called over the railing. "What?" she murmured irritably. "I need a favor." Silence. "There's an extra cut of steak in it for you at dinner." A full minute of grumbling was followed by the sound of her large body thudding to the floor. Moments later, she appeared at the top of the ladder to my library/lab and transferred gracelessly to my table. As she sauntered toward me, she paused long enough to bat the vial of myrrh oil to the floor. "Hey, why'd you do that?" "Cat reflexes," she said. "What do you want?" I returned the vial to its shelf and pulled my desk chair over. "Do you think you can apply that salve to my back wound?" "I don't have opposable thumbs." "No, but you have a paw. A sheathed one, preferably. All you have to do is pat the salve in place. The magic will do the rest." "How big a cut are we talking?" "I don't know, 4 or 5 inches. I was referring to the steak." "They're 12-ounce strips," I said thinly. She sniffed the salve and wrinkled her nose. "That's fucking dreadful. 12 ounces seems low." I needed Tabitha's help too badly to scold her about her language. "Low? That's almost an extra pound of meat, but if you'd rather pass, sit down." I straddled the chair backwards, shivering as the robe fell to my waist. "God, that's unsightly," Tabitha said. "The gash? The hair on your shoulders. Can we focus on the wound?" With a sigh, she slapped a paw into the salve and then slapped my back. "Ow! Gently, please. And make sure you're only covering the opening. I want to save the leftover salve." "For what?" "The victim. He's in the hospital, but traditional medicine won't help him." "Why bother?" "Because I can." "All right, it's done," she said, giving my wound a final slap and smear. I waited until I felt the magic tingling deep inside the tissue before standing and securing my robe again. "Thanks," I said, but Tabitha was too busy swearing and wiping salve from her paw to hear me. As I began putting things away, I paused to hover my hands over the portable burner. Man, that felt good. I turned the burner to high. A pop sounded and all the lights went out. Tabitha raised her head. "Now what?" "Just the circuit breaker," I said, cussing to myself as I unplugged the burner. I hurried to a downstairs closet and opened the breaker box. Only there were no switches. I was looking inside an ancient fuse box. Fortunately, I knew a little about fuses, having grown up in an old apartment. Using the light of my coin pendant, I checked each fuse in turn. Sure enough, the one for the upstairs was blown, which, by some chain reaction, had also disabled the main fuse block. Tabitha arrived behind me. "Did you fix it?" "I'm going to have to buy a new fuse. No problem. I'll pick one up on my way back from the hospital." "And leave me here in Antarctica?" Outside, the snowfall had turned heavy. And was it my imagination, or had it gotten colder? "You're right," I said, rummaging inside the neighboring closet until I found what I was looking for. I stepped over several bundles of firewood from the year before to retrieve it. Tabitha backed from the pet carrier. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Taking you with me." Chapter 8. "Sure you don't want me to drop you in front?" the cabbie asked. "No, over there," I said, pointing to a service drive that ran beside the hospital. "I need to let my cat out to take care of business. She has incontinence issues," I added, purely for my own amusement. Through the pet carrier's mesh door, Tabitha slitted her eyes at me. "I feel you, man," the cabbie said as he pulled into the drive. "My wife has a cat like yours, fat ginger, wouldn't stop leaving us presents on the kitchen floor, so I put her in a diaper. They make 'em for cats now, you know." "Oh yeah? Might have to give that a try." "Do it," Tabitha grumbled, "and you die." The driver laughed. "Did you hear that? Almost sounded like words." I paid him and climbed from the cab's warmth into the raw, wintry afternoon, hefting Tabitha's carrier after me. "I was just beginning to defrost," she pouted as the cab pulled away. "What are we even doing out here?" "The hospital isn't going to let me take you inside." Squinting against the slanting snow, I made my way behind a caged HVAC unit and set her carrier down. "Wait, you're going to leave me out here?" she asked in alarm. I took a dropper bottle from a coat pocket, shook it vigorously, and drew up a quantity of its liquid. I then inserted the end of the dropper through the mesh door. Tabitha's cat instincts overruled her caution, and she gave the end an inquisitive sniff. I plunged it past her lips and squeezed the bulb. "Ah!" she gagged. "Stealth potion," I explained. "It'll make you less conspicuous." She hissed, spit, and smacked for several moments before glaring at me. "You could have just told me." "And debate the issue for the next hour? No thanks." As she swore, I lifted the carrier. By the time I reached the front of the hospital, the potion was taking effect, haloing Tabitha and her carrier in a hazy cloud. The only reason I could see either was because I knew to look for them. Beyond the hospital's sliding front doors, warm air buffeted us. "Oh, that's nice," Tabitha moaned, her voice distant-sounding. "Zip it," I ordered, drawing strange looks from a passing family. At the reception desk, I swapped my personal info for directions to Jake Erkins's room. He was in a wound care unit. With a rich history of elevators stalling on me, I opted for the stairs, exhausted by the time I reached the 5th floor. "Can you stop panting?" Tabitha said. "It's off-putting." "Sure, as soon as you stop being so heavy," I shot back. She might have been invisible to onlookers, but her mass remained substantial. I switched her carrier to my other hand and completed the final flight. The wound care unit was square-shaped, with a nurse's island in the center. In the bustle of personnel, I was nearly as invisible as Tabitha, and the door to Jake Erkins's room was ajar. I peeked inside before slipping through and closing the door behind me. Several IV lines led to a large figure lying prone on a hospital bed. To keep the pressure off his back wounds, I noted. Having suffered less severe cuts from the same blade, I empathized with the man. I pulled a curtain between the bed and door, set Tabitha's carrier on a chair, and snapped on a pair of latex gloves from a dispenser. Just need to apply my salve to the wounds, and I'll be out of here. 3 minutes, tops. I was preparing to draw a sheet back when the bathroom door opened and a nurse appeared with a freshly rinsed urinal bottle. I froze, the corner of the sheet pinched in my gloved grip, and put on my best smile. "Can I help you?" the hefty woman asked. His sheet slipped down. I gave it a little tug as if I'd just completed a straightening job. "There we go." "And you are?" "His cousin." Her brow crushed down as she peered between us. Jake was African-American. "In-law," I amended. "His cousin-in-law." Before she could suss that out, I asked, "How's he doing?" For a moment, the nurse looked prepared to step up her inquisition, but she slotted the bottle's handle onto a bed rail near his catheter bag. By the time she'd winced herself straight, her face looked tired, overworked. "Stable," she sighed. "The surgeon cleaned and sutured his wounds last night. He's scheduled to transfer to psych. Still not talking." 3 deep strokes from a specter's blade would do that. "How do the wounds look?" I asked. "We just changed the dressings an hour ago. They looked fine." I thought back to my own wounds that morning, puckered, bruised, generally messed up. The blade had inflicted astral damage, and that went beyond the healing ability of sutures and an antibiotic drip. "Are you sure?" I asked. "Are you a doctor?" she snapped back. "Just a concerned cousin." I looked down at Jake. "In-law?" "Well, there you go." She paced from the room, leaving me alone with her patient. A snicker sounded from the bedside chair. "Did you enjoy that?" I asked. "Thoroughly," Tabitha replied, her voice still sounding far away. "It's nice when someone else calls you out on your arrogance." Ignoring her, I drew back Jake's sheet. 3 padded strips ran the length of his broad back, the area covered in a clear adhesive. The surrounding skin was swollen, but nothing like the bruising I'd observed around my own wounds. I picked at the edge of the adhesive. Just a peek, I told myself. Without warning, the bed began to shake. I jumped back as Jake's head snapped around. He stared at me with bugged eyes. Had I hurt him? Sorry, I stammered. "I'm just checking your wounds." "Beast," he said. "No, I'm Everson." "Beast!" he screamed. I backed away, showing my hands in the "I'm quite harmless" gesture, but the monitor beside his bed began to flash and beep. Wonderful. The door flew open and the same nurse bolted back in. What did you do to him? Nothing, I said. He started doing that all by himself. Jake was flopping on the bed like a beached whale now. Beast! Beast! Mr. Erkins? The nurse shouted. Mr. Erkins, you need to settle down. Unsurprisingly, her voice only stoked his agitation, and the word he kept repeating, beast, was stoking mine. Seizing one of his flailing arms, the nurse produced a syringe from her pocket, bit off the cap, and plunged the needle into the meat of his shoulder. Can you grab his other arm before he yanks out his IVs? She shouted at me. I braced Jake's thick arm. Before long, the sedative began to take effect. His thrashing died down, his cries fell to mumbles, and the monitor stopped beeping. By the time he went still, the nurse's face was shiny with sweat. Her stance toward me seemed to soften, though, as if we'd just gone to battle together. I need to call his doctor, she said. It's probably best if you step out for a bit. Understood. Is there a phone I can use? Chapter 9. What's got you so hot and bothered? Tabitha asked. I held up a finger for silence. We were in a visitor's lounge off the wound care unit, my heart galloping as I read Mr. Starling's number off the card he'd given me and punched it into the phone. After 2 rings, the call went to a mailbox that was full. Damn it, I whispered. I hung up and tried Kayla. Oh, don't mind me, Tabitha said. I'm just the cat. I think something else might have attacked Jake, I said as Kayla's line began to ring. Why? Because of what he was shrieking back there? Her ears flattened at the memory. He confused the ghost for an animal. Big deal. That doesn't explain why he didn't suffer any astral wounds, I said. And there was something else bothering me. For the last several minutes, I'd been replaying the encounter with the ghost soldier in my mind. When he'd moaned intruder, the angle of his raised sword didn't look right. Was he preparing to strike me, as I'd believed at the time, or was he indicating the hole in the collapse? In other words, had the ghost soldier been trying to recruit me to fight the actual threat? Hi there, Kayla answered. Hey, it's Everson. I'm so sorry I'm missing your lovely voice. A recording. I tapped my foot impatiently. We can't question fate, but we can use the moment to suspend this hectic dance we call life and breathe. Slowly in, feel the gift of Gaia's deep and abiding love. Accept it, and slowly out. She released a beatific sigh. Isn't that wonderful? Leave a message, leave a message, leave a message, I muttered. The recording continued in the same vein for another minute before ending with wishes of light and love. Kayla, it's Everson, I said on the heels of the tone. This is very important. I need you to tell your father to stay out of the basement at Renwick Hospital. I banished a ghost, but there might be something else down there. I'm heading there now. A click sounded. Everson, wait! Kayla's actual voice this time, and it was a far cry from her recorded one. It rang with alarm. I'm still here, I said. What's wrong? I was supposed to meet my dad for lunch, and he never showed up and didn't answer his phone when I called from the restaurant. Shit. Where are you now? I just got back to the apartment. I heard the end of your message, and now I'm even more freaked out. All right, stay there. I'm going back to Roosevelt Island. In my third eye, I keep seeing a skull, she said. That's only happened once before when a close friend jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge. I'll hurry. Keep trying your dad. As I hung up, Tabitha said, Have a nice trip, because I'll be staying inside where it's nice and... Wah! I grabbed her pet carrier off the neighboring chair and rushed from the unit. For the sake of time, I took the subway and emerged from the Roosevelt Island station with a tight chest, a panicky pulse, and trailing an assortment of ungodly fumes. Veering south through the falling snow, I broke into a run that sent Tabitha into a jostling tirade. A half-mile later, the ruins of Renwick Smallpox Hospital loomed through a wash of gray. Mr. Starling, I shouted, arriving at the construction fencing. Bobby! The gate in the fencing we'd passed through earlier was open, and I retraced our path over the hospital grounds. "Bobby!" I called from just past the main archway. I stopped to listen. Tabitha had gone quiet too, either from the imposing sight or from being shaken into a stupor. "Here," a hollow voice called. I slipped and scrambled over the wood planking until I reached the staircase to the basement. The security guard I'd met that morning was sitting against a wall, hands at his sides. Drifts of snow covered his shoulders and skewed hat. "Drew," I said, remembering his name. "What happened?" He stared to one side of my face before his shocked eyes found mine. The right thigh of his pants was gouged and blood-soaked, as if he'd been seized and flung. His gun remained holstered at his waist. "It got him," he said through pale lips. "Mr. Starling? Where is he?" Drew's eyes shifted toward the stairs. On the top step lay a glove that Mr. Starling had been wearing that morning. "What got him?" I asked. "The beast." Tabitha's and my eyes met. The same thing Jake Erkins had called his attacker. My mind turned the word into an archetype. Beast, with a capital B. What did it look like? Drew pulled his knees in and turned from the staircase. "The beast," I said, stooping in front of him and setting down the pet carrier. "What did it look like?" But Drew was shaking his head now, as if the danger would go away simply by refusing to talk about it. The ghost soldier had been trying to warn me of the intruder. If I'd listened instead of attacking, I could have learned what we were dealing with. Now, with the ghost banished and Drew in shock, I had no intel. I straightened and looked around. A gray cat peered from behind a nearby brick pile, a rat kicking in its mouth. Unless... Aiming my cane, I shouted a word. Light flashed, and the cat dropped its catch a moment before a shimmering sphere took shape around it. The cat scrambled up and down the sides as I dragged the sphere toward us. "I always figured you for an animal abuser," Tabitha said. I reshaped the sphere so the captured cat was pinned in front of the carrier's mesh door. "What are you doing?" Tabitha demanded. "I need you to talk to it. Find out what's down there." "Talk to it? He's a filthy Tom." The cat squirmed from side to side and began caterwauling. "The sooner we take care of this," I told her, "the sooner we can go somewhere warm." With a sigh, Tabitha fixed her green eyes on my captive. The Tom stared back, his last caterwaul catching in his throat. Though his thick muscles remained coiled, he stopped squirming. Tabitha's succubus and feline powers were working. I glanced at the stairs and Mr. Starling's fallen glove. Given his no-show for lunch and the amount of snow on his security guard, he'd been grabbed at least an hour ago. It would be a minor miracle if he were still alive, especially after what the beast had done to Erkins. God, I didn't want to have to tell Kayla her father was gone, and all because I'd assured him the basement was no longer a danger. "Gross!" Tabitha cried. I looked over to find her recoiling inside the pet carrier, the Tom straining his thick neck forward. His large yellow eyes had taken on an amorous glaze. "Get this brute away from me!" With a word, I dispersed the Tom's sphere, but he used his freedom to poke his tongue through the mesh door. Directing a charge into my cane, I nudged his hindquarters. The Tom leapt a foot into the air and sprinted off through the ruins. "Pervert!" Tabitha scowled. "What did he tell you?" "Things that would turn even a succubus scarlet." "Not that. About the beast." "Sure, it's only my honor at stake." "Tabitha," I said through gritted teeth. She let out a dramatic sigh. "One night this past summer, something came to the ruins. A shadow. It began killing the cats. Too bad he wasn't among the body count." She glowered at the Tom's path of flight. "When the work crew arrived, the shadow went underground and made a deal with the cats. It would stop attacking them in exchange for food offerings. The Tom was making a rat delivery just now." Sounds supernatural, I thought, and if it's communicating with cats, possibly feline. "Where?" I asked. She nodded at the stairs. "In the very back." I tugged my gloves off with my mouth and spit them out. As the second one hit the ground, I drew my revolver and adjusted my grip on my cane. Stay here with Drew. She looked over at the security guard who had gone full fetal. Can you at least place me out of the wind? She said, but I was already hurrying down the steps, a shield hardening the air around me. What if the Tom comes back? She called. I wasted no time reaching the collapse and back. My earlier instincts had been right. The hole was the entrance to a lair. I scaled the slope of fallen bricks and peered through the opening, covering the space beyond with my revolver. Empty, but I could sense the beast lurking somewhere, listening. With more time, I might have set a trap or come up with an ingenious plan, like sending a cat inside with a potion-laced rat. But there wasn't time. The beast had Kayla's father. With a heart-pounding breath, I extended my arms through the opening. My head followed. I shoved with my feet until I was through to my middle. From there, I shimmied, making progress in inches. All the while, I watched the two doorways off the end of the corridor, moving my cane between them. It took me a moment to realize I was no longer moving forward. Damn it. The box of spare ammo in my coat pocket had snagged on a corner of brick. As I reached my gun hand down to work the obstruction free, I felt something large leap onto the collapse behind me. Chapter 10. I struggled to shove myself forward, but a powerful grip seized my right leg below the knee. Sharpness bit through fabric and into flesh. Before I could process the shock, a force jerked me from the hole. I glimpsed a hulking shadow, and then I was ragdolling through the basement's sapling forest. In a white flash, the back of my head struck stone. Debris rained over me as I sprawled across the floor. At first, I could only paw around in a daze. Though I was sore in most places, nothing felt critical. The trees had broken my flight. But my hands were empty, the cane and revolver dislodged back at the hole. No worries, I thought groggily. They were only my offense, defense, and light source. I stopped to feel inside my coat pockets. The dropper bottle of stealth potion was a mess of liquid and broken glass. Healing salve coated the inside of another pocket. In the one below it, my box of ammo was crushed and spilling silver rounds. I remembered Drew's holstered pistol. My silver ammo was probably the wrong caliber, but conventional rounds might hurt the beast enough to send it back into hiding. With a hand pressed to the back of my throbbing head, I squinted around the gloom. Everything was so damned blurry. I couldn't distinguish the light falling through the ceiling from the light of the staircase. Nearby, feral breaths rose and fell. The beasts. Illuminare, I muttered, directing the energy into my coin pendant. The metal glowed bluish-white, illuminating the corridor faintly. In my clearing vision, I was able to get my bearings. The collapse was to my right, the stairs my left. But where was the damned thing? As I pushed myself to a knee, my gaze bounced from doorway to doorway. A figure hulked to my left. I flinched away before recognizing the wooden support. Meanwhile, the feral breathing was getting louder. Wait, I thought. Did the beast leap onto the collapse a moment ago, or drop down? I raised my eyes. At first, I could only see pockets of shadows amid the crumbling brickwork, but something was slipping through those pockets, a sleek mass the size of a racing motorcycle, tail swishing side to side. When it stopped and angled its head, a flash of silver eyes met mine. Fear hit me in a prickling wave. Panther. Worse, its aura tagged it as a shifter, a powerful being that could assume both human and panther forms. The shifter dropped to the floor on all fours, its stealth scary impressive. In the light of my pendant, its coat glistened like oil. The being was strangely mesmerizing, but it was also huge, deadly, and stalking toward me. Unlike the ghost soldier, there was no mistaking this one's intentions. Fangs flashed. Vigore! I shouted. Ley energy rocketed through my body and out my arm. Without a channeling object, the release was disorganized. I pivoted my arm as a set of claws raked the front of my coat. The shifter's fangs snapped inches shy of my face, my force blast having met its belly in the nick of time. As if yanked from behind, the creature flew back and smashed into a wall, sending down more debris from the ceiling. I rose on unsteady legs and staggered from the shifter toward the staircase. I was already rehearsing the moves for when I ascended. Reach Drew, grab gun, turn, fire. But like a current of black liquid, the shifter slipped past me and pivoted. Its head drove into my chest with bruising force. The blow knocked the wind from my lungs and my body into a back roll. I had time to wonder if the shifter was toying with me, a cat with its prey, before it was looming over me. It had risen onto its hind legs, its face more humanoid now. Below its silvery eyes, fangs spread into view, only slightly less impressive than when the shifter had been full panther. "Who are you?" I wheezed. The shifter hesitated, eyes squinting as if trying to recall something. Its humanness, maybe? That happened to shifters who remained in their animal forms too long. They forgot their humanity, or most of it. "What's your name?" I pressed. With a snarl, the shifter fell to its front paws, reared its head back, and released a blood-curdling shriek. The fierceness of the cry suggested the panther was trying to reassert its dominance over its human nature. How long before it decides that ripping apart an actual human is more effective? As if picking up the thought, the shifter narrowed its predatory eyes at me. I raised my hand, preparing another force blast, but the panther arched back suddenly and whipped its head around. It did the same to the other side, swiping and snapping its fangs. Things were falling on top of its back. The cats! Another one plummeted from the darkness, landed between the shifter's shoulder blades, bit down, and darted off. The shifter went into a frenzy, lunging after one cat before another would attack and flee, sending the shifter pitching in the opposite direction. The resident cats were rebelling against their lord. I used the confusion to hustle toward the stairs, but I stopped when I noticed something. The shifter was directly under one of the temporary support structures. "Vigore!" I shouted. The force blast that branched from my fingers caught the wooden fabrication and sent it toppling. The ceiling followed, dropping a massive load of bricks and debris. Cats scattered, and the panther's cry cut out. I wasn't ready to believe I'd killed the thing, but I also couldn't pass up the window for recovering Mr. Starling. I reversed directions, staggering over the still-settling wreckage, and then scaled the collapse at the corridor's end. The adrenaline that fueled me blunted my pain and sharpened my focus. When I reached the hole, I propelled myself through and rolled down the far side. Immediately, an odor of roadkill assaulted my senses. I landed beside my revolver and cane. As I took them in hand, I uttered words of power. Light swelled from the end of my cane and hardened into a shield around me. "Mr. Starling!" I called. I peered into one of the rooms off the end of the corridor. The floor was littered with the bones and bloody tufts of small animals, the cat's offerings to the panther shifter. Otherwise, the room was empty. I squinted as I entered the room across the corridor, mentally preparing myself for Mr. Starling's remains. Instead, the floor was humped with small mounds of debris, claw marks scoring the ground around them. Litter box? I prodded one of the mounds with my cane, breaking it apart, then skipped back as a rat sprang out, squealing. No, this was the shifter's system for storing its prey. Keeps them fresh in here, and then eats them across the hall. Macabre, but as I crossed the room, it gave me hope for Kayla's father. In the back, I found what I was looking for, a human-sized mound against the wall. I ran over and began pulling brick fragments from the smaller end. The edge of a skull appeared, recalling the vision Kayla had mentioned on the phone. Panic soured my mouth before I realized it was Mr. Starling's white-whiskered face. The panther shifter had piled the debris lightly to allow its prey breathing channels. I removed more brick fragments from Mr. Starling's face. He was battered, but alive. I listened for the shifter before clearing the rest of the heavy mound off Mr. Starling and dragging him clear. "Hey," I said, patting his cheeks. Getting back out would be a lot easier if he could walk under his own power. It took several more pats before he blinked his eyes open. He recoiled with a small grunt before recognition took hold. "Everson," he rasped. "It's me," I said. "Can you stand?" "I can try." With my shield enclosing us both, I peered toward the doorway, taking care to search the ceiling too, but we had the room to ourselves. "Thought you'd taken care of the problem," he said, grunting as I helped him to a knee. "So did I. Turns out there was something else down here. Didn't even see what hit me. Stealthy son of a bitch, whatever it was. Strong, too. He stopped to hold his stomach. The front of his coat was torn open like mine, but the flaps of fabric on his were blood-stained. I'd heal him down here if I had to, but I preferred getting him out first. As I waited for Mr. Starling to recover, I thought of the missing tools. That must have been the shifters' first play. Take away enough of their toys and maybe the humans would leave. When that didn't work, the shifter targeted the supports, resulting in the collapse of the main archway. When the humans remained and started poking around the basement, the shifter attacked Jake Erkins before deciding to go full man-eater on Mr. Starling. Thank God I'd reached him in time. "Ready to stand?" I prompted. "All right, count of 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. The force that rammed into the shield sent me staggering and dropped Mr. Starling back to his knee. In the center of the room, the shifter gained its footing and stalked around us with a limp, muzzle withdrawing from its fangs. It had crept in without either of us hearing. "Holy shit," Mr. Starling whispered on a stuttering breath. The shifter was gashed in several places, and no doubt bruised in many others, but the wounds were closing, its strides becoming shorter. In a flash, the shifter leapt atop my dome-shaped shield and began raking it with its claws. Sparks fell over us, and I could feel the protection buckling. "Respingere!" I cried. Light and force detonated from the shielding, throwing the panther into the ceiling. It landed hard on a shoulder and thrashed to its paws, but by its squinting, I could tell the blast of light had blinded it. Waving for Mr. Starling to stay behind me, I drew my revolver, aimed at the shifter's heart, and fired. The hammer registered a metallic click. The hell? I looked down to find the revolver's cylinder angled to one side. I pushed it in, but it wouldn't lock. Some component had been damaged when the weapon dislodged from my grip and tumbled down the collapse. Opposite me, the shifter's nostrils began to flare, its acute sense of smell filling in for its vision. With a word, I threw a sphere of hardened air around the being. As the shifter attacked it, I hunched over the gun, trying to get it to work. "Come on, damn it," I seethed. "Is that a 38 special?" Mr. Starling asked. "Yeah, can't get the cylinder to lock." "Hand it here," he said, still on his knee. I passed it to him and redoubled my grip on my cane, pushing power into the shifter's enclosure. The being's speed, strength, and supernatural nature pushed back. What had begun as a stalemate soon became a losing effort on my part. I was the flagging arm wrestler, watching his sweating knuckles dip by fractions as his opponent claimed the advantage of gravity. "Here," Mr. Starling grunted. He slapped the revolver into my palm at the same moment the enclosure around the shifter fell in a violent splash of sparks. I swung the weapon to my front, working hand around grip, finger over trigger, and squeezed. The tight crack of the shot was followed by the shifter colliding into me. I crashed onto my back, the panther's muscular mass landing on top of me. I instinctively tucked my chin and bracketed my head with my forearms, but the shifter wasn't attacking. It was dead weight. Mr. Starling grabbed the scruff of my coat and dragged me out from under it. Panting, we watched in the light of my pendant as the panther morphed into a human, a slender, muscular man with a mane of black hair and a bullet wound in his chest. Before I could glean anything more about him, his chest sagged and the rest of him followed. Soon, he was crumbling to dust. No more shifter magic to sustain him. Mr. Starling shook his head. "The wife's never gonna believe this." I chuckled in relief. I'd gotten the right monster, this time. Chapter 11. "Let there be light," I declared, reinserting the main fuse block. As if by magic, the apartment lit up, banishing the creeping dusk. It did nothing to the cold, though. "Darling, can you plug in my pad?" Tabitha called in a chattering voice. I closed the door on the freshly installed fuse and emerged from the closet to find Tabitha in a shivering pile on her divan, the power cord for her heating pad limp on the floor. "Again?" I sighed, plugging it back in. Do I need to tape it in place? Even if it manages to stay, I don't think I'll live to see the morning, she said dramatically. A knock sounded on the door, and I jogged the short distance to warm up. Beyond the peephole, Kayla waved at me. I twisted the bolts back. After helping her father from the basement, I'd been able to restore his chief security guard enough to radio for help. I waited with him and Mr. Starling for the ambulances, then got Tabitha and myself out of there before the police could investigate the animal attack. Though I was sympathetic to their budget crisis, I'd heard enough NYPD horror stories to want to stay as far off their radar as possible. "How's he doing?" I asked Kayla as I opened the door. "In surgery now, but the doctors say he'll be fine. They're going to be a bit, so I wanted to stop by. I brought you some dinner." She kicked off her boots and raised a paper bag. "I hope you like raw beet ravioli with soy cheese." Tabitha snorted from the divan. "Sounds delicious," I said, placing the bag on the table. By the time I turned back, Kayla was throwing her arms around my waist and burying her face against the front of my coat. Her voice emerged in a muffle. "Thank you so much." "It was my pleasure." I patted her back a couple times. "Honestly." She remained there longer than felt necessary, or comfortable. Tabitha watched us from the divan. I cleared my throat. "A panther shifter attacked your father." Kayla released me, brow creasing as she stepped back. "Panther shifter?" "They're rare beings that can change between human and panther. I don't know where this one came from or how he ended up on Roosevelt Island, but he was more beast than human. Claimed the basement of the ruins as his lair. The resident ghost wasn't happy, but he couldn't do anything against the shifters' innate magic. When your dad's crew arrived, the shifter started attacking them." "You killed him?" I recognized the animal lover in her asking. "In self-defense, yeah." Her eyes searched mine, and she nodded somberly. "I understand. I also know why you helped me." "You do?" "Your father." Her words landed like a blast, and I nearly retreated a step. "What do you mean?" "Yesterday, when I was telling you about my dad, you reacted. It was in your eyes. You have very expressive eyes. There's something unresolved between you and your father." She was cutting really close to the quick. My mother and father had met at a hippie commune in upstate New York, their relationship lasting just long enough for me to show in my mother's belly. My father, who'd gone by no name, decided it was time to ramble on. Heartbroken, my mother returned home. "I never knew him," I allowed. "I didn't know my mother either. She died when I was 1. My grandparents raised me." "You'll meet him," she said. "Your father." Her declaration sent a strange charge through me, and I squinted at her. "How do you know?" "I'm an intuitive, remember?" "Right," I muttered. "I keep forgetting that for some reason." I didn't bother bringing up her everything will work out pledge. "Well, I should probably get back to the hospital." She started toward the door, then stopped. "I have a lot of friends in the 5 boroughs. If any of them need your help with something supernatural related, can I call on you again?" "I'm always happy to consult," I said, "but I can't promise anything. Between my work at the college and my responsibilities to my magical community, I stay pretty slammed. And if I wanted money for future surprises, like another premature cold front, I was going to have to look into part-time work." Someone rapped on the door. "Oh, almost forgot," Kayla said. "I met a woman in the hospital waiting room. Her husband slipped on ice and broke his shoulder. I started into a silent Tongan for him, but the woman, Betty was her name, asked why I was crying. I was so worried about my dad, it all came pouring out. I must have mentioned your fireplace situation, because in the middle of consoling me, Betty said she knew someone in the chimney business, the grandson of a close friend." Kayla had started turning the bolts as if she were in her own apartment.
I gave her your address, and she said she'd take care of it.
Kayla opened the door onto a man in coveralls hefting a utility bag and standing beside a large vac on wheels. He looked from us to his smartphone. I'm here to clean a chimney for Everson Croft? When Kayla turned back to me, her eyes flashed.
I told you everything would work out.
I'll be damned, I said. Even got my name right. I set another log on the roaring fire that night and settled into my plush chair, my stockinged feet reaching out over the ottoman to absorb the fire's delicious heat. As I moved my steaming mug of cider back to my lap, I peered at Tabitha. I'd pulled the divan beside the fireplace, and her ginger hair blazed like fall leaves. She stared into the flames with half-cocked lids, a long purr burbling in her chest. Told you it would work out, I teased. She tried to make a face, but in the divine warmth, she could only accomplish a half scowl.
Like you knew that.
Maybe I didn't, I admitted, but it's nice to think there are rewards for doing something good, beyond the do-gooding being its own reward, that is. Could be karma, or maybe there really is something to positive affirmation. That's what Kayla did, basically. She affirmed our heating situation would work out if I helped her, and lo and behold, through a series of very improbable happenstances, she was right. I might not buy into her whole I'm an intuitive deal, but positive affirmation I can allow.
You're babbling, darling, and after the day I've had, it's torture on my ears.
Speaking of today, I appreciate your help. Though she hadn't taken credit and would deny it if I asked her outright, I suspected she'd ordered the Tom to lead the cat cavalry into the basement. She may have secretly hoped she was sending the Tom on a suicide mission, but help was help. Maybe you can do more, I suggested. She narrowed her eyes.
What do you mean?
Well, you've proven you have aptitudes besides eating, sleeping, and lounging, and given the circumstances that I'm keeping you alive when by all rights I should have banished you from existence, it's time you started earning your keep.
I pay with my suffering.
You're drinking goat's milk at $20 a pint. She shook her head in annoyance and closed her eyes. I'd like to take you out on future cases, I said. I don't know if I'll need your cat speak again, but you're a succubus. You have insights and perceptions I lack. It's either that or patrolling the apartment ledge. If I end up sticking my nose in the city's supernatural corners, we're going to need better security.
Can you stop talking already? I said I'd think about it.
She'd said no such thing, but that was the closest to agreement I was going to get for now. Snow whispered against the window panes as I sipped my warm cider. I thought about Kayla's declaration regarding my father. I'd always wondered who he was. How could I not? But did I want to meet the man who'd abandoned my mother and me? As I considered the question, the fire blurred and my eyelids grew heavy. I snorted awake without realizing I'd drifted off. The fire had gone green, and there was a weight on my stomach. When I blinked, I realized I wasn't looking at the fire, but Tabitha's eyes. They were inches from mine. She'd stalked onto me when I dozed off, and now a soul hunger burned deep in her stare. All right, I said, lifting her off me and setting her back on the divan. Time for this wizard to hit the hay.
You're no fun at all.
Yeah, well, I prefer my soul intact, thanks. We'd made some progress on our relationship this weekend, but we still had a long way to go. Tabitha watched me hungrily for another moment before her eyes dimmed and she settled back down.
Good night, darling, she murmured.
Night, Tabby.
This has been POX YOU, Croft and Tabby Book 1, written by Brad Magnarella, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Book 2, Back Off, Witch. Chapter 1.
Tabitha grunted. I peered up from the student paper I was grading and found my plus-sized cat shifting restlessly on the divan. Adjusting myself in my reading chair, I sighed and dropped my gaze back to the beginning of the paper. A minute later, Tabitha let out a disconsolate, "Row." I clenched my jaw. She knew exactly what she was doing, but I refused to take the bait. I backed up a sentence, lost the thread of the student's very fuzzy argument, and had to start all over again. "Row." I slapped my pencil down onto the paper. "What?"
You know what, she snapped. It's as hot as the devil's crotch in here.
It's 82 degrees. Warm, granted, but if you stopped moving around so much, you'd be fine. I gestured to the ice bags I'd piled around her cushion like the lower tiers of an igloo, and the 3 fans pointing directly at her. Ginger tufts of her hair spun ahead of the currents buffeting my apartment, one already having ended up in my mouth.
Why can't you just buy a window unit? She complained.
Because this is temporary. We're supposed to dip again next week. We'd had the opposite problem back in October when, surprised by an early cold front, the building had taken several days to change over to its heating system. It wouldn't switch back to AC again until May, meaning we had to manage the November heat wave on our own. This year's happened to coincide with my fall break, when I'd been planning to catch up on an unwieldy pile of ungraded papers. Planning being the operative term. Tabitha's complaints had been going on for 2 days now.
Of all the wizards to imprison me in this wretched body, she continued, it had to be a miserable cheapskate.
If I'm so cheap, I should probably return your case of premium goat's milk then, huh? Not to mention your tuna steaks, your filet mignons. Threatening her food supply usually quieted her down, but she was in one of her rare moods.
I've seduced princes in my lifetime, titans of industry. I've lived in palaces and on grand estates, eaten dinners worth their weight in gold, worn dresses that women literally killed for. And now look at me, having to contemplate licking myself all over to keep from heat stroking.
I'll be happy to drop you in a bucket of ice water.
But with my recent luck, she continued, I'll choke on a fur ball and die.
Be sure to write out your last will and testament. Not that you own anything.
Of course you wouldn't care, she went on contemptuously, perfectly content to sweat in your underclothes like a common pig.
Do pigs wear underclothes? As she narrowed her ochre-green eyes at me, I could see her preparing her next assault, but I was spared by a knock at the door. Silence mode, I reminded her as I went to answer it. Beyond the peephole stood a petite young woman with a snow-white pixie cut and large glasses. She waved.
Hi, Everson.
Kayla? I asked, unbolting the door. At the last moment, I pulled on my trench coat, which was hanging on the doorside rack. Tabitha exaggerated a lot of things, but not about being in boxers. Just as I was fastening the coat's belt, the door opened and Kayla clomped past me wearing a pink summer dress and a pair of polished black combat boots.
Do you have anything cold to drink? She asked, without preamble.
You can see what's in the fridge. I followed her into the kitchen. We're out of ice, though.
Her again,
Tabitha said blandly. Fortunately, Kayla had already opened the refrigerator door and the top half of her body was inside. How's your dad doing? I asked, loudly. I hadn't seen Kayla Starling since helping her father out with a supernatural creature that had terrorized his construction site. He'd ended up in the hospital, which was better than dead, but I still felt guilty.
How's he doing? She repeated as she emerged with a carton of orange juice. Stubborn, crabby, aggravating, his usual self. He returned to work against doctor's orders, but it's probably the best medicine for him. Don't tell him I said that. Thanks again for what you did.
I'm just glad he's all right. And how have you been? Going for a new look? The last time I'd seen her, she was sporting brunette hair down to her waist.
Oh, a friend of mine did this last week. The inspiration came to me during a lucid dream where I was in a mystical highland at night. The reflection of a full moon beckoned from a nearby pond, whispering that whatever I saw in the water would be of vital importance in the next lunar cycle. I expected to find a runestone or some kind of animal totem. I've been feeling really connected to amphibians lately. She paused to swig straight from the carton. But what I saw was a reflection of myself, and I had this short, moon-like hair, the message being to honor my wisdom. Tabitha snorted. Your wisdom? How interesting, I said over my cat's remark. Kayla was steeped in emotional auras, intuitive readings, and energy healings, despite having little to no actual abilities in any of them. Her sincerity, however, was very genuine, which made her hard not to like. And that's the reason I'm here, she finished. I squinted at her. To show me your lucid dream hair? No, to honor my wisdom. I believe I have another supernatural case for you, but it's best if I take you to this one. As she replaced the orange juice in the fridge, I looked over at the stack of student papers fluttering beside my reading chair. Beyond them, Tabitha was fussing on the divan again. Okay, I said. A sudden smile lit up Kayla's eyes. Is that a yes? Right now, anything that gets me out of here is a yes. Chapter 2. Following a change of clothes and a 30-minute subway ride, during which Kayla talked incessantly about carnelian crystals, we emerged from the station at Brooklyn's Park Slope neighborhood. It had fared better than the rest of the borough in the wake of the crash, but it still carried an edge. Several businesses were shuttered, and clusters of hardened teens watched us from the streets. Unconcerned, Kayla waved or smiled at everyone until we arrived at a block of brownstones with street-level businesses. Here it is, she said, stopping in front of one. I read the sign aloud. The Superhero Depot? I volunteer here. Come on, let me show you the inside. Volunteer? I waited for an explanation, but she was already pulling the door open. The inside was blessedly air-conditioned and exactly what the name suggested. The store sold everything from masks and costumes to tactical belts and spell kits to powdered supplements for special abilities. Out of curiosity, I picked up a container promising super strength. The ingredients, in very fine print, were for chocolate milk. The place seemed popular with the neighborhood kids, anyway. There were already a couple of them inside when we arrived, and now 3 more ran toward the back. Hey, Kayla! They shouted in passing. Apparently, she really did volunteer here, but I couldn't begin to see how this related to a case. I didn't think you were coming in today, someone said. I replaced the container on its shelf and turned to find a middle-aged man dressed as Clark Kent. Beneath his dark, gelled hair and a pair of lensless glasses, his shirt was unbuttoned to reveal a blue spandex shirt with the famous S logo. I hoped to God he worked here and didn't just hang around for kicks. Clark, this is the friend I was telling you about, Kayla said, gesturing to me. I'm just giving him the tour. Clark Everson Clark. And yes, that's his actual name. Clark Lindsay. He manages the store. That's a relief, I murmured. Clark regarded me with a pair of critical blue eyes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Everson. As we shook hands, he asked, Have you done this before? Still not knowing why I was here, I looked to Kayla for assistance. Her quick nod urged me to say yes. A little here, a little there, I hedged. Today might not be the best day, actually, he told Kayla. We have a full house. At this point, I had no idea what anyone was talking about. The store was far from full, but I was picking up some weird tension between Kayla and Clark. Oh, but Everson can do magic, Kayla said. Clark's eyes glinted as they returned to mine. Is that right? Whether or not he was the client, I thought I'd made it clear to Kayla that my wizard identity was to stay between us. With blood rushing to my face, I stammered, Well, not real magic or anything. Clark laughed. You're in the right place, then. All right, go ahead. I'm sure they'll enjoy that. They? I thought, peering around again. Thanks, Kayla said coolly. As he left us, she hooked her arm in mine and walked me toward the back. Sorry about that, she whispered. "I thought he would be off today, and I don't want him to know why I brought you."
So, not the client. While we're on the subject, why did you bring me? I was starting to suspect that soliciting my help had been an excuse to take me to her favorite store, where she volunteered for reasons that only made sense to her. I could feel my patience thinning, not least because I'd worn my trench coat and was sweating rivulets, even despite the AC.
"You'll see in a sec," she replied. "Step over here, please."
We were at the back of the store, but the kids who'd flown past a moment ago were nowhere to be seen. Kayla solved the mystery by pulling a wall of shelving. It swung out to reveal a secret corridor and a clamor of kids' voices. Kayla watched me with clasped hands, clearly pleased by my reaction.
"It's an after-school tutoring center," she said.
At the end of the corridor, we stepped into a sizable room that held bookshelves, study tables, and about 20 kids, including the vanished 3. So this is where you volunteer.
"Every Tuesday and Friday. Isn't it cool?"
Very cool, I agreed, seeing now what Clark meant by a full house. In addition to the 20-odd kids, 3 college-aged adults were struggling to get everyone to settle down.
"Is this the magic guy?"
one of them asked, looking from her phone to me. Apparently, Clark had texted ahead. Before I could answer, Kayla waved her arms overhead.
"Listen up, my angels," she announced. "If everyone sits down and gets really quiet, we have a special treat for you. My friend Professor Croft is a magician, and he's here to perform a couple of neat tricks."
In a rush of excited whispers, the kids complied, which seemed magical in and of itself, but now 40 sets of eyes were staring up at me expectantly. Kayla patted my back to wish me luck and stepped away. "Hi," I raised my hand awkwardly. "I'm, Everson?"
"Are you gonna make something disappear?"
one of the kids asked. "Yes," I said, grateful for the suggestion. "As a matter of fact, I am. Watch closely." I lifted my protective coin from around my neck by its chain and dropped it into my right hand. I showed it to everyone, passed my other hand over it, and then showed them that my right hand was now, miraculously, empty. Ta-da! My late grandfather had taught me the trick, along with several other sleights of hand. A few appreciative oohs sounded, but the majority of the audience appeared unimpressed. "Shoot, my sister can do that," a large boy with a fade cut said.
"And I can still see the necklace," a girl added. "It's that lump in his sleeve."
Voices went up as the other kids began to spot it too. I quickly pocketed my hands and let the coin and chain slide out. "It's in his pocket now," Fade Cut said.
"That's not nice, Troy,"
one of the volunteers told him. I glanced over at Kayla. She was smiling above her clapping hands, blithely unaware that the crowd was turning against me. "You guys are good," I scowled. "But have you ever seen someone levitate?" "Aw, man," Troy complained. "He's gonna turn so you can only see one leg, then he's gonna go up on his tiptoes with the other. My sister showed me that one too." Damn it. I stopped turning. "Can everyone see both of my legs?" I asked as I squared myself back toward the audience. A few murmurs went up in response. "Well, can you?"
"Yes,"
they answered in unison. "How about you, spoiler guy?" I asked Troy. "Yeah," he said, still trying to affect a seen-it-all expression, but he straightened slightly with interest. "All right, watch very closely." Feeling pressured to up my game, by a group of kids no less, I decided that one teensy-weensy invocation wouldn't hurt. "Protezione," I whispered. In a crackle of energy, the air under my feet hardened. I grew it upward so that, inch by teetering inch, it gave the impression that I was floating. By the time I was a half-foot off the floor, my audience had lost its collective mind. They were all shouting at once, but while some pressed forward for a closer look, the rest were scrambling back in exhilarated fright. Troy was among the second group. I dropped down and pretended to stagger with exhaustion.
"Do it again," they cried. "One more time, one more time."
"I'm afraid that took all my energy," I said, "but if you work hard this afternoon, I'll attempt it again before I leave." When the kids saw I wasn't going to budge, they returned to their seats and started into their homework. A strange satisfaction moved through me as I looked over the room. I had never worked with kids before, and after the rocky start, I'd never planned on doing so again. But I actually enjoyed that. Kayla rushed up and patted my back. "You're a natural." "Well, it is in my blood," I said modestly. "Who's he?" I nodded at a young boy in the back, no more than 7 or 8. He wore a green cape he must have picked up in the store. Throughout my act, he'd remained hunched over a piece of paper, working obsessively. He hadn't looked up once, not even when his peers went screaming and scrambling past him. "Oliver Johnson. He's actually who I wanted you to see." I looked from the boy back to her. "The case involves a child?" She nodded solemnly, moisture already standing in her eyes. "I think there's a monster in his closet." Chapter 3. A monster, I repeated. My knee-jerk skepticism went back to our first encounter a few years earlier when Kayla and her friends believed they were calling up a benign nature spirit and ended up with a giant acid-spewing slug. I'd lost my right earlobe banishing the thing, but because Kayla had been right about the strange doings at her father's construction site last month, I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. "How about talking me through why you think there's a monster in his closet?"
"Oliver hasn't always been like this," she said. "He started coming here last year for help with his reading. I wasn't volunteering then, but the others say he was sociable in a sweet and gentle way, always smiling, and he loved the volunteers. Now he does this every day, comes in, goes straight to the back, draws by himself, and then leaves with his mother. He won't talk to anyone."
As we watched him, Oliver hunched further over his project, lips compressed in a frown. "There could be a medical reason," I suggested.
"He's being treated for slow onset autism, but I don't buy it. I did a remote auric reading on him." Here we go, I thought. "His etheric layer is fine. That's the one that mirrors the physical, but his emotional layer is distressing. It's too thin, and the colors are infused with a dull grayness, like he's aged 80 years. Not only that, the frequency feels really off to me."
As she spoke, I tuned into my wizard's senses. As if the lights had been cut, the room dimmed and astral energies bloomed into view, including the pulsating auras of the 20 kids. They were colorful and vibrant, all except for Oliver's. Thin wasn't a bad way to describe it. I mentally added scraped and worn. "It is off," I agreed as the room returned to view. "But going from his aura looks different to there's a monster in his closet is a pretty sizable leap. Is that something he told you?"
"Not in so many words."
My skepticism knee-jerked again. "All right, let's hear it."
"That boy you were joking with earlier?"
"Joking with?" I looked around until I realized she meant Fade Cut. He was presently kicking the kid opposite him under the table. "Oh, him."
"Troy has a wonderful life-affirming energy, but it can make him a little rowdy. Anyway, last week he asked to see what Oliver was drawing. When Oliver wouldn't show him, Troy took the drawing. Poor little Oliver let out the most piercing scream I'd ever heard. I think it even scared Troy. I quickly recovered the drawing, making a point of not looking at it. I wanted to honor Oliver's private creation, but when I handed it back to him, I happened to catch what looked like a creature coming out of a closet and a little boy in his bed."
Tears returned to her eyes.
"I think the drawings are Oliver's way of coping with something he knows no one will believe."
Though she hadn't made a particularly strong case, I nodded sympathetically. The boy was clearly dealing with something for him to have changed so suddenly, even if it wasn't supernatural. "Did anything notable happen around the time he changed?" I asked.
"That was when his mother took custody of him, according to Clark. She was really young when she gave birth to him, and she was having personal problems. She spent time in a rehab center. Oliver stayed with his grandparents until she'd fulfilled all the conditions of the court, which she did this summer."
"So he'd never lived with her before?"
"I don't believe so, and she just moved into her own place."
I made a mental note of that, but this was a tricky situation. I couldn't very well show up, tell his mother that we suspected something was haunting his bedroom, and start nosing around. For all I knew, his medical diagnosis explained everything, and he just liked to draw scenes from scary movies. When my silence stretched out, Kayla asked,
"Can you do anything?"
"Not without knowing more. Are you sure he won't talk to anyone?"
"We've all tried," she sighed. "I even brought in a homemade puppet. He just gets agitated."
"And he won't show his pictures to anyone?" I squinted at the folder beside his elbow, thick with what I assumed were his drawings. A pattern of orange cats adorned the folder's cover. The backpack, leaning against the legs of his chair, had a similar theme going. "Is that Garfield?" I asked.
"It's his favorite cartoon character. That's why he wears the cape. Something to do with a movie Garfield was in?"
I noticed the large G stitched on the back of the cape. The kid was a superfan. "How much longer will Oliver be here?" I asked, cogs turning in my head.
"A couple more hours. Why?"
"What if I told you my cat could talk?" I said it quietly and watched for her reaction, but she only nodded.
"Yeah, I know."
"What?"
"I heard her this morning."
"And you didn't say anything?"
"It sounded like she was in a bad mood."
I barked a laugh. "Not to her, to me. Weren't you floored, or at least curious?"
"You're a wizard?"
"And?"
"Well, I just assumed talking cats were standard in your world."
I could only smile and shake my head. Kayla never ceased to surprise me. She returned her attention to Oliver.
"I think I see where you're going with this," she said. "Will your cat cooperate?"
"Absolutely not," Tabitha said. "Hey, last month I gave you a choice," I said. "Either help me on cases like these or patrol the outside ledge. And since you haven't been outside, despite the expensive cat door I installed, that leaves helping me."
"Well, you didn't say anything about being a comfort animal for a child."
"You're not going to be his comfort animal," I said through gritted teeth. "We just need you to coax him into showing you his drawings." Kayla had volunteered to come back to my apartment with me, but I knew Tabitha was going to be difficult enough without an audience.
"Coax?" Tabitha repeated. "Do I look like a coaxer to you?"
Maybe not, but she bore enough of a resemblance to Oliver's favorite cartoon character that her presence alone, and maybe a few sarcastic utterances, might do the trick. I didn't risk telling her that part, though. "The room is air-conditioned," I said in a sing-song voice. "Ice cold." Tabitha stopped fussing around on her divan long enough to stare at me with hooded lids.
"Sure, darling, for the 20 minutes I'll be there. But that bit of teasing will only heighten my suffering back home. Plus, I was just beginning to enjoy your absence, only for you to show back up, panting like a dog."
I decided to play my ace. "You know, Nick's seafood is on the way home." Before she could catch it with her tongue, a droplet of saliva spread across the hairs of her lower lip.
"Nick's seafood, you say?"
"And I hear their swordfish is to die for." Chapter 4. Kayla was waiting when I returned through the secret passageway at the superhero depot, carrying Tabitha's pet carrier.
"You only have about 10 minutes,
she whispered. Tabitha was to thank for that. Despite finally agreeing to come, she made sure that the preparations to leave took twice as long as they needed to, forcing me to splurge on a cab. Only half the kids remained in the tutoring center now, but Oliver was among them, alone at his seat in back. Okay, I said, moving the pet carrier to my other side to shield Tabitha from the room's view. "We're going now." I was halfway to Oliver when Troy looked over. He was still here as well, unfortunately. "Is that a cat?" he asked, loudly. "It is, but she's asleep, so—" I tapped a finger to my lips. "No, she's not. I can see her eyes. Man, that thing is fat." Inside the carrier, Tabitha spat out several four-letter words. "Troy," one of the volunteers said, "come back and finish your reading." I just want to take a look. He got up, arced his back to escape the volunteer's grasping hand, and hustled over. Can I feel how much she weighs? Before I could answer, he'd pried my fingers from the handle and commandeered the carrier. He hefted it up and down a few times, sending Tabitha from one end of the container to the other. Holy crap, he marveled.
Put me down, you cretin, she hissed.
By this time, the remaining kids had started crowding in, their commotion drowning her out. I warned them they were jeopardizing their chance to see another magic trick, but they were too engrossed in my overweight cat to care. Frustrated, I lunged to reclaim her carrier, but someone else beat me to it. Oliver. With a determined look, the small boy seized the container and swung it out of Troy's reach. When Troy moved in, Oliver hunkered over it protectively. A volunteer intercepted Troy and escorted him back to his chair, while the remaining volunteers dispersed the crowd. Oliver placed the carrier carefully on the seat beside him and returned to his work. I started over to join them, but Kayla's hands wrapped my arm.
Let's see what happens, she whispered.
Not a good idea. Tabitha's a succubus. She consumes souls.
But if we go over there, he'll get agitated.
Did you miss the consumes souls part? Through the mesh door, Tabitha's eyes narrowed at me in a murderous stare. Despite my warning, I couldn't quite allow myself to believe she'd hurt a child. I motioned for her to start coaxing. When she remained glaring at me, I mimed enjoying a delicious meal at Nick's Seafood. She rolled her eyes and muttered something. Oliver stopped drawing and looked at her. Tabitha said something else. Kayla's grip on my arm tightened. Oliver glanced around, ensuring they were alone, then held his picture up to the door of her carrier.
It's working,
Kayla whispered excitedly. Oliver, what are you doing? A voice snapped. I turned to find a young woman in a jean jacket emerging from the passageway. The beaded ends of her cornrows clacked together as she paced authoritatively toward Oliver. Though she looked to be in her 20s, she wore the severe expression of someone much older.
His mother, Kayla whispered to me. Janelle.
Oliver straightened from Tabitha's carrier and hurriedly placed his drawing in his folder, which he slid into his backpack. His mother wasn't interested in the drawing. She peered into the carrier, then straightened and looked around, eyes sharp with challenge.
Who placed a live cat beside my son?
I raised a hand. Oh, she's mine. His mother squinted at me.
I've never seen you here before. And you are?
Everson. I just brought her for the kids to visit with, and Oliver really seemed to like her, so I thought that would please her, but she crossed her arms and gave me a look that suggested she wanted to break my ribs.
Well, Everson, did it ever occur to you that my son might be allergic to cats?
No, actually. Is he? She ignored my question and took her son's hand.
Let's go, Ollie.
As she led him past us, a little aggressively, I thought, she stared at me.
Ask next time.
I looked down at Oliver. Not only did he show no signs of an allergic response, but he was peering back at Tabitha's pet carrier longingly. Will do, I told her. Have a great day. Oliver's mother nodded at Kayla, who returned one of her beatific smiles. When they'd left, Kayla patted my arm.
After everything she had to go through to get Oliver back, Janelle's a little protective of him.
You think? I breathed.
Let's see what he showed Tabitha.
I caught her arm before she could rush over. A couple ground rules. First, don't come off as desperate. That will only stoke her urge to withhold info. And second, who was I kidding? Instructing someone on how to deal with Tabitha would require an entire manual. Why don't you just let me take lead? Kayla nodded as I sidled past her. So, I asked Tabitha casually, how did it go?
We had a fascinating session of show and tell, but it's going to take a little fish oil to loosen this tongue. I believe a meal at Nick's Seafood was promised me.
Beyond the mesh door, Tabitha issued a biting smile.
How much longer?
Kayla whispered. We'd been standing in my kitchen for the last half hour, peeking over our coffee mugs at Tabitha. After breaking my wallet at Nick's, she'd had the gall to tell us she needed time to digest before she could divulge anything. Now she was back to making a show of getting comfortable on the divan.
Give her another couple minutes,
I whispered back. One advantage of Tabitha's weight was that she usually tired of lording over information sooner rather than later. When she collapsed down with a disconsolate sigh, I nodded at Kayla that it was safe. We moseyed over and took a seat on the couch. Above her closed eyes, Tabitha's ears flattened in irritation.
"Can't I take a nap first?"
"No," I said. "A deal's a deal." When her eyes remained closed, I resorted to subtle threats. "I'd be happy to prepare a tickle potion to wake you up, but those can take days to burn off. Or you can talk to us now and sleep for as long as you want. Your choice." She squinted an eye open at Kayla.
"Do you see the tortures he puts me through?"
Kayla wisely remained silent, returning a sympathetic smile. With a groan, Tabitha pushed herself up to her front paws and glowered at me.
"What do you want to know?"
"Everything," I said, "from the moment Oliver placed you beside him to when he left."
"I started off by telling him that if he ever handled my carrier like that again, I'd claw him a new face."
"You said that to Oliver?" Kayla asked wordedly.
"Try stuffing yourself into a dryer and setting it to tumble. Maybe you'll understand what getting swung around in a carrier feels like."
Kayla nodded.
"You're right. I'm sorry for challenging your truth."
Tabitha regarded her suspiciously. When she understood Kayla wasn't being a smartass, like me, she said,
"Well, you needn't worry because he didn't hear me, but then he had the audacity to point from the cat on his folder to my face, as if I look anything like that pot-bellied waste of ink. The boy is talented, though. I'll allow him that. Not that he'll ever be mistaken for a Renaissance master. Speaking of which, did I ever tell you about the time I nearly seduced El Greco?"
"You're talking about Oliver's drawing, right?" I cut in. "What was it of?"
"I don't know," she snapped at my redirection. "A woman standing in his closet?"
Kayla and I were sitting close enough together that she clutched my arm. "What did she look like?" I asked. Tabitha shrugged and began licking her shoulder to further demonstrate her annoyance with me. "Good looking?" I asked, hoping to prod her competitive instincts. It worked.
"God, no. She was old and bent with awful hair falling all over her face. And the rags. I can't believe anyone with an ounce of self-respect would go out into the world looking like that."
"Prominent features?" I pressed.
"Being hideous isn't prominent enough?"
"Other than that," I said thinly.
"The horn in her forehead was a little off-center."
"A horn?" I repeated. "It didn't occur to you to lead with that?"
"I'm a succubus once removed from a demon. Horns aren't exactly unusual in my part of town."
It all made sense now. The changes that had come over Oliver, the wasted state of his aura, his obsessive drawing.
"Damn it,"
I muttered. "He's being preyed on by a Babaroga."
"What's that?" Kayla asked. "What does it mean?"
"It means I need to get into his house. Tonight." Chapter 5. While I stood working on a stealth potion at my iron table, Kayla sat lotus-style on the floor of my library/lab, studying a thick tome of myths.
"A wicked creature of Slavic folklore," she read in a murmur. "Hunched back, elderly, wields a sharp horn that grows from her forehead."
She looked up.
"It is her."
"That's how the name translates," I said, stirring the steaming potion slowly. Baba means old woman, and Roga, horn.
"There are stories of her stalking villages at night in search of naughty children," Kayla said. "She'd steal them from their beds, stuff them in a sack, and carry them to a cave to devour them. That's horrifying."
"That's sort of the point. Baba Roga started out as a story parents told their kids to scare them into behaving. When enough kids bought in, the collective belief manifested her. But this one doesn't appear to be feeding on Oliver physically. It's doing so psychically, which can be just as dangerous."
"How did this one end up in New York, though?"
"Probably through an artifact. Eastern Europeans have been immigrating to the city for over 200 years. One must have brought something to which a Babaroga's energy had attached itself. The artifact remained dormant until it was in the proximity of a sleeping child. Oliver, in this case.
Do you think there have been other children?
Can't rule it out. I adjusted the heat lower on the portable burner. But the Babaroga seems to be taking her time in Oliver's case, and not because she's savoring the meal. I think it's because she's been dormant. If she'd had victims prior to Oliver, I'd expect her to be stronger. When did you say he moved in with his mom?
This past summer. That was when the changes started.
Yeah, that's a long time for a Babaroga attack. We may have lucked out. Still, the creature's entire reason for existing is to devour children, and judging from Oliver's aura, she doesn't have much longer to get there. Kayla set the book aside.
What's the plan?
This potion I'm brewing will get me into his building unseen. Once there, I pull a fire alarm, wait for Oliver and his mother to evacuate their unit, then slip inside. When I find the artifact, I'll pack it in salt and bring it back here to burn. If the stored energy is as weak as it's acting, it should disperse pretty easily.
And that will restore Oliver?
I nodded. Children's auras are blessedly resilient. Grateful tears shone beyond her glasses, and she smiled. I gave my potion a final stir and tapped the wooden spoon against the pot, smiling myself. I'd never used my magic to help a child before, and it felt good. Wholesome.
Aren't you worried about the fire alarm, though?
She asked. In what way?
Well, what happens if the firefighters get there before you leave?
Not likely. Did you see the article in the Gazette last week? The budget cuts to the fire department have been so severe that one of the engine companies had its truck repossessed for non-payment. I shouldn't laugh, but the point is they're barely operational these days. I'll be long gone before they respond. She pushed herself to her feet.
What can I do?
I felt my smile tighten. This was going to be a one-wizard operation, and I didn't want someone with delusions of innate magic getting in the way. I struggled for how to respond until I remembered our conversation on the ride to Brooklyn. You talked about carnelian crystals earlier and their power to amplify intentions. I felt guilty for dangling something that would do absolutely nothing, but Kayla was already nodding.
The carnelian's particular design allows energy to pass in easily, but once there, it becomes trapped. The confined energy bounces from wall to wall, vibrating at higher and higher frequencies so that by the time it achieves the escape threshold, the intentions someone binds to it are that much more potent.
I affected an expression of interest.
I'll perform an actualization ceremony for a successful outcome, she decided. I'll time it to align with when you'll be in the building.
Great. Speaking of the building, do you have an address for me? She retrieved a folded piece of paper from her hemp bag and handed it over.
It's a government-subsidized apartment in Prospect Heights. I retrieved the address at the behest of my intuition. The student forms are in Clark's office, so I had to be a little crafty. He's weird about that stuff.
Is something going on with you guys? She stared at me, unblinking.
Why do you ask?
I thought I picked up some tension between you earlier.
We were in love once.
You and Clark?
What's so odd about that?
No, I stammered. It's just not something I would have pictured. I mean, not that I was picturing anything.
You think I'm too freakish for him?
Look, it's really none of my business.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
A shadow seemed to pass over her face.
I should start cleaning the crystal for tonight's ceremony.
She climbed down the ladder from my lab. I was about to thank her, but it felt disingenuous, and something told me she knew I was only humoring her. I'll call you when it's done, I said, but she didn't answer. Chapter 6. I was relieved to find that the address wasn't a massive tower like some of the city's other projects, but a crumbling 4-story row house. Except for an old man pushing a tarp-covered cart down the block, the streets were empty, the coming darkness appearing to have driven everyone indoors. I'd downed my stealth potion in the cab a few blocks back, and it was already starting to take tingling effect. Cinching my coat, I arrived at the building's front gate to find it ajar. At the building's main doors, I wasn't so lucky. Closed and locked. I was armed with dragon sand, but I didn't want to compromise the families inside by destroying the lock. Instead, I eyed the panel of buzzers, family names rendered on plastic labels that had either faded or fallen off. Before I could press a random button, the door shot open and 2 young men emerged. I stumbled back. They strode past me, joking and shoving one another, not so much as glancing over. My potion was nearing full strength. I recovered in time to slide a foot into the closing doorway and slip inside. In the dingy lobby, caged bulbs blinked overhead. The elevator door was taped over with a giant X, suggesting it was out of order. I took the graffiti-tagged stairwell to the top floor, where I spotted Oliver's unit and a faded red fire alarm on the wall. Opening its cracked plexiglass housing, I took a steadying breath. Let's hope this thing still works, and pulled the tab. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a white light began to strobe, sending out a series of piercing blats. Before long, the door across from Oliver's apartment opened and a woman's head appeared. A second door opened farther down the hall, and another woman peered out. "Smell any smoke, Wanda?" she asked. "Not a whiff. Damn system's acting up again. At least it's not at 3 in the morning like last time." "Yeah, but it might take until 3 for them to turn it off." I hadn't counted on the residents having suffered enough false alarms to ignore this one. Swearing, I dug out my vial of dragon sand and tossed several granules in front of a nearby utility closet. Backing away, I whispered, "Fuoco." The granules erupted into columns of flames. Wanda, who'd begun to close her door, stopped and stared. "Fire!" she screamed. Her neighbor's head reappeared, the sudden manifestation of flames sending her eyes wide too. The two women ducked back inside long enough to summon their families, who emerged in a multi-generational stampede toward the staircase. Wanda went door to door, slapping them with her palm. "A for real fire!" she shouted. "A for real fire!" Oliver's mother led her son out of Unit 402B by the wrist. As the door closed behind them, I summoned a sheet of hardened air between the latch assembly and door frame to keep it from locking. As they hurried past, Oliver, who was still wearing his cape from that afternoon, turned toward me. I was pressed to the wall and still concealed by the stealth potion, but for a moment I could have sworn his gaze found mine through the smoke. He then disappeared into the stairwell behind his mother. "Protezione!" I called, covering the flames with a dome of hardened air. Deprived of oxygen, the spreading flames dwindled until they were dispersions of smoke. With the floor cleared, I darted into 402B and closed the door behind me. The unit was small, plain, and neat. I could see Janelle's efforts to cover the worst of the cracks in the walls with framed pictures and carpet stains with cheap furniture accents. The warm smells from the kitchen suggested I'd caught her preparing dinner. Drawing my cane into sword and staff, I made my way into Oliver's room, the one with the Garfield bedspread, and looked around. His room was simple, like the rest of the unit, with a small desk and shelves for his books and toys. Beside the head of his bed was a closed closet door. Home of the Barbaroga? Remaining back a safe distance, I slid the door open with a force invocation. Small shirts and pants hung from hangers, while shoes lined the floor. There was barely enough space for his clothes, much less a resident monster, but I knew better. The room dimmed as I switched to my wizard's senses, and astral energies pulsed into view. Their colors spanned the spectrum, but like Oliver's aura, they were worn and faded, as though the Barbaroga had leached the life from them too. On the left side of the closet, I honed in on a beating knot of gray energy. With each pulse, frazzled tendrils expanded and contracted. I'd never felt a Barbaroga's essence before, but I knew I'd just found it. The source was inside a plastic toy bin. I approached cautiously until I was standing over it. As the last vestiges of the astral realm faded from my vision, I expected to find myself looking down at an old artifact, but it was a brass-colored button, like the kind you'd pin to a shirt. I removed it from the bin and turned it around. It depicted an etched face, but not a Barbaroga's. It was Garfield the cat. What in the... I brought the button to my nose and sniffed. The metal was tarnished, but it smelled of copper, a prime storage medium for energy. But how had it come to contain a Barbaroga's essence? I would figure that out back at my place. I was digging for my salt bag when pounding shook the apartment door. "Fire department!" a man shouted. "Is anyone inside? Are you freaking kidding me?" As the blatting alarm cut off, I recalled my disregard for Kayla's concern about them showing up, and immediately felt like an ass. The firefighter moved off and began pounding the next door down. All right, I thought at the copper button. Let's get you into the salt and... Ow! Something pierced my palm and I dropped the button. In the web of my hand, blood welled from what looked like a jagged row of teeth marks. On the floor, thick shadows spread from the fallen button like ink. When they began to morph into a shape, I half expected a chunky cat, but it was a woman. A stooped, rag-covered woman with points of eyeshine glinting from tangled hair. The Barbaroga. As I fumbled to reclaim my sword from my staff hand, the salt from my bag spilled all over the floor. The apparition cackled madly and lunged toward me. Chapter 7. With a grunt, I swung my staff at the incoming apparition. Respingere! Light gathered around the opal inset in the wood and detonated as a flash of force. Furniture toppled and framed pictures crashed from the walls, but the haphazard force also caught the Barbaroga's apparition. As her shadowy form spun away, I set my feet and pulled my thoughts together. She's a specter, meaning susceptible to salt. All of the salt that had been in my bag was now scattered across the floor, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I just needed to trap her in a column of hardened air and then whip up the spilled salt to scatter her into history. I had barely completed the thought before she shot toward me again. Damn it. Staggering into a backpedal, I drove my sword forward. The blade disappeared through her gut, but it was like impaling smoke. I tripped over a fallen chair and landed hard on my back. The Barbaroga's shadow leered over me, gnarled hands grasping the sides of my head. I heard more than saw her wet mouth open. A smell like spoiled meat in a dumpster hit me full in the face. Devour! I gagged. Energy surged through my mental prism, shook down the length of my arm, up my sword, and out the apparition. A burst of hot, foul smoke washed over me. I lay there for a moment, talking down the bile, trying to climb my throat while making certain she was really gone. Finally, I stood and peered through the haze. No more Barbaroga, not even in my wizard's vision. I spotted the copper button where I dropped it. Garfield's face smirked up at me. Apart from a scum-like residue of gray energy, the button was clean too. I would still need to burn it back at my place. Retrieving the button, I began gathering the spilled salt into a pile when I caught voices outside the door. "You sure someone's in there?" "Yeah, I just heard a bunch of commotion," another voice answered. "Whoever's inside, you need to evacuate the building. The fire's out, but you're at risk of smoke inhalation." Great. The firefighters were back. As pounding shook the door, I shoved the pile of salt back into the bag and buried the copper button inside. "Break it down," one of them said. I'd been planning to straighten up the place before leaving, but there was no time. I opened the back window, fumbled with a latch for the security bars, and stretched a leg out onto the fire escape. Behind me, the door splintered and slammed open. A pair of firefighters lunged through the lingering smoke. "Hey!" one of them shouted. "Who are you?" the other one called. "What are you doing?" All of my casting had burned through my stealth potion, and I was in plain view. I pulled the security bars closed behind me, uttered a locking spell, and began scrambling down the metal steps. The firefighters arrived at the window a moment later. They shook the bars, but couldn't get them to open. "Stop!" one shouted. I heard the other one speaking urgently into a radio. It suddenly occurred to me that fire wouldn't be here without a police escort, which meant I really needed to book it. The rickety escape rattled underfoot and whined against its bolts. At the second floor, the escape ended, its extendable ladder missing. Panting, I downed another stealth potion. Now I just needed a couple minutes for it to take effect. I climbed over the rail, dangled from one arm, and dropped into the littered alleyway below. At the same moment, a police cruiser swung into the alley's far end. Shit. Since becoming a wizard, I'd managed to stay off the NYPD's radar. My mentor warned me to keep it that way. "After all, what good is a jailed wizard?" he would ask in his Irish brogue. Not that I needed the reminding. My very tenuous teaching gig at Midtown College was reason enough. An arrest would give my department chair and adversary, Professor Snodgrass, all the reason he needed to can me. As the cruiser came closer, I searched for refuge. There. I crawled over to where someone had dumped an old recliner. It was angled against the wall, and I crouched inside the growing shadow being cast from the oncoming headlights. The cruiser skidded to a stop a few yards short of my hiding place. Doors opened and slammed shut. Footfalls approached. "Oscarare," I whispered. The invocation thickened the shadows around me. "Did you see which way he went?" an approaching female officer asked. I thought she was asking her partner, which would have indicated they'd spotted me, but a firefighter responded through her radio. "I lost sight of him when he dropped a few seconds ago. Couldn't have gone far." Flashlight beams appeared. One sliced past me and panned the back of the building beneath the fire escape. The freshly downed stealth potion tingled inside me, but had yet to spread through my system. Come on, damn it, I thought at the potion, willing it to take faster effect. A flashlight beam haloed my recliner. A moment later, the female officer drew even with me, but she'd swung the beam back out ahead of her. I squinted at her uniformed silhouette, dreading the moment she would pivot toward me. At her back, her partner's radio squawked with police jargon. "Shit, it's a 187 a few blocks away," he said, already retreating. "We've got to take it." She hesitated, panning the remaining length of alleyway. "Come on, Vega," he called. A white flare blinded me. The beam had hit my face. I awaited the inevitable command to show my hands, but it never came. The officer hadn't been tracking the beam, apparently, because her footsteps fell in behind her partner's. Only when the doors slammed shut and the police cruiser reversed did I release my breath. My knees jittered as I straightened. With the stealth potion finally taking effect, I watched until the cruiser disappeared. Almost had me there, I thought at the mystery officer. Almost. Chapter 8.
If you're trying to creep me out, you're succeeding.
I stirred in my reading chair. Off to my right, Tabitha's green eyes glowed from her divan.
You've been staring at nothing for the past hour.
Had it really been an hour? I checked my watch. Just thinking,
well, I'm only now achieving something resembling comfort, and you're threatening everything I've worked for.
Wouldn't want that, I muttered, stretching my arms overhead. After the close call at the housing project, I'd made my way to the nearest subway. Back home, I wasted no time liquefying the copper and expunging the last of the Barbaroga's residue. But had I really expunged her? From a Garfield button? That easily? Those were the questions I'd been mulling for the last hour. I stood and began working the stiffness from my legs.
"What's that vile smell?"
Tabitha demanded, wrinkling her nose. I sniffed my shirt collar. "Oh, when I dispersed the Barbaroga, her smoke got all over me."
"That horrid woman in the boy's picture? Good riddance. Not that the boy was much better. I can't believe you allowed those little nitwits to manhandle me, as if I were a common plaything. Sometimes I wonder if death by decapitation wouldn't have been a more dignified existence to this one."
"Starvation works, too," I suggested. The phone on the kitchen counter rang, interrupting our verbal sparring. "Hello?" I answered.
"How did everything go?"
Kayla asked. "Given the neighborhood, about as well as could be expected." I proceeded to tell her what had happened, leaving out the firefighter and police parts. Some juvenile part of me didn't want to admit I'd been wrong. "I dispersed the Barbaroga's energy and melted the button," I finished. "But I'm still puzzling over how the energy came to inhabit the button in the first place."
"Could it have transferred there from a more potent source?"
It was a good question and something I'd been considering. Possibly, but it's not in Oliver's apartment.
"Which means he's safe now?"
"I'd like to think so, but something's still bugging me."
"Your intuition," she said knowingly. "It does that to me, too."
She hadn't brought up her crystal ceremony yet. Before she could, I came to a decision. Remember how I told you that once the Barbaroga's energy was banished, Oliver would begin recovering? I think that's going to be our best metric for how tonight went, seeing how he looks tomorrow.
"I'm on the volunteer schedule. I'll do an astral reading."
Maybe I should be there too. If his energy isn't rebounding, I want to look at his other drawings. Could be a clue in there.
"We'll need your cat for that. Will she be game?"
Throughout the conversation, I'd been watching Tabitha in my peripheral vision. After 2 years, I'd come to learn her various looks and postures well enough to recognize her veiled show of interest. As much as she complained about the kids, she'd savored the attention, especially Oliver's. I just couldn't let Tabitha know that I knew. "I don't think that's going to be a problem," I replied.
Hey, I'm sorry for earlier.
"Huh?"
My reaction when you asked about Clark.
I'd almost forgotten the frosty state in which she'd left my apartment. "No worries. My fault for prying."
He didn't take me seriously. That's why we broke up.
"Oh, I'm sorry."
I know I'm different, and I know I say odd things, and I know you don't always agree with me, but at least you listen.
A wave of guilt hit me for the times I'd written her off, if not to her face, then in my mind. "Well, you were right about your dad," I said, "and Oliver, and I'm a better wizard for having listened."
My dad's alive because you listened.
The appreciation in her voice bordered on intimate. This was getting intense. I cleared my throat. "So, I'll meet you at the Superhero Depot tomorrow at 4?
It's a date.
Tabitha went through the motions of being difficult the following afternoon before agreeing to return to the Superhero Depot. That didn't stop her from grumbling the entire way, though. She had to keep up appearances. As we neared the store, I spotted Kayla out front, her upper body thrust toward Clark, whose hands were raised defensively. I picked up my pace.
It's because of you,
Kayla shouted in his face. "I did what I had to, what I'm required to do by law."
You screwed up everything she worked for.
"Whoa, whoa, whoa," I said as I arrived. "What's going on?" When Kayla wheeled toward me, tears streaked her thick eyeliner.
Oliver's been taken from his mother.
"What? Why?"
Ask him,
she shouted. Clark blinked indignantly as he moved away from her. He'd replaced the shirt-busting look from yesterday with a cape and shiny red boots. "When Oliver came in earlier, he had scratches on his neck. I called the police, as I'm required to by law, and he was removed from his mother's custody." "Maybe the scratches happened at school," I said. "Oliver's mother claimed he inflicted them on himself." He gave me a tired look that said, "Come on, we all know what's going on here." Kayla caught the look too, and her small hands clenched into fists.
Janelle had nothing to do with it, she insisted. I told you something was feeding on him.
"Well, I can't run a non-profit on your mystical visions," he said, making woo-woo motions with his fingers. "She might be right," I said. Clark snorted. "What do you mean, she might be right?" Turning away from them, I lifted Tabitha's carrier to my face. "In the drawing Oliver showed you yesterday," I whispered, "where was the closet in relation to the bed?" The worry in my voice must have stoked her own concern because in a Tabitha first, she didn't play hard to get with her answer.
Across from the foot of his bed. Is that a problem?
"Crap," I spat.
What?
Kayla pulled me back around to face her. "He hasn't been drawing the bedroom at his mother's place. That closet is beside the head of his bed." "How would you know that?" Clark demanded. I ignored his question. "In his drawing, the closet is opposite the foot of his bed." Kayla's eyes widened in understanding. We turned to Clark at the same time and asked, "Is he with his grandparents?" I don't know," he stammered at the joint show of force. "I assume so."
We need the contact info, Kayla said.
"I don't have it anymore, and if I did, I couldn't just give it to you." "Then we need to contact his mother," I said to Kayla. Clark's role in this was done as far as I was concerned.
I tried, Kayla said. She's not answering her phone.
"Then we need to go to her place."
Agreed.
"Hey, wait a minute." Clark seized my arm. "I can't just let you go over there." "Move your hand, shiny boots," I growled, "or lose it. This is a matter of a boy's life." Ley energy stormed around me, batting my coat and his cape. Uncertainty grew in his blue eyes. He felt the energy, too. He looked to Kayla, but she only stared back with the same defiance I felt in my own eyes. Clark released me and backed up against his store. "We'll take a cab," I said to Kayla as we started down the street. Finding his voice, Clark shouted after me, "Who are you?"
A real superhero,
Kayla shot back. Chapter 9.
She must be out, Kayla said after mashing the buzzer for Oliver's unit a fourth time. Do you have any spells for finding him?
Not without something belonging to him, I replied. And the only thing I'd had was the copper button, melted now and purged of all residues, including his. I peered up at the 4-story housing project, then along the decaying street. It had taken an hour to find a cab willing to drive us into this neighborhood, only to arrive at a dead end. Unless... Will you be all right if I leave Tabitha here for a couple minutes?
Where are you going? Kayla asked. Is no one going to consult me? Tabitha pouted. Or am I just chattel?
There's a fire escape around back, I said, setting down her pet carrier on a step. I can use it to get into the unit and grab something of Oliver's. A hunting spell will lead us right to him. I didn't say it, but if the original artifact was at his grandparents' place, I doubted Oliver would survive the night. Kayla, who may have been thinking the same, nodded gravely.
Only if you're okay with that. Well, don't expect me to carry on a conversation while he's gone, Tabitha interjected.
I'll be quick, I assured Kayla. The back alley was less sinister in the light of day. More importantly, it was devoid of people because I hadn't prepared more stealth potion. No time. I dragged the recliner that had concealed me the night before under the fire escape and climbed onto the armrests, but I was still well shy of the platform. Aiming my cane at the ground, I uttered, "Vigore!" The force blast sent me into the underside of the platform. It was a wonder I didn't break my neck, and even more of one that I managed to grasp a rusty rail. Swearing, I pulled myself over and scampered up the steps, basically last night's escape in reverse. At the window, I unlatched the security gate with another invocation and drew the window open. I listened a moment before stepping in. The apartment had been straightened since my tussle last night with the Barbaroga. I thought of Oliver's mother, someone who had overcome significant odds to create a stable, caring environment for her son, only to have him taken from her again. I forced down the sentiment, needing to focus on the task at hand. I was almost to Oliver's room when the floor creaked behind me. "Freeze," a woman ordered. I wheeled to find Oliver's mother standing in her bedroom door, glaring at me over twin shotgun barrels. "Wait, let me explain," I stammered. "Down on the ground? This isn't what it looks—" Blam! The blast slammed into my shield of hardened air, spilling sparks and knocking me back. A second shot followed, this time blowing sparks across my face. As the shield wobbled, I dropped to a knee. When Janelle saw I wasn't hurt, she angled her head above her smoking weapon. "Are you some kind of demon?" No, I rasped, showing a hand. "Just someone who wants to help." "You're the guy who was at the tutoring center yesterday, the one with the cat." "I'm a friend of Kayla's," I said hurriedly, remembering the pleasantness she'd shown her. "She's the one who's been buzzing you. It's about your son." When Janelle fell silent, she appeared to be deciding whether to believe me or unload another blast. I winced in anticipation of the latter, but she sidestepped to the front door and pressed a button on the intercom. "Kayla?" she asked. "You out there?" When no response came, her eyes narrowed at me. "I'm here," a breathless voice crackled through the speaker. "It's Kayla." "Thank God," I sighed. "What the hell's going on?" Janelle asked her. "And who's this fool in my living room?" "Don't hurt him, he's a friend. We know you didn't harm Oliver. Can we sit down and talk?" Janelle hesitated, then pushed the button to let Kayla in the building. "I want to phrase this in the most respectful way possible," Kayla said. "I'm worried your weapon is impeding the potential for positive communication." We were seated in the living room, Kayla and I crammed together on a cheap love seat, Tabitha's carrier wedged beside me. Oliver's mother faced us from a rattan chair, the shotgun perched across her knees. When she replied to Kayla, it was in a voice that was dangerously calm. "I haven't had a very good day, honey, and the place where you work had a lot to do with that. Finding your friend creeping toward my little boy's room in a trench coat hasn't improved things, so excuse me for not caring about your feelings toward my weapon. In fact, you have about 2 minutes to start making sense." Kayla nodded for me to begin, to which I raised my eyebrows. "Are you sure?"
When in doubt, let the truth flow from your lips, she counseled as if quoting a New Age maxim. Like wind, whispering wisdom through the ages. Kill me now, Tabitha muttered from the carrier. I blew out my breath. I would be confessing to arson, theft, and 2 counts of breaking and entering, but Janelle was our only lead to her son, and the clock was ticking. I studied my clasped hands and began. Yesterday, Kayla asked me to take a look at Oliver. She was concerned about his health. I'm a professor of mythology, but I also dabble in magic. I help people with supernatural afflictions. Sure enough, his aura was depleted in a way it shouldn't have been. Not for someone his age. I couldn't imagine how Janelle was looking at me, and didn't want to. I forged on. He was also drawing pictures of a creature in his closet, a horned hag. There's a name for her, a Babaroga, and she was feeding on his life force. Believing her essence was stored in an object, I came here last night, pulled the building's alarm to get you and your son out of the unit, and searched Oliver's room. Janelle grunted knowingly. I destroyed the object, a copper button, but it only held some of the Babaroga's essence. The lion's share is in the original artifact, which I believe is at his grandparents' place. The rest is in Oliver himself. Only a little, I hastened to add, recalling the way he'd looked at me last night when he and his mother were evacuating. But enough that the Babaroga could compel him to scratch himself so he'd be sent back to his grandparents and the original artifact. Just now, I was retrieving something of Oliver's from his room, something I could use to find him. I can track energies. It's all true, Kayla put in. We just want to help him, I finished. I promise. When I lifted my head, I expected to find Oliver's mother staring like one would at a drooling patient in an asylum, maybe even aiming her gun again, but she was squinting thoughtfully. That actually explains some things. I blinked in surprise. It does? Not just the way he is, but his fear of closets. Most nights he comes into my room to sleep, and I started having these nightmares that an old woman was trying to drag Ollie away from me. I thought they came from the pictures he was drawing, because they bothered me. But you're saying it was an actual... She broke off and wiped a tear from under her right eye. And then when he scratched himself this morning, he'd never done anything like that before. None of this is your fault, Kayla said gently. Her eyes blazed with anger, but no longer directed at us. This hag is at his grandparents' place? Most likely in an old artifact, I said. Can you think of what it might be? Those are his father's parents, she explained. He died in a shootout, and they've been fighting for custody of Ollie since before he was born. Me and them don't get along real well. I've only been in their place one time. Do you know if they collect antiques? I pressed. Not antiques, but his grandfather combs the beaches on the weekends. Wait a sec. She drew her phone from a pocket. To keep tabs on Ollie, I friended his grandpa's page through a fake account. He's always posting his latest findings. She tapped and scrolled for several moments. Yeah, here it is. He's got an album full of that crap. When she extended the phone, I nodded for Kayla to take it. I looked over her shoulder as she scrolled clumsily through the images. Kayla wasn't a smartphone user either, but her aura didn't fry sensitive circuits. The photos were of bottles of different shapes and colors, cans for vintage brands, and artistic-looking lengths of driftwood. But then she scrolled past something dull white and oblong. Wait, go back, I said. Kayla squinted. That's a seashell, isn't it? No. A cold force wrapped my heart. Worse. Janelle came over to see. How is that thing worse? We're no longer looking for an artifact. That's an actual Babaroga's horn. Janelle read off the date stamp. He took that the day before I brought Oliver home. That's when the transfer to your son's button happened, I said. Explains how her energy ended up in your apartment here. Kayla's eyes widened. According to your book, a Babaroga can emerge from her horn fully formed. Which makes it far more dangerous than a mere artifact, I thought. She intends to consume Oliver, body and soul. Outside the window, the afternoon light was beginning to slant toward dusk. I needed to locate that horn ASAP and reduce it to powder. But everything depended on Janelle.
We don't have much time if we're going to stop her, I told her. She took her shotgun in both hands and pivoted toward the door. Follow me. Chapter 10. The sun had dipped behind the surrounding rooftops by the time the cab dropped us off at Oliver's grandparents', a small house with a neat yard in Queens. We hurried to the front door where Janelle began pounding. "Can you do that a little louder?" Tabitha complained. At the sound of door bolts being drawn, I switched her carrier to my other hand. The door opened on a chain, and an elderly man with receding hair and a round belly peered out. A smaller woman wedged herself in front of him, her face drawing to a shriveled point around pink frosted lips. "You're not supposed to be here," she said to Janelle. "I need to see Oliver," she replied in her calm, dangerous voice. "He's in trouble." "Yeah, from your fingernails," the grandmother snapped. "You're not coming near him." Her gaze shifted from Janelle to Kayla and then to me. I attempted my most disarming smile, which only caused her eyes to thin further before dropping to my pet carrier. What she made of our motley crew I had no idea, but like a lioness defending a cub, her focus returned to the perceived threat. "You have 10 seconds to leave," she told Janelle, "and I count fast." "Then I'm going to ask you to hand over something that's harming Oliver." Pulling out her smartphone, Janelle held up the photo of the Barbarogga's horn. The grandfather leaned in for a closer look. "How about that?" he said in surprise. "The seashell I found at Rockaway Beach." "Get back, Clifford," the grandmother grunted, shoving him away. "Call the police." Janelle blocked the closing door with her foot, drew her concealed shotgun from behind her leg, and aimed it at the grandmother's face. "Bring us the horn," Janelle said from a set jaw. "All right, okay," I said, stepping forward. "Let's be careful where we point that, huh?" The grandmother stood her ground, a smile pinching her lips in a way that said, "I win." Indeed, when this got back to the judge, that Janelle threatened her at gunpoint, she would lose her son for good. In another second, Janelle was going to come to the same realization, making her even more dangerous. I was reaching for the barrel when, from inside the house, a child's cry pealed out. The grandmother started. Fear exploded through my gut. "Oliver!" Janelle shouted. She slammed the stock end of the shotgun into the doorframe. The chain burst, knocking the door open and the grandmother into a backpedal. Janelle raced past her. I followed, steadying the grandmother before chasing Janelle down a corridor, the pet carrier swinging wildly from my grip, Tabitha swearing up a storm. We passed the grandfather, who had obediently gone into the kitchen to call the police. Crap. I paused to aim my cane at his phone. "Disfare." A cone of raw energy swallowed his device, blowing out the circuitry. He dropped it with a small yelp, but I'd lost ground on Janelle. Kayla, who had entered the house behind me, collided into my back. "Keep the grandparents away," I panted. Then to Janelle, "Wait!" She'd entered a room off the end of the corridor. When I arrived moments later, I found little Oliver standing against the wall, a Garfield blanket clutched to his chest, round eyes fixed on the open closet opposite the foot of his bed. We'd gotten the right bedroom this time, only I couldn't see anything. "Ollie, baby, what is it?" his mother asked. "What's wrong?" He didn't so much as glance over. I was switching to my wizard's senses when something shifted in the back of the closet. A moment later, it skittered into the light of the room. The object took a moment to make sense of, but it was the Barbarogga's horn, crawling on what looked like a set of gnarled crab legs. The horn's pointed end was aimed at Oliver, as if claiming him. "Get back," I said to Janelle, who was between me and the horn. But she'd already raised the gun to her shoulder. "Cover your ears, baby." Oliver's wrists went to the sides of his head an instant before she squeezed. The deafening blast sent the horn airborne in a burst of powder. But as the horn collided into a wall, the legs sprang out, becoming fingers. The rest of the Barbarogga emerged behind them, black rags billowing as she landed in the room on gnarled feet. The horn was now seated in her forehead. It parted her dank oil-black hair, revealing a pair of murderous eyes the color of rotten squash. And she was huge, the hump of her bent back nearly touching the ceiling. Oliver released another shrill scream. I dropped Tabitha's carrier, producing an explosion of swearing, but before I could move past Janelle, she fired again. The Babaroga took the shot in the chest, black smoke breaking past her face, but she barely flinched. A bone-thin arm slashed across the room. Janelle cried out as nails raked her and knocked the gun from her grip. She clutched her right forearm to her chest and lunged between the creature and her son. "Back off!" she screamed at the monstrosity, blood spilling between her fingers. The Babaroga was no doddering hag. She was large and lightning fast, with enormous hands for snatching and a mouth that stretched from ear to ear for devouring. The horrible gargle in her throat sounded like a cross between laughter and retching. Her other arm lashed out, but I shouted an invocation first. "Vigore!" The force that erupted from my cane shot past Janelle, scattering her braids, and caught the Babaroga in the face. Her head snapped and she staggered backward, fingernails grooving the walls. "Cover Oliver," I said to Janelle. She'd ignored my directives thus far, but that one seemed to get through. She took her son to the floor and used her body to shield him. With nothing standing between the Babaroga and me now, I separated my cane into sword and staff, an acid bite of fear in my throat. The creature had caught herself in front of the closet, her obscenely large hands gripping the sides of the opening. She yanked, propelling herself back toward me. I thrust my staff and shouted, "Protezione!" Light crackled from the opal end and hardened into a blunt barrier that caught the arriving Babaroga in the gut. I swung my sword at her horn. The blade scraped off it at a bad angle, leaving it intact. Need to trap her for a cleaner cut. Staff raised, I spoke into the air between us. Light glistened along hard, transparent edges. When the Babaroga rushed in again, I slammed the walls of air around her, leaving an opening for her horn. I raised my blade to pry it loose. She responded by thrashing and shaking. The motion emitted a disorganizing energy, rippling my manifestation. I pushed more power into the trap, but it only made her more frenetic. And now nightmare visions of bloody caves and children's cries were jagging through my head. "What in the ever-loving hell is going on in here?" I looked over to find the grandmother arriving in the doorway. She stopped suddenly, the color falling from her face as her gaze moved from me to the thrashing monstrosity. "I tried to keep her away," Kayla said, appearing behind her. "But she's a lot stronger than she looks." The grandfather poked his head over her shoulder and took in the scene. "My shell!" he exclaimed, pointing at the horn set in the Babaroga's forehead, as if IDing a stolen item. Meanwhile, Kayla was fishing in her bag for something. She pulled out a large reddish-brown mineral, her prized carnelian crystal. What pointless plan she had in mind for it, I couldn't begin to guess. Still struggling to contain the Babaroga, I shouted, "Get them out of here!" Kayla returned the crystal to her bag and corralled the grandparents into the room opposite us. At the same moment, my enclosure around the Babaroga failed. Her lashing nails scraped off my raised blade, forcing it aside. The knotted knuckles of her backhand caught me in the side. Pain shot through my ribs, and I landed against a wall. Potions and spell implements spilled from my pockets as I crashed to the floor. Shallow nether creatures are so much easier. I thought of my normal work. By the time I winced myself upright, the Babaroga was facing Oliver. Though Janelle was still covering him, one of his socked feet was poking out from under her stomach. The creature spotted it too. Gleeful-sounding gibberish poured from her mouth. Still dazed, I attempted a protection, but the gathered energy scattered like smoke. The Babaroga grabbed Oliver's foot, then screamed and retracted her hand. Tabitha had bitten her. My cat stalked forward, a low caterwaul in her throat. The Babaroga took an uncertain step back, as much from the menacing ginger Tabby as from the blood-red energy growing around her. Wispy tendrils stretched forward, caressing the creature. I didn't know if a Babaroga could be seduced, but this was clearly her first exposure to a succubus's power, and it was confusing the hell out of her. It also bought me time. I looked around at the various tubes and bags that had spilled from my coat pockets. They would either be ineffective against a creature of her strength or too dangerous to deploy in a confined space. A confined space? "Kayla!" I called. She appeared from the room across the hall, stuffing the grandparents back inside before closing the door again. "The carnelian crystal!" I shouted. Nodding quickly, she pulled it from her bag and underhanded it to me.
I caught it and wheeled toward the Babaroga, who was shaking off her confusion. A gnarled foot struck out from under her rags and caught my cat in the gut. She went yowling through the air, landing somewhere behind the bed. The Babaroga waved away the lingering red mist and reoriented herself to Oliver. Just need to get this thing inside her, I thought, palming the crystal. Too fast, the Babaroga's arms shot out, seizing Oliver's entire leg. He screamed. Janelle began beating her arm. Unfazed, the creature dragged Oliver out from under her, pulling him toward her yawning mouth. "Ali!" Janelle cried, grasping for his hands before losing them. I lunged forward and crammed the crystal into the back of the Babaroga's mouth. She gargled violently and dropped Oliver. Nerve endings screamed through my upper arm as she clamped her teeth. I winced as much from the pain as the horrid smell coming out of her, but I kept pushing, kept forcing it down. When the crystal was well inside her throat, I gathered my power and shouted, "Disfare!" The invocation that surged through my mental prism and down my arm became trapped inside the crystal. There it vibrated, the energy multiplying inside the carnelian's sheer faces, gaining strength. The Babaroga's mouth clamped down harder. I gritted my teeth as jagged teeth punched through muscle and ground against bone. Much more, and I'd lose the arm at the shoulder. Amoeba-like spots swarmed my vision. At last, the energy overcame the crystal's resistance. In a violent flash, the Babaroga blew apart. Rotten pieces of her body slapped the walls before crumbling into piles of ash over the floor. All except for her horn, which remained suspended before dropping like a weight. I grabbed it out of the air, emptied a pile of salt from my pocket onto the carpet, added dragon sand, and dropped the horn on top. Shaping a cylinder of hardened air around everything, I uttered, "Fuoco." A bright column of flames burst from the sand, singeing the ceiling, but it dropped down again, engulfing the horn. From inside, a faint shriek sounded, but that too dampened and then died out altogether. By the time the flames were exhausted, the horn looked like a black chunk of cinder. Dispersing the cylinder, I stepped forward, but Janelle beat me to the final deed. With a decisive stomp, she brought her boot heel down onto the horn and ground it apart. "Mama!" We both turned to find Oliver sitting up, his arms stretched toward her. "I'm here, baby," she said, picking him up and hugging him against her. "I'm right here." He hugged her back with both arms and legs. "Mama," he repeated, but with conviction this time. His first word spoken in months, and it was a good one, confirmed by Janelle's snuffling laugh. I looked around for Tabitha and found her pawing one of the piles of the Babaroga's ashes as if she'd just relieved herself in it. In fact, I was sure she had. On the floor nearby was the carnelian crystal. I picked it up and carried it to Kayla, who was taking in the incredible scene from the doorway. "Is it all over?" she asked. Though bruised, battered, and bleeding down my arm, I managed to smile. "It's over." Chapter 11. 1 week later. "I don't see her anywhere," Tabitha complained from inside her carrier. "And I'm getting a chill." We were on the sidewalk in front of the superhero depot, and Kayla was late, but the weather couldn't have been more perfect. The cold front that had pushed off the November heat wave scattered fall leaves along the street and buffeted my trench coat. At least one of us was enjoying it. "Remember last week when you said you were so hot you would never complain about the cold again?" I reminded her. "With my luck, I'm coming down with something terminal," she pouted. I rolled my eyes, knowing what she was really after. "If you want to go in, just say it." "And be besieged by those little cretins? I'd rather take my chances with pneumonia." Recognizing her resistance as token, I carried her inside. I avoided Clark, who was helping someone at the register, and headed for the back, where I opened the bookcase onto the secret passageway. It was Friday afternoon, and the tutoring center was full. Kayla had wanted us to meet her here for a surprise, which I thought was going to be Oliver's return, but he wasn't here. Even Tabitha couldn't hide the weight of disappointment in her eyes. I imagined the boy was entangled in legal doings over his custody and would be for some time. Troy, a.k.a. Fade Cut, twisted around in his seat. "Hey, it's that dude Everson and his cat, and she's even fatter than the last time." He led the charge toward us. I lifted the carrier over their heads as the kids pressed around and jumped for her. Tabitha peered down from her perch, clearly lording over the attention. I even caught a small grin. "Garfield!" someone called. The kids quieted and turned. I almost didn't recognize the little boy coming toward us. Neither did anyone else, it seemed. His chestnut eyes beamed above his broad, boyish smile. The volunteers broke up the kids and ushered them back to their seats, all except for Oliver. I'd told Kayla that children's auras were resilient, but holy hell, his entire being was brimming with light. "Hey, buddy," I said, feeling as though I were witnessing a miracle. "How are you doing?" "Great," he replied brightly, but he only had eyes for Tabitha, whom I lowered again. "Look what I'm wearing," he said, twirling so that the big G on his cape swelled in and out of her view. Then to me, "Can I?" I looked at Tabitha, who gave a tired shrug as if she would tolerate him. Oliver's mother, who had entered the tutoring center behind him, said, "Fine with me." "Just take her to the back, away from the other kids," I whispered to Oliver. "Troy, especially." He accepted the carrier in his eager hands and hurried off, talking a mile a minute through the mesh door. I shook my head. "Unbelievable. Right?" Janelle came up beside me. "Every day's been better than the last. It's like he's making up for lost time." "Any lingering effects?" She shook her head. "He sleeps through the night and wakes up smiling, stoked for the new day." "How about you?" She held up the arm that the Barbaroga had gashed. "Whatever you did fixed it right up," she said, referring to my healing spell. It was the same spell I'd applied to my own shoulder, the soreness only now leaving the tissue. "And the custody situation?" I asked carefully. "His grandparents dropped the case. We worked out something with a mediator that's going to be good for everyone. Oliver most of all." She extended her hand toward me. "Thanks for everything." I accepted her firm shake. "Just glad I could help." We turned to watch Oliver. He'd opened the carrier door and was trying to coax Tabitha out. "So, not allergic to cats?" I joked. Janelle laughed. "Nah, Oliver loves them. I just wanted to set some ground rules with you. But now that we're buds, you're welcome to come over with your cat whenever you want. Just use the front door next time." Now it was my turn to laugh. She looked around. "Kayla said she'd be here, but I've got an appointment to get to. Can you tell her I'll be back to pick him up? Oh, and..." She pulled a piece of paper from her purse. "Oliver drew this last night. I want you to have it." It was a picture of a large ginger cat with luminous green eyes. "It's beautiful," I said. "Since that night, it's all he's been drawing." As she left, she passed Clark, who had entered the tutoring center at some point. He opened his mouth, but when she ignored him, he closed it again. I strolled over. "Everson," he said formally. "I'm not going to add insult to injury. I know you thought you were doing your job, but Kayla was right about Oliver. I can't explain how, but she knows things. Listen to her next time." He nodded as if he would take it under advisement and hurried off to talk to one of the volunteers. "Psst," someone whispered. From the secret corridor, Kayla's pixie hair glowed moon-white. She hooked a finger for me to join her. I looked over at Oliver, who was giggling and hugging Tabitha. My cat stared at me with a flat-eared frown that suggested she was reaching her capacity for attention. Another few minutes wouldn't kill her. "Sorry I'm late," Kayla whispered as I joined her in the shadows of the narrow corridor. "I wanted you to see him for yourself." "It's amazing. But what are we doing in here?" "I overheard what you said to Clark." Her eyes beamed up at me. "I appreciate that." "But for you, that little boy wouldn't be here." "It helps knowing a wizard. We make a good team." "We do, don't we?" I was suddenly aware of how close we were, as if by some gravitational force our faces were drawing together, a scent of sage and sandalwood filling my breathing. An inch apart, she touched her forehead to mine. "It wouldn't last," she whispered. "I've read your future, and it's with a woman who isn't me.
Someone you've already met.
As if coming out of a spell, I straightened and coughed into a fist.
My wisdom's suggesting I not complicate our friendship, she said, touching her hair. Though still dizzy with our near kiss, I nodded in agreement.
What I told Clark, I said. If I'm being honest, it was as much for me as for him. I've doubted you too, and I'm sorry about that. She seized my lapels and yanked me in. Her kiss was as close to my mouth as one could get while still technically being on my cheek. I was tempted to correct that, but her wisdom was right. My relationships since becoming a wizard rarely ended well, and I decided I wanted Kayla to remain a part of my life. As we separated, she smiled shyly and smoothed my lapels.
"How about a couple magic tricks for the kids?" she said.
Chapter 12. I sank into my reading chair that evening, cracked a beer, and took a long swallow. My little celebration for our happy ending on the Barbaroga case. I looked from Oliver's drawing of Tabitha, which I'd taped above her divan, to the model herself, dozing comfortably. When she caught me watching, she squinted irritably. "Can I get you anything?" I asked.
"We're not talking," she reminded me.
"Oh, come on. Suspending you in midair and having you somersault was a great trick. Didn't you see the kids' faces? They loved it."
"How could I see their faces when everything was spinning violently? They're lucky I didn't projectile vomit all over them."
"Admit it. You enjoy their attention."
"I'm over it."
I laughed triumphantly. "I knew it. You have a soft spot for kids."
"If ever I did, you succeeded in ruining it, like you do everything. I'll never subject myself to that kind of mockery again. In fact, I'll be content to never see those doughy-faced fiends for as long as I exist."
"Even Oliver?"
"Why do you insist on tormenting me?"
I smiled at her deflection, which meant no, and took another sip. Tabitha's frown morphed into a roguish grin.
"So, what were you and Miss Featherpants doing in that secret passage all pressed up against one another?"
"Talking."
"I have night vision, darling."
"Fine, we had a moment, but it passed. We decided our friendship was more important."
"Thank God. I can only imagine the offspring the two of you would produce. Dippy little imps who dye their hair ridiculous colors and run around annoying everyone. I'd have no choice but to end myself."
I replayed Kayla's and my almost kiss before considering her remarks about the woman I would end up with.
"Someone you've already met."
I thought of Johanna, the young woman I'd saved from Tabitha when she was a full-blown succubus, but our relationship had faded with distance. And then there was Caroline Reed, a fellow professor at Midtown College, but my admiration for her was a one-way street. It was a pointless exercise, I decided. New York was a big city, and I'd met a lot of women in my various doings. It could be any of them. Plus, I already had my hands full with the most demanding one of all.
"Be a darling and rub my shoulders," she murmured. "Your wretched magic trick knotted me up all over."
I sighed and set my beer aside. "Sure, Tabby." This has been Back Off Witch, Croft and Tabby, Book 2, written by Brad Magnorella, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Book 3, Suck It Up. Chapter 1. I stood my rolling suitcase on its end, leaned my walking cane against it, and knocked tentatively on Kayla's apartment door. As I switched the pet carrier to my other hand, Tabitha groaned in annoyance. "I didn't forget," I preempted her.
"Then what in the hell are we doing here?"
"We had this conversation on the walk over."
"I was too busy trying to keep from getting motion sick all over myself to hear whatever you were going on about."
I sighed. "I didn't forget. I just didn't see the notice." My cat squeezed around inside the carrier until her green eyes flashed accusingly through the mesh door.
Yes, darling, because your mail pile is big enough to hide a body under.
She wasn't wrong. I'd gotten in the habit of tossing my mail on the dining room table, every intention of opening it later, only to bury it in more mail. I vaguely remembered a postcard-sized announcement about a fumigation scheduled for the building, something to do with rats on the lower levels, but it wasn't until my apartment manager banged on the door at 10 that morning that I understood the fumigation was this weekend, and I was supposed to have cleared out an hour earlier. Just look at it as an unplanned vacation, I said, growing antsy as I knocked again. Was Kayla even home? I would have called, but my line was dead. I imagined the overdue phone bill in the aforementioned pile.
A vacation? She repeated flatly. With her?
Would you rather huff toxic fumes for the next 2 days?
I'm very tempted, darling. She annoys me.
Everyone annoys you, I reminded her.
Well, she's a special case, with all her babbling about her mystical insights and intuitions.
She's been surprisingly accurate, I pointed out, though I still couldn't figure out how, given that she was mortal through and through. But our last case, with the Babaroga, hadn't been a fluke.
And that grating voice, Tabitha continued. Ugh.
Hey, I said quietly, we're not exactly bursting with options here. She's the only one in the city who knows you can talk. And I didn't trust my cat to keep her mouth shut for 48 minutes, much less hours.
Well, why can't we go somewhere nice? She pouted. Like the Ritz-Carlton.
I looked down the flaps of my burned coat, past the frayed pants cuffs to my scuffed shoes. Sounds great, I said with a snort. Are you paying this time?
Magic is wasted on you, she muttered.
Though I shook my head dismissively, I was going to have to start considering other lodgings. Kayla wasn't home, and Manhattan's lower-end hotels were only slightly less dangerous than its supernatural streets after dark. I was raising my fist for a final futile knock when the door creaked open. I blinked in surprise at the young woman standing in the shadow of the doorway. She looked like she'd been run over by a truck and resurrected as a zombie. Her ratty shirt and pants were torn, and the half of her face not hidden by a curtain of black hair was smudged with what looked like engine grease. She stared at me blearily. I'm sorry, I stammered. I was looking for Kayla? I leaned back to make sure I had the right apartment number. In a voice croaky with sleep, she said,
It's me, Everson. Entree.
I hesitated for a moment, but when she backed inside and waved for me to follow, I saw it was Kayla. What I'd mistaken for grease was a copious amount of dark makeup she'd apparently slept in. I couldn't account for the rest of her look, including the aggressive lip piercing. What had happened to the hippie chick? I'm sorry to just show up like this, I said, edging in sideways with my suitcase and Tabitha's pet carrier. They're fumigating my apartment, and I was hoping we could crash for a couple nights.
It's cool,
she said, locking the door as I stepped into her cramped living room.
I dreamt you'd come.
Oh, yeah? I said, not entirely surprised. But instead of elaborating, she collapsed sideways onto a love seat and slung an arm across her eyes.
Just make yourself at home. Help yourself to whatever's in the fridge.
She flicked her wrist toward the kitchenette.
I'd offer you a bed, but they're all taken. I hope you don't mind the other couch.
Sure, this is fine, I said, sizing up the stained cushions. I'd been to Kayla's apartment a month earlier, but it hadn't looked like this. Gone were the colorful throw blankets, candles, and prayer flags, along with the crystal displays, dangling dream catchers, and books on feminine wisdom and nature magic. In their places were cast-off clothes, plates of half-eaten food, and walls of posters that featured scary-looking singers in screaming poses. A mist of stale cigarette smoke smothered whatever remained of her mystical-smelling incense. And then there was Kayla herself. Is everything all right? I asked carefully. I relocated a coffee mug crammed with cigarette butts from the couch and opened the door to Tabitha's pet carrier. She emerged, cautiously, no doubt as perplexed by Kayla's transformation as I was.
Everything's cool, she croaked from behind her arm. My old roommates moved out and I took in some new ones. Hardcore punks. I've been wanting to explore my shadow half, and I took it as a sign. We went clubbing in the East Village last night. Didn't get home till 5 this morning.
I flinched at her mention of the East Village, the epicenter of New York's resurrected punk scene. The burned-out neighborhood was also home to some serious baddies. You couldn't walk a block without attracting a dozen soul eaters. Worse, ghouls were rumored to have been climbing up from a defunct subway line. And then there was the human element, which could be as nasty as any supernatural. "I hope you took a cab," I said.
Yeah, probably,
Kayla murmured, sinking back to sleep. I got up and straightened a blanket over her, encouraged to see the protective amulet I'd given her still hanging around her neck. With nothing else to do, I collected the dirty dishes, carried them into the kitchen, and wedged them into a crowded sink that was disgusting even by my standards. I'd just finished emptying the mug-turned ashtray when Tabitha motioned me over with her head.
"What's up?"
I whispered.
"Not that I care," she said, "but she's not right."
I followed my cat's gaze to my friend's sprawled-out form.
"Yeah, I noticed." "She's a pathetic wreck, yes,"
Tabitha said impatiently, arranging her body in a way that claimed half our couch.
"But I'm not talking about that."
As a succubus, Tabitha could perceive on several planes, but God forbid she just say so. I opened my wizard's senses, soon picking up what she meant. Kayla's colors were different, but I couldn't quite put my finger on how. Not faded, but flat. Off, in any case, and in a way I'd never observed before.
"What's wrong with her?"
I whispered. Tabitha snorted.
"How much time do you have?"
"Can you just give me a straight answer for once?"
"You're lucky I decided to say anything at all. But..."
She released a massive yawn that sounded fake, really drawing it out.
"If I had to guess..."
She smacked her mouth several times. Something else she knew grated on my nerves.
"I'd say something's been snacking on her."
"Great, another feeder," I muttered. The amulet would have warded away minor soul eaters, but vampires were another story. The idea of one preying on Kayla made me sick with anger. Fear, too. I tried to make a habit of not antagonizing the city's most lethal bloodsuckers, but I was getting ahead of myself. I checked the soft skin along Kayla's neck. No punctures, and her pulse felt strong enough. I inspected her wrists and ankles. Some feeders preferred them, but they all looked fine. I was replacing the blanket over Kayla's feet and considering how to proceed when a sudden voice made me jump. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" I wheeled in time to see a ridiculously tall man with blonde spikes rushing at me with a cocked aluminum bat. Chapter 2. "Whoa, easy there," I shouted, backing away. "I'm a friend of—" He grimaced into a swing, the mist sending a gust of air against my face. My next backward step had me teetering against the coffee table. I didn't want to reveal my abilities, but I didn't want to get brained either. As he gathered his rangy body for another swing, I whispered, "Respingere." Ambient energy gathered in the aluminum bat and detonated with a pop of light. He released his weapon with a startled cry and crashed into a standing lamp, both toppling to the floor. His first attempt to flail upright was unsuccessful. "Don't go anywhere," he panted, even though I was holding the bat now. His struggle to untangle the lamp's cord from his leg further undermined his threat level. "If you would have let me explain before you went full Daryl Strawberry," I said. "Kayla and I are friends." "I've never seen you before." "Well, that settles it," I snorted. "What more proof do you need?" "And I just caught you fetishizing her feet while she was sacked out." "Fetishizing her?" I reset my jaw. "I was looking for something." "Between her toes?" Using the lamp as a crutch, he made it partway up before the lamp slid out from under him. Grunting, he splayed back down. Man, and I thought I had coordination issues. "Stay right there," he warned again. "You do realize I could have brought this down on your head multiple times by now?" When that got nothing, I sighed and nudged Kayla with the blunt end of the baseball bat. She croaked in protest before lifting her squinting face.
"Oh, this is one of the roommates I was telling you about. Everson Flick Everson. He's gonna be staying here for a couple..."
The last words crumbled to a murmur as her head sagged back to the couch. "Satisfied?" I said, lowering the bat and extending my hand in a reluctant peace offering. Flick finally gained his feet, swearing to himself when he noticed pieces of bulb on the floor. To his credit, he gave my hand a cursory shake. He looked older up close, the beginnings of crow's feet bracketing his bulging eyes, but I was more preoccupied with the lingering sensation of his grip, ice cold and carrying a familiar buzz, something I'd felt around chronic amphetamine users. And vampires. For the first time, he seemed to notice my suitcase as well as the large ginger mound on the couch staring back at him in utter disdain. "Do you think you're moving in or something?" he asked me. Territorial. Another vampiric trait. "Just for the weekend," I replied, watching his reaction. Though his bulbous eyes made him appear more clownish than menacing, there was an unsettling glint of ownership in them as they cut toward Kayla. Out of caution, I traded the bat for my cane. "Is that a problem?" I pressed. He studied me for a long, disparaging moment. Finally, he snorted and sauntered back down the corridor. I waited for him to duck into his room, the door closing behind him before relaxing my grip on my cane. "Thanks for springing to my aid," I muttered to Tabitha. "What?" she said from her languid pile. "You're the one who's always telling me to keep my trap shut and my claws sheathed around people." "Kayla," I whispered, giving her a gentle shake. She moaned, curling away into a tighter ball. "Kayla, wake up, this is important." She made another disgruntled noise as I tried to roll her back toward me. "I think something's preying on you." Her eyes opened. "Preying on me?" Kayla repeated. We were walking up Waverly Place under gray skies, travel mugs of matcha tea in hand. The grassy-tasting brew wouldn't have been my first choice, but her apartment's only coffee offerings were instant, and that was a hard no. As we passed a corner cafe, I leaned into the rich roasting aroma before catching myself. "Can you remember when you started feeling different?" I asked. "More tired?" "Maybe a month ago. Around the time I started clubbing with my roomies, I guess. I just chalked up the tiredness to the late nights." She hadn't removed her makeup, and as she squinted, the dark circles made her eyes appear raccoonish. "Oh, and then there's the fuller realization of my shadow half, which entails a deeper connection to the subconscious energies associated with sleep." "Here we go," Tabitha sighed from the pet carrier. "I love you too, Tabby," Kayla said sweetly, which evoked a feline growl. "Well, what I'm seeing isn't explained by either," I said. "Something's flattening out your aura." I have been feeling a little two-dimensional." "That's being very generous," Tabitha remarked. I gave the carrier a shake, sending her into a swearing fit and drawing glances from passers-by. "How well do you know your roommates?" I asked Kayla. "What do you mean? Where they come from, their backgrounds, that sort of thing?" She shrugged, bulking up the shoulders of the army jacket she'd pulled on. "We never really talk about it. It's not considered punk." "Well, what about your intuition around them?" Her expression turned wistful as she threaded her arm through mine. Now I was speaking her language. "You haven't met them, but Sheena and Sid are twins. Energetically speaking, they have this deep soul connection that goes back lifetimes. I saw it right away, the intertwining, like a pair of flowering vines, one light and exuberant, the other dark and brooding, but they can't survive without each other." Her eyes glistened with emotion. "It's heart-achingly beautiful and tragic at the same time." "Can we go back to our own apartment now?" Tabitha complained. "What about Flick?" I asked, unable to hide my disdain for the bozo, but Kayla didn't seem to notice. "Oh, he's a 6. "A 6?" I repeated. "Out of 10? That was being generous." Kayla shook her head. "No, it's a personality type of the Enneagram. 6s are loyalists, and he's as pure a 6 as I've ever seen." "Has he shown any special interest in you?" "Of course. 6s are inspired by the need for friendship and security above everything. I extend both without judgment. I'm even covering his part of the rent until he finds work. He savors that." "Are you sure that's all he's savoring?" Her brow folded briefly.
Wait, you think he's the one preying on me?
Though I was having a tricky time squaring that idea with the man's epic gracelessness, there were all manner of vampire. The more benign could insinuate themselves into a person's life by passing for weak humans. Once embedded, they fed on the person over time, if not physically, then psychically.
Well, I said. She laughed. Flick is harmless.
He didn't seem so harmless when he was using me for batting practice.
That's because sixes are anxiety avatars. You know, worst-case scenario thinkers. It's another defining trait, but it comes from a very sensitive and gentle place. He's only trying to protect me.
Because he was a six, I wondered, or because he'd staked her as his food source. Her arms still hooked through mine. Kayla hugged me against her rail-thin frame.
Everson, mon ami, you need to trust me on this. I know my roommates well enough to know they're not feeding on me.
She was intuitively gifted, and she'd been spot on the last time. Still, this punk phase may have been dulling her faculties. For the moment, though, I agreed to bookmark Flick in order to consider other possibilities. You said you've been clubbing in the East Village? I prompted.
Yeah, mostly at this place called The Stink. It's in this historic bank building on the Bowery. You should see it. The juxtaposition alone is wild. And the energy.
She began whipping her black hair back and forth. That's another possibility, I mulled aloud. She peered up at me through her displaced hair.
Huh?
Think about it. Most of the clubgoers are already pale, low energy, and underslept. Take Exhibit Kayla, I said, nudging her. No offense. As long as a feeder didn't get too greedy, they could sustain themselves indefinitely in a place like that by sampling widely. No one would ever know.
Give it a rest,
Tabitha said irritably and for no apparent reason. Does that jibe with anyone you've run into at the club? I asked over her.
I'm not really attuned to individuals, Kayla replied. The scene doesn't allow it. It's a clashing together. Sounds, bodies, emotions, all of it surging up until it overwhelms your psychic barriers.
Though her eyes grew animated, they lacked their characteristic depth.
It's where I met Flick.
I tensed, my suspicions toward him igniting again. Kayla came to a sudden stop on the sidewalk and peered up at me.
But now that you ask, Flick did mention something about some people passing out. He's always pushing water on me when we're there.
My suspicions deepened. Are you going back tonight?
There's this band Flick wants us to see, Nihilists, Inc. He's wild about them.
Unless you think I shouldn't, I'll go with you, I decided.
Really?
It's the best way to find the feeder. And to keep tabs on Flick, I thought.
Oh, why bother if they're not hurting anyone? Tabitha snapped, explaining her irritation.
She still resented me for ending her career as a succubus, but this thing was hurting Kayla, flattening out the qualities that made her uniquely her, and it likely wasn't done. I lurched in surprise as she tugged my arm.
Come on,
she cried, discovering some hidden reserve of energy. I had to run to keep up with my torso, sending Tabitha skittering and swearing inside her carrier again. Where are we going? I asked.
Just up the block, she panted. Iggy's consignment shop.
What's there that's so important?
Your outfit for tonight.
Chapter 3.
I can't believe you let yourself get talked into this,
Tabitha muttered from her perch across my shoulders. For once, we were of the same mind. Kayla paid the cab fare plus the after-dark premium, squirmed off my lap, and scooted out after Sid and Sheena. We had managed to cram all 6 of us inside, Flick folding himself into the passenger seat. When Kayla noticed I wasn't behind her, she reached back into the cab and tugged my leather sleeve.
Come on, Everson, she said. You look totally GABA.
Tabitha snorted, and appropriately so. I looked ludicrous. The trip to the consignment shop for my outfit had yielded a studded motorcycle jacket, a shredded concert t-shirt that showed way too much chest, a chain that looked like it belonged on a bike, and black denim pants so tight-fitting that my entire male ancestry was suffering. But when Kayla tugged again, I sighed and let myself get drawn out.
Pushover,
Tabitha snorted. Once again, I couldn't argue, but I reminded myself this was for an important cause. I'll probably just stay for a little while, I told Kayla. You know, do a couple circuits around the club, check everyone out, then head back if I don't find anything.
You have to stay for the headliner. That's when the place fills up.
She'd done little to her own ensemble besides add more black makeup, and now her ringed eyes implored me. And you're sure it won't be a problem getting Tabitha inside? I asked. She was still perched heavily across my shoulders, her studded collar attached to a retractable chain I gripped in my non-cane hand. I hadn't wanted to risk leaving her in Kayla's unwarded apartment for the night, but as I eyed the swelling crowd around the club's entrance, I questioned my decision.
Are you kidding? Kayla said. It's the definition of punk.
Still, maybe we should just... I gestured back toward the cab an instant before the driver laid rubber. Kayla tousled my stiff hair with a smirk.
Looks like you're stuck with us.
Because I hadn't let her near me with an electric razor, she'd settled for gelling my hair into something chaotic evil. She also snipped and arranged a row of safety pins across my right eyebrow, which I'd also forbidden her from shaving, creating the illusion of piercings. Like I said, ludicrous, unwizardly at the very least. Limping after Kayla in a pair of black Converse chucks, the final pieces of my punk ensemble, we caught up to Sid and Sheena. They embodied the light and dark twinning Kayla had described, Sid with his snow-white hair and chatty nature, and Sheena with her raven-black head stubble and sullen eyes. I'd checked them out back at the apartment. Both looked fine. It was just Kayla I was concerned about. And Flick, with his vampiric buzz. He'd stayed away all day, spoiling my plan to test him with holy water. Kayla confided that he'd struggled with substance abuse, which may have accounted for the unsettling energy, but still. Flick had loped ahead in his combat boots to talk to the bouncer, and now he waved anxiously for us to join him. The necklace bouncer unclasped a sagging rope at the head of the line and allowed us through.
Flick knows the owner,
Kayla shouted in my ear. The black lights illuminating the club's interior made her appear ghoulish, and the volume was suddenly tremendous. Somewhere beyond the scrum of bodies on the main floor, a woman shrieked into a mic alongside the roaring of guitars and slamming of drums, the dingy tiles of the former bank amplifying the insane discord.
Exhilarating, right?
Kayla shouted. It's a lot, I agreed. I invoked shields over Tabitha's and my ears to muffle the head-splitting noise. Flick aimed straight toward the stage, his angular limbs jousting inside the free-for-all. Though he hadn't said it, I could tell he'd been unhappy about me coming. Sheena and Sid followed, pulling Kayla after them. When she looked back at me, I made a circling motion with my finger to tell her I was going to start searching. I was already picking up some odd currents, and one in particular was raising the hairs on my hands with its frosty vibe. I peered around, trying to pinpoint the source. Above the crowd's jumping, slamming bodies, I caught the pink spikes of the lead singer/screamer, but her vibe was anything but cold. Craning my neck around to face Tabitha, I pointed at my eyes to tell her to keep a lookout. She peered back at me blandly. I'd promised her food perks for her help, though I wasn't holding out hope. At least she wasn't being crabby. And then it struck me that this was her first time outside her carrier in a crowd. She may have despised people with a passion, but they'd been her food source for centuries. I pictured her eyeing them keenly as I stiff-legged my body through a crowd of leather jackets, spiked studs, mohawks, tattoos, giant shit-kickers, and piercings galore. I must have blended in, because Tabitha caught more looks than me. But even those were fleeting. It must not have been considered punk to stare. I winced as her claws dug into my neck. "See something?" I shouted over her shoulder.
No, just testing our communication system.
I set my jaw and was about to press forward when her claws punctured me a second time. Ow, damn it, stop! But when I jerked my head around, she was staring past me. I followed her ochre-green gaze to a bar area where a cluster of patrons were gathered, but nothing about them or the bartender stood out.
"The mutt,"
Tabitha said, preempting my question. I moved my gaze over and down to where an Irish wolfhound stood in a dim doorway. The shaggy dog peered back at us with dull eyes. I was about to tell Tabitha to stay focused on our search when I noticed the dog's aura, a cold outline, barely there. My heart double-thumped in my chest. The dog's a blood slave, meaning he serves a vampire.
Are you going to destroy it or not? Tabitha asked impatiently. We need to be smart about this. He's probably acting as a sentry for whatever's back there. Even as I spoke, I was picking up a chilly draft from the doorway. Well, I don't know how much longer I can tolerate the dumb brute, she continued. Just look at him. How about we try being a little less obvious, huh? I pretended to become interested in the bar as I weighed our next move. The mirror behind the shelves caught my reflection. Sweet Jesus, I'd almost forgotten about the eyeliner I'd let Kayla apply. When I glanced back, the dog was gone. Where did it go? I asked, peering around. Relax, Tabitha said. He went through the door, and good riddance. I circled the bar and stood with my back to one side of the doorway. Drawing the shadows around us with an invocation, I pulled a potion from a jacket pocket and tipped back the bitter-tasting concoction. Within moments, stealth magic began tingling through me. What are you doing? Tabitha huffed. Finding the dog's owner, I said, slipping through the doorway. I gave myself a mental backclap for brewing a potion strong enough to envelop her, too. Getting Tabitha to partake would have been hell. But the dim corridor immediately put me on edge. It was narrow for one, scuzzy for another, and I had a sinking feeling it was going to lead down. I followed the sound of the dog's panting breaths and scraping footfalls until, sure enough, a set of cement steps appeared off to our right. The chilly vibe was emanating from below. Ahead, the dog's footfalls shuffled to a stop, and a burst of spattering sounded. We'd lucked out and caught him on a bathroom break. Bracing against my phobia, I hurried down the steps, the potion muting my footfalls. The steps led to a basement level illuminated by a large blind-covered window. A closed door stood beside it, muffling the voices beyond. I crept past an assortment of amps and dusty instruments, placing myself against a wall of old flyers between the window and a busted pipe organ. I counted 3 voices, but one stood out for its frostiness, like teeth raking over ice. That was our vampire, the one who had been singling out clubgoers for his late-night cravings, including Kayla. A knot of anger pulled hard in my stomach, but I paused to consider my grandfather's ring. Centuries before, my magic-wielding forebears had aligned with vampires during the Inquisition. Their truce was formalized in the Brasov Pact and symbolized in a ring I'd inherited and was presently wearing. Maybe it was my imagination, but the ring seemed to be telling me this vampire belonged to a strain that had fought alongside my forebears, meaning he was off-limits, damn it. The deal, a gruff voice was saying. Lies beyond thee, the vampire answered. Kill her, a third voice said. I scanned the window until I spotted a seam in the plastic blinds. My skin-tight jeans wouldn't allow me to stoop, so I bent awkwardly, forcing Tabitha to dig desperately into my jacket to maintain her perch. Through the narrow slice, I spied 3 sets of legs, large brown corduroys, tight black leathers, and white polyester. They were standing around something on the floor. When corduroys shifted, I saw what? A young woman. Her eyes were closed, her slack face leached of color and life. I seized the doorknob, power storming into my cane. Screw the Brasov Pact. Chapter 4. The trio I burst in on couldn't have looked more different, but I didn't spend time marveling over that fact. Vigore! I bellowed, thrusting my cane toward Corduroy's. He was a big man with a thick, graying beard. My force blast caught him where his pants, bib overalls actually, swelled around his ample belly. He went toppling over a littered desk, papers cascading in his wake. Leathers was already backing away from the girl. He was young and shirtless with a stout, tattooed torso and a sweaty mass of black hair. My invocation caught him high, sending him pancaking into an old soundboard. Knobs and dimmer switches spilled over him as he collapsed to the floor. I wheeled toward the vampire. Not a man, I saw with some surprise, an older woman. Thinning hair framed a dark, jowly face, and though the shape beneath her polyester suit was best categorized as wobbly, I wasn't stupid. Her lethal nature more than made up for her late start as a vamp. She stared at me with eyes as cold and hostile as the waves emanating off her. My invocations had burned through the lion's share of my stealth potion, and in her preternatural vision, I was plain as day. But she didn't budge from the girl sprawled at her feet. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. "Did I interrupt your feeding?" Her eye bags quivered slightly as her pupils drew to points. Attack me, I thought, an invocation at the ready. Come on, try and open my throat. I didn't know the consequences for violating the Brasov Pact, but there had to be a self-defense provision. She didn't attack, though. She stood firm in her platform shoes. Then, very deliberately, she spoke. "You're making a grave mistake, wizard. Turn around, walk away, and maybe I'll forget what you've done here tonight." Though the threat unnerved me, I replied with the same deliberateness. "Not without her." I glanced down. Like the guy now snoozing under the soundboard, the victim was in leather pants. Unlike him, she wore a dingy white t-shirt, something in black marker scrawled across its front. "Back off," I told the vampire, pushing power into my wizard's voice now. Tabitha sighed from my shoulders. "I know you don't approve of swearing, but it would do a lot for your messaging right now." "You're about to cross a very dangerous line," the vampire said. "Yeah, well, a line's nothing without something to actually back it up," Tabitha scoffed. "You're not even going to put a bitch at the end of that?" The vampire set her jaw as I took a step forward, and then another. With my next step, her gaze flicked to my ring. Even if she wasn't privy to the history of the pact, her ancestral instincts must have understood its power, staying her hand. But did she understand I couldn't attack either? I took another step toward her. I'd gone without protection in order to make myself a tempting target, but now that I was close enough to see the violet capillaries beneath her cheeks, I whispered a word of protection. The vampire grinned in my shield's glistening light. I'd shown weakness, yeah, but I'd also encountered enough of her kind to know she could crush my throat at this range before I even blinked. "Losing your nerve, wizard?" "Me?" I said, trying to recover some bravado. "You're the one just standing there." "Bitch," Tabitha put in for me. I started to kneel, but my damned pants prevented it. Leaning awkwardly to the side, I gripped the victim's arm. Her skin was cool but pliant, suggesting she was still alive. Once I had her out of the room, I would try to revive her, but the vampire crouched opposite me, gripping the woman's other arm. "Let go," I said. "You first," she countered, telling me she fully understood the game. We straightened at the same time, the young woman hanging limply between us. When I tugged, the vampire made herself an immovable force. "If her arm tears free," she said, "it will be your doing, not mine." We were stalemated, damn it. I lowered the young woman back down, the vampire matching me move for move. When I released her, so did she. The victim sagged back to the vampire's feet. I would have to revive her here. But first... "Protezione!" I shouted, expanding my shield. For the first time, the vampire flinched back, but my play had been defensive. She eyed the fresh barrier between her and her victim with barely concealed fury. I shaped the protection into a dome around us. Surprise, I thought smugly. But there was no time to celebrate. Hovering the opal in my cane over the young woman, I uttered words of healing, something I'd never done with a vampire standing this close. Rather than unnerve me, her lethal presence sharpened my focus while also making me hyper-aware of my surroundings. Papers ruffled from the desk, and in my peripheral vision, I saw Corduroys pawing into view beside a water cooler. His bearded face paused to take in the scene. "Is that him?" he asked. "It would appear so," the vampire said thinly. "Then why the hell aren't you doing anything?" "He's protected," she hissed. "All I can do at the moment is keep him from taking her, but nothing's stopping you." "Anything you aim at me," I warned Corduroys through gritted teeth, "is going up your backside." "Better," Tabitha allowed. "But is it really so hard to say ass?" I was beginning to guess the connection between these three. Corduroys, whom I pegged as the owner, was allowing the vampire use of his club for hunting. It must have been Leathers' job to separate the victims from the crowd, delivering them here to the vampire. Thanks to powers of mind control, the vampire could make it so the victims wouldn't remember being fed on, like with Kayla. But she'd drawn too much this time. As I grew more healing light around the young woman, I considered how easily this could have been Kayla. And hadn't Kayla said Flick was friends with the owner? I'd been right to distrust the dweeb. Leathers stirred under the soundboard. "Hey, man, what's that poser doing to Rebel?" Clearly finishing the job, you cretin, the vampire spat. Finishing the job? He squinted between us. Then why aren't you doing anything? The vampire released an aggrieved sigh. Because he's protected. A wet fit of barking erupted behind us, and the wolfhound came charging into the room. Duke! The vampire shouted. He collided headfirst into the shield, leaving a messy saliva imprint, and then began raking it with his front paws. In my startlement, it took me a moment to recognize the gift. As far as the Brasov Pact was concerned, an attack by a slave was the equivalent of an attack by the controlling vampire. With a hard grin, I drew my sword from my cane. Forzadora! I shouted, but in my anxiousness I neglected to dispel my shield. The blast blew it apart in a brilliant explosion of sparks, blunting my attack. Instead of embedding the vampire in the far wall, the force only lobbed her against it. She landed in a tripod stance, her face dark with rage. I thrust my staff now, preparing to enclose her in a vise of hardened air. The bottle of holy water in my jacket pocket would do the rest. But this time I forgot about the damned wolfhound. His teeth seized my ankle in a bright burst of pain. Ah! I barked. Before I could react, Tabitha dropped onto him like an orange mortar and began clawing his eyes. With a hoarse cry, the wolfhound released me and went into a head-shaking, body-bucking fit to dislodge her. I turned back to the vampire in time to see her flying in. Protez! I started. She smashed my staff aside with a fist as the crown of her head drove into my chin. I went down hard, the metallic taste of blood filling my mouth. She landed on top of me, ice-cold hands pinning my wrists. I warned you, wizard, she hissed, saccharine breath breaking against my face. Her features began to blur, and not from my head racking the floor. Her breath carried a powerful opiate, and I'd just inhaled a lungful or two. Man, every time I thought I was leveling up, I went and did something utterly stupid. With Tabitha still riding the wolfhound, I flipped through my options, but my thoughts were starting to mist. I tried to shift from the pressure of the vampire's knee against my side, pressing something into my ribs. Wait, that's the holy water. With enough pressure, I could blow the bottle in my pocket, soaking her leg. Protezione, I whispered. A spherical enclosure took hold around the bottle. Now, it was just a matter of... Someone else burst into the room, shaking my concentration. I recognized the ungainly footfalls immediately. When he arrived above me, his blonde spikes and bulging eyes left no doubt, even as they blurred. Flick, I managed. You son of a... Chapter 5. A conference of voices grew in my hearing, the words taking gradual form. I must have passed out because I couldn't remember the vampire climbing off me, or binding me to a chair. I struggled to free my arms, but they were pinned. Let's ask him, Flick said, peering over. The vampire's opiate had left me with a splitting headache, but also feeling strangely detached, as if the situation weren't quite real. I looked for my cane before realizing Flick was holding it. How long have you been doing this? He asked. Doing what? I snapped irritably. You people are as vague as my cat. They had used Tabitha's retractable chain to bind me, then I was relieved to find her perched to my left. She was licking a minor wound on her shoulder, but she was in one piece. The slave hound had evidently gotten the worst of the exchange, his swollen face peering timidly from behind the vampire. Preying on our club, the vampire replied. I laughed. I'm not the one with the pointy canines and bad blood habit. Then what were you doing to rebel? The owner demanded. Cowed by my earlier attack, he remained behind his desk. A button was missing from his bib overalls and his beard was in disarray. I followed his gaze to the young woman still on the floor. Her head was in Leathers' lap now, and he was trying to wake her. From my angle, I could read the scrawl on her t-shirt. Nihilists, Inc. Weren't they tonight's headliner? And now I recognized the duo from one of the posters in Kayla's apartment. The owner released a weighty sigh. So what do we do with him? If he'd let me snap his neck like I'd wanted, we wouldn't be having this discussion. The vampire looked pointedly at Flick, who showed his hands. Hey, he's a friend of Kayla's and she's usually a good judge of character. The vampire scoffed. She's a nitwit. Tabitha paused in her self-care to grunt in agreement. But are we sure he's the one? The owner asked.
Like north of 90%?
What does it matter? The vampire shot back. Even if he isn't, it will be one less potential hassle.
I wasn't as disturbed by the talk as I should have been, partly for the lingering effects of the opiate, but mostly because these three had never dealt with a magic user before. The contents of my jacket pockets, the potions and holy water, were piled on the corner of the desk. With a simple incantation, I could turn them into mini bombs. But something about this whole thing wasn't adding up. They were talking as if I were the predator. Another scenario began taking shape in my mind, one that explained how a club could operate in the East Village after dark. The owner must have partnered with the vampire for security purposes. A lower-level vampire, but one powerful enough to keep away undesirables, allowing the club to flourish. I'd seen a similar partnership at work in Times Square around the time I acquired Tabitha. "Hey, guys," I called. "I think we're on the same side."
"No one's talking to you,"
the vampire snapped over a shoulder. "Listen, I came here tonight because I thought something in your club was preying on patrons, and when I saw Rebel on the floor there, I thought it was you guys. Well, her, specifically." I nodded at the vampire. She opened her mouth, but then her eyes snapped toward Rebel, who'd begun to stir. "Hey, can you hear me?" Leathers asked, stroking Rebel's bright orange hair in a way that suggested they were more than bandmates. "Are you all right?" Her eyes opened, and he helped her to sit up. "Can we get her something to drink?" he asked urgently. Before I realized what Flick was doing, he rushed up with my bottle of holy water. "Hey, that's not—" I started to say, but he was already tipping the bottle to her lips. I shrugged. Maybe it would wash out the residual effects of whatever attacked her. As she sipped, water ran down the neck of the bottle, wetting Flick's fingers. I watched for a reaction, but nothing happened. All right, so maybe he's not a preternatural leech, I thought grudgingly. When Rebel held up a hand to say she'd had enough, Flick capped the bottle, clearly stoked to have played nurse to one of his punk gods. "Can you tell us what happened?" he asked her, casting me a suspicious look.
"Yeah, Rebel squinted, struggling to think back. "We were in the rehearsal space, getting ready. Grease ran out to the van to grab a pedal, didn't you, babe? I remember the space turning really dark, and then something started choking me."
She gripped her throat with one hand.
"And then I guess I passed out."
"That's how I found you," Grease confirmed. The owner pushed up his glasses and nodded darkly. "Same as the others."
"And what a coincidence," the vampire turned to me. "All abilities he possesses." "But I wasn't completely gone," Rebel continued. "I remember entering this altered state, like I was dreaming, but not really. Probably what a coma feels like. I was in a narrow space where I could barely breathe, like the bottom of a deep well, and there was a presence there, another person, but I couldn't see them. They were stuck in the corner of my vision, out of sight every time I turned."
"Dude, you need to write that down," Grease said. "It would make a killer song."
"Then a light appeared," she continued. "The presence left, the well opened out, and I could breathe again. And that was when I woke up, I think."
"The light part was me," I volunteered. She stared at me before nodding slowly.
"I saw your face."
That wasn't uncommon with healing magic. I shot Flick a self-satisfied look, forcing him to lower his bulging eyes. The owner nodded at me. "Untie him."
"Why?"
the vampire challenged. "Because this crap has been going on for a month now. People are starting to talk, saying the stink isn't safe anymore. The diehards still come, yeah, but our crowds aren't what they were. We should have had 2 times the turnout for Nihilus Inc. on a Saturday, and now they might not even be able to take the stage. If this guy wants to help us, let him."
"You're being hasty," the vampire said, biting down on the last word.
"Yeah, well, I have the bigger stake in this place." I sensed that the attacks had created a rift between them. If the vampire couldn't keep the club safe, what good was she to him? She stared at him another moment, jaw set, before freeing me, none too gently. When I tried to stand, I couldn't get my jeans to bend enough to plant my feet under me. "A hand?" I asked, extending mine toward her. Dumb move, I realized, too late. Though she barely flinched, the vampire's yank was powerful enough to bring my shoulder to the brink of dislocation. I launched upright and came to a stuttering stop in front of Flick. "I'll take that," I said, snatching my cane from his grasp and turning toward the desk. The owner shrank back, but when he saw I was just collecting my things, he offered a tentative hand. I'm Big Bill, he said, and my partner there is Jackie. Everson, I said, pumping his thick grip. I'm sorry we got off to a rough start. He was bracing his back with his other hand, but he waved away my apology as though being thrown over his desk was only a minor inconvenience. Any idea what we're dealing with? He asked. I had conflicted feelings about working with his partner. It went against everything my magical line stood for and could land me in very hot water with the Order. But the club was ground zero for whatever had preyed on Kayla, and a collaboration of convenience gave me access to the entire building. I have some ideas, I said. You mentioned other victims? Yeah, people passing out, he said. At first we thought the crowds were causing them to dehydrate. You know, all the body heat. I put water coolers around the club, but when it kept happening, we started asking questions. Most of the ones dropping out said the same thing as Rebel, about the darkness and strangling. Any other patterns? I asked. The victims are usually alone, in a bathroom or backstage. This thing doesn't seem to like to attack in the open. My normal MO would have been to take that info, return to my library/lab, research half the night, and then come back armed for a showdown. But with my loft presently in a toxic fog, all of that was out. Entities like this usually have a source, I said. Whether that's an object or a power spot. If we're talking a spectral entity, something may have disturbed it. Has there been any construction here in the last month or so? Bill consulted Jackie before shaking his head. We're 2 years in now, and we've pretty much left the building as is. Then I'll need to search every room. And once you find this entity, you can get it out of here? He asked. For good? I nodded, praying the potions and implements I had on hand would be up to the job. Until then, we'll need to make sure everyone in the club uses the buddy system, no going anywhere alone. Bill scratched his neck. Yeah, this is a hardcore punk scene. Those aren't exactly rule followers up there. I mean, if it weren't for Jackie, they'd have burned the place down at least a half dozen times by now. We'll announce it when we go on later, Grease volunteered. We'll figure out a way to make it edgy. He'd been consulting with Rebel, who was standing now, both of them largely ignoring Flick as he moved around them like a hyperactive chicken. Apparently, they intended for the show to go on. Bill produced a thick chain of keys. Where do we start? I swallowed dryly. The lowest level. Chapter 6. Did the mutt have to tag along? Tabitha complained. Just let it go, I whispered. We're on the same team now. Big Bill was leading us down into the bowels of the building, keys jangling in his grasp. Jackie had come too, probably because she didn't want me getting all the credit for doing her job. Meanwhile, Rebel and Grease had returned to the rehearsal space while Flick had gone back to the main floor under my orders to stay close to Kayla. He was to call Bill's phone if anything suspicious turned up. But Tabitha only cared about Duke. Though the dog had largely healed from her attack, he kept his plodding, panting distance, casting worried glances her way. I was actually starting to feel sorry for the wolfhound. Same team, Tabitha repeated indignantly. Speak for yourself. If you'd done your part and handled Miss Pointy Teeth, I would have put him out of his misery. I was most of the way to choking him out as it was. The only reason you're still alive, Jackie informed her, is because Duke was originally Bill's dog, not mine. Then she added under her breath, drooling good-for-nothing oaf. Now that we can agree on, Tabitha purred, satisfied someone had come over to her side. Keep it up, and I may grow to like you. Please don't, I said. Here we are, Bill announced. The sub-basement. A damp metal door glinted in the light of my cane. Though my heart pounded sickly at being this deep, we were very likely looking at the culprit's lair. Feeders and their ilk took to permanent darkness like mold to shower grout. When was the last time someone came down here? I asked Bill. He shrugged as he searched for the right key. Before we were a club, probably. I know I've never been inside. I mean, would you? It's not as bad upstairs, but this is how the club got its name. I smelled what he meant. The stink seeping from the door space was a combination of raw sewage and rotting meat. Bill found the key, strong-armed the stubborn lock, and stepped aside as the door creaked open. I'll wait out here with Duke, if that's all right, he said.
Yes, we would prefer that, Tabitha replied pointedly.
There was no use shushing her. Not only did my present company know she could talk by now, they'd also picked up on her charming disposition. As I stepped inside, the light from my cane illuminated a low-ceilinged space that must have been a trash receptacle from the bank days. Water trickled somewhere, probably from a fractured sewage line, and dark puddles glistened across the floor. I pulled the neck of my tattered shirt over my nose, for all the good it did. Jackie splashed up beside me.
What are we even looking for?
I cut my gaze around a space that was way too cluttered for a manual search. Can you two keep watch for a moment? I'm going to probe a little deeper.
See the way he orders me around, Tabitha said. It's because you haven't trained him, Jackie replied brusquely. Oh, Tabitha shifted her body in interest. Tell me more, please.
As the vampire and my cat discussed strategies, I sighed and tapped into my wizard's vision. The room receded into a complex pattern of currents, all of them dark and dull, but there was one spot that drew my attention. In the far corner, under an especially large junk pile, lay a slow-heaving void. My mentor had warned against poking around the deep, dark places in the city. You never knew what you might awaken. But if this thing was attacking people, it was already awake, right?
I hate to break up your reverie, Jackie said, making me jump, but we're not alone down here.
The sub-basement snapped back into focus.
Where?
I whispered. She pointed to the same pile I just honed in on, its top nearly touching the sagging ceiling tiles. Can you tell what it is? I asked.
I thought you were the expert.
Bitter about her demotion, Jackie wasn't planning to help me any more than necessary.
Okay,
I whispered, separating my cane into sword and staff. I'm going to enclose the entire pile, try to squeeze whatever's inside out of existence. That wasn't a maneuver I'd mastered. I'd yet to really practice it, but my other option was putting my blade through it, and I didn't want to get my hands dirtier than necessary in this giant petri dish. Whatever happens, I added, don't let it out of the room. In fact, I closed the door with an invocation and added a locking spell for good measure. Adjusting my slick grip on my glowing staff, I extended it toward the pile. With a spoken word, a glimmering dome took shape around the soggy heap. My magic scraped concrete as I urged it into a spherical enclosure. I noticed Jackie watching, her shrewd eyes gauging the extent of my power, but I was more preoccupied with the pile. In its depths, something was jerking to life. I willed the sphere smaller, crushing old furniture and squeezing out a freshet of foul brown water. I was just beginning to think this might work when the mass inside kicked and began pushing back. Powerfully.
Having trouble, wizard? Jackie asked in a taunting voice.
Not at all. I managed as sweat sprang from my brow and ran, stinging, into the corners of my eyes. I brought a shoulder up before realizing my motorcycle jacket had no absorptive properties. Hey, Tabby? With a sigh, she brought the back of her paw around and sponged the sweat from my eyes. I blinked past strands of her shed hair, able to see again. The part of me not grappling with the mound was moved by her gesture.
I expect compensation, she said thinly, drawing her paw on the back of my head. What's in there, anyway?
We're about to find out, I grunted because I could no longer hold it. I'd shrunk the enclosure by half, but I'd hit a wall. The glimmering sphere was trembling along with my staff arm. As foamy waves began lapping the edges of my vision, I released the invocation with a gasp. Thanks to the built-up pressure, the pile exploded out, pelting us with gobs of debris. The vampire used her speed to evade most of the soggy shrapnel, but I caught plenty, as did Tabitha, judging by her word choices. In what remained of the pile, something slick and purple thrashed into view.
Well, crap, I muttered. Is that it? Tabitha asked in disgust.
The worm-like creature was the size of a hippo and ugly as sin, but it wasn't our predator. It was a nether creature, probably called up before the city became my beat. The creature must have tunneled in here to gestate. Content with passively absorbing the abundance of moisture and sewage, it remained dormant. So dormant, in fact, that the city-wide wards never alerted me to its presence. Probably not, I confessed, but I have an obligation to put it down. As if on cue, a psychic foghorn sounded in my head. The ward's alarm system. Jackie huffed. That's on you. She tugged the steel door handle. Let me out of here. Before I could dispel the sealing magic, a purple tendril snapped around her ankle. She seized the handle with both hands as the tendril contracted, drawing the massive worm toward Jackie instead of vice versa. The slimy tendril had shot from a wriggling mass around the worm's gaping mouth. Jackie swiped at it with a clawed hand, but more appendages arrived, wrapping her other leg and lifting her horizontally.
You have a sword, you fool, she shouted. Cut these damned things off me.
Yeah, hold tight for a minute. One of the rare times the expression actually fit, but I had an idea. Invoking a protective shield around myself, I eased toward the worm. Tendrils lashed at me, but not liking the shield's energy, they diverted toward Jackie, who soon resembled a spool of purple thread.
Everson, I'm warning you,
she screamed, pausing to tear at them with her teeth. In its effort to pry her from the door, the worm reared up. My eyes locked on a spot on its pale underbelly. With its next tug, the worm slid within range. Remembering to lower my shield this time, I thrust my sword. Disfare! I bellowed as the blade sank into its soft mass. Reserve energy stormed from my mental prism, shook down the length of the blade, and burst through the worm. I squinted away as the worm detonated like a monster sneeze, its phlegmy makeup spattering the room's walls. Behind me, I heard Jackie fall to the floor. I peeked to find her scowling and wiping away the last of the sublimating tendrils. The creature was gone, cast back to its nether realm. Thanks for the diversion, I said.
I'm not talking to you, she snapped. Unlock this.
I dispelled the magic around the door and she pulled it open. Bill, who was frowning down at his phone, looked up, wild-eyed.
Urgent message from Flick, he said. Something's attacking the main floor.
Chapter 7. Jackie was the first to arrive at the turbulent scene. I came panting in well behind her, followed by Duke, much to Tabitha's annoyance. Much of the crowd was piled against the main door, bouncers struggling to keep them from crushing one another, while other clubgoers ran in search of alternate exits. A handful just stood around like pillars, too shocked or stoned to move. Emergency lights had gone on, casting everything in red. See anything? I asked Jackie. She shook her head and shushed Duke, who'd started to bay at the commotion. I spotted Flick's lanky figure opposite us. He'd backed Kayla, Sid, and Sheena against the far wall and was facing the room with a cocked fist. I looked around as I ran toward them, but I couldn't see a damned thing. What happened? I shouted. Flick, whom I was beginning to suspect of nearsightedness, jerked in surprise and threw his fist out. I ducked, inadvertently putting Tabitha in his path. She batted aside the clumsy blow and scoffed. Weakling? I waved my arms in front of him. Hey, man, it's me, Everson. Flick's engorged eyes seemed to focus, and he lowered his fist. Bill gave you the message? Blade and her crew were finishing a bitchin' set when the lights went out and the entire mosh pit started collapsing around us. I mean, it was like Viet friggin' Nam in there. Everyone dropping like flies. I looked at where I'd glimpsed the performer's pink hair earlier, now an abandoned stage of wires, amps, and instruments. A thick pillar had blocked my view, but the field of bodies was in plain sight now. Jackie veered over to the 30-odd victims with Duke the wolfhound sniffing around them. Flick continued his rapid-fire delivery. People started yelling, "Shooter," 'cause that's what it looked like. Whole place went nuts, every punk for themselves, but it's the same thing that got Rebel, isn't it? Did you see anything? I asked before catching myself. He could hardly see 2 feet in front of his nose. Kayla appeared under his arm, a hand to her chest. Hey, are you all right? I asked, gripping her shoulder. Her makeup notwithstanding, she looked really faint. Not all there. Yeah, just got a little panicked, she replied in a hoarse voice, squeezing my hand. I've never been in the middle of something like that. Flick pulled us out of there. I nodded at him in appreciation. Though we'd gotten off to a rocky start, he seemed to be everything Kayla had claimed. A 6, with all the associated anxieties and protective instincts. He was also the reason Jackie hadn't broken my neck. With the club clearing out, he relaxed his stance, allowing Sid and Sheena to edge out from behind him, too. Did anyone see anything? I asked the group. Heads shook, all except for Kayla's. I felt something, Tabitha moaned. Here we go again. It was fleeting, Kayla continued, but it was an impression of deep anger and
Hunger? No, that's not the right word. Greed, she decided, nodding to herself. A suctioning well of greed.
This was sounding more and more like a vengeful spirit, and with the mass attack coming on the heels of our exploration of the sub-basement, I wondered if we'd come close to the source after all. Kayla shuddered as if to disassociate herself from whatever she'd felt, but I trusted her intuition on this. Rebel had mentioned a well, too. "All right, why don't you guys head back to the apartment," I said. "I have a good idea where this thing is seated and how to banish it." That would restore Kayla, as well as the others the spirit had siphoned from, but though her roommates started toward the exit, Kayla remained where she stood.
"I need to be here too," she said.
"Not a good idea. If it came after you once, it could do so again. My amulet may have spared her rebel's fate, as well as the fate of the 30 former moshers, but I didn't want to take any chances. I can handle it. I might even beat you guys back to the apartment," I added to put her at ease. But she shook her head.
"The dream I mentioned this morning, the one where you came to the apartment?"
"They're all like Rebel," Jackie interrupted, the vampire's arrival shocking for its suddenness.
"Alive, but practically comatose."
I raised my eyebrows at Kayla to say, "See, this is serious."
"Where's Bill?"
Jackie asked abruptly. I looked around for the club owner. "He never came up?"
"No," she said thinly. "What happened to your buddy system?"
Crap. I'd broken my own rule and left him behind. The dog's head cocked suddenly. With a ragged howl, he bounded toward the doorway that led downstairs. Jackie flashed into a run, and I took off after them. "Go back to the apartment!" I called over her shoulder. Chapter 8. Bill was face down in the space outside his office, an arm thrust out as if he'd been reaching for the handrail to the stairs leading up. Duke whined as Jackie rolled Bill onto his back. The man's eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. I feared he was dead, but then his great torso pushed out a wheezing breath.
"Do what you did for Rebel," Jackie ordered me. "He has a bad heart."
I nodded quickly and went to work. As my healing light spread over Bill, Jackie's staring eyes remained eerily cold. Her desire for Bill to recover wasn't compassion, it was business. He and the club were her meal ticket. I was wrapping up my incantation, pinching off the magic, when cold hands seized my throat from behind. I dropped my cane and threw my hands to my neck, but I couldn't work them under the constricting grip. As I gargled out a cry that sounded disturbingly orcish, chaos broke around me. Duke began jumping and barking rowdily. Tabitha shouted for him to shut up, and Jackie... Where was Jackie? Wait. Panicked thoughts jagged through my head. Was she in league with the attacker? Part of some plan to seize control of the club? The only thing that mattered at the moment was getting myself unstrangled. With my vision spotting over, I dug into my jacket pocket and managed to unscrew the bottle of holy water. I drew it out and shook it behind me. A shriek sounded, and the strangling force released me. Heaving for air, I spun to find Jackie performing a mad dance. She'd avoided the brunt of the dousing, but enough water had gotten onto her arms that smoke was streaming from her sleeves. I was preparing to hit her with the remaining water when I noticed she was holding my cane.
"Not to make you feel like an even bigger ass," Tabitha said from my shoulder, "but she wasn't the one throttling you. In fact, she just helped you."
"What?" I said hoarsely.
"With your cane, dummy."
Jackie dropped my cane so she could slap at her burns with both hands, the hands I had believed were wringing my throat. As I recovered my cane in a daze, the light from the healing spell receded back into the opal. She must have swung it through the entity, the lingering magic breaking it up. "Okay, just stay there," I stammered at her. I hurried into Bill's office, returned with the water cooler, and upended it over her arms. Jackie rubbed them vigorously until the last of the holy water washed away. Then she batted the large jug out of my hands. As it shattered against a wall, I braced for a follow-up blow to my person, but something restrained her. Maybe the Brasov Pact. She brought her face up to mine.
"You owe me, wizard," she hissed.
You never wanted to be indebted to a vampire, but now wasn't the time for wheedling. "Thanks for what you did. I'm really sorry about the misunderstanding. Did you happen to see what it was? Where it went?" Jackie regarded me with an iciness that could have frozen the East River before shifting her predatory eyes to the corridor that led to the sub-basement.
"A specter," she allowed. "Female."
Okay, you stay here with Bill, I said. We can't leave him alone again. Tabitha and I will deal with this thing. I took off down the corridor, as anxious to get away from Jackie as I was reluctant to plunge into the foul darkness again. When I was nearly out of earshot, I called back, "This will make us even." Tabitha snorted.
You really do have a way with women.
Thanks to our mad dash up to the main floor, the door to the sub-basement remained unlocked and ajar. With a foot, I eased it the rest of the way open, stepped inside, and grew out the light from my cane. "I'm really going to need your powers of perception," I told Tabitha tensely. She sighed.
Well, maybe I'm starting to tire of all this hunting around.
"Look, I know your sympathies lie with whatever the hell this thing is," I said, alert for the slightest movement in the shadows. "But you must have felt something when you saw me being strangled just now."
Yes, darling. Fear.
I hesitated. "Really?"
That you were going to crush me under your collapsing weight.
I shook my head. I'd been a fool to walk into that one. "Just tell me if you see anything. I'll throw in a couple extra steaks."
Prime rib?
She asked. "How about sirloin? I'm on a budget."
Flank,
she decided, meeting me a quarter of the way. "Fine." I would scrounge up the money, somehow. That settled, I returned to my search, puzzling over what I was even searching for. From our brief tussle, I'd learned a couple things about our opponent. One, the power in my protective amulet hadn't deterred it, seeming to eliminate a vengeful spirit as a candidate, and two, it hadn't cared for my healing magic. "Behind you," Tabitha called. I spun, an invocation halfway out of my mouth, before seeing that the presence was Kayla. Swearing, I lowered my staff.
I didn't say it was the Strangler,
Tabitha preempted me.
I'm sorry, Kayla said, but I never got to tell you my dream.
Flick came splashing in behind her, followed by her other roommates, Sid and Sheena. I threw up my arms in exasperation. "Are you guys freaking kidding me right now? Get out!" "I tried to stop her," Flick panted, "but these boots weren't made for running. Holy crap, it stinks in here. What is this place?" He shot his phone's flashlight around, nearly hitting me in the face. "Leave," I said sternly, shielding my eyes. "All of you."
"It'll take 20 seconds, then I'll go," Kayla said. "I promise. This just feels too important."
Though my heart slammed with the adrenaline of being in the Strangler's lair and responsible for 4 potential targets now, this was Kayla talking. I might have dismissed her a couple months ago, but now... Invoking a wall of hardened air to separate us from the rest of the sub-basement, I circled a hand. "All right, go ahead."
"In the dream, you showed up at my apartment, just like you did this morning, but you started making a big fuss about how messy it was. You wanted to clean it up, but I told you I wanted to keep it the way it was. You kept insisting and insisting. Finally, we agreed to clean half and leave the other half a mess."
I stared at Kayla, waiting for the rest. "And?"
"That's it."
Tabitha snorted a laugh.
"I don't know how exactly," Kayla added, "but I know it means something. Oh, and then we ate almonds."
"Okay, I'll, take that under advisement," I said. She nodded as though she'd fulfilled her duty and turned toward the others. "Oh, wait," I called, hustling after her. "Let me give you something first." With the buddy system no longer a deterrent against the Strangler, I needed to infuse her amulet with healing magic. I was reaching the glowing end of my staff forward when Tabitha nudged my head.
"I see something."
"Just a sec." Seizing my head in her paws, she pivoted it to where Flick was shining his light around. I started to shake my head loose. Tabitha was being a butt again, then stopped. Flick's shadow wasn't in sync with his gangly body. It was growing, morphing into something broad and ominous. My initial suspicions toward him came screaming back. Had he been projecting the entity this whole time? He gagged suddenly, the specter wrapping his upper body. No, it had only been using his shadow for cover. As Flick dropped to his knees, I swung my cane around and shouted, "Liberare!" Healing light flashed from the opal, blowing the entity off Flick's back. Where it went, I didn't see. I grew the light out, shrinking the room's shadows into the farthest recesses until the only shadows that remained in our immediate space were our own. But even those couldn't be trusted. "Is everyone all right?" I asked, peering around. Though Flick was coughing, he raised a hand to say he wasn't badly hurt. I looked from Sid to Kayla to Sheena, then stopped and went back to Kayla. My heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Very wrong.
"What?"
she asked, twisting to look down at where I was staring. It's you, I said. Chapter 9. It explained so many things. The flatness of Kayla's aura, why the attacks in the club had started around the same time she'd begun feeling drained and two-dimensional, and the vampire had said it was female. Everson? Kayla said wordedly. She was examining the floor around all of us now, starting to catch on, because once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. Though she was standing in the full light of my cane, she wasn't casting a shadow. I always knew she was a weirdo, Tabitha said. Kayla looked up, her eyes round with alarm. What's happening? My first impulse was to clear everyone out, but the source wasn't the sub-basement. It was my friend. My second impulse was to cast a protective shield, but the entity could be hiding in any one of our shadows, in which case I would only be trapping it inside along with the rest of us, and I still didn't know enough about what we were facing, only that it was growing bolder. It had yet to kill, but it only seemed a matter of time. I blew out a steadying breath. Novice practitioner or not, I had to deal with this here and now. All right, I need everyone along this wall. As Flick, Sheena, and Sid walked over in confusion, I gestured for them to face the bricks. Keep an eye on your shadows. Let me know if they're doing anything unusual. Kayla seized my arm. Are you saying this is me? Earlier today you mentioned exploring your shadow half, I said urgently. What did that entail? It started with a ceremony, an empowerment ceremony. I'd had a blow-up with my former roommates last month, partly why they left. It made me realize I'd been neglecting my shadow. That's the part of ourselves we're too ashamed or afraid to own, so we hide it in the deepest parts of our being, but it never goes away. In my case, it became a powder keg of resentment. My ceremony was meant to honor it. That explained a lot, but not everything. She continued. When Sheena and Sid came knocking the next day, I took it as an affirmation. They got me into the punk scene, where I met Flick. I thought this would be a way to feed my shadow. You know, bring it into fuller expression. She searched the floor around herself again. But what happened? I tried to put it delicately. I think your ceremony empowered your shadow a little more than you intended. So it was me that's been attacking everyone? Your shadow, I corrected her. It went rogue, basically. In that case, we should definitely destroy it, Tabitha said, no longer feeling an affinity for the spectral being. But how does this even happen? Kayla asked. That was the other half of the mystery, but before I could press her for more info, Sid and Sheena began to shout. Flick, with his nearsightedness, joined them a beat later. Their three shadows were climbing the brick wall, fusing into one giant projection. For the first time, I could make out features. Wild hair streamed around a malevolent stare and a large mouth. It was Kayla, and yet it wasn't. I'd only known her as a kind and gentle soul who wept for the world's suffering, but this thing radiated malice, an urge to dominate and destroy. Everyone behind me! I shouted, holding my glowing cane toward the shadow. Before the three could move, the shadow screamed into motion. Sid and Sheena went flying like ragdoll casualties of a child's tantrum, but it was Flick whom the shadow zeroed in on. He flailed into a backpedal as the shadow seized his throat and drove him into a pile of garbage, its mouth opening. Intrapolare! I shouted. A glowing sphere hardened into place, halting the being's thrusting face. With an enraged scream, the shadow released Flick and flew around my shrinking enclosure. I was incanting, infusing the sphere with healing magic, when Kayla clutched my wrist. I looked over, then down, alarmed to find her on the floor, her face contorting in pain. The shadow may have gone autonomous, but it remained an integral part of her being. By attacking the shadow, I was attacking her. Disfare! I called, dispersing the sphere in a guttering of light. The shadow fled to the far end of the room, plunging behind a pile of garbage. Hey, I'm sorry, I said, helping Kayla up. I didn't realize I was hurting you. Opposite us, Sid and Sheena had recovered from their tumbles and gone over to Flick, who was still down. The twins were banged up, and Flick looked pale enough for the mortuary. As Kayla peered from them to me, I saw her anguish. This entity, this shadow part of her, was harming people she cared for. She released me and turned toward the far end of the sub-basement. This is my responsibility, she said decisively. We'll go together. No, it sees you as a threat now. Then at least let me give you some protection. But as I raised my cane, she shielded her amulet with a hand.
Everson, it has to trust me. In fact,
she took the amulet off altogether and placed it in my jacket pocket. She patted the small lump and nodded to tell me she would be all right, but she looked as if she still needed convincing herself. Be careful, I told her. I watched anxiously as she picked her way across the room, an invocation ready on my tongue. When she reached the pile the shadow had disappeared behind, she went into a half-crouch. I couldn't hear what she was saying, only the cajoling tone of her voice. She straightened suddenly and returned at a fast walk, the little color gone from her face. She jogged the final length and collapsed against me, face pressed to my tattered shirt. I walled off the back half of the sub-basement to contain the shadow and brought my cane hand to her hitching back. "What's wrong?" I asked in alarm. "What happened?" Her voice was muffled against my shirt.
"The things it said, the things it wants to do."
She peered up at me, a kind of fatalism taking hold in her swollen eyes.
"I need you to promise me something."
"What?" I asked warily.
"That you'll destroy it."
Chapter 10. Her words landed like a slap. Destroy it?" I stammered. "You wouldn't survive."
"If that's what's in me, I don't want to. I'm begging you, Everson. It wants to hurt and kill."
"She makes a strong case," Tabitha said. As I regarded Kayla's tortured eyes, I understood that although she'd acknowledged her shadow, empowered it, she'd ultimately rejected it. Embracing Punk had been a lateral move, not the same as facing herself. Still, there had to be a way of returning the shadow to her control without harming her. And then I remembered her dream about her apartment. I'd wanted to clean it, and she'd wanted it messy. Finally, we agreed to clean half and leave the other half a mess. Oh, and then we ate almonds. I straightened. Holy crap, that was it. "What?" Kayla asked, dragging a wrist across her eyes. "I need to build a symbol," I said, releasing her. "A mandorla." Using a shoe to sweep a section of floor clean, I drew a vial of copper filings and began sprinkling out the pattern.
"Do you mean a mandala?"
she asked in confusion. No. A mandorla is a healing symbol. It comes from medieval theology. I completed one circle, a little smaller than I wanted, but I had to conserve copper, and started on the other. "An empowerment ceremony freed your shadow," I explained, "so we need a ceremony just as strong, if not stronger, to return it." Tabitha made a disconsolate noise.
"Everson, I wasn't being dramatic," Kayla said. "If you'd heard what it told me just now..."
"I would have heard what it tells all of us in our darkest moments. You should hear what mine wants to do to my department chairman most days. You said it yourself. The shadow is the part of ourselves we're too afraid or ashamed to acknowledge. But given complete autonomy, it becomes a monster." Exactly how it became autonomous was another question, though I was beginning to have an idea. Kayla looked over the growing symbol.
"And this will fix that?"
"Versions of the mandorla have been used across cultures to resolve opposing forces. That's what your dream was showing you, showing both of us, the importance of integrating your dual natures. Restoring balance is one of the oldest forms of healing." It also explained why the shadow didn't care for my healing magic. It didn't want to be reconciled. I was hoping the mandorla would change that. By the time I sprinkled out the last of the copper, I had two overlapping circles, their intersection an oblong space that resembled...
"An almond,"
Kayla exclaimed, catching on. "Exactly, and that's where you're going to stand." I removed the safety pins from my right eyebrow, surprised they'd stayed in place, and set them at the pattern's junctures as reinforcements. I then offered Kayla my hand and helped her into the symbol's center. "Be careful you don't scuff the lines," I said. "The integrity of the symbol is vital." Though I was thinking like a magic user, I was largely pulling from my graduate studies in comparative mythology. The truth was I'd never cast through a mandorla before, never even rendered one. "Okay, now we need opposing energies for the two circles," I said, searching my pockets. "They can be symbolic, but the one on your right needs to represent light and inspiration, and the one on the left, darkness and destruction."
"I would volunteer myself for the second," Tabitha said from my shoulders, "but I don't feel like moving."
"How about Sid and Sheena?" Kayla asked. I hadn't considered using people, but as I studied Sid's snow-white hair and Sheena's black head stubble and general grimness, I found myself nodding. Having heard their names, the two looked up and I waved them over. I quickly explained the ceremony while positioning them in their respective circles. Kayla had described them as interdependent twins at polar ends of the light-dark spectrum. A hum took up in the mandorla almost immediately. "Is everyone ready?" I asked. Kayla looked from where Flick had shuffled up beside me to the space beyond my barrier, where her violent shadow lurked. When she nodded, I closed the symbol and began feeding it energy. "Sid, I want you to think of your happiest memories," I said. "And Sheena, I'm sorry, but I'm going to need you to think of your darkest." "Like when she got that haircut," Tabitha muttered. I shushed my cat as I eyed the symbol, alert to its shifting energy. The copper had already begun pulsing like embers, only now it was differentiating, the circle around Sid brightening in proportion to the dimming around Sheena. And where they overlapped, in the almond that contained Kayla, the intensity fluctuated between the two before settling into a stable medium. Good. "Do you feel that?" I asked Kayla. "Yes," she said after a moment, her eyes closed. "It's like a spring morning." "Inhabit that space as if nothing else exists," I told her. "And no matter what happens, don't leave it." I meant that physically as well as energetically, but as an intuitive, she didn't need it spelled out. "All right, now let's see what happens when the rubber meets the road." With a whisper, I dispelled my glowing barrier. The shadows in the recessed end of the sub-basement sprang forth. Flick flinched behind me, then squeezed my shoulders as one of the shadows rose above the others. "It's okay," I told him. "This is what we want." As the tension between the glowing circles grew, a vacuum opened through Kayla, pulling at the missing part of her. But would it be powerful enough to recall the shadow, seeding it all the way back inside her? Without warning, her shadow swept forward and hovered above the mandorla, regarding it with those menacing eyes. Though Kayla's eyes remained closed, her body gave an involuntary shudder. "Stay there," I coached her. "Right in the middle. That's your space." The shadow circled the symbol like a moth exploring a flame. The mandorla was working. I upped its energy, increasing the light-dark tension, the power of the vacuum. "Come on," I thought. "Be a good little shadow and go back where you belong." It plunged, suddenly, and for a moment I thought we'd done it, but then Kayla released a muffled cry. Shit. The shadow hadn't returned to her. It was enveloping her head in a smothering call. When Flick dashed forward, I grabbed the back of his jacket. "Wait!" "Hey, man, it's killing her!" he cried, his arms and legs pumping in place like a cartoon character's. I shared his fear, but he would only scatter the symbol, and Kayla's dream hadn't been a fluke. This was our best chance. "Don't fear it," I called to Kayla. "Embrace it right back. Own it." Easy for me to say, but that had to be the key, for Kayla to accept her shadow in full consciousness. As she grappled with the smothering energy, my gaze dropped. She'd begun to shuffle in her struggle, the toe of her right shoe coming perilously close to breaking the container. "Let go of me, damn it!" Flick yelled. I was still restraining him by his jacket, but his next effort tipped me forward. I pictured both of us stumbling into the mandorla, taking everyone down with us and losing the shadow. Tabitha sank her claws into his jacket collar at the last moment, helping me rein him in. Resetting my feet, I threw caution to the wind and dumped my remaining power into the almond around Kayla. "Think of it like a child," I shouted above the deafening hum. "It might be a little shit, but it's yours." Cyclonic forces circled the room, shifting the sodden piles of garbage. It was coming from the growing power of the symbol. Sid's hair kicked up like a snowstorm. Sheena went down to one knee to brace herself, but Kayla was in the eye, where the sole struggle was between her and her shadow. The symbol started to shimmy, copper filings jittering over the damp floor, safety pins jumping. I'd pushed the mandorla to its limits, but despite my best efforts, the shadow still had the upper hand. Kayla staggered for balance, her toe pushing across the line, breaking the container. The entire mandorla wobbled, then released in a fiery flash. A powerful whoomp threw the five of us in different directions. Tabitha hugged my face as I landed on my back and skidded across a puddle of foul water. Off to my right, Sid and Sheena pushed themselves up for the second time since entering the sub-basement. For Flick, who'd landed off to my left, it was the third time. But Kayla remained down, her arms spread out like a human crucifix. I rushed up to her, Flick soon joining me. While he worked to revive her, I opened my wizard's senses. Come on, Kayla, I thought desperately. Be all right. If I'd screwed up and done irreparable harm, I would never forgive myself. Bracing for the worst, I was startled by the strength of her aura. The flatness was gone, shadows restoring the depths of her unique spectrum. When my vision returned to the sub-basement, her chestnut green eyes were opening. She seemed to take stock of herself before noticing the two of us. "Kayla," Flick said urgently. As we helped her to sit up, her pierced lips leaned into a weary smile.
"I'm all right," she said. "But I think I'm done with punk."
Chapter 11. 2 days later. "Here it is," I announced, descending the ladder from my library, a book open at my chest. It was Monday night, and Tabby and I were home again. Despite all my windows being open, the faintest taint of pesticide hung in the air. Not enough to bother me, but Kayla had insisted on purifying the aftermath and was spritzing every surface area in my loft with a homemade concoction.
"Just a sec,"
she called from my bedroom. The instinct to help was in her nature, but I also sensed she felt she owed me. Following the successful ceremony in the sub-basement, we'd emerged to find Big Bill, the club owner, awake and talking. Kayla's reintegration with her shadow had released the essence it had siphoned from him, as well as from the 30-odd clubgoers. When I informed him the threat was over, he thanked me heartily. Of course, I said nothing of Kayla's role. As we were leaving, Jackie pulled me aside. In exchange for sparing me from the shadow, she would send me a task at a time of her choosing. I told her that doing her job for her made us even, but thanks.
"Don't force me to apply pressure," she hissed, cutting her eyes to Kayla.
Threatening loved ones was a dick move common among vampires, but I was a full step ahead of her. "I presume you've heard of Arno Thorne?" I caught something stiffen behind her staring eyes. "Good," I said. "Because I work for him from time to time, you could say I'm a preferred contractor, and he'd be very upset to hear I was beholden to another vampire, especially one who works in an East Village dive."
"You're lying," she said.
Her eyes shifted to Tabitha, seeking confirmation, but my cat had tired of her, thankfully. Because of course I was lying. Arno Thorne ruled the financial district and, by proxy, much of the city. If I ever found myself south of the Wall on Liberty Street, much less working for a vampire that absurdly powerful, there was a very good chance I was already undead. I fashioned a smile. "Try me." As a minor vampire, she was even more terrified of Arno than I was, but chances were good she'd end up in a turf war with a fellow low-level vamp, and if that one didn't take her out, another one would. They were jackals competing for the city's scraps. I left, confident I'd never see her again. Kayla and I spent the rest of the weekend scrubbing the punk and sub-basement off our bodies and sleeping. Her trial with her shadow had taken a lot out of her, and I'd cast more magic in 2 hours than I had in 2 months. Sid and Sheena left to visit the latter's brother in Connecticut and mentioned possibly staying there. It was as if they'd been drawn to Kayla's light-dark imbalance, and having helped to restore her, they had no reason to remain. For Flick's part, he slept more than any of us, even foregoing a shower. When you considered the time he'd spent on the floor in the sub-basement, that last part was pretty disgusting. I wondered if his despondency was from missing Nihilus Inc., who never took the stage. More likely it related to Kayla's stern talk with him when we'd returned from the club, but I didn't ask. Whatever had been said was between them. Kayla emerged from my bedroom, her black hair under a colorful gypsy scarf, spritzer bottle in hand. She looked more like the person I'd first met, the lingering punk elements serving as accents now.
"You found something?" she asked.
"Augury," I said, tapping my open book triumphantly.
"What's that?"
She sat on my couch and tucked her legs up beside her. "It's the skill you possess, the one that's been bugging me." I took a seat in my reading chair opposite her and glanced over to Tabitha. Having devoured the flank cuts I'd promised her, she was snoozing, one paw keeping her belly from rolling off the divan while the other was curled beside a very contented smile. "The augurs were soothsayers in the Roman Empire," I explained. "Children who showed an inclination for the art were selected from the population, whether citizens or slaves, and put through rigorous education and training. Employed by emperors and Rome's wealthiest, the augurs were revered. That all went away in the subsequent ages, but I'm betting those abilities enhanced certain genes."
"So it was passed down?" she asked, catching on. You once mentioned some Italian on your mother's side? Well, a mix. There were early migrants from North Africa who ended up in Rome. If you're descended from an augur, that would explain your intuition and why I've never seen it in your aura. It's in your DNA. She considered that before nodding slowly. My grandmother on that side had a journal that foretold the deaths in her family. She was one of 7 siblings, and whether it was war, bone cancer, or, in the case of her youngest brother, falling off a ladder and cracking his head, she dreamt every single one and wrote them down. Well, except for her own, but she'd been the first to pass, which made her journal all the more remarkable.
Sounds like augur material, I agreed.
But wouldn't there be more of us? What about my aunt and uncles?
The ability is probably expressed to varying degrees, but even when expressed, it has to be accepted. We're all born with some intuition. As we age, though, we tend to explain it away until it's as if we have no intuitive ability whatsoever. But in your case, you didn't just inherit a strong dose of augury. You embraced it. She lowered her eyes.
But not my shadow.
That's another thing about the augurs. They were skilled diviners, but when they needed more specific info about a person or place, they often deployed their shadows. While in the club's sub-basement, I'd remembered reading that tidbit, giving me the idea that Kayla might have augur ancestry. But the augurs spent years developing that mastery, I continued, so that once they released their shadows, they could control them. Even then, it was risky business. I get why you feel bad, but you had no idea you could even free yours in the first place, and being able to control it? Forget about it. She reacted to my New Yorkism with a reluctant smile.
As much as it disturbed me, she said, I'm beginning to feel that seeing my shadow up close, talking with it, was something my divinity arranged.
I braced for one of Tabitha's cutting remarks, but she was still basking in the afterglow of her meal.
I've always felt called to help others, she continued, ever since I can remember, but I guess I haven't been so good at addressing my own needs. During the ceremony, when you told me to think of the shadow as a child, I realized that's what my shadow was. Not a monster, but a little girl who felt ignored, taken advantage of even, and she was desperate for the world to feel her anger. Then it became really easy to accept her.
So, your talk with Flick? Given the shadow's actions, I had a hunch whom the taken advantage of part referred to.
She nodded. I told him he had until tonight to pay me his share of the rent or he'd have to leave. The dark side of sixes is that they can be emotionally manipulative, and that's what he'd been doing to me. I just chose not to see it.
Demanding the rent would have gone against Kayla's giving nature, but by not demanding it, she'd consigned the conflict and resentment to her shadow half, who'd had no qualms about attacking Flick when it felt threatened. Kayla stretched her arms out in front of her.
So, what does being an augur mean as far as my responsibilities?
I didn't know any augurs in the city for her to train under, but I would see what books I could find. In the meantime, keep doing what you're doing, I said, using your intuition to help others. If you run into any more issues, we'll figure them out together. Just don't neglect yourself.
Oh, I've learned that lesson. Speaking of which, I should go and get my own apartment ready. I made peace with my former roommates, and they're moving back in this week.
Thanks for purifying mine. I sniffed the air as I stood. Oh yeah, much better. She came over and hugged me, our bodies sandwiching the book I was still holding.
Thank you,
she whispered, kissing my cheek firmly before separating.
For everything.
Always a pleasure. At the door, she spun.
Until the next case?
You bet. We're getting pretty good at these.
I promise not to be the bad guy twice in a row, she said before blowing a parting kiss.
I chuckled as I closed the door behind her. An actual intuitive. Who would have guessed? Chapter 12. I tossed the book with the augur info onto my kitchen counter. I still needed to message the order about the netherworm banishment, and I had a satchel full of student papers to grade, but with Kayla's shadow taken care of, I felt a sudden urge to address mine, namely the one extending from my neglected mail pile. As I began to sort through the parcels, I looked over at Tabitha again. Something made me pause this time. I'd fed her well in the past, but she'd never smiled for this long. I hadn't even thought her capable. Wait a second, I murmured, opening my wizard's senses, and that's when I saw what was really going on. The room sharpened back in my vision as I marched toward her. By the time I arrived at her divan, my heart was thumping behind my eyeballs. I was so angry. "What?" she murmured, squinting up. "You took a bite out of Flick's soul is what?" "And?" she asked languidly. "He hasn't been able to get out of bed for 2 days. So you scold me for just lying there when he was attacking you, and now you scold me for doing something?" She released a sigh that would have sounded beleaguered if she wasn't so stuffed with steaks and soul. Instead, it came out a gratified purr. "Oh, make up your mind, dar." "La!" I'd lifted the pet carrier from beside the divan and shoved her inside. "What are you doing?" she demanded from behind the mesh door. "Taking you back so you can return that." Her eyes turned pitiful. "Have you no heart?" As I fetched my keys and cane, I shook my head bitterly. And here I was, starting to think her help at the club had stemmed from a growing bond between us. But no! She'd been playing the long con, taming my vigilance and then making her move while the rest of us slept. But by the time I stepped out under the just illuminating streetlights, I'd calmed down enough to wonder if I was being too hard on her. She was a succubus, after all, and I was starting to see the poetic justice in one manipulator feeding off another. Even so, I probably could have done more to keep the carrier from jostling as I ran to catch up to Kayla. "Damn you to hell," she managed. "Love you too, Tabby." This has been Suck It Up, Croft and Tabby Book 3, written by Brad Magnarella, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Book 4, Foul Manners. Chapter 1. "Stop screaming!" a voice hissed. It took me a moment to realize that the high drone in my ears was coming from my own mouth, and then another to understand I was being suffocated by something hairy and heavy. I jerked into a fresh fit of muffled hollering, struggling to bring up my arms, but they were hopelessly buried in layers of bedding. "For God's sake, darling," the voice said, "it's me." I stopped. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," I managed, which translated roughly as Tabitha. The weight shifted from my face and stood beside my head. From the gloom, a pair of contemptuous eyes, the color of ochre, peered back at me. Freeing an arm, I wiped her shed hair from my face. "What are you doing?" I asked, equal parts irritated and disoriented. "I'm doing what you ordered," my cat sighed. "Everything's ready except for you." "I'm sorry. What's ready?" I said, not sure why I was whispering. "And then you had the gall to scream straight into my face." She rubbed an ear with a paw. "I hope the tinnitus isn't permanent." "Tabitha, stop. I have no idea what you're talking about." She lowered her paw and peered at me more closely. I thought that dull, befuddled look was just your midnight face. It must be the medication they gave you." "Medication?" I smacked my mouth as if it might bring up the taste of something recognizable, but all I picked up was a ghost of toothpaste. And who were they? I looked from Tabitha to my room, its shapes slowly emerging from the darkness. A stout dresser, the folding doors to a closet, an old-looking television. But they were all in the wrong places. And a television? The scent was off, too. Mothballs and a trace of mildew. Beyond a curtained window, iron bars loomed in silhouette. Heart slamming, I stared at Tabitha. This wasn't my room. She returned an apathetic blink. "If you scream again, I'm leaving." But I was too busy scrambling for an explanation, any explanation, to start screaming. "Did you have me committed?" she snorted. "The thought has crossed my mind, but no. Kayla did." "Kayla?" My friend's face took muddy shape in my mind's eye. "Why?" Before my cat could reply, someone choked on a breath and bed springs creaked. I looked over at a lumpy shape across the room. We weren't alone. There was someone else asleep in here.
"Who the hell's that?"
I hissed.
"Your roommate, Joe something."
Joe?
Talk about a case of tinnitus. I thought the man would never shut up.
I took a steadying breath. All right, start at the beginning. Where am I and why?
Kayla brought you a case yesterday.
A case? That sounded familiar. I struggled to think back.
Yes, and like a gallant fool, you donned your proverbial suit of armor, complete with codpiece, and now here we are, Whisperwood Manor's newest residents. Of course, you refused to consider my feelings on the matter. You just dangled the prospect of fat-drenched delectables before me, knowing this feline body bag you stuck me inside couldn't resist. You might as well have roofied me.
Whisperwood Manor, I mouthed. The name resonated with something else in my muddled memory. Staten Island, a residential home. So Kayla's here too? I asked, more confused than ever.
God, no. But I'm tiring of this pointless babble, and there's no time, darling.
She hooked a paw under my arm and tugged.
Everything's arranged, and the sooner we finish, the sooner I can return home to my divan.
Don't I need to know what I'm doing here first?
I'm sure it will come back once you're fully awake.
Tabitha was no doubt saying that just to get her way, but it was true that I thought better with movement. Already I had a vague notion of people disappearing, and if Kayla had brought it to me, then we were dealing with the supernatural. An older woman's smiling face and huge tortoiseshell glasses floated up from the depths of my memories. A victim? Pushing away the rest of my bedding, I sat up, strangely relieved to see I was wearing my own pajamas. I slid my feet into my slippers, then waited out a brief bout of vertigo before standing. The room wavered, but held. Opposite me, my roommate drew a wheezy breath and let it out as a long sputter. Tabitha thudded to the floor.
Don't forget your cane and bag.
I retrieved both from a coat rack beside the door, slinging the satchel's leather strap over a shoulder. The satchel felt worryingly light, but the cane's familiar wood grip comforted me.
Where are we going? I whispered. Just follow me, and try not to tromp around like a donkey.
She shouldered the door open enough to accommodate her ample girth and trotted out. When I followed, I found myself in a corridor that featured a runner and framed paintings, the one before me depicting an old paddle steamer on a jungle river.
Get the bolt,
Tabitha whispered. I turned and saw a thick draw bolt affixed to the outside of the door. They locked their residents in for the night. That, plus the bars in the window, left an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I slid the bolt home, took a step after Tabitha, and stiffened from a loud groan of wood underfoot. My cat shot me a dark look.
You were supposed to fix a stealth potion.
A little hard when I can't remember anything, I whispered back testily.
Whatever, just step where I step.
I followed Tabitha's path with the deliberateness of a drunk taking a sobriety test. Avoiding the loose boards, we arrived at a staircase and descended to a ground floor. Ahead, a foyer with a hall tree and shoe rack led to a set of front doors with a formidable line of locks. Even in the darkness and in my groggy state, I understood this was an old Victorian home. That shook something else loose in my memory. I saw Kayla leaning toward me, her intense empath's eyes staring into mine.
They're eating people in there, Everson. I can feel it.
Chapter 2. The memory of Kayla's words got my heart pumping and hit my mouth with a metallic taste. Adjusting my grip on my cane, I listened for sounds of activity. If one of these people-eaters showed up, would I be clear-headed enough to cast? A television murmured somewhere, otherwise the house was quiet.
Over here,
Tabitha whispered from beside a door off the foyer.
I blocked the latch with a foul-tasting doily. Just pull.
Gripping the ceramic knob, I brought it gently to. There was a brief creak of hinges, and then the door opened smoothly. I removed and pocketed the damp, wadded-up doily and followed Tabitha into a windowless room. As I closed the door, the darkness seemed to list around me, as if I were on an anchored barge. Steadying myself, I whispered, "Illuminare." The opal stone inset in my cane pulsed weakly before catching and swelling with light. I could cast, after all, just not great. The light illuminated an office with an antique desk whose reddish-brown sheen suggested African teak. More mundane filing cabinets stood against a paneled wall. As I surveyed the room, a cat motif emerged. Ceramic figurines lined the shelves and images of tabbies adorned the walls. The two chairs facing the desk even had embroidered pillows resembling feline faces. It seemed familiar. The room, too, down to the bowl of hard candies on the desk and the distinct scent of butterscotch.
"Now what?"
I whispered.
"How should I know?" Tabitha snapped. "This was your idea."
We were in a Victorian home of some kind, a residential home, and one that housed a predator? If Kayla suspected the top brass, then it made sense to search the office first. We'd apparently planned for Tabitha to stuff the lock and then let me out of my room after everyone was asleep. "Let's look around for anything unusual," I said.
"How original,"
Tabitha deadpanned before nosing around half-heartedly. Whatever I'd bribed her with must have been enticing, which was to say, very expensive. I searched through the desk, finding the usual office supply suspects along with an assortment of blank forms. I pulled a couple of them out enough to read, medical and notation forms, but I couldn't seem to focus on the fine print. Everything still felt like a very disorienting dream. One involving missing people and a supernatural predator, I told myself. So get it together, man. I turned to one of the filing cabinets. Its unlocked drawers held folders with tax records going back several decades. In the cabinet beside it were folders organized by last names. Some were as thick as encyclopedias, suggesting long-term residence. I drew out a middling file and flipped past an info sheet to a list of medications and handwritten notes regarding appointments. Nothing that raised flags. Then again, you don't really know what you're looking for. I pulled my notepad from my satchel, but my pens and pencils weren't where I usually kept them. Neither were they in the satchel's hidden compartments, where I'd stashed some spell implements and ingredients.
"Why don't I have anything to write with?"
I whispered.
"You're not allowed anything sharp in here," Tabitha answered from across the room. "And thank God, or you would have pencil-stabbed me through the head when I tried to awaken you."
I retrieved a pen from the desk and jotted down the residents' names. More than 24 in all, which seemed like too many. I consulted the date on my watch and flipped to the notes for each resident. The latest entries were all within the last couple weeks, suggesting these were all current residents. 24 plus in a suburban Victorian? I shrugged, supposing it was possible, and flipped back to the front of the last file. The very bottom of the intake form was dominated by a flowery signature. Typed beneath it, Agatha P. Winstead, Administrator and Director of Nursing. Wait, I knew that name. And face. She was the woman with the tortoiseshell glasses I'd remembered earlier, not a victim, but the administrator. She'd been sitting at this very desk, in fact, Kayla and I in the two chairs across from her.
"And your brother is mute?"
I heard her asking in a sweet, lilting voice. Kayla nodded and patted my hand.
"He's had aphasia since he was a baby. He can hear fine, he just can't talk." "Well, from everything you've told me, he sounds absolutely precious," Agatha Winstead said, tilting a face adorned with smile lines and haloed-in powdered sugar hair. In her floral cardigan, she could have been my grandmother. "Exactly the kind of resident who will thrive in an environment like Whisperwood."
"Well, that's what I'm hoping," Kayla said, sounding every bit the guilty sister she was pretending to be.
"With my new position, I just know he'd struggle over there. He can't handle change, and we'd be talking a completely different culture, different language. I couldn't do that to him." "Of course not, no," Agatha said. "And you say this move to Tokyo is permanent?" "Our inheritance went up in smoke with the crash, and I had to sell the family apartment. I really have nothing keeping me here. Well, except for Everson."
Because the admissions process required a government ID, we'd taken a chance and used my real name. Kayla glanced over at me.
"But I think he'll do better if—"
Agatha slid a hand forward across her desk.
"Say no more, dear, say no more. We've all had to make sacrifices in these trying times, and it's as you say, he'll benefit from familiarity and routines, something Whisperwood is very practiced in."
She retrieved wrapped candy from her dish and held it toward me.
"Here you are, dear, but just one because we don't want you spoiling your din-din."
I remembered studying the woman's aura as I sucked on the butterscotch treat. I hadn't picked up the chill of a vampire or the whimsical currents of the fae. She'd appeared mortal, and yet she'd struck me as off. Returning from the memory, I looked down at the intake form. Below Agatha's grandiose signature was a second one, a thin, squiggly line, hardly a signature at all and easy to miss. The typed name beneath it read, Hendrik Verstraeten, owner. I wrote down the name, which sounded Dutch or Belgian, returned the file to the drawer, and closed it. I then looked over my notes. Another name was coming to me, but not one I'd written down. Ernesto. "Hey, Potato Head," Tabitha hissed. I straightened to find her hunkered on top of a bookcase. When I brought my light over, she squinted away irritably. She was under a framed poster of a ginger kitten clinging to the end of a tethered cord. The message at the bottom read, "When you get to the end of your rope, tie a knot and hang on." The kitten reminded me a little of, "I never looked like that," Tabitha said, preempting me. She hooked a paw behind the frame. Thinking she was going to fling it to the floor, I threw out a hand. Instead, the frame swung open on a hinge to reveal the metal door to a wall safe. I chuckled and scrubbed her head. "Well done, girl." I retracted my hand before she snapped it off and leaned in for a closer look. It was one of those key code safes often found in hotel rooms, typically 4 numbers to open. When I tested the handle, the door rattled in its housing enough for me to pick out the shine of a cylindrical bolt. Definitely not on the high end of things. I could easily melt the bolt with dragon sand, but then the safe would be ruined, and Agatha would know someone had been in here. That left cracking the code. "What?" Tabitha said when I cut my eyes toward her. "Can I borrow your nose?" I asked, setting my cane aside. "I need to know which numbers are being pressed." It wouldn't give me the order, no, but it would narrow my attempts by a lot. She huffed and looked away. "Fine." The lack of even token resistance had me really dreading the bill for whatever I'd promised her. The muscles in my back groaned in protest as I lifted her and held her toward the keypad. "Are you trying to break my nose?" she protested. "Not so close." I drew her away slightly. "How's that?" "How am I supposed to smell anything from way back here?" With a grunt, I moved her back to the original position. "Better?" "Was that so hard?" she muttered. I rolled my eyes. Even in my muddle-headed state, I knew not to argue. She gave each number a disdainful sniff. 2, 6, 8, 4. You can put me down now." "Excellent," I said, lowering her all the way to the floor. "Hey!" I hissed when she nipped my hand. "That was for the hair tousle earlier." Shaking my hand with a frown, I returned to the safe. 2, 6, 8, and 4. The middle numbers on each side of the square pad. I tried a few combinations, clockwise, counterclockwise, then the zigzag of 2, 4, 6, 8, but they all resulted in a blinking wrong message. That left a partial star as the most obvious pattern. "Darling," Tabitha said, "someone's coming." I stiffened at the growing creak of footsteps, my options colliding in my head like a crowd of stooges. Finally, one took charge and I swung the kitty poster closed, hiding the safe again. I spun to cast a locking spell on the office door, the invocation halfway from my mouth, when I realized I'd set my cane against the desk. I seized it just as the door opened and a flashlight beam hit me in the eyes. The ensuing surge of adrenaline dislodged another memory involving the case. "I wasn't sure whether to say this," Kayla was telling me, "but I had a specific premonition involving you." "That I would help?" I asked her. "That you'd be eaten." Chapter 3. My life may not have flashed before my eyes as I stared into the blinding beam, but the events of that morning did. It had all begun at Midtown College, where I taught Introduction to Mythology and Lore, usually on not enough sleep. As my morning class filed out, I took a seat on the corner of my desk and kneaded the corners of my eyes with a thumb and finger. Good Lord, I was going to have to stop tinkering with new potions the night before a class. I was contemplating a double espresso when, in my peripheral vision, I caught a student lingering in the doorway. "Do you have a few minutes, Professor Croft?" she asked. "My office hours aren't until noon," I replied, managing not to sigh. "But sure, come on in." Sleep-deprived or not, I could never bring myself to rebuff a student, even if she'd only come to contest a grade. "What can I help you with?" I started to say, but then stopped suddenly. "Kayla?" I exclaimed in surprise. Then, "Kayla?"
because I wasn't 100% sure this was her. My friend changed guises like a doppelganger. In the year I'd known her, she'd gone from a hippie chick to a white-haired sage to a punk rocker. If I hesitated to ID her now, it was because this iteration looked so normal. She was wearing a gray skirt suit, and her hair, done up in a professional bun, was brunette with only the barest highlights. Throw in her rectangular glasses and clutched cup of coffee, and she might have been a harried office worker on a too-short lunch break. "Kayla," I decided with a nod. "It's just been a while." "I know," she sighed, closing the door behind her with a foot and taking a seat at my desk. When she began sorting through a messenger bag, I wondered if she'd picked up some temp work in Midtown. "Oh, this is for you," she said, scooting me the lidded coffee she'd set on my desk. I recognized the cup as having come from a vendor in Bryant Park who brewed the best coffee in the city. I wasted no time cracking the lid and gulping down a quarter of the Colombian roast. "You're a saint," I sighed as the caffeine began to spread. "An augur," she corrected me. "One who's had another insight." "Oh, yeah?" I said, my mind peaking with interest as much as my stomach tightened with trepidation. Early in our collaborations, going back to when she'd asked me to investigate her father's construction site, I'd dismissed her insights as New Age nonsense. But we'd since discovered she was the real article, a diviner, or augur. That explained her solid batting average when it came to sensing supernatural baddies, even if her information wasn't always exact. And that was where the trepidation came in. If this proved to be another case, I wouldn't be catching up on any sleep that weekend. A cache of colored pens spilled out as she pulled a folder from her bag and opened it. "What do you see?" I peered down at a stack of photos whose curled edges suggested they'd been developed in a dark room and hung with clothespins. Kayla fanned them out, revealing an old, turreted mansion shot from several angles. Ivy climbed the front, its ragged tendrils spiraling up columns and crowding windows, while a claustrophobic jungle of dark plants and vine-covered trees dominated the sides and back of the house. "All right, I get the creepy factor," I said, gathering up her pens. "But is there something more?" "I've been taking long trips through the city, guided wanderings, I call them. I hollow out my ego as an indigenous woman might her birch canoe. With augury as my current, I offer myself as a loving vessel of sanctuary to those in need." Following our discovery that she was an augur, I'd located as many books as I could on the subject for the two of us to study. The loving canoe stuff was a far cry from how the augurs in Roman times operated, but I'd resigned myself to Kayla adding her own special dressing to the practice. I took several more hits of coffee as she shared instances of aiding and comforting those in need. For the more serious cases, she contacted the police or an agency. We'd come to an understanding that I could only assist her on supernatural cases because A, they aligned with my skill set, and B, I wasn't a caped crusader. I was a struggling professor, frequently late to his own classes. "And then there are the ones where the trauma isn't physical or emotional," she was saying as I neared the bottom of my cup, "but deeply spiritual, where I can do nothing but kneel before their unremitting darkness and weep, praying my tears find and nourish some forgotten seed of strength." I patted the photos. "Is that what happened in this case?" I'd come to admire Kayla's compassion, envy it even, but I needed her to get to the point before my caffeine buzz peaked and waned. "This is Whisperwood Manor," she began, a slight quaver in her voice. "A residential home. I was guided here this past Monday. I sense helplessness inside Everson. Helplessness and hunger." "You think the residents are being starved?" "No. Eaten." "Literally?" She nodded gravely. "Crap. Okay." I blew out my breath. "Do we know anything specific?" Kayla unfolded a newspaper article and handed it to me. "This past summer, a man disappeared from the home," she said. "Ernesto Villanueva. A niece had gone to visit him. They gave her the runaround the first couple of days, saying he was at a doctor's appointment, then away on a field trip. The niece tried one last time before returning home to Minnesota. No one had seen Ernesto since that morning, supposedly. That was when the home reported him missing." "But you think he was missing the entire time?" She nodded. "When I draw his name into my heart, I feel a void that goes back months." According to the article, the home and grounds had been thoroughly searched, neighborhoods canvassed, dogs brought in, but no sign of Ernesto was ever found. "Do we know anything about the administrator of the home?" I asked. "This Agatha Winstead?"
A friend of mine who's good with computers is checking her out. The only thing he's told me so far is that Whisperwood Manor isn't listed on any of the official sites for residential homes or boarding houses. Unlicensed? That's what he thought, which would mean no inspections or accountability, and I sense they mostly take in the solitary, abandoned souls with no one to care for them. In Ernesto's case, it was lucky the niece showed up, and then luckier still that she persisted. He never would have been reported missing otherwise.
So you're thinking there are others who've disappeared? I said, more than asked. When she nodded sadly, I paced to the front of my classroom. It was something I did while lecturing, but now I was considering what Kayla had brought me. An unlicensed residential home, a missing person, a strong sense that he'd been eaten, and that there had been other victims before him. Could we be looking at an insurance scam? I suggested. Maybe the hunger you're feeling is the administrator's greed? You could start by reporting her, right? The fact she's running an unlicensed home would be enough to launch an investigation, probably shut the place down in the interim. Kayla implored me with her intense empath's eyes.
They're eating people in there, Everson. I can feel it, and it's going to happen again this weekend.
I stopped pondering other explanations. If she said the danger was imminent, I believed her. She hadn't been wrong yet. Plus, given the city's gaunt budget, the solution I'd suggested could take months. I nodded. All right, I'll head over tonight, walk the block, see what I pick up. That would let me catch up on a little sleep, approach the case fresh, but Kayla shook her head.
You need to be on the inside.
Sure, if it becomes necessary, I can cook a transmutation spell and—
No, she said, cutting me off. I'm talking about becoming a resident yourself.
Wait, whoa. As in, assume the likeness of an old-timer? That's not possible. A transmutation spell would give me an hour tops.
You don't need to assume anyone's likeness, Everson. Whisperwood isn't just a home for the elderly. They also house recovering addicts and those with mental health problems. They can be any age.
Well, I'm not a very good actor.
You can already fake a limp. Can you stay mute?
I mean, I guess so, I replied before I could take it back. But what about Tabitha? I can't leave her alone.
They allow small pets, I asked.
I'm not sure Tabitha qualifies as small, I muttered. Just the week before, she'd tipped the scales at 28 pounds. And then there was her appetite for souls, though it sounded as if the pickings would be slim at Whisperwood Manor. Succubi typically went for the young and robust. When Kayla leveled her eyes at me, the look was more mournful than stern.
The residents need you, Everson. They have no one else.
Man, she was really working the feels, but her remark about asking about pets made sudden sense. Hey, wait a sec, I said, pointing up and down her outfit. You're not working a temp job. This is part of your plan to get me inside. She allowed a scheming smile.
We have an admissions appointment this afternoon at 4. Your sister, she said, gesturing to herself, is moving abroad for work and can no longer care for you.
I wanted to take issue with her presumptuousness, but when had Kayla not acted presumptuously? I removed the lid from the cup and drained the rest of the coffee. If there were two things I was a sucker for, it was helping the helpless and friends bearing caffeine. Okay, I said, tossing the empty cup into the trash can. I'm in. And that was when she dropped her bombshell.
I wasn't sure whether to say this, but I had a specific premonition involving you.
That I would help?
That you'd be eaten.
What?
It's not definite,
she hurried to add. The revelation and amendment were so unexpected, I laughed sharply. That doesn't exactly sell me on this, you know. She stood.
I owed you the truth, Everson, but here's the thing. It's only if you're discovered.
She was stepping toward me, but her eyes were glazing over in a way that told me she was no longer seeing me. When she arrived in front of me, I took her arms. Kayla.
And if you are found out, she continued in a faraway voice, use the tattoo.
Tattoo? I repeated. What tattoo? Her eyes refocused and found mine. She nodded as if she'd just spoken a divine truth.
Yes, use the tattoo.
That told me nothing. Guess I'll just have to not get discovered. But in the present moment, with a flashlight beam blinding me, it was too late. When I raised a forearm to shield my eyes, I caught the glint of gunmetal beside the beam. A pistol. The person was entering the office law enforcement style, a big person, judging from the level of flashlight and gun. You, a gruff voice said. On the floor. Chapter 4. His beam remained on my eyes as I lowered myself clumsily to one knee and then the other one. I glanced around. On the very edge of the light, I caught Tabitha's ginger rump sticking out from behind a filing cabinet. She was attempting to squeeze all the way behind it, but her width wouldn't allow it. "The stick," the man said. "Toss it." If I surrendered my cane, I'd lose my sword and staff. I cycled through my other options. Hit him with a force blast? No, too much noise. Enclose his head in a sphere of hardened air? That might work. "Are you deaf?" he said. "I told you to toss it." His deep voice reverberated in a way that suggested a capacity for violence. He was above me now, the gun barrel mere feet from my head. I wouldn't be able to invoke before this guy could squeeze. Crap. I dropped the cane. A dirty white sneaker appeared and swept it aside. The enormous shoe retreated from the light only to flash back into view and land against my chest. The thud knocked the wind from my lungs and me onto my back. The bruising pain in my sternum came a moment later. "You're mute," I reminded myself as I winced and writhed. But holy crap, that hurt. He snapped on the overhead light. By the time I'd weathered the pain enough to squint up, the man had secured his flashlight and gun in his duty belt. He was older than I'd pictured, mid-40s. Gray strands shot through his black shoulder-length hair, and his squinting face was scar-pitted. But he was massive, his rock-solid arms threatening to split the short sleeves of his white Whisperwood Manor polo. "You're that new guy," he said, recognition glinting in his eyes. The recognition was mutual. My gaze dropped to his name tag. Dax. I remembered him entering my room before bedtime, carrying a nurse's tray. My roommate, an elderly man with a thick nose and hatchet face, had been telling me about his friend, Pesto, but stopped abruptly when Dax walked in, like the proverbial needle scratching from a record. Dax loomed over my roommate as he downed his pills. Following my roommate's meek lead, I bowed my head and rebuttoned my pajama top. "Here," Dax had said gruffly, thrusting a souffle cup into my line of sight. I looked from the pair of pills at the bottom of the cup to Dax's face with a start. Medications? No one had said anything about medications. I shook my head, hoping that might get him to double-check whatever list he was carrying and realize his mistake. But then it occurred to me that maybe he hadn't made a mistake. Maybe in addition to the ominous bolt I'd seen outside the door, the home was using medications to control its residents. He pressed the small cup against my chest. "I don't got all night. Chew and swallow." I took the cup, shook the pills into my mouth, and pretended to chew. All the while, my tongue was packing the pills beside my lower gums. But when I reached for one of the cups of water, Dax blocked my hand. "Let's see it," he said. I affected a confused face. "Your tongue, stupid. Stick it out." My heart sped into a rabbity rhythm. Without waiting, Dax seized my jaw and squeezed until the pain forced my lips apart. Peering inside, he muttered, "We've got a damned gerbil." He set the tray down, and before I realized what he was doing, jabbed a finger into my mouth. I gagged, his finger tasting horribly of gasoline and general uncleanliness as he dug it around my gums. When he retracted it, both pills were stuck to its calloused pad. "You're new, so I'm going to give you a mulligan. Don't try me again." He squinted his dark eyes in a way that told me he could do worse things. He scraped his finger against my lower teeth, dropping the pills back into my mouth. "Now start chewing," he said, releasing my aching jaw. "I want to see little bits of pill all over your tongue." I peeked past him at my roommate, who was sitting on the edge of his bed. He returned a nervous nod. I crunched the pills between my teeth, wincing as much from the bitterness as the aftertaste of Dax's finger. And to think I could have been sleeping in my own bed, wrapped inside my cozy flannel comforter. But I was here for the residents, namely the one Kayla had foreseen being eaten that weekend. I had to keep that forefront in my mind. When I showed Dax my tongue, he handed me the cup of water. I drank it quickly, wondering just how strong a dose we were talking. "That's the way it's going to be from now on," he said. "Got it?" Before I could nod, he crushed my cup in his oversized fist and drew his lips into a sneer. "Sleep tight." I had never done well with medications of any shape or stripe, and he just forced me into taking 2. He cut the lights, closed the door, and drew the bolt. Tabitha would let me out later, I hoped. We had a plan to search the office and follow up on any leads she'd discovered during her wanderings. But by the time I brushed my teeth and climbed into bed, the entire room was swooning around me, and the mere act of thinking felt like trying to catch mist with a butterfly net. The last thing I remembered was my roommate saying, Be careful, buddy. You don't want to get on his bad side. Now, as I squinted up at Dax from the office floor, I saw that I'd crossed that line, and then some. His lips were pulling back from a chipped tooth, and he actually made a snarling sound. "What are you doing in here?" he demanded. "Mute," I reminded myself. "You're mute." I clutched the front of my pajama bottoms with both hands and looked around desperately, as if to suggest I'd been hunting for a bathroom. It didn't explain how I'd escaped my bolted room, much less access to locked office, but something in Dax's expression told me he wasn't thinking about either of those. No, I was seeing the realization that he'd just been handed the gift of getting physical. "I figured you for a troublemaker," he said. "Why don't we go ahead and fix that?" When Tabitha backed out from behind the filing cabinet, I pictured her pouncing on his back and taking a bite out of his soul, allowing me to recover my cane, but Tabitha's mouth was affixed around the spiral end of my notepad, which I must have left on the desk. She cast me a scornful look before slipping from the room. "Wow. Thanks, Tabby." Dax seized my arm and jerked me to my feet. As he cocked his other fist, his sleeve slid up to reveal a dark blue pattern above his bicep. Kayla's words suddenly came back to me. "Use the tattoo." "Your tattoo," I blurted out, blowing my cover but hopefully preserving the shape of my face. He paused, eyes jerking over to his arm. My thoughts were still shaky, but they were coming together. The crude design had some sort of gang significance, but it was recent, not something he'd acquired in his youth. "You got that in prison," I said. "So?" I upped the ante. "You're out on parole." "Hey, aren't you supposed to be mute?" Time to go for broke. "I'm NYPD, undercover." I pushed power into my wizard's voice as I shook my arm from his grasp. "But you just blew it." Dax shifted in a way that told me I had him on his back foot, but his face was taking on the visage of a trapped animal, making him potentially more dangerous. He looked as if he were deciding between fleeing or filling me with holes. "Stay cool," I warned. "You're not in any trouble. Not yet." "Trouble?" he said, his voice recovering its hardness. "I'm the one carrying." "Which is a violation of your parole." "Yeah? And who's gonna tell?" I got the message. It was just him and me, and I was on his turf. "You just did," I replied. "Here, let me show you." He stiffened before realizing I was only reaching for my cane. I released the handle enough for him to see that it featured a hidden compartment before twisting it closed again. "This bad boy's wired. We've got a team listening." I circled a finger to indicate my fictional team's proximity. "Everything you've just admitted is on tape now." I brought the cane to my mouth and said, "Right, guys?" The bluff, bolstered by my wizard's voice, appeared to work. Dax's face paled beneath an oily sheen of sweat. "So, what now?" he asked in a lowered voice. "Cooperate and we might overlook the weapon violation, not to mention the fact you're working in an unlicensed facility." Having an insider was going to be more efficient and much less aggravating than depending on Tabitha, assuming, of course, Dax wasn't the predator in question. I watched him closely. His gaze dropped back to my cane as though it were a snake and he was trying to gauge just how dangerous it was. "Want to know what I think?" he said. "I think you're a bad liar." I shrugged, worried he could hear my heart pounding. "It's up to you, man." He looked around the rest of the office as if trying to determine whether I'd found anything incriminating. As his hand moved toward the grip of his holstered weapon, I called in the room's ley energy until it hummed around my mental casting prism. If it came to a duel, I was going to have to strike fast and put him down hard. But was I up to it? My prism still felt wobbly. A shrill scream tore through the old house, making us both jump. Dax looked me up and down, then hustled from the office at a house-rattling stomp. I glanced at the framed kitten poster that hid the safe. This could be my best chance to crack the code and see what was inside before my cover fell apart completely. But if the scream belonged to the weekend's intended victim... Crap! I spat and took off after him. Chapter 5. The shrill scream trailed off into a hiccuping whimper before starting back up like a siren. I pursued Dax's size 16 footfalls up 2 flights of stairs and down a short corridor. He unbolted a door and threw it open. "Millie!" he boomed. "What are you doing?" I entered behind him, heart pounding as I readied my cane for whatever horror awaited us. Instead, I found an elderly woman standing in front of the window. She turned, her disheveled hair giving her a crazed look, not helped at all by her bulging eyes. But then I saw tears coursing down her cheeks. Dax rushed toward her as her latest scream wound down. Fearing the worst, he was so big and she so frail, I swung my cane toward him, but he gripped her shoulders with surprising gentleness and lowered his head to hers. "Millie, honey," he said, rubbing her shoulders. "Hey, it's all right. I'm here." She tapped the window with a finger. When she wailed again, I realized she'd been saying a name.
"Arthur! Arthur is outside!"
Heart slamming, I squinted past her, but all I saw were a set of iron bars. "There's no one outside your window," Dax said. "We're 2 stories up. Come on, let's get you back to bed." Though she resisted, he remained patient with her, rubbing her back and whispering reassurances. Eventually, he coaxed her into turning around and shuffling back toward her bed.
"I do miss him,"
Millie said, sniffling and wiping her cheeks with the sleeve of her gown. "I know," Dax said. "Your husband sounded like a good man, and he was lucky to have you for all those years." Millie's lips crinkled into a smile, and she patted his hand.
"You're a dear to say that."
As I moved to take their place at the window, I glanced over at Millie's roommate. The heavy-set woman was snoring loudly in her bed, either too deaf or tranquilized to have been disturbed by the commotion. A cloying perfume came off her, floral and way overdone. Cupping my eyes, I leaned toward the window until my breath cast a light fog over the glass. Beyond the bars, a low layer of clouds glowed over the jungle of a backyard. I squinted, but couldn't see anything in the thicket. I pulled my focus back, studying the window for signs of an attempted breach. When I noticed it was open a crack, I shut it completely. There was no lock, but the bars more than made up for that lack of security. I snuck a bag of gray salt from my satchel and poured a line along the sill, just in case. As my anticipation wound down, my eyes fixed on a tree that rose gamely above the others, its vine-draped branches stretching from the mass of undergrowth. Could a creature have scaled the tree and leapt onto Millie's window ledge? Or flown, maybe? A creature she'd mistaken for her late husband? My mind cycled through vampires, shifters, bloodthirsty denizens of fairy. Something was disappearing and eating the residents, and that thicket looked as good a hiding place as any. I'd have to check it out. "There," I heard Dax saying. "Get some sleep." I turned in time to see him retract a hypodermic needle from Millie's shoulder, her body already slumping to the side. "Really, man?" I said. "It's just a light sedative to calm her. And I'm assuming you have a license to administer that?" Dax finished tucking Millie in and then rose from her bedside, reminding me just how freaking huge he was. "Maybe I do, maybe I don't," he said, returning the needle to a pouch in his duty belt. "Anyone can claim to be anything these days. You haven't shown me any proof you're NYPD. Right. We still hadn't settled that part. Before I could respond, footsteps arrived and a gowned figure appeared in the doorway, curlers poking the insides of her butter-colored sleeping cap. At first I thought the elderly woman was another agitated resident, but then I recognized her tortoiseshell glasses. This was Agatha Winstead, Whisperwood Manor's administrator and head nurse. Her pale nightgown came to a fluttery rest as she stared around. "What's going on?" she asked. "Oh, it's just Millie," Dax said. "She thought she saw someone." "Did you up her dosage, like I told you?" Not yet." Agatha glared from Dax down to Millie. She then cut her gaze to where I was standing beside the window, trying to appear inconspicuous. I stared to one side of her, my expression as flat as I could make it. "What's he doing in here?" Agatha snapped. Not the sweet, lilting voice from our admissions meeting, and I was no longer dear or precious, but that was the least of my worries. Dax hadn't answered yet, and I could sense him sizing me up, trying to determine if my story held merit. I couldn't help thinking about what Kayla had said about being eaten. He cleared his throat. "Yeah, he was, crying earlier." "So you let him out of his room?" Agatha said. "Why would you do a stupid thing like that?" "Well, you see..." He came over, seized my cane arm, and pulled me up snug beside him. "He fell out of bed and cut himself, probably on a corner of the bed frame." Something sharp punched my low back, sending a bolt of pain and terror through me. Did he just inject me? If so, it was going to be lights out, game over. But before I could react, he turned my back to her. "Right here," he said, lifting my shirt. "Look." That was when I felt the wet warmth of my own blood. With my body blocking Agatha's view, Dax returned a small pair of scissors to the pouch on his duty belt. I never thought I'd feel relief at having only been stabbed.
I was taking him to the clinic to patch him up when Millie started screaming, he finished.
Well, take care of it, then get him back to his room, she snapped. And make sure no blood got on his quilt.
Yes, Miss Winstead, right away.
As Agatha looked around again, I snuck a peek at her face. Her eyes, glittering wells of sympathy that afternoon, were now obsidian hard. If she wasn't the people eater, she was damned sure putting out the vibe. With a final contemptuous grunt, she clutched the neck of her robe and gusted from the doorway. "Did you have to frickin' shiv me?" I asked as Dax sat me on a stool in a study that had been converted into a small nurse's station.
Yeah.
He gathered up some bandaging supplies and took a seat behind me.
Miss Winstead can sniff out a lie like a shark. If she didn't see blood, she was going to start asking some tough questions.
With the same finger he'd jammed into my mouth earlier, he smeared a dollop of antibiotic ointment over my stab wound. "Ever heard of gloves?" I asked. Instead of answering, he clapped a stack of gauze over the wound area and secured the pile with medical tape that he tore off with his teeth.
"All right," he said, lowering my shirt. "What do you want from me?"
I stood and faced him. "For starters, what happened to Ernesto Villanueva?"
"Ernesto? He went missing. They never found him."
"You call that cooperating?"
"It's the truth."
"How did he go missing?"
"No idea," he said, "and that's the God's honest."
"What about the others?"
"What others?"
"Look, man," I said, lowering my voice. "You're in deep and you know it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have covered for me with Agatha back there. You want out of this, then you need to give me something I can use." He blew out his breath.
"All I can tell you is that when someone goes missing, it happens quietly."
I straightened. "How many are we talking?"
"In the 3 years I've been here,"
he cast his eyes to the side in thought.
6, 7. Ernesto was the last.
"What happened to them?"
"Beats me. I don't ask questions."
"Any signs of violence or struggle?"
"Nope."
"And you never thought to mention their disappearances to the police?"
"Come on, you've seen what it's like out there. A quarter of the city's unemployed and a quarter of them are living in tents. What do you think the numbers are like for ex-cons? I was luckier than a royal flush getting this gig. Think I'm gonna throw it away by running my mouth? I'm trying to keep a roof over my 2 kids.
"Does Agatha threaten you?"
He shrugged. "No worse than you. We step out of line," he snapped his fingers. "Parole violation. Back to lockup."
"We?" I said. "How many ex-cons work here?"
"Just me and Gabe. We're all the staff she's got. We do everything."
That made sense. By leveraging their statuses against them, Agatha could control them, coerce them into staying quiet. No such guarantees with hires from the general populace. I thought about the files I'd found in her office. "How many people live here now?" Dax did the math on his fingers.
12, including you.
That left at least 12 who had gone missing, but whom Agatha kept notes on to make it appear as though they were still residents. That fit with my original suspicion that she was running a scam. Only it was much more macabre. I thought back to our meeting that afternoon when she'd explained to Kayla how she would become the signatory of the checking account into which my assistant's checks were being deposited. Kayla had intentionally picked late Friday to admit me. That way, Agatha wouldn't be able to do any bank business until Monday, when the case would presumably be over and I'd be gone. But in the case of the disappeared, Agatha had been cashing their checks for herself this whole time. That left the question of how she was disappearing them. Was she actually eating them, as Kayla divined? The thought roiled my stomach. "Are they dead?" I asked Dax point blank. He shrugged.
"If someone in here's knocking them off, I've never seen it."
I looked from his duty belt back to his face and raised my eyebrows. "You sure they weren't given too many pills or shots?"
"Hey, don't try and put this on me. I give them less than what Miss Winstead tells me. And if we're killing them, then how come the cadaver dogs didn't find anything when the police were looking for Ernesto?"
That did throw a wrench in my theory. Were the victims being taken elsewhere? I shook my head. No, Kayla was insistent that whatever was happening to them was happening here, at Whisperwood Manor. But then where was the evidence? And why wasn't I picking up any spectral energies associated with violent deaths? "Does Agatha ever go into that jungle out back?" I asked.
"She keeps a small garden back there. Potatoes, I think."
"So she must do a good bit of digging?" Seeing where I was leading him, he shook his head.
"The dogs checked back there too. No buried bodies. Shouldn't you already know this?" How about any rooms Agatha doesn't allow you to go in? I pressed. He squinted, considering my question. If I tell you, will you find me another job? Hope kicked up inside me. That depends on the quality of the info. Her bedroom. I sighed. That seems like a pretty standard policy. Yeah, but you didn't let me finish. There should be a room next to hers, but there's no door. You can see where it was covered over in the hallway, and the window outside's boarded up and buried in vines. A hidden room sounded promising. Really promising. So the only way to access this room from the inside would be probably through her bedroom, he confirmed. Is that quality enough for you? I played it cool. All right, you get me inside and we'll find you a job with the city. A barefaced lie, but how bad could I feel for a guy who'd been ready to inflict bodily harm on me as a helpless mute? The only reason he was acting civil now was because he'd bought my NYPD bluff. Okay, he licked his lips nervously. It'll have to be tomorrow, though. She'll be in her room the rest of the night. Chapter 6. I've got to lock you in, Dax said when we'd arrived back in my room. Then he paused. Hey, how did you get out earlier? I grinned. An undercover officer never reveals his secrets. Whatever. Stay in here till I come get you for breakfast. I'm serious. Agatha is the most paranoid piece of work I've ever met. I guarantee she's still thinking about the two of us in Millie's room. We gotta act straight as a pair of priests till she calms down. That's the only way I'm gonna get you in there. I didn't like the idea of waiting until morning, not with something prowling the grounds, but I trusted Dax's assessment, even if I didn't entirely trust the man himself. I held up my cane in warning. We're counting on you. Yeah. As he closed and bolted the door, I sank onto the side of my bed with a sigh. A harrowing outing, but it could have gone a lot worse. I still regretted not getting inside the safe. I'd been so close. On the plus side, I'd scored some promising intel, not the least being the hidden room Dax mentioned. I was searching for my notepad when the bed opposite me creaked and my roommate cleared his throat. You awake, buddy? He asked in a sluggish voice. I remembered him introducing himself earlier as Joe Quinn. Yeah, I replied distractedly before remembering my mute cover. Crap. First night is always the toughest. Oh boy, I still remember my first night. He turned onto his back so his thick nose and bushy eyebrows were silhouetted against the far wall. When I spotted his chunky hearing aids on his nightstand, I relaxed. He probably hadn't heard me. The stuff they give you knocks you out pretty good, he continued, but it makes your dreams so damn strange. You spend half the night just lying there trying to make sense of them. He didn't stop when the bolt whined, a weight thudded to the floor, and the door creaked open. Green eyes glowed from shin level as Tabitha entered and closed the door with a back leg. When she attempted to leap up beside me, she came up short and had to claw desperately, pulling away half the quilt before finally gaining the summit. You could have helped me, she said. Where have you been? I whispered. Helping you, ironically enough. She sat down with an indignant huff. Though I don't know why I bother. Helping? Is that what you call fleeing the office when that thug was sizing up my head with his pistol? Then I remembered she'd been carrying my notepad. Hey, what did you do with my notes? That's what I'm trying to tell you if you'd shut up for half a second. I gestured with exaggerated grace for her to continue. She flattened her ears and cut her gaze over to Joe. Hey, did I ever tell you about my friend Pesto? He was asking. The man couldn't have been a day under 40, and there he was. Oh, God, she moaned. They couldn't have drugged him, too? They probably had, but between the residents' growing tolerance and Dax holding back on the dosage bumps, the pills were having a diminishing effect. My notes, I prompted. Yes, Kayla has them. Kayla? I repeated in confusion. Tabitha sighed. She's in that creep's van down the street. I very nearly didn't go when I smelled rain. And don't get me started on the cat doors in this place. They were built for bulimic runway models. She tried to lick her shoulder but struggled against a roll of neck fat. The arrangement with Kayla came back to me. The van belonged to the friend of hers who was good with computers. Coulter? They were overnighting inside it in case I needed anything. Kayla had been worried about leaving me here alone. Did she have a message for me? I asked. Because I couldn't handle most electronics, Tabitha was to act as our go-between. She sighed.
I managed to tune out most of her hippy-dippy nonsense, but she's going to look into what you wrote down."
I hadn't intended for Kayla to follow up on my notes, the residents' names and the owners, but maybe it would shed some needed light on this place. I believed I had the scam part pegged. It was the disappearing part that remained the mystery, and I'd yet to pick up any evidence of the supernatural. "Did you discover anything in your wanderings earlier?" I asked.
"Oh, I met the resident cats," she said with disdain. "They couldn't tell me anything, even after I sat on them. Anyway, I made certain they wouldn't show their faces around me again, the pampered dolts."
Torture techniques aside, did you sense anything? Infernal energies, for example, or smells?
"This whole place smells. You think they'd air it out now and again?"
I tensed my jaw. You know what I mean? Unusual smells?
"Besides the utter hopelessness? Well, there is that woman's room."
"What woman?"
"The one with the hideous name. Agatha?" She scrunched her face. "It's as if her parents named her in the hopes she'd grow up to become a wretched bitch. Anyway, I picked up a smell coming from under her door."
I recognized her information-dangling voice and circled a hand for her to tell me more. Tabitha sniffed the air as though to stir up her olfactory memory.
"Yes, it was faint, but rather distinct."
She suppressed a small smile as she took a second and third sniff.
"Unpleasant, too."
"What?"
"Oh, please have some patience, darling. I'm getting there." She sniffed again. "I'll spare you the revolting details, but if something's not crapping itself to death in that room, it's not for a lack of trying."
My thoughts went to the hidden room Dax had mentioned. Could Agatha be holding her nesto, the last to have disappeared? I began pacing. Dilemma time. If I stormed her room and found nothing, the jig would be up and I'd be out, but if I waited until tomorrow, it might be too late for him. From his bed, Joe chuckled. "Yeah, Pesto was all the way up the tree and touching the top like he was 10 again." I turned to Tabitha. "How sure are you about the smell?" She peered back at me blandly.
"How much do you trust me?"
That all depended on the terms of the bribe, which I still couldn't quite recall. "How about outside the house?" I asked. "Did you notice anything on your trip to or from the van?" I was still thinking about Millie's claim of seeing her husband outside her window.
"Did I notice anything? I was trying to stay ahead of the rain."
"Well, I need you to check out the backyard. There could be something in all that growth." No sooner than I'd said it, the wind picked up and a light rain began whisking against the panes.
"Oh, too bad,"
Tabitha said, curling into a contented ball. With a sigh, I dumped my satchel's contents onto the bed and spread them out. Kayla had told Agatha that the satchel belonged to our late father and that wearing it kept me calm. Similarly, Tabitha was my comfort animal. Under different circumstances, that second notion would have made me laugh until it hurt.
"What are you doing?"
she demanded, upset at the invasion of her space. I separated my collapsible pot from the pile, then picked out a bag of chameleon scales, a ball of rabbit hair, a small bottle of green absinthe, a tube of baking soda, a vial of dragon sand, and finally a wooden spoon engraved with casting symbols. There was a third way to access that room that wouldn't involve blowing my cover, one unique to magic users. "Preparing a potion?" I replied. Chapter 7. Tabitha stopped outside a door on the ground floor and nodded to indicate we'd arrived. With my stealth potion taking tingling effect inside me, I looked from the dark space under Agatha's door toward a corridor that led to a kitchen and back. I could hear drawers and cupboards opening and closing and Dax's size 16s clomping around. They gave way to the sounds of crinkling, pouring, and crunching, sounds the bachelor and me recognized as a late-night bowl of cereal. "Keep lookout," I whispered to Tabitha. She sighed and sank onto her haunches. The only reason she'd agreed to come was because she couldn't take any more of Joe's ramblings. I tried the doorknob. Locked. I licked a finger and retrieved a glittery granule of dragon sand from the vial in my satchel. Dropping the granule into the door's keyhole, I whispered, "Fuoco." A small jet of white fire hissed out, followed by smoke and the stink of burning metal. I counted to 5 in my head, then tugged the knob. The door came open, sending remnants of the melted lock plopping and dribbling to the floor. Thanks to the swelling aura of my stealth potion, it all happened quietly. A current of moist, musty air moved past me as I eased through the door. Not the smell Tabitha had described, but I didn't have her sensitive nose. To my left, a diaphanous curtain glowed with enough moonlight to illuminate a spread of old furniture, what looked like mounted tribal masks and doilies galore. But with my next step, I stiffened. Off to my right, a cluster of feline eyes, luminous and alert, peered back at me. One of the cats squeaked a timid meow. They shouldn't be able to sense me. I was beginning to doubt my potion when a throaty growl answered the cat's meow. I turned to find Tabitha glaring at them through the cracked open door. Still shaken from their earlier encounter, the cats darted for cover. With a sigh, I closed the door all the way and looked around again. Where in the heck was Agatha? Or even her bed, for that matter. One of the cats slipped under another diaphanous curtain, this one covering a large alcove. The contours of a queen bed and headboard took shape beyond, where I made out the lump of a body and Agatha's sleeping cap. My stealth potion had taken an hour to cook, long enough for her to have settled down, apparently. And you've got about 20 minutes before the potion fades, I reminded myself. I aligned myself with the corridor outside until I was looking at a door in the far wall of Agatha's bedroom. The sealed room had to be on the other side. Opening the door revealed a tunnel-like closet of hung clothes and heaped shoes. I crept inside, closed the door behind me, and called light to my cane. Its glow illuminated another door several feet ahead. As I sidled down the aisle of fur coats and chiffon dresses, I picked up the first hint of a foul odor. I don't know what I'm about to walk into, I thought, drawing my cane into sword and staff, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be messed up. Wincing, I pushed the far door of the shared closet open and grew the light from my staff. Unlike Agatha's prim and proper room, this one was littered and in disrepair. Thick, dirty blankets hung from the walls, no doubt as soundproofing, while old packaging covered the rotting floorboards. As the shadows retreated further from my swelling light, I spotted a bed with an old brass frame and a single occupant. The blood drained from my face and pooled, hot and electric, in the pit of my stomach. Holy hell, I breathed. Chapter 8. The figure's stark ribs lifted as a breath bubbled in his lungs. When the breath wheezed out again, I could see the beats of his heart below his sternum. He was so emaciated he was more skeleton than man. But was this a man? I shifted to my wizard's vision. The room dimmed, replaced by blooming patterns of energy. The man's aura, wasted and gray, appeared to have contracted in on itself like the skin around his frail bones. The barest life force pulsed from his center. No signs of vampire, ghoul, or other supernatural baddie. He was a human being, with the being part in serious jeopardy. This wasn't Ernesto, though. This man was too old and bore no resemblance to the photo in the newspaper article about his disappearance. But if not Ernesto, then who? Another missing resident? Either way, I needed to get him out of here and to a hospital. I studied his setup as my vision shifted back to the physical. IV bags hung from a brass rail that bracketed the top of his bed. They were all dry, save for one whose line ran into a plastic port in his right arm, but the bag was down to what looked like a pink, mucus-like swill that was clotting the line. Judging from the man's extreme state of dehydration and malnourishment, it had been clotted for some time. But then another thought struck me. What if its contents hadn't been nourishing him, but depleting him, eating him from the inside? This could have been the victim Kayla foresaw with her augury. Not tonight, I growled. I removed the line from his port. Then, circling my staff over his chest, I started into a healing incantation. Light swelled from the opal, bathing the man in a clinging mist. Maybe not enough to reverse the effects of whatever Agatha had administered, but enough, I hoped, to stabilize him until we reached an ER. With the mist taking gauzy hold around him, I withdrew my staff and looked around the bed. Below the dingy sheets there hung another pair of bags, their colors suggesting the origin of the foul undercurrent. Waste bags. I unhooked them from the frame and set them in the bowl-like depression of the man's stomach. Now to get you out of here. I sized up the boarded window beside his bed. Escaping through it would cost time, especially if it was as vine-covered as Dax claimed. The path of least resistance was going to be back through Agatha's room. Securing my cane in my armpit, I scooped the man under his back and legs and lifted. He came away from the bed easily, sheets and all, and I carried him into the closet sideways, careful not to catch his dangling feet. Back at Agatha's room, I peered inside. I half expected her to be awaiting me with an upraised butcher knife, but she was still in bed.
I was tempted to enclose her capped head in a dome of hardened air, force out the oxygen, but I forced a calming breath instead. The priority was getting this man to safety. I would deal with Agatha when I returned. Tabitha looked up as I appeared through the door and closed it awkwardly behind me. She immediately retracted her face.
"Don't tell me you've taken up necromancy?"
"He's not dead," I whispered anxiously. The stealth potion was leaving my system, restoring my sound and form, and we were far from being in the clear. I cut my eyes toward the kitchen. "How are we looking?"
"Bigfoot is devouring his second bowl of cereal," she said, referring to Dax. "There's nothing between us and the front door."
"Okay, good. Lead the way." I followed Tabitha as she picked a silent path over the floorboards. At the front door, I hiked the man up and searched for a security system. But Agatha was low-tech, apparently, or just plain cheap, because there were no signs of one. I released the locks in a silent line and tried the knob. The door opened and we stepped out onto a front porch. The earlier drizzle had grown into a steady rain, sending strings of water from the eaves and drawing a long-suffering sigh from Tabitha.
"Perhaps we should wait it out, darling."
"Are you serious?" I hissed, my anxiety needle trembling in the red. I wasn't going to relax until we were long gone from here. The rain didn't help things. It had a dampening effect on my ability to cast, and that would include the healing magic swaddling the man in my arms. I glanced down at him. A shade of color had taken hold in his capillary-mapped cheeks, and his eyes were shifting beyond their paper-thin lids. Good. Signs of life. "Come on," I whispered to Tabitha. I ducked through the falling water and splashed down the walkway to a crooked iron gate. After a wrestle with the gate's latch, I got it open and nearly collided into a hooded figure. Adrenaline bursting through me, I fumbled for my cane, already sputtering out an invocation.
"Everson, it's me,"
the figure said, clasping my arm and drawing the rain hood from her head. "Kayla?" I whispered, releasing my gathered energy. "I've got the victim. Let's go." But she didn't budge from my path.
"That name you gave me, the one of the owner?"
"Yeah?" I said anxiously, peering back at the looming Victorian.
"He's Agatha's grandfather."
That made no sense, and this was a horrible place to be having that conversation. Tabitha agreed, though for different reasons. Cursing about water in her ears, she barreled around Kayla and made for the van parked a block away. "Can we discuss this on the way to the hospital?" I asked.
"Listen to what I'm trying to tell you," she said. "The man you're holding isn't the victim. It's him, the grandfather."
I stopped and regarded Kayla's rain-streaked face. "Come again?"
"And the disappearances go back a century, before Agatha was even born."
I looked down as the revelation spiraled through me. Though I'd been hunched over the man, rain was spackling his sheet and collecting in shallow pools in his eye sockets. I was tilting him over to drain them, a reflex more than anything, when his eyelids snapped open to reveal a pair of blood-red irises. I choked on a cry and nearly dropped him. I should have, because in the next moment, he lunged up and bit my throat. Chapter 9. I'd read that a vampire's bite was seductive, pleasurable, intoxicating. This wasn't any of those. Neither was it the bite of a blood slave or zombie, both of which would have ripped the flesh from my trachea. No, this was a feisty old man sinking his yellow teeth into my neck and then gargling as he fought for better purchase. The pain was shocking and bright, but it was my sheer incredulity that made me freeze up. Is this really happening? Kayla's hands thrust around his face.
"Lift your chin,"
she said. I tilted my head back. "Watch your fingers," I said through gritted teeth. How in the hell could this be Agatha's grandfather? Wasn't the woman at least 70 herself? I'd figure out the generational math later. Cradling the man one-armed, I drew my cane from under my armpit. The only reason I didn't just drop him was for fear he'd end up dangling from my neck like a pit bull.
"My hands keep slipping,"
Kayla grunted as the rain flattened her hair to her head. The man's gargling turned to snarls as he twisted his jaw, igniting more sensitive nerve endings. At last, Kayla found handles on his nose and chin, allowing her the leverage to really lean in and pry. His teeth began slipping from my saliva-soaked skin, and if that sounds gross, imagine how it felt. I shoved my cane against his ribs and shouted, "Vigore!" In the steady rain, my force invocation sputtered before catching and releasing. It emerged like a punch thrown underwater, but it was enough to knock his mouth the rest of the way from my neck and his body into a shallow arc. Kayla and I staggered back as the old man landed in a clump of bushes.
A shout sounded, but not from him. With a hand to my throat, I wheeled to find Dax emerging onto the porch with his flashlight and weapon. The beam wavered briefly over Kayla before cutting to me. "Everson," he said, "what the hell are you doing out here?" He'd drawn his sidearm, but couldn't seem to decide where or even whether to aim it. Good, because rain-soaked and with blood running from my neck, I was in no shape to disarm him, much less stop a bullet. I pointed to where the old man had landed. "I was trying to help him." Dax's flashlight beam lit up the dripping mass of bushes. The bedsheet had gotten caught in the branches, and I could see the plastic glint of his waste bags deeper inside, but the man was no longer attached to them. "Who?" Dax asked. I looked wildly around, but the old man was nowhere in sight. Kayla wrapped my arm. "Let's go," she whispered. Her unfocused stare told me this was her augury talking. Not that it took augury to tell me things were going to hell in a handbasket. Now was a very good time to pull back and regroup. Before we could move, someone screamed, "Stop them!" The window to Agatha's bedroom was sliding up, her butter-colored sleeping cap waggling beyond the screen. "Don't let them get away!" Dax aimed his weapon at us. "Stay there!" But his command held a note of uncertainty. Was he supposed to side with an NYPD officer who'd promised him a way out, or with his current employer who was holding him psychological hostage? I had a bad feeling where his final answer would land, but his indecision gave us a narrow window. "Go," I said to Kayla, pushing her ahead of me. "No!" Agatha shrieked. "Stop them, you degenerate do-nothing oaf!" I followed Kayla through the gate, making it several paces before a shot cracked. The bullet missed, whanging past my ear, and in the next moment we were splashing past the property line and beyond Dax's view. I swung my cane back and shouted a locking invocation on the gate. Even a weak one would buy us a few extra seconds. "Coulter!" Kayla cried. I nearly ran into her back as she pulled up. The van was a half-block ahead of us, but a big guy had beaten us to it. He yanked Kayla's friend out and rammed a fist into his stomach, doubling him over. He then brought the butt of a pistol down on Coulter's back, knocking him flat. The man's polo shirt and duty belt, complete with holster and walkie-talkie, marked him as Dax's coworker. Agatha must have radioed him as he was arriving for his shift. Wonderful timing. Behind us, Dax had just finished climbing over the gate and was lumbering into a run toward us. As Kayla went to help her friend, I squared my body into Dax's path. "Stop it, man," I called, taking aim with my cane. "You know who I am." He was panting as he arrived in front of me. "Yeah, Miss Winstead just looked up your name. You're some pencil-neck professor. Whatever's going on here, it's got nothing to do with the NYPD. "Or maybe the professor thing is my cover," I shot back. That didn't make much sense, but I was counting on my wizard's voice to scuttle his reason. When he gazed past me, I turned my head. The thug was holding Coulter by the scruff of his hoodie jacket while keeping Kayla back at gunpoint. Now would be a nice time for Tabitha to make a move, but who was I kidding? Channeling every last ounce of energy into my wizard's voice, I said to Dax, "Think of your kids." I implored him with my eyes for good measure. He responded by leveling the bore of his pistol between them. "Miss Winstead wants to talk to you," he growled. Chapter 10. "How are you doing?" Kayla whispered. "With going underground?" I asked, my phobia winching my chest tight. "Or being forced there at gunpoint?" Dax jabbed his barrel into my back. "Shut up and keep going." He and his fellow ex-con, Gabe, had taken us down another of the Victorian Holmes corridors where they'd opened a door onto a descending flight of steps. Now we were arriving in a dank basement. As Dax performed a second round of pat-downs, he'd already taken my cane and satchel, I opened my mouth to make another appeal, but I could barely breathe. He finished and ordered us to stand before a stash of boxes in the back. "His third chakra is damaged," Kayla said of Coulter, who remained woozy from his beating. She and I were having to support him. "Can we at least place him in a recovery pose? Some yellow light would also be good." Dax's brow furrowed in confusion. "His what is damaged?" Before Kayla could explain, the door at the top of the steps opened and Agatha descended. She'd pulled a chiffon dress over her nightgown and stepped into a pair of sneakers without tying the laces. She'd also missed half her curlers when she yanked them out. But the haphazard result made her look more dangerous than absurd. She stopped 2 steps from the bottom and stared at us. "Well, if it isn't my little actors!" The words snapped off her tongue like a whip. The smartass in me wanted to crack back with, "Yeah, well, Mama's family called and they want their main character back."
but I still hadn't recovered my breath. A shame, because a good 80s dig didn't present itself every day. I looked at Kayla to find her head tilted, eyes softening. "Miss Winstead," she said gently, "I know you believe you stand to gain something by carrying on as you are, but look into your heart, your soul, and be honest. Are your actions coming from a place of love or a place of fear?" I massaged my forehead. God, that was even worse than what I'd been prepared to say. Agatha's face pinched as if she'd whiffed some bad cheese. "If she speaks again," she told Dax, "silence her."
"Yes, Miss Winstead."
I caught Kayla's attention and shook my head for her to quit while she was ahead.
"Did you little fakers, you little nincompoops, think you could get one past me?" Agatha seethed. "I've been at this longer than you. A lot longer." She narrowed her eyes. "Look at you, you do-gooding greenhorns with your bright eyes and your shiny faces. You have no idea. No idea at all."
"Then educate us," I wheezed. "No idea about what?" Because I still wasn't seeing the supernatural element. Dax and Gabe were ex-cons, Agatha was a cold-blooded fraudster, and her grandfather was an outright freak. But aside from the last one's ridiculous longevity, their energies checked out. They were mortal. So who or what was disappearing the residents going back a century and keeping Grandpa alive? Who was actually calling the shots? "Who are you serving?" I asked. That was the only explanation that made sense. Sacrifices to a demon or dark spirit, either one very bad.
"Serving?" Agatha repeated. "Serving?"
Her knuckles whitened around the handrails. She then began shaking them, causing the wood bracketing the steps to rattle and groan. I'd touched a nerve, apparently. Dax and Gabe exchanged glances. I think we were all waiting for the rails to snap. As the shaking became more violent, her face trembled with what seemed malice and frustration, as if she wanted to end us but couldn't. Not yet. With a sharp bark, she released the rails and her face went suddenly flat.
"I have more important things to do right now," she said with eerie calmness.
She turned and ascended the stairs in measured steps, her curlers and sprays of white hair fading into the gloom.
"Boys,"
she called back. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought she'd just given the kill order, but it was a summons because Dax and Gabe clomped up after her. The door slammed closed behind them, followed by the scraping of several bolts.
"Let's place you on your left side,"
Kayla told Coulter, whom she was guiding to the floor. I helped get him into position. With the adrenaline of the encounter leaving my system, the bite wounds in my neck resumed smarting like wasp stings, but my breathing was becoming less of a battle. "Any insights into what happens next?" I asked Kayla. The guarded look she returned was uncharacteristic of her.
"I'm not sure I should tell you right now."
"Why? Am I back to being eaten?" She pressed her hand to what I assumed to be Coulter's third chakra and nodded. I stared at her. "What? I was only joking. All of us?"
"Only you, I believe."
"That's a relief," I muttered. But no, as much as I'd come to trust Kayla's intuitions, I refused to believe I was going to be martyred. Not like this. Not in a morbidly depressing residential home from hell. There had to be another way. Wait, Tabitha's still in play. "Did you let my cat into the van?" I asked Coulter. I was already picturing her slipping back into the house, tracking our scent, releasing the bolts. From there, I'd recover my cane and satchel. Dax had tossed them into a closet. After incapacitating Agatha and her goon squad, we'd conduct a search of the property, including the jungle out back, and get to the bottom of the mystery. Because more than escaping, I felt a burning need to crack this thing. Coulter nodded weakly. "I opened the door for her right before that guy showed up. She went to the bed and back to sleep." My hope flagged. Damn.
"Maybe she's just catnapping,"
Kayla suggested. "When it's raining, her catnaps can go 12 hours, I said, which meant it was going to be up to us. I hurried up the steps and tried the thick wooden door. It didn't budge. Ditto when I gave it a solid kick. Closing my eyes, I held a hand toward the door's center and called in the ambient ley energy. I could still invoke without a cane, I just couldn't direct the emerging forces very well. "Vigore!" I shouted. Power stormed down my arm, branched from my hand, released into the door, and sent me into a backward somersault down the steps. My right hip took the bruising brunt as I landed back on the dirt floor. Kayla rushed over.
"Are you okay?"
"I think so," I replied blearily.
How's the other guy look?
If you mean the door, it's still there.
I squinted up at it, then let my head thud back down. Following our last case, I thought we'd been getting good at these, but this one had confounded me at every turn, from being drugged, to getting caught, to misidentifying the victim, to having my neck chewed on by an old man, and as if to add insult to injury, I just gotten my ass kicked by a basement door. Kayla took my head onto her lap and inspected my throat wounds.
Listen, she said after a moment, my intuition's telling me something else.
Do I want to hear it?
It's suggesting we have everything we need. It's all right here.
Great, I muttered. Case closed. Let's go home. I was being a derp, but short on sleep and dizzy and demoralized from my tumble, I'd never felt a greater desire to crawl into my own bed and pull the covers over my head for the next 2 weeks.
Everson, Kayla chided. We still need to make sense of it, but here's the thing. I'm an intuitive.
She worked her hands under my back until I was sitting up.
I can sense and feel and foresee, but I'm not very good at organizing.
She stood and helped me to my feet.
That's where we need your professor's mind.
She hooked her arm through mine and guided me into my first unsteady steps. The motion helped. I felt my head clearing, my motivation resurfacing, my problem-solving cogs grinding into gear. I patted her hand. I'm good, Coach. With a soft smile, Kayla released me to pace under my own power, in full professorial mode. All right, I said. We know Agatha's running a scam. She's been manipulating the files of the disappeared to make it look like they're still here and she's cashing their checks. But I think that's opportunism more than anything. The disappearances are the real story. You said they go back a century? How do you know?
It started with a name search, she replied.
Hendrik Verstraeten was the original owner of this house, Coulter said from the floor, sounding marginally better. The record of title goes back to the 1920s. There was an article about this place opening as a boarding house shortly after. Probably before licensing requirements, I mused. And when licensing became the law of the land, he could have been, well, grandfathered in. It explained why Agatha had him co-signing the admission forms.
After Coulter discovered the information on ownership,
Kayla took up.
I opened myself to the home's past, the waves of neglect and loneliness.
She paused to sniffle.
They were heart-wrenching, Everson. I almost couldn't continue. But then the voids came, like the one I felt around Ernesto, a constellation of them, back to the beginning.
What else do we know about Hendrik's past? I asked. I was looking into that before I got pummeled, Coulter replied. He immigrated from Belgium in the early 1900s. Which makes him, like, what, 120? Weirder, he said. He was already an adult when he came over. 140? Yeah, there was definitely something more than good genes keeping the man ticking. Under his occupation, it said lecturer, Coulter added. Probably a researcher or professor then. As I said it, I considered the boxes crammed into the space behind him. It reminded me of the back half of my office at Midtown College and the old joke about how the average professor will amass 2,000 pounds of useless books and papers over the course of a career. Wait a second. I dragged out one of the boxes and opened it. Old academic books. These are his, I said, cracking open the topmost book. The pages were macerated and the writing was in Dutch, which I was only semi-proficient in, but the illustrations were clear enough. Flora and fauna. Kayla came up beside me.
Was he a naturalist?
I scanned the other bindings. The titles seemed to suggest as much. Let's keep looking. In the next box, I found more academic tomes, but then deeper back, I hit upon a box of leather-bound notebooks. The one I drew out contained handwritten entries of dates and ports with Hendrik Verstraeten's initials. Logbooks, I announced. When Kayla came over, I pointed to an entry. Here, he's noting a resupply at Boma. That's a port town on the Congo River in sub-Saharan Africa. The Belgians were active on the river in the 19th century. I recalled the painting of the river paddle steamer upstairs and the tribal masks in Agatha's room. It's how several of the myths and legends of the local peoples first reached the Western world.
So Hendrik was involved in the expeditions?
She asked. Evidently so. And I'm betting his field notes are in here somewhere too. Kayla clutched my arm with both hands, her eyes all but illuminating.
That was what my augury was telling me. Everything we need to know is here, meaning in these boxes. We just need to find it.
I began nodding, her intuition and my reasoning joining hands in triumphant accord when the door at the top of the stairs opened.
As Dax descended with his weapon, his face was so grave it took on a gray cast. Heart slamming, I moved in front of Kayla. "Hey, what's going on?" I said. "Talk to me, man." "Miss Winstead wants me to take you out," he said. "But—" At that moment, a ginger projectile slammed into his back like a cudgel. With a surprised grunt, Dax stumbled down the remaining steps. One of his hands got caught in the handrail at the bottom, and he face-planted into the floor, his pistol tumbling from his grasp. By the time I recovered his weapon, my cat was hunched between his shoulders, eyes glowing as she prepared to take a bite of his soul. "Yes, Tabby!" I shouted.
"Wait!" Kayla cried. "He was about to tell us something."
There had been a butt in there, hadn't there? When I showed Tabitha a staying hand, she glowered back at me. Dax raised his head groggily, his nose red and swollen from the landing. "It's Millie," he said in a clogged voice. "She's missing." Chapter 11. "Millie?" I repeated. I pictured the sweet woman who'd believed she'd seen her husband outside the window earlier. I heard her crying, "Arthur!" and remembered the way Dax had comforted her, helped her back to bed. "I went to check on her," he said. "Wanted to make sure she wasn't reacting badly to the sedative. Her covers were tossed aside like she'd gotten up to use the bathroom or something, but she wasn't there. I looked everywhere." "Was the door unlocked?" I asked. Tabitha, who was still parked on his back, released a beleaguered sigh. "How long is this going to take? Can you just—" I waved for her to get off and let him talk. "I don't know why I bother saving your ass," she muttered, plopping to the ground. She raked a spiteful paw of dirt into Dax's face, but shaken up by his fall and Millie's disappearance, he didn't seem to notice. "The door was bolted when I got there," he said, pushing himself up to one knee. "And Gabe swears he didn't go in there."
"What about Agatha?" Kayla asked.
"Yeah, she's been acting strange," he said. "Well, stranger. When I couldn't find Millie, I knocked on her door to tell her. She barely reacted, like it was no surprise. And she had leaves and dirt all over her dress. That was when she told me to take you three down to Great Kills Harbor and, you know." She hadn't wanted us killed here because of the evidence it would have left, and the state of her dress suggested she had been out looking for her grandfather, possibly putting him back to bed. I wondered if the kill order had come from him. I kept the gun on Dax as he rose unsteadily to his feet. He touched his swollen nose and checked his fingers for blood. "Hey, look," he said. "I don't know who you really are or why you're here, but I don't want to be a part of this place anymore. I just want to find Millie and get her out of here. She treats me like a son." I considered Millie's locked room, the unlocked window, and her vision of her late husband outside. I remembered the large tree presiding over the thicket out back and how I'd wondered if a creature might have scaled it. Suddenly my mind jumped to something my roommate had been chattering about. "Hey, who was Joe's roommate before me?" I asked. "Oh, that was Ernesto Villanueva," Dax said. "The last guy to go missing." A bolt of insight crackled through me. "Did Joe call him Pesto by any chance?" Dax grunted a surprised laugh. "How did you know? Yeah, Joe's deaf as a stump, and that's how we heard Ernesto's name. We thought it was kind of funny, so we stopped trying to correct him." I thought back to what Joe had said. Pesto was all the way up that tree and touching the top like he was 10 again. "Holy hell," I muttered. "What is it?" Kayla asked. "I've been focusing on a creature this whole time," I said, peering back at Hendrick's books and journals. "But I think we're dealing with a tree." "A tree?" she repeated. "Stories came out of those early explorations of the Congo about carnivorous trees," I explained. "Most were elaborate fictions, fodder for magazines of the day, but actual explorers swore by a couple of them. One was a story about a giant man-eating tree that lured people to it with a hallucinogenic mist. It could tap into an individual's memories, apparently, make them see people, loved ones. Then it would grab them while they were entranced and lower them into their liquid centers." Kayla's eyes widened. "So if Hendrick got his hands on a seed or shoot during an expedition—" I nodded, picturing plant cuttings and seed envelopes among his things. "He could have raised one and brought it here," I said. "But he needed to feed it in a way that would go unnoticed, and the boarding house became his solution." I wondered, too, if the nightly pills were meant not only to keep the residents docile, but to prevent them from reasoning their way out of what they were seeing.
And once the tree digested them, Kayla said, there would be no trace of the victims.
Right. I made a connection to the pink swill in the grandfather's IV bag. Also, the resulting sap was believed to have life-giving properties. That's how Hendrik has remained alive this whole time. The potatoes Agatha claims to be growing out back are probably sap-filled tubers. Feeding the sap to her grandfather keeps Whisperwood Manor operating, the tree fed, and the victim's checks pouring into Agatha's account. I doubt the Whisperwood name is a coincidence either, I added in disgust. Kayla cast me a haunted look.
It explains everything I've been feeling.
So, you know where Millie is? Dax asked, his befuddled expression suggesting he'd followed almost none of our conversation. I think so, I replied. And if I'm right, she may still be alive. Chapter 12. Hey, Miss Winstead, Dax called nervously. There's something I need to tell you. He was outside her bedroom, the rest of us, including Gabe, crouched around the corner. We didn't have long to wait. Clomping footfalls sounded and the door flew open.
What is it?
Agatha demanded. She cut her glaring eyes over to where I'd been unable to resist a peek. I grinned and wiggled my fingers at her. I had the pleasure of seeing the shock on her face right before Dax grabbed her arm and yanked. She landed against him with a cry as he plunged a needle full of sedatives into her shoulder. I quit, he said. I expected Agatha to go into a screaming fit, but she only stared at his face with a look of utter how could you, and then the eyes beyond her tortoiseshell glasses diffused and she went as limp as a rag doll. Here, Dax said, handing her off to Gabe. Tie her to the bed, then wake everyone up and get them into the transport van. Fortunately, Gabe was the dimmer bulb of the two and did whatever Dax told him. As he hefted Agatha over a shoulder and carried her into the bedroom, I huddled our motley team together. Okay, we've all got our assignments. On it, Dax said, hustling to the nurse's station. And we're on records, Kayla said of herself and Coulter. Take everything, I reminded them. The safes combo should be 2864, or some iteration of those numbers. If you can't open it, I'll take care of it after I recover Millie. There can only be 24 iterations, Coulter said. I'll get it open. Are you sure you're going to be all right? Kayla asked me. I held up my cane and patted my satchel. Yeah, we've got this. She rose onto her toes and kissed me flush on the mouth. Good luck. Thanks. She hadn't amended her divination about me being eaten, and the kiss felt a little too much like goodbye. She peered into my eyes for another moment before departing with Coulter for the front office. That left Tabby. I can't believe you made me watch that. I looked away, self-consciously. While I'd love to stand here and banter, I took off up the stairs, dismayed to hear my cat following. At Millie's room, I unbolted the door and rushed in. Her bed was still empty, her roommate fast asleep. I went to the window, which was cracked open again. I opened it the rest of the way and pushed against the iron bars. The whole set swung out on a hinge, never intended to keep anything in or out. Beyond, the dominant tree rustled darkly in the rain. The perfume I'd smelled earlier lingered, but it hadn't been emanating from the roommate. No, it was the tree releasing its mind-altering mist on its intended meal. Millie. It lured her to the window by making her see her former husband. Her cries brought Dax, but once his injection wore off, Millie awoke again and succumbed to the hallucinogen, and when she returned to the window, the tree was waiting. That was what my roommate had seen when the tree took Ernesto. Not Pesto, reliving his boyhood, but him being lowered into the tree's mouth. I sized up the man-eating monstrosity that had no business in a Staten Island backyard. Vines camouflaged its smooth alien branches capable of reaching and grasping. I see you, I growled. Tabitha jumped up onto the foot of Millie's bed. You do realize you're talking to a tree? If this is goodbye, I grunted, lifting one leg through the window and then the other. I hope you'll be kinder to my memory. What about my payment? No expression of support or sympathy. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a little disappointing. Kayla will take care of it, which was just as well because I still couldn't remember what I'd promised her. Fine, Tabby sighed. I ducked my head through the window until I was all the way outside, except for my rump. We'd pulled up accounts of the man-eating tree on Coulter's phone. The trick had been distilling fact from fiction, but as I peered beyond the tree's vine-draped branches, I could make out the swell of dark, tentacle-like leaves that, according to several descriptions, concealed a giant sac, the tree's stomach.
and given the thick undergrowth, my best chance of reaching the stomach was going to be from above. I wedged a heel under myself and, holding to the swung-out bars, got my other heel onto the window ledge. From there, I straightened, arching my back to keep my center of mass behind me. Everything seemed to spiral as I fixed my grip on my cane and sized up the tree.
"Need help?" Tabitha asked from behind me. "I'm good at knocking things off of high places."
"Please, not now," I said, teetering as I adjusted my right foot. When I shifted my other foot, I began to totter. I windmilled my free arm, but my balance was irreparably lost. Rather than give Tabitha the pleasure of seeing me plummet 2 stories, I leapt toward the center of the tree. Vines broke around me, and I whacked through a torrent of leaves. For a moment, I thought I was going to fall clear through and land in a crippled heap, but then my feet slammed into something squishy, and I fell against a thick branch growing from the trunk. The entire surface shifted under me like a waterbed. I peered around in shock and relief. I was still on the tree, but in a clearing under the mass of long leaves, which continued to rustle from my passage. As I gained my knees, the squishiness suggested I'd hit the bullseye. "Illuminare," I whispered. Light swelled from my cane, revealing a hairy surface that reminded me of an oversized coconut. "Okay, now where's your damned mouth?" When I walked my knees back, I found it. A cross-like set of seams, pink along the edges. I held my cane over a diamond-shaped opening where the 2 seams almost met in the middle. My light caught a pair of eyes. Heart pounding, I lowered myself until I was peering into what looked like a giant pouch of coffee-colored goo. Floating in its center was a pale, upturned face framed in splayed white hair. Millie. The old woman was smiling serenely as she mouthed Arthur's name, the tips of her fingers reaching up as if to caress him, but the goo was almost to her chin, on the verge of overspilling her nose and mouth. "Dax, where are you, man?" I leaned over and tried to peer down through the leaves, but they were too dense. The rain smacking down around me formed an impenetrable sound barrier. Whether Dax had done his part yet or not, I didn't know and couldn't wait. I seized a corner of the tree's mouth and pulled. I needed to open it enough to extract Millie through, but the seams wouldn't release. By the time I peered inside again, the goo had crested into the gully between Millie's mouth and chin. I drew my sword from my staff and began sawing. A sticky substance bonded the seam, but my blade cut through it. I'd made it a foot when the leaves around me suddenly thrashed to life. Damn it. I'd been gambling that the tree would be too invested in its latest meal to put up a fight. I grunted as one of the leaves gashed the side of my face, drawing blood. 2 more slashed my sleeves. "Protezione," I called. The light above me crackled into a dome, repelling the leaves. I resumed sawing, switching from one seam to another, pausing only to peel it back. The goo crested over Millie's lips and crowded her nostrils, but her staring eyes remained as suffused with love as ever. I think I would have preferred terror. "Hang in there," I said. "Just another little bit." I finished and withdrew my blade, and was thrown onto my back. The flaps of the tree's mouth had sprung open, and now a pale appendage lashed out. A tongue? That wasn't in any of the descriptions. When the appendage groped my leg, I kicked at it. My heel met it with a wet slap, and then, I can't quite explain how, it closed around my entire foot, like putty. The tongue yanked me into the warm, goo-filled sack. As my cane went under, its light glimmered out. The dome I'd invoked overhead thinned to darkness. "Are you freaking kidding me?" I cried, treading to stay afloat. I strained my neck to keep my head above the surface, but the tongue was still gripping my foot, determined to pull me down. Something found my hand in the goo and squeezed. Millie, I realized.
"Arthur," she burbled lovingly, "together forever."
Chapter 13. I shook my hand from Millie's, I didn't want to drag her down with me, and twisted my tongue-wrapped foot until I felt the shoe slip from my heel. I gave it a tug, surprised when the shoe came all the way off. Liberty. I quickly moved the foot under Millie's so she had something to stand on and flexed my hip. It worked. I felt her rising toward the surface, but the counterforce drove me down. Within moments, I was the one with my head angled back, trying to keep the goo from spilling over my face. And then the tree's tongue found my other foot. Swearing, I dragged my cane toward it until I was prodding the powerful appendage. "Vigore!" I shouted, the word resonating strangely in the sack. The resulting force invocation was so weak, though, it felt as if the weight of the goop was going to push it right back into the cane. The invocation rose to the surface as a series of glugs and did nothing to the tongue. Correction, It prompted it to seize the end of my cane and start tugging on that too. "Oh, come on, dude," I gasped. Meanwhile, the effort of keeping Millie afloat was sending stabbing cramps through my hip. My entire leg shook as the goo rose over my lips. I couldn't even invoke now. Kayla had called it. Barring a miracle, I was going to get eaten. But I was also a stubborn ass who didn't like people being right about me. I was cycling desperately through my inventory and options when I noticed something. The tongue had stopped tugging. I drew my cane and foot from its relaxing grasp. Kicking until my lips broke back above the surface, I raised my cane and uttered an illumination invocation. The sputtering light showed the tree's mouth relaxing, too, peeling back from the seams. Better still, several of its thick leaves had fallen limp over the opening. Dax had delivered. I pushed my cane out, seized a handful of the leaves, and began pulling myself up and out. Fortunately, the leaves were as tough as canvas and the goo around me more syrup than honey. I emerged and pivoted around, hooking my legs around a branch growing off the trunk. I reached back inside for Millie.
"Oh, that feels nice,"
she said as I gripped her under the arms. By the time I drew her clear, the rain had tapered and I was exhausted, but we weren't out of the woods yet. "Dax," I called. "I'm down here," came his voice. When a flashlight beam glimmered through the wet leaves, I drew my sword from my staff and hacked through the foliage. His flashlight came into full view, showing that we were less than 10 feet above the ground. "You got her?" he called. "Yeah, I'm going to lower her to you." Millie smiled and stroked my face as I brought her to the edge of the sack, hooked her under the arms again, and lowered her down. "Got her," Dax said with a grunt. Millie cooed as I let go. Dax tromped off with her and returned a moment later, his beam lighting up my face. "Your turn," he said. I pulled the vial of dragon sand from my sopping satchel and tossed it into the tree's mouth. Then I sat and slid off the side of the sack. Dax caught me around the waist and lowered me to the ground. We were in a clearing of dug-up ground, the place where Agatha had been harvesting the life-giving tubers. I pictured them swelling, tumor-like, from the tree's gnarled roots after each meal. The space was also littered with empty bottles of the chloroform I'd instructed Dax to pour around the tree. According to one account, a man-eating tree had been stunned by the anesthesia. Thankfully, that story had held merit. Dax led the way to where he'd set Millie beside the back door of the house. "Is she going to be all right?" he asked as he lifted her cradle-style into his arms. She hugged his neck and murmured,
"Oh, Arthur, it's just like our wedding night."
I nodded. "The hallucinogen will wear off, but she'll need a good rinsing." Though the tree's stomach acid was the slow digestion variety, I could feel its faint burn on my skin. "Where's everyone else?" "In the van." Dax started to turn. "Hey, you coming?" "Yeah, just give me a minute. There's one last thing I need to do." As he carried Millie through the house, I faced the tree. Its vines rustled and its branches rattled as it stirred from its chloroform-induced slumber. I did the chilling math. 100 years of feedings at twice a year came to 200 victims. My God, maybe the saddest part was that none of the victims had been missed. "This one's for you guys," I announced. "You too, Ernesto." Tapping into the vial of dragon sand I'd dropped into the tree's stomach, I shouted, "Fuoco!" A single granule could liquefy metal. There were at least 50 in the vial. They erupted into a massive fireball that plumed white-hot through the tree's upper branches. The tree jerked, then went into a full-body thrashing as fiery gobs of goo began pelting the Victorian's multiple roofs, while more ran down the trunk. When flaming rivulets dribbled off the house's eaves, I realized I hadn't thought this through well enough. And now flames were glowing from a pair of upper-story windows where gobs had smashed through the glass. No, not well at all. I backed into the house. The residence may have been cleared out, but Agatha was tied to her bed. As I turned and hustled down a corridor, I noted the sheen of varnish over all the old wood. This place would be ashes inside of an hour. Agatha may have deserved to join those ashes, but I wanted her to face actual justice. By the time I reached her room, smoke was already clouding the air around me. I burst inside and batted past the curtains to her bed. My arrival spooked her cats, who streamed through a loose corner of the window's screen to the outside. Agatha was unconscious on her back, knotted sheets fastening her limbs to the bedposts. I struggled with the one binding her right wrist, Gabe had pulled it super tight, before drawing my sword and cutting through it. As I moved to the knot around her ankle on the same side, I thought of her grandfather. I assumed he was back in his room, but did I have an obligation to check on him too? I peered toward the closet door and stopped. It was open. Probably from Agatha, rushing to and fro after recovering him from outside, I told myself. But I lit up the room with my staff anyway, the strength of my paranoia making my neck throb. Once bitten, twice freaked out. Through the growing smoke, shadows leaned here and there, but the old man wasn't among them. I was refocusing on the knot when pain exploded through my lower leg. Son of a bitch! I looked down to find the grandfather's head protruding from under the bed, his mouth affixed to my shin. I backpedaled, lost my balance, and fell. Half the horror movies told me I should have looked there first. Hendrik Verstraeten released my shin and scrambled up my body like a critter from a demonic realm. He was coming for my neck again. "Not this time, Gramps!" I cocked a fist and released it, like a piston. Yes, I was punching a 140-year-old man in the face. I didn't say I was proud of it. His frail nose crunched under the impact, sending him rearing back with a choked cry. But the stuff leaking from his nostrils wasn't blood. It was the pink mucus I'd seen in his IV bag. He was sheened with it, the mucus seeping from his pores, his ears, the corners of his eyes. He hadn't just entered into a gruesome symbiosis with the tree. He'd become an extension of it, another one of its tubers. Steam appeared to be gusting from him before I realized I was seeing smoke. The open window was drawing it from the burning house in a thick, blistering current. I needed to grab Agatha and get out of here. I threw another punch at Hendrik, but it glanced from the side of his slick head. He lunged and seized my neck in his cord-like fingers. His grip was taut, desperate. His blood-red eyes bulged and trembled from their sockets. It was too late for him, for the tree he'd grown and nurtured and ultimately allowed to consume him, but he was determined to take me with him. I felt almost as trapped as I had in the tree's stomach. Almost. I'd been working my sword between us, and now I felt the crunch as it skewered his gut. He started, his grip faltering. "Disfare!" I shouted. The power that surged through my blade exploded out in all directions. One moment, Hendrik was on top of me, and in the next, his slimy remains were spattering the walls and far reaches of Agatha's bedroom. I recovered my staff and wavered to my feet, and then the floor was slamming into my back. I'd inhaled too much smoke, too much carbon monoxide. "Need to roll over," I thought dimly. "Crawl out of here before I asphyxiate." I was slotting my sword back into my staff when a hand gripped the collar of my shirt. A rescuer. My body slid from the smoky room, over a door jamb, across the wooden slats of the porch, and then down the front steps in a jarring series of thuds. When I squinted my stinging eyes open, I was peering at the receding Victorian. Fire and smoke poured from its upper windows, swallowing its turret and multiple roofs. And then something inside the house collapsed, sending sparks spewing from Agatha's window. I'd tried, but Karma had had other plans for her. When I passed through the gate, I wheezed, "I'm all right." The person released my collar. Up the street, the brake lights of Whisperwood's transport vehicle flared behind Coulter's van. I tipped my head back, expecting to find Dax, but it was Tabitha. Her body heaved from the supernatural effort to drag me to safety, but her eyes were riveted on the house, the blaze of its utter destruction filling her succubus stare. I'd never seen her so enthralled. "Hey, thanks," I said, sitting up. Catching herself, Tabitha scrunched her face and slitted her eyes at me. "I'm just protecting my investment, darling, and I expect double what you promised me for having to haul your dead weight." I was about to ask for the original terms of the bribe when it came back to me. I snorted, opening a raw ache in my lungs. The ensuing fit of coughing was laced with enough laughter to make Tabitha stare at me as if I were crazy. Was the deal pricey? Yes, very. But it would be worth it for the entertainment value alone. "You've earned it," I managed at last. Chapter 14. 2 weeks later.
"This isn't what I meant," came Tabitha's muffled voice.
"What are you talking about?" I asked, suppressing a laugh. "You said you wanted, and I quote, enough to eat my way out of. Well, here you are." I stood back from the dining room table, admiring the dome-shaped mold of prime cuts I'd placed over her. The feline version of an escape room, basically, and upping the 5-pound deal to 10 made for a more accommodating structure, even if I'd had to wait for my latest paycheck to afford it.
"That's called a figure of speech," Tabitha said around her first bite. "And then there's the matter of my dignity. Not that it's ever mattered to you. I'm beginning to suspect you've only kept me alive these past years for your own Oh, God, that's good," she moaned. When a knock sounded, I said, "Hey, hold that thought."
I opened the door, letting Kayla in. She had kept her office jacket and blouse from her last iteration, but dyed her hair a bright blue and swapped her skirt and low heels for cargo pants and clunky green Birkenstocks. I didn't know what to call this new look. Business casual meets free spirit? She smiled brightly and kissed my cheek as I closed the door behind her. "It worked," she said. "They're looking into the fraud and disappearances." No kidding? I took the newspaper she handed me and turned it around. There it was, on page 1. DA announces investigation into Whisperwood's sinister past. "I don't believe it," I murmured. "And check out the story underneath." I dropped my gaze to "Heroic Aids Commended, Employed by City," and stifled a laugh. Beside the block of text was a picture of Dax and Gabe, flanked by officials from the mayor's office. They'd been given maintenance jobs but looked comically uncomfortable in their new roles as exemplars. I went back to the night Whisperwood Manor burned. We had coached Dax and Gabe on exactly what to say. They saw smoke, they got the residents out, period. No need to complicate the story. In that vein, Kayla, Coulter, and I, along with Tabitha, had slipped away well before the first fire engine arrived. We were never there. The fire department deemed the cause of the blaze a lightning strike. Their investigation turned up a scatter of Agatha's teeth and bones, but no other human remains. Whether it was because the investigation was understaffed or Agatha's grandfather just that combustible, we'd never know. Our work wasn't done, however. Kayla, Coulter, and I spent the rest of the week examining the records from Agatha's office, learning which residents she'd kept alive on paper. The result? A lot, including a woman who would have been pushing 118. Those were the residents Agatha had been hiding in her safe, the improbable ones whose records she'd thinned to account numbers and banking transactions. The years and residence had added up to a lot of money for her, more than $2 million worth. We wrote up our findings, attaching the most incriminating notes and deposits. Knowing the evidence would end up in an overflow basket with the city, we sent copies to the major papers and tabloids. The Scream bit first, their front-page story stoking their readers' morbid fascination and outrage. Soon, the city's more respected papers piled onto the story of fraud, abuse, and suspected murder. The city eventually caved. DA announces investigation into Whisperwood's sinister past. Though Agatha and her grandfather had evaded justice in life, they would not escape infamy's judgment in death. It didn't bring back the 200 victims, no, but the abandoned souls who'd called to Kayla were finally being acknowledged. "And the living residents?" I asked her, picturing Chatty Joe and Sweet Millie. "They're all resettled. In good homes," she said. "I checked. I guess the city didn't want to take any chances, not with the bad press. A task force is going to review all the residential homes in the city and update the licensing requirements." "Hey, not bad for a week's work." I draped an arm over her shoulder. "Oh, I went back to the site yesterday." "And?" "No signs of offspring," I said, referring to the man-eating tree. There was nothing left in the entire yard, in fact. Just charcoal and ashes, like the house. I salted the grounds anyway, to be safe. "Do you think there are more of them out there?" she asked. I pictured the monstrous tree with its grasping branches, dark, tentacle-like leaves, and goo-filled sack. Had it originally come from another realm? Fairy, perhaps? Or was it a native species that had carved out a niche in a hidden corner of the world? I would love to have searched through the rest of Hendrik Verstraeten's journals for answers, but his boxes had all been consumed in the blaze. "In the deeper jungles along the Congo, possibly," I replied. "But the locals would know to steer clear. That's how a lot of legends get their start, as cautionary tales. Hendricks ignored that one at his peril." Kayla nodded solemnly. "Thanks for putting yourself in the dragon's lair." "Well, you did bribe me with my favorite coffee, and there's something about your empathy and augury that's very hard to say no to. But there is one weensy thing you got wrong," I said, unable to resist. "What?" "That I'd be eaten." She blinked at me. "You were." "Excuse me?" I said, gesturing up and down myself. "I think I would know." "You were in its stomach, weren't you?" "Yeah." "Well, then you were eaten." "I never said digested." "Sure, but—" I stopped to consider the technicalities. "She's right, darling," came Tabitha's muffled voice, "as much as I'm loath to admit it." Kayla glanced over at the dining room table, then did a double take. I chuckled at her perplexed expression. "Tabitha's reward," I explained. The little furrow between Kayla's brows deepened. "A meat igloo?"
She insisted, and what my sweet Tabby wants, my sweet Tabby gets.
Oh, stick it up your...
My cat's insult dissolved into an ecstasy of mouth-smacking moans. I grinned. And she's worth every penny. This has been Foul Manners, Croft and Tabby, Book 4, written by Brad Magnarella, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Book 5, Dream On. Chapter 1. I was putting the finishing touches on a casting circle when Tabitha's yellow-green eyes appeared above the ladder to my lab. "Whatever it is, not now," I said. Her eyes narrowed to slits.
"Who peed in your coffee?"
"Since you mention it, you did, 2 days ago."
"Oh," her whiskers twitched. "Well, you were behaving like a tyrant."
"By asking you to please stop tearing my new curtains to shreds?"
"Like I have any control over my feline instincts. You put me in this body."
We'd had this exact conversation at least 700 times, and I wasn't about to make it 701. Lips compressed, I made a slight adjustment to the copper filings with a tiny spade tool. She scowled.
"What are you even doing?"
"Something very delicate." I glanced between the circle and the open book I'd confiscated the night before. An amateur had used it to call up a creature that looked disturbingly brownie-like. I was trying to determine whether it had been a fluke or if the particular design was actually reaching into fairy, something my order would want to know. But I needed to get the circle's intricate design exactly right. Tabitha made a disconsolate noise as she finished her climb up the ladder. From the side of my mouth, I said, "You can stay as long as it's silently and out of the way." She hopped onto the iron table and regarded my work.
"Hideous," she declared.
"I'm serious. You shouldn't even be breathing right now." With a huff, she collapsed onto her side at the table's edge, the gust from her hairy bulk blowing my circle askew. I sighed. "Or do that." She blinked at me innocently.
"Do what, darling?"
I set my utensil aside and straightened. There was no point continuing until I had the lab to myself again. Retrieving a large mixing bowl from a shelf, I turned it over and placed it carefully over the circle. "So, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company?"
"Boredom."
She licked a paw with studied indifference. "Really? I thought your sole amusements were eating, sleeping, and judging me." I wasn't trying to be funny. We'd had no cases together since the nursing home from hell on Staten Island, and in the months since, she'd seemed to luxuriate in the growing depression in her divan, more content than I'd ever seen her.
"I'm ready for an outing,"
she stated. That was nothing short of shocking. "Okay. Where were you thinking?"
"Oh, I don't know."
She released an exaggerated yawn, displaying her mouthful of predatory teeth.
"How about Coney Island? I haven't been there in over a century."
As I connected the dots, I nearly burst out laughing. Minutes before, I'd heard her thud down to the floor and saunter into the kitchen in search of leftovers from last night's filet mignon. On the way back, she'd searched the table where I'd left that morning's edition of the New York Gazette. A pull-out section featured an article on Coney Island's cuisine. Number 2, right below Nathan's famous hot dogs, was Minnie's Mermaid Tales. "Gee, I don't know," I said, scratching my chin. "The only thing you despise more than smiles are screams of delight."
"Yes, but it's the end of the season and a weekday. The little brats will be in school."
I nodded toward the bay windows. "It's unseasonably chilly today, and I know how much you hate the cold."
"The sun's out,"
she countered, her tail flicking impatiently.
"I'll be fine."
I could have kept going, but I didn't get the same kick out of psychological torment that she did. "You know those aren't real mermaid tales, right?" Her eyes widened in surprise before narrowing again.
"What are you talking about?"
A droplet of drool betrayed her. She tried to hide it with a paw, but only succeeded in smearing it over the tabletop. "Mermaid tales," I repeated.
"I heard you the first time,"
she snapped, losing 2 more droplets. "Well, if you had bothered to actually read the article, you'd know they're made from white fish, breaded, stamped into their novelty shapes, and fried. You'd be eating fish sticks, basically."
She squinted one eye as she took that in.
"I've eaten worse," she decided, "including that excuse for a beef Wellington you forced down my throat last week."
I considered my overturned mixing bowl and then the bay windows again. I could probably use the break. It was nice out, even if a bit on the cool side, and I hadn't been to Coney Island since I was a kid. "Okay," I said, "but there will be rules," she moaned.
"Here we go."
1, you can have a single mermaid tail, no more. They're large, loaded with grease, and you eat enough as it is.
Compared to you, maybe, with the appetite of an ant.
2, you'll stay in your carrier at all times. I'm not going to risk you sneaking a bite of someone's soul again.
How am I supposed to eat?
I'll feed you through the door.
Like a zoo animal?
And 3, we take a ride on the Wonder Wheel. Her eyes flashed with panic.
What? No, I'll get motion sick.
Well, there's no point in visiting Coney Island if we don't go on at least one ride. Those are the terms. Take 'em or leave 'em. She glared at me, her tail lashing over the table. Then she stood, arching her back in a long, lazy stretch that seemed calculated to show how little she actually cared.
"Fine," she said at last. "But if I get ill, I'll be aiming for your pants, and I'll expect 2 mermaid tails to replace the one I lost."
How could I say no to that? Deal. Chapter 2.
"Finally,"
Tabitha muttered as I stepped off the subway and onto the raised platform at the Stillwell Avenue station.
"If I'd known the trip was going to take half the day, I certainly wouldn't have bothered."
It was 1 hour, I said, shifting her carrier to my other hand. And you slept for most of it.
"Yes, well, I was conserving my muscles of mastication. Why are we just standing here? Move, human!"
I much preferred her asleep. I'd even managed to grade a few papers. As I exited the station, the sun shone from a bright, cloudless sky. Even so, Coney Island at season's end exuded a certain melancholy, not abandoned, but far from the summer crush I remembered from when my grandmother had taken me. Absent were the sweating masses and hordes of kids, no ecstatic screams either, just a few bundled-up adults and the forlorn cries of seagulls. But the towering sight of the Wonder Wheel looming off to our left pulled my mouth into a dreamy smile.
"I wish you could see how cretinous you look," Tabitha said.
I peered down to find her eyes angled up at me through the mesh door. "Yeah, God forbid anyone should appear amused at an amusement park," I muttered.
"It's just the dopey way you're doing it. You look like a concussed cow."
It so happens that that's the first ride I ever went on. I pointed to the Wonder Wheel with my cane. I would have been 6 or 7. I recalled how Nana had been worried it would scare me, clutching me to her side the moment our gondola had begun sliding back and forth on its track as designed. But I'd loved it, so much so that I convinced her to let me ride it a second time. Tabitha regarded it with a contemptuous sneer.
"I was hoping you'd forgotten."
My smile returned. "Not a chance, Buttercup." I tapped my cane jauntily past the Luna Park roller coaster, around a garden, and onto the famed boardwalk that overlooked Coney Island Beach. At the railing, I closed my eyes and inhaled the Atlantic's scent. The ocean breeze flapped the hem of my cinched trench coat and stirred up more pleasant memories.
"What in the hell do you think you're doing?" Tabitha demanded. "We're here for the mermaid tails."
"Tail," I corrected her. "And it's only 11. We have time."
"In case I haven't made it clear, I will smother you in your sleep."
"So you say, but you've yet to come close."
"Yet being the operative term."
I set her carrier down.
"Where are you going?"
she demanded as I strolled along the railing. Between the demands of teaching and wizarding, I couldn't remember the last time I'd taken a day off, and the memories around this place. I hadn't expected them to be so rich. They cascaded into emotions around Nana, who'd raised me. There wasn't a day I didn't miss her, but today felt especially...
"Help!" Tabitha cried. "I've been kidnapped by a creep who's trying to sell me to the freak show."
I rushed back and seized her carrier. "All right," I hissed. "We'll get your stupid mermaid tail." She smiled smugly.
"That's more like it."
When an elderly couple doubled back toward us, I called out, "It's okay, I'm an aspiring ventriloquist." With an awkward chuckle, I rotated the carrier so they could see Tabitha. "It's just my very normal cat." They huffed in annoyance and continued walking. I waited until they were out of earshot before lowering my voice. "Do that again and we're leaving."
"I was just having a little fun, darling. This is an amusement park."
I set my jaw at her skillful use of my own words against me. "I'm serious."
"Well, you can be serious while carrying me to Minnie's. It's that way."
A pointing claw appeared through the door. With a sigh, I set off, scanning the boardwalk's quaint storefronts and signs. I soon zeroed in on a small restaurant with a faded blue awning. A wooden mermaid, her paint chipped and weathered, extended the length of the rooftop, but Minnie's was shuttered, its metal security gate locked. "Appears to be closed," I said.
"I can see that," Tabitha hissed. "Why is it closed?"
"Well, let's see." I stooped to read the posted hours. They were supposed to open at 10. I checked my mental calendar to ensure this wasn't a holiday, but no, just a regular working day.
"Then use your magic to break down the door," Tabitha said through grinding teeth.
"What will that accomplish? Closed is closed."
It was a little odd, though, considering the write-up in that morning's paper. "Let me out."
"Tabitha, we're not going to raid their kitchen and start up the fryers."
"Speak for yourself. I was promised mermaid tails."
"Tail," I said, my exasperation returning, but I did feel a little bad for her. I knew that kind of disappointment, like having my heart set on a mug of morning coffee only to discover my cat had used the beans as a litter box. Okay, scratch the feeling bad for her part, but I didn't need her creating another scene. "Why don't we stop for a minute and consider our options?" I said. "There are other restaurants."
"I didn't come all this way to gag on a hot dog," she snapped.
"Other restaurants besides Nathan's?" I snapped back. When I noticed someone in my peripheral vision, I spun around to find a middle-aged man standing way too close. Vintage glasses magnified a pair of intense eyes, while dark, unkempt hair joined a scraggly beard. I recognized him as one of the onlookers who had witnessed Tabitha's earlier outburst. "Yes," I said irritably. "Can I help you?" He adjusted his tweed coat, which hung limply over a shaggy blue sweater, a plaid collar poking from the top. Raising a hand to show he was harmless, he cleared his throat.
"Sorry, mate. Didn't mean to startle you," he said in a coarse English accent. "Was just going to say that Minnie didn't turn up today."
"No?" I looked from him to the locked door, feeling like a jerk for barking at him. "Is that unusual?"
"For Minnie, I'd say it is, yeah. Can't remember the last time she done that."
"Do you work here?" I asked.
Nah, but I'm around quite a lot. Up and down the boardwalk mostly. Probably why they call me Boardwalk Benny."
His unkempt state and peeling loafers suggested he may have lived under the boardwalk as well. "I'm, Everson Croft," I said, "and this is my cat, Tabitha." Crooked teeth flashed through his beard as he stooped to look through the door.
"Ha, yes, the ventriloquist's dummy."
She snarled back at him, the sound morphing into a four-letter word. "We had our stomachs set on Minnie's mermaid tails," I said, loud enough to cover her expletive as I jerked her carrier to my other side. "Is there somewhere around here that sells the equivalent?" He straightened.
"Might try Neptune's Bounty. They're down that way. Serve a decent fish and chips."
"Okay, thanks. We'll check it out." He bowed slightly, tipping an imaginary hat.
"But they're closed, too."
I stopped and turned. "You're kidding. They didn't show up either?"
"That's the word on the wood."
He tapped a loafer against the boardwalk and flashed his disarming smile. "Is there a food workers' strike or something?" He shrugged.
"Not that I've heard. Might try talking to Madame Mysteria."
"Let me guess," I said, the smartass in me coming out. "Fortune teller."
"Works in the park there." He jutted his chin. "She's gotten pretty good lately."
"Okay, thanks," I said, half expecting him to tell me she was off too, but this time he didn't call after me. "Well," I said to Tabitha, "should we just head back to the city?" There was no way she would let me enjoy myself, much less ride the Wonder Wheel, not after having been deprived of her stomach's desire.
"No, I demand answers. I want to speak to this Madame Mysteria."
I raised the pet carrier so I could see her. "You're being serious right now?" Her eyes hardened.
"You're always dragging me along on your cases."
"Right, when someone's life is in danger. This is over novelty fish sticks."
"There are already 2 victims that we know of," she said, meaning us. "No telling how many more are out there."
Though our standards for victimhood differed wildly, I veered toward the park entrance with a shrug. If nothing else, it was an excuse to extend my day off at what I'd once believed to be the most magical place in New York. And who knew? Maybe I'd get my spin on the Wonder Wheel after all. "Okie doke," I said. Let's go tackle the case of the missing mermaid tails. Chapter 3. Madame Mysteria's booth was painted midnight blue with silver moons and stars, elaborate stenciling promising fortunes told and fates revealed. But the small interior space, backed by a velvet curtain, was vacant. The only person within 50 feet of the booth was a teenaged girl perched atop a park bench. Her thumbs flew as she typed away on a smartphone. I cleared my throat, but Tabitha beat me to it.
"Where's the crystal-gazing wench?"
she demanded. Heat broke across my face, but the girl was too absorbed in her phone to realize she was being interrogated by a cat. She held up a finger as she finished thumbing her message, then stood and disappeared behind the booth. Moments later, the curtain shook and she reappeared between the folds. She'd swapped her mustard-colored hoodie for a purple shawl and oversized turban festooned with plastic jewels.
"Yes,"
she said, attempting an Eastern European accent that landed somewhere between Transylvania and Jersey Shore. "You're kidding me," I muttered. I turned, half expecting to find Boardwalk Benny watching us with a delighted grin, but he was nowhere in sight. "You're Madame Mysteria?" I asked, to be sure.
"It is I,"
she purred.
"First Lady of Fortune, Diviner of Destinies, your express train to the ethereal plane. If there is something you seek—"
She stooped and retrieved a crystal ball from an unseen shelf, nearly knocking it over in her haste to place it between us.
"Madame Mysteria will tell you all."
She implored me with heavily made-up eyes that were supposed to appear otherworldly but only evoked second-hand embarrassment. And yeah, sympathy. She probably didn't get much business. "Mermaid tails," Tabitha hissed up at me. "All right, I just have a couple questions," I told the young woman as I shook the carrier. "Nothing ethereal, really. More to do at the park?"
"Yes, I can do this."
She began circling her fingers over her crystal ball.
"For $10.
I hesitated. As a poorly paid adjunct professor, my compassion had its limits. "Would you accept 5? Tabitha threw herself against the inside of the carrier with such force that it banged my hip. Grumbling, I fished 2 5s from my wallet and dropped them on the counter. Madame Mysteria swept them from sight, then fluttered her eyelids as though entering into a trance state. It might have been more convincing if she weren't also trying to type on her phone, which she'd placed beneath the counter.
"Your first question,"
she prompted. I sighed, but my money was already gone. "I was told Minnie of Minnie's Mermaid Tales didn't show up today," I said half-heartedly. "Along with some other vendors. Do you know anything about this?"
"Oh, yes,
she intoned, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper.
"They were warned away.
"Warned from what?"
Danger, grave danger."
Her eyes angled toward her phone again. Then, as if suddenly remembering that the crystal ball was supposed to serve a purpose, she blinked and peered into its foggy glass.
"Yes, I'm seeing something. Oh," she forced a shudder. "Something ravenous and deadly."
"Well, isn't that conveniently vague?" I muttered. "And these food workers were, what, its targets?" She cocked her head as if listening to voices only she could hear.
"The spirits are telling me. Yes."
"Who warned them?" She placed a hand dramatically over her heart.
"It was I."
"You? Then why all the seance theater if you already knew the answer?" Her expression flattened, along with her fake voice.
"For more questions, I will need $10 more."
I barked a laugh. "Yeah, not happening. I think we have what we came for."
"Very good."
She steepled her fingers above the crystal ball.
"If Madame Mysteria can be of further assistance, you know where to find me."
"On your phone?" I muttered. I yanked the carrier from my thigh just as Tabitha's claws shot through the mesh door, but there was no way I was paying this girl another nickel. I left, not even bothering with the pretense of tapping my cane.
"Where are you going?"
Tabitha demanded. "You heard her," I said once we were out of earshot. "No mermaid tails today."
"No," Tabitha corrected me. "No mermaid tails until the park is safe again, and she summons Minnie back."
"Tabitha, she's an actor, and not a very good one. She made all of that up."
If I recall, you thought the same thing about Miss Featherpants."
"No," I said, mimicking her. "I thought she was well-meaning, just misguided. We were talking about my friend Kayla, whose intuition I doubted before discovering she had actual augur blood. We'd gone on to collaborate on several cases around the city. Though I hadn't heard from her in a few weeks, it wasn't exactly cause for concern. She was as whimsical as she was intuitively gifted. She would reappear when she had another supernatural case for us to suss out."
"You were still wrong about her," Tabitha pressed.
At a park bench, I sat and placed the carrier beside me. "So you're Kayla's promoter now?" I chuckled.
"Never thought I'd see the day. My point, darling, is that recent history has proved that you know far less than you think."
"Let's just say I'm 98% confident in this case. Besides, I can't keep feeding Madame Mysteria money I don't have." As I squinted at the sun, I was swept off into another memory, this one of Nana and me on an identical bench sharing a funnel cake. Strange, I smacked my mouth. I could actually taste the powdered sugar. As Tabitha carped on about my arrogance, I turned inward, shifting to my wizard's senses. Like a solar eclipse, the bright day suddenly dimmed. Patterns of energy bloomed into view, spirited energies, the kind you'd expect at an amusement park, especially one with Coney Island's storied history. I felt my lips curving into a smile at the playful, shimmering patterns, the sound of calliope music.
"What are you doing?"
Tabitha spat. When I looked over, she became the helium balloon Nana had bought for me that day. Only instead of mylar, this one was orange and cat-shaped. The image made me laugh. Before I knew it, I was succumbing to full-body heaves that filled my wizard's vision with tears and left me breathless. Wait, I clutched my chest. I actually can't breathe. My mirth vanished, but the taste of powdered sugar only grew stronger. I threw my torso forward, trying to retch out the sickening taste and draw in precious air at the same time. The calliope music turned mocking. My vision entered an in-between state where I could see the actual park, but its energy was warping into a malicious kind of glee, the kind that strangled and killed. Something slammed into my side, knocking me from the bench. My hard landing on the cement walkway unclenched something in my chest. The powder sugar taste evaporated, and I drew a gasping breath. Sunlight glinted from a pair of hungry eyes. Tabitha's. With a disgusted noise, she jumped off me. The park spun briefly as I sat up. I looked at the open door of her carrier, then blinked around. "How did you get out?" I panted in my half-daze.
"I'm not an actual cat, darling. I know how to operate a release. Now, do you want to explain why you were just behaving like a lunatic having a fit?"
In the moment before I'd been knocked to the ground, I'd caught a pattern in my wizard's vision. A shimmering web, but twisted and fractured. Grunting, I recovered my cane and used it to stand. I don't know if Madame Mysteria can tell a crystal ball from a volleyball, but there's bad energy here. Deadly energy. I jabbed my cane at what looked like an abandoned attraction in the middle distance. And it centered on that building. Tabitha grinned smugly as she returned herself to the carrier.
"Told you so."
Chapter 4. The wooden building, topped with a square cupola, was tucked into a corner of the park and quarantined by a chain-link fence. A sign on the padlocked gate read, "Temporarily closed," but the sign's faded letters, coupled with the building's sun-bleached and peeling state, suggested permanent retirement.
"The mirror maze,"
Tabitha murmured from inside the carrier, reading a painted sign above the boarded-over entrance. I felt for traces of the warped energy I'd experienced from the park bench. Nothing now. Not superficially, anyway, and I wasn't about to open my wizard's senses again. Instead, I studied the aging padlock. Fresh scrapes around the keyhole suggested it had been recently opened. Tabitha sighed as I circled the fence.
"You are a magic user. Did it not occur to you to break the lock?"
Which could lead to a kid wandering inside? No thanks. But besides my concern for the public's welfare, something was telling me to use discretion. At an inconspicuous spot, I inserted my cane beneath the skirt of the fence. "Protezione," I intoned. As light gleamed from the opal end of my cane, I shaped it into a wedge of hardened air and grew it out. The fence folded upward, producing an opening large enough to shove the carrier underneath.
"You're getting sand all over me," Tabitha complained.
Peering back to ensure no one was watching, I dropped to my stomach and squirmed through after her.
There, I said, dusting off my shirt and retrieving the carrier. Insensitive brood, Tabitha muttered, grooming herself compulsively. I stole around to the main entrance and studied the boards. If someone was opening the padlock, it stood to reason that they may also have been accessing the building. I gave the first board a tentative push. The far right one, Tabitha said grudgingly. I stepped over and pressed on it. To my surprise, it swung on an axis, the top of the board disappeared into darkness while the bottom levered up to create a narrow opening. How did you know? I asked. I'm sensitive to drafts. I wasted no time stooping and edging through the opening and into a musty space. Calling light to my cane, I straightened through a flurry of dust motes. We were in an entrance hall featuring a faded mural of sideshow performers and exotic animals, probably a nod to the park's early history. Ahead were a pair of doorways, ingress and egress. Rows of mirrors gleamed beyond. I lowered my cane, illuminating a span of disintegrating red carpet. A path tracked through the dust. Footprints, but too faint to make out any features. They led toward the ingress corridor. My heart pounded hard enough to rattle my coin pendant as I started forward. A dangerous energy had emanated from this place, one that had nearly strangled me with my own pleasant memories. And it was an energy I'd never encountered before. Should I really have just strolled in like this? As we arrived at the first mirror, I whispered, Be ready for any— Ow! Tabitha wailed. Are you trying to burn out my retinas? Though the large sterling-framed mirrors were cloudy, they reflected the light from my cane in an infinite regression, much of it hitting her carrier. Sorry, I said, dimming the invocation. But listen, we need to be on high alert, and silent. Then stop inflicting me with your petty tortures. As light shrank from the mirrors, our reflections grew in their stead, only they were stretched and squashed and bent at comical angles. Typical funhouse fare, but I found no fun in them at all. They produced a displacing effect. Given the modest size of the building, the maze couldn't have been very extensive, but it would have been disorienting to navigate without the footprints acting as our guide. Farther ahead, they stopped at a mirror. Darling, Tabitha said, we have company. I jerked my gaze around. Where? Right there. I looked down to find her eyes fixed on an emaciated version of herself. I started to sigh, she was staring at her own reflection, before realizing it wasn't inside of a carrier. Hell, it wasn't even inside the glass. With a hiss, her reflection stalked forward on insect-like spindles for legs. Look at that bulimic face, Tabitha scoffed. Now do you see why I refused to diet? Above the pits of the apparition's cheeks, its eyes stirred with sickly green light. I'd seen enough. With a thrust of my cane, I shouted, Vigore! The force invocation scattered the apparition and struck the mirror it had emerged from like a fist. The glass snapped and fissured. I peered around, cane at the ready, but the other reflections of us appeared to be staying on their side of the glass. Back at the fractured mirror, I did a double take. The skinny apparition was back, only now as a multitude of smaller versions, one for each shard. Congratulations, Tabitha said. You've just fathered a litter. One by one, the apparitions began dropping to the floor. Like a horde of kittens, they scampered toward me with malicious grins. The first one gouged its needle-like claws into the cuff of my pants and began scaling my leg. I danced back. Hey, get off! The others followed, swarming up me. I kicked and spun, no idea how to shake them. Despite her carrier swinging around, Tabitha laughed deliriously. I've dreamt of this day. The first kitten reached my collar and sunk its tiny teeth into my neck. Hollering, I dropped my cane to bat it away, but it was like fighting air. I only succeeded in slapping myself. More kittens joined in, finding fresh skin to embed their fiendish little teeth. I staggered as the others began dragging me sideways. On the floor, the light from my cane dimmed, then went out, and just like that, the biting and tugging stopped. I froze to be sure it was over, then leaned a hand against my knee to breathe. Of course, the mirrors needed light to cast reflections. No light, no miniature tabbies. Oh, I wish someone had recorded that, my cat said in a way that suggested a feline wiping tears from her eyes. Yeah, hilarious. I pawed around until I found my cane. Now I need you to guide us out. Her snorting laughter fell off. But we've accomplished nothing. Well, besides you impersonating a scratching post. Tabitha, I'm bleeding. She released an aggrieved sigh. Fine. As she called the directions, I stumbled and bumped until a thin outline of light appeared around the swinging board. Before long, we were on the other side of the fence again, back in full sun. I pressed a handkerchief to my still smarting neck and studied the pinpoints of blood in the fabric. Though I frowned at Tabitha's snickering, I partly deserved it. I should never have rushed in blind like that. "You mentioned coming to Coney Island in the past," I said. "Do you remember the mirror maze or anything else that might have been in this spot?" Her face screwed up in annoyance. "Darling, that was 100 years ago, maybe more. All I remember were those tasty sailors at the saloons along the beach. Such easy prey. Oh, and that hotel built like a giant elephant. It was right over there. This one time—" "Let's go," I said. "Where?" Tabitha spat, upset at having been interrupted. "We passed a historical society on Surf Avenue earlier. If they're open, they should have what we're looking for." "Mermaid tales?" she asked hopefully. "A history lesson." Drown me now." Chapter 5. We passed a couple more shuttered restaurants, but the Coney Island Historical Society was blessedly open. Or its door was, anyway, and I found myself standing in a front room that looked part museum, part someone's home office in need of decluttering. "Hello," I called. From a back room, chair legs scraped. "Silence," I reminded Tabitha in a whisper. "You're trying to order a cat," she replied cynically and way too loud. A moment later, a figure appeared in a doorway. The elderly man was tall and thin, with a shock of white hair that complemented his brown suit. I'd caught him mid-bite, and as he finished chewing, he quickly dabbed his mouth with a cloth napkin and watched me with expectant blue eyes. Yes," he said. I cleared my throat. "Sorry if I've caught you at a bad time. I'm an academic. I teach at Midtown College, and I couldn't enjoy a day at Coney Island without learning a bit about its history." The man's eyes dimmed momentarily, disappointment, before brightening above an earnest smile. "Well, my scholarly compatriot," he said with a sharp clap, "you've come to the right place." Tabitha groaned. "Eugene Marsh," he said, crossing the room in 3 spry steps and offering his hand. "Historical Society President." "Everson Croft," I replied. "Tormentor of my existence," Tabitha added in a low voice that escaped his hearing. As we shook hands, Eugene used his surprisingly powerful grip to pull me over to an untidy desk. "Go ahead and have a seat. Just let me, clear some space off here." As I lowered myself into a creaky chair and set Tabitha's carrier on the far side, Eugene began relocating books from one stack to another, then shuffled some papers around. After roughly a minute of accomplishing nothing, he pinned a large book under his arm and dragged a chair around to my side. "Here we go," he said, taking a seat and using our adjoining armrests to support the tome. "Coney Island, A Photographic History," I read, by Eugene and Margaret Marsh. "Hey, congratulations." "12th edition," he beamed. "We update it as we acquire new tidbits and rare photos. The first is actually one of my favorites." He opened the book to an image of a daguerreotype from 1847 showing sand dunes and a few fishing shacks. "Coney Island's humble beginnings, but by the 1870s, railroads joined the island to the city, and resourceful types saw opportunity everywhere. Just look at the transformation. You had all these bizarre little attractions, complete charlatans, most of them, but the public ate it up." He began flipping the pages so enthusiastically that I only caught glimpses of Coney Island's early shift from fishing backwater to amusement mecca. When something caught my eye, I thrust a hand between the pages, a photo of a towering building in the shape of an elephant, the one Tabitha had mentioned. "Ah, yes," Eugene said with a chortle. "The Elephantine Colossus. 31 hotel rooms inside, if you can believe it. The legs held shops and staircases. The belly had a concert hall, and the elephant's eyes doubled as observation decks with splendid views. Of course, it became rather notorious. Seeing the elephant became slang for visiting the brothel it eventually housed. Built in 1885, it burned down in just as spectacular fashion a decade later." That gave me a window for when Tabitha would have been here. Eugene held up a lengthy finger. But its destruction did help clear the way for Coney Island's golden age. Steeplechase opened in 1897, then Luna Park in 1903. Look at these nighttime photographs. 1 million electric lights, they claimed. Dreamland was even more ambitious when it opened in 1904. He turned to a 2-page spread showing a skyline of white towers and golden domes that looked more like something from the Arabian Nights than Brooklyn. I couldn't help but smile at the audacity. But Dreamland, too, burned down, 1911. His eyes actually misted over as he looked across the wondrous spread. Terrible tragedy. Coney Island recovered somewhat, but by the 50s and 60s, well, it wasn't the magical place to the public that it once was. He turned the pages more slowly. The attractions that managed to hang on fell into disrepair. Wow, I can see that, I said, eyeing the first color photos, which looked gloomier somehow than the black and whites. In the early 70s, Margaret and I took up residence here on Surf Avenue and started the society. Spent years cataloging what was left, interviewed old-timers before their stories could pass along with them. We organized cleanup efforts, lobbied the city for historic preservation, even managed to get some of the surviving rides landmark status, the Cyclone, the Wonder Wheel. The Wonder Wheel was my first amusement park ride, I blurted out, the old joy returning like a blast of wind through my hair. I was careful not to become consumed by it this time, though. My grandmother took me, I said, recomposing myself. It's actually one of my favorite memories. You see, that couldn't have happened without our work. Tourism picked up again. New investors took interest. Coney Island recaptured the public's imagination. I keep telling Margaret that we midwifed its rebirth. He'd reached a chapter appropriately titled Renaissance, filled with photos of gleaming rides and new attractions. A special section showed Coney Island's famous Mermaid Parade, which attracted hundreds of thousands of visitors. As he turned the glossy pages, he could have been looking at baby photos. You know, I was wandering around earlier, I said, almost hating to disturb his reverie, and I happened on what must have been one of the old attractions, the Mirror Maze? Yes, that. With a slight squint, he sat back. Built in 1925, though it went through several owners. He returned to the book, flipping backward now. Ah, here it is. A black and white aerial shot showed a section of park centered on the Mirror Maze. A long line stretched from the front door. Popular, I remarked. Yes, a shame when it closed, but those sorts of attractions fell out of fashion. I'm surprised it's still here, I said, trying to sound casual as I looked over the rest of the photo. He released a beleaguered grunt. You're not the only one. It goes back to the ownership issue. Seems every time it's scheduled for demolition, another claimant surfaces with a pile of documents. The plot would be worth a pretty penny now. Meanwhile, the poor building just sits there. I've actually testified a few times as a historical expert, but honestly, at this point, the lawyers are making more money dragging it out than anyone would from actually resolving the ownership. I was considering how to ask whether anything strange had ever occurred there, such as reflections coming to murderous life, when I sensed we were being watched. I looked over to find a stooped woman peering at us from the back of the house, her face narrow and pinched. Eugene spotted her too. Ah, there's my better half. Come on in, Margaret, he called. Meet my new friend, Everson. I'm showing him our book. I raised my hand but received only a sharp nod in response, her fierce eyes stating she was in no mood for a meet and greet. They shifted to Eugene. Can you, excuse me a moment? He asked. Sure thing, I replied, taking the book onto my lap. He hurried from the room, he and his wife disappearing into the back of the house. My ear picked up hisses of whispered conversation that sounded pressing. Below me, snores shook Tabitha's carrier. With my thumb bookmarking the page with the Mirror Maze, I flipped back and forth, comparing it with images from earlier periods. Using the streets as landmarks, I soon found what I was looking for, a building on the same site. I brought my face closer to the page to study the tall Gothic Revival mansion with its narrow windows and dark woodwork. Small signs or placards were arranged around the main entrance, suggesting an attraction of some kind, but they were too blurry to read. The caption dated the photo to 1905. Cornelius Blackwell's place. I jerked upright. Though Eugene was only now returning through the doorway, he could see exactly what I was looking at. He'd authored the book, after all. But his voice sounded less effusive now, more taut. Professor Blackwell arrived in Coney Island in 1889, he continued. A doctor of sciences from Edinburgh, or so he claimed. His place doubled as a museum of oddities, fake specimens, optical illusions, electrical apparatuses that produced otherworldly effects, that sort of thing. Charged $0.25 a ticket. This seemed promising. What became of him? Well, records show he operated until 1908. Eugene's voice dropped as he arrived beside me. Then he simply vanished. Not as mysterious as it sounds. He just couldn't compete with the new parks, likely owed money to unscrupulous creditors as well. Others in his position skipped town, too. The city eventually seized the properties for unpaid taxes, and they were swallowed up by Luna Park. I looked at the photo again. A house like that would have had a below-ground cellar. Was there anything else? He asked abruptly. There's, something I must attend to. Taking Tabitha's carrier in hand, I rose beside him. Now that you mention it, I noticed a number of vendors are closed today. He sighed and waved a dismissive hand. Yes, a rumor started last night that some awful thing is supposed to happen. We've had a few folks picked up by ambulances recently. Too much drink and sun, if you ask me. Though more cases than usual, I suppose. Maybe that's given the rumor some traction. Who started it? Oh, the new fortune teller, Madame Mysteria. Isn't she just a teenager? I passed her booth earlier. Perhaps, but she forecast that lightning strike on the comet last week. Now folks are more inclined to listen to her. He lowered his voice. Between us, though, I'm not sure it's all her doing. What do you mean? I've seen her with someone lately, a little skinny fellow. Didn't like the looks of him. He glanced back at the doorway where I could see the very edge of his wife's shadow. I'm sorry, but I really do have to run. Why don't you keep this? He patted the book I was still holding. Signed copy. I'm honored. Thank you. He returned a distracted smile, not seeming to have fully heard me. Next time you're in Coney Island, he said, already escorting me out, be sure to come back and see us. Our door is always open. With a pat on my back, he closed said door behind me and turned several bolts. Tabitha released a loud yawn as I paced away. Well, wasn't he an absolute bore? We may have found what we're looking for, I said. Before the mirror maze, there was a museum of scientific curiosities run by a Professor Blackwell. I'm betting he acquired something enchanted or cursed, something that's still on site. I didn't get the chance to pick Eugene's brain, though. I thought back to his wife's intrusion and his sudden need to get rid of me. Was it a coincidence she'd appeared right when we'd begun talking about the mirror maze? And what about when he'd caught me looking at Blackwell's mansion? Was that concern on his face or just the aftermath of a scolding from his wife? Did he mention the mermaid tales? Tabitha asked. He only said that Madame Mysteria had warned away the vendors. Apparently she's been hanging around with someone new, someone who might be helping her. I remembered the way she'd consulted her phone during my reading, and according to Boardwalk Benny, she'd become gifted only recently. If her new companion was the explanation, he could know what we were up against. Then what are we doing piddling around? Tabitha asked in annoyance. Shouldn't we be talking to her again? Definitely, but I'll need to stop at an ATM first. Chapter 6. With my wallet heavier by 2/20s, we returned to Madame Mysteria's booth only to find it empty again, and this time the young woman was nowhere in sight. I peered around with a frustrated sigh. See what happens when you waste time with historical nonsense? Tabitha complained. Well, Eugene's mention of mysterious friend is the reason we're looking for her again, I shot back. But it was past Tabitha's lunchtime, and she was incapable of reason. Yes, I know all about your education kink, she went on. The only thing more gratifying than watching those mini-me's attacking you earlier would be going to your library one morning to discover your stiff corpse under a fallen bookcase. I'd long since given up on the idea that these outings would bring us closer. Letting her remark pass, I eyed the booth's window, which had been left ajar. I considered sending Tabitha through for a look, but who was I kidding? After setting her carrier down, I slid the window open the rest of the way and hoisted myself up. Craning my neck inside, I made out a shelf where Mysteria had set her phone earlier. I couldn't see anything now, but I reached down a hand to feel inside.
Looking for Ada?
I jerked back with a grunt, hitting my head against the window frame. Dropping to the ground, I wheeled to find myself face to face with Boardwalk Benny. A smile spread inside his disheveled beard. "Startle you? Maybe announce yourself next time?" I said irritably, rubbing my head. Tabitha snorted a laugh. "Sorry, mate," he said. "I'm a bit nearsighted. Was just going to tell you I seen Ada dip down to the boardwalk. Goes to a spot near the restrooms there for her breaks." He mimed, puffing a cigarette. "Can't do that in the park." "Thanks," I replied, softening. For the second time, he was being helpful, and for the second time, I'd been a jerk to him. It then occurred to me that as a resident of the boardwalk, he might know something about Ada's friend. "Hey, I'm actually looking for someone she's been hanging around with." "Oh, right, that one. You know him?" "Never caught the name, but I've seen him. Young-looking. Pops in now and again, sometimes takes her for a coffee. Doesn't hang about for very long. Odd sort." Eugene had said something about not liking the looks of him. "How so?" "Never got a good measure of the face on account of these." He waved a finger from one nearsighted eye to the other. "More the way he slinks about. Talks in a mumble, too, like he's up to no good." Drops of adrenaline sped my heart. "When was he last here?" Benny scratched his chin. "Yesterday, I think. The days sort of run together." Was this mysterious person a friend who possessed actual abilities and wanted to help Ada, or was he using her for more sinister purposes? I even wondered if he was somehow connected to Blackwell's old estate and the strange energy. "Hey, what can you tell me about that closed attraction?" I nodded across the park. "The Mirror Maze?" Benny asked without looking. He wouldn't have been able to see it anyway, but his pupils swelled as his voice dropped. "It's nowhere to be poking about, I can tell you that. Word on the wood is that a pair of vagrants broke in on a bad snow day some years back. They never come out again." His story sent a small shiver through me. Murdered by their own reflections? As my gaze returned to the mirror maze, I pictured Professor Blackwell's mansion rising darkly in its stead. Before I could ask Benny anything else, a scream rose on the wind. It twisted into a shrill cry for help, spearing my heart. Benny turned his head casually toward the shore. "Sounds like Ada." Seizing Tabitha's carrier, I took off toward the boardwalk at a cane-pumping run. Behind us, Benny called out the directions. "When you hit the wood, take a right. Restrooms are down there." At the boardwalk, bursts of cold ocean wind were driving the few elderly strollers into the park for cover, while also muffling Ada's screams. Her cries were coming from the far side of the restroom building. With my torso bent to the wind, I climbed over the railing and churned my legs through the soft sand. The screams grew into words in a Jersey accent. "Get away from me!" At the restroom building, I threw myself around the back corner to find Ada crouched against the brick wall. One arm covered her eyes while her other hand swiped at the air. I looked around for her attackers, but the surrounding beach was empty. "Please, somebody help!" she shouted. "Ada," I called, approaching cautiously. "It's okay. You're safe now." As she lowered her arm from her face, a mix of recognition and relief grew in her eyes, but when she looked past me, they popped wide again. "Watch out!" I ducked and pivoted with my cane, but there was no one behind me. "Ada, listen," I said, straightening again. "We're the only ones here." "You don't see them?" Her voice trilled with panic. "See what?" She covered her face again. "The mermaids!" The carrier shifted as Tabitha perked up. "Mermaids?" Was the young woman tripping, or was she experiencing something similar to what I had earlier, a thought or memory turning violent? I was preparing to reassure her again when I noticed that the arm across her eyes was gripping her far shoulder. Blood spread through the shredded fabric of her hoodie jacket and seeped between her fingers, and suddenly the wind carried a thick, fishy scent. I took another look around us and froze. I could see them now. Mermaids, mermen too, dozens of them, sparkling with salt water as if they'd just surged from the ocean. They semi-circled us with manic eyes, bared teeth, and raised spears. "Finally," Tabitha said, "some lunch." Chapter 7. Dropping Tabitha's carrier, I yanked the sword from my cane. "Am I allowed to enjoy anything with you?" she complained as she landed in the soft sand. "Protezione!" I shouted. A protective shield crackled before us, warping the image of the mer people. but it was only a temporary solution. There were too damned many of them, and what were they doing here to begin with? As I backed in front of Ada, I rifled through my mental notes on MERS. They'd inhabited the surrounding bays at one time, moving up the coast to cleaner waters, but they were supposed to be aqua-colored with webbed hands and feet, dark orb-like eyes. These hopped and wriggled forward on giant fishtails, the melanin in their upper bodies and eyes distinctly human. Several of the mermaids were even wearing makeup. It brought to mind the photos from the Marsh's book, the ones about the mermaid parade, I muttered, which made these, apparitions? The lead one, a crowned beauty with dark skin, auburn hair, and a seashell necklace, whirled and thrust her spear. It raked for my protection, spilling sparks in a bright cascade. I hissed as pain seared something deeper. Damn it, this was bad. But apparitions had a major weakness. Jamming a hand into my coat pocket, I seized a handful of salt and threw it into the air. "Respingere!" I shouted. My shield drew in before releasing its accumulated energy with a spectacular blast, sending the salt through the merpeople's ranks. Salt would disrupt the energy holding them together, making it impossible for the apparitions to cohere, much less run me through with sharp objects. But as I watched the mers expectantly, I didn't catch so much as a shimmer. They remained stubbornly solid. "A little oregano would be nice," Tabitha called. "I'm not seasoning them, for crying out loud," I gasped. "I'm trying to banish them." "Well, at least have the decency to save me a tail. That one on the left looks particularly tasty." The queen mermaid was back with her spear, but Tabitha meant her king. The Jason Momoa-sized specimen laughed deliriously above his massive trident. All the mers were smiling or laughing, evidently having the time of their lives. They cheered as Jason's muscle-stacked arms flexed back. I ducked a moment before his trident sliced the air above my head. Returning a blind swipe, I caught him across his six-pack abs. "Oh, be careful not to ruin the tail," Tabitha called, but my blade passed through him as though he were composed of liquid. The power in my sword hand sputtered until the blade came free again. Fortunately, the strike was enough to send him squelching back on his thick salmon-colored tail. But the queen was there to take his place. I just managed to get my sword up as she thrust her spear a second time. The grating contact sent a deep shiver to my right shoulder. My power spluttered again. The hell? Before I could fend her off, something lifted me up and slammed me into the wall of the restroom building. Jason's trident. He'd hurled it, catching me between two prongs, their points buried deep in the brickwork. I kicked, only to find my feet dangling helplessly above the sand. My sword arm was mashed to my side, prickling from a lack of circulation. And thanks to my contact with the trident, my power was sputtering again. As I fought to squirm loose, Jason pointed at me and released a roaring laugh as though we were all in on the fun. The merpeople cheered louder as their queen moved in, her spear leveled at my chest. "Hold on, darling," Tabitha called to me. "I'm coming." "Please hurry," I gasped as the queen's bright eyes narrowed. But when Tabitha arrived, it wasn't to use her succubus powers to repel my executioner. She was licking Jason's tail. "Oh, come on!" I cried. "God, that's good," she moaned. The queen glanced over at her distractedly. That bought me time to gather my guttering power, the inhibiting effect of the trident feeling an awful lot like fey magic. I looked down at my necklace. The coin pendant, which had jostled free from my collar, contained iron. Not cold iron, but maybe still enough to disrupt the fey energy. I shoved my gathered power into the coin. As the queen drove her spear forward, I shouted, "Disfare!" Blue-white light flashed from the pendant. Tabitha, who was ready to take her first bite of Jason's tail, bit down. Her sharp teeth scraped together, eyes popping wide. She stared around the beach in alarm. "What did you just do?" she demanded. I almost couldn't believe it. The merpeople were gone. Giving my pendant a grateful pat, I slumped down the wall and sat hard in the sand. Slitting her eyes at me, Tabitha returned to the carrier in a petulant stalk and slammed the door closed behind her. "Are you okay?" I asked Ada over a shoulder. "She'll be fine, man," a mumbling voice replied. "This is just skin deep." I craned around to find a peculiar-looking man kneeling beside her. He was thin, with a head of frizzy brown hair. Black wayfarers framed the top of an aquiline nose, while a threadbare mustache hugged his upper lip. He'd pulled a folded cloth from his knapsack and was using it to dab Ada's wound. Something about her receptivity to his care told me this was the mysterious friend. He glanced up at me as he finished his work. "I cruised by your apartment this morning looking for you. Should have sensed where you'd be." I squinted. "I'm sorry, and you are?" "Oh." He removed his glasses and peeled away the mustache. I shook my head, more confused than ever. Then something kicked in my brain, and suddenly I was staring at my friend. Kayla? Chapter 8. Her head waggled in acknowledgement. Hey, Everson. I could only stare as I used the wall to gain my feet. Yeah, I've been really attuned to Bob Dylan lately, she explained. Decided to go with it, you know? Though she'd shed half the disguise as well as the mumbling voice, it was still hard to see her as my friend. I'd called her a chameleon in the past, assuming identities as they suited her shifting moods, and she'd nailed this one. But impersonations aside, her presence was even more perplexing than the merpeople's. What are you doing here? I stammered. She instructed Ada to press the cloth to her shoulder and stood to face me. She was wearing black skinny jeans and scuffed ankle boots. Though the wind had died down, she clutched the throat of her leather jacket against the stubborn chill. About 2 weeks ago, my augury started whispering to me about Coney Island, she said. Vague impressions of pain and isolation, but insistent, even more so in my dreams. So I started taking visits out here, guided wanderings, but all I felt were memories, not mine, others, layers of them. Most were bright and colorful, but at times they felt a little too intense. A few bordered on bad trips. I'd already begun nodding. Earlier today I had a memory of eating a funnel cake with my grandmother, I said. Next thing I knew I was strangling on powdered sugar and my own laughter. Yeah, Ada blurted out. I was down here on my smoke break and I got to remember in the mermaid parade. My parents took me when I was 10. The whole thing blew me away. So I was thinking about that when suddenly I was surrounded by real mermaids. They were celebrating like in the parade, only these were all over the place. I'm not even sure they meant to cut me. They were just so... She searched for the word as she eyed the torn fabric around the bloody cloth. Hyper, I supplied. I was going to say spazoid, but yeah. Kayla nodded grimly. That's what I've been sensing, and that's where they're all going, into greater expressions of violence. My augury hasn't guided me to a source yet, much less a reason behind it, but it led me to Ada. I found her trying to divine the future with nothing but her intent. She reminded me of myself before I understood what I actually had, you know? Wanting so badly to see beyond the veil. You forecast the lightning strike on the comet, I said. And it was barely even drizzling, Ada put in excitedly. She saved like a bunch of lives. We saved, Kayla corrected her. People around here don't know me from Dylan's bass player, but you convinced the operator to shut it down early. Yeah, only 'cause he's been crushing on me since July, Ada said with a shrug. Hold on a moment, Tabitha interrupted, glaring at Kayla. That would mean you were the one who warned the vendors away. Ada blinked. Your cat can talk? Catching my panicked look, Kayla said, Ada's cool, but yeah, the notion came to me late yesterday. A being so completely consumed by its greed and gluttony that it would kill to get what it wanted. Her shoulders twitched into a shudder. Its presence overshadowed everything. I had poor Ada here working her phone overtime last night, warning away the employees of Minnie's, Neptune's Bounty. As understanding took hold, I snorted a laugh. Kayla stopped listing seafood restaurants. What? We came to Coney Island today for lunch, I said. You were sensing Tabitha. As Kayla's eyes shifted to the carrier, one side of her mouth quirked up. I'll be damned. You're right. Beyond the mesh door, Tabitha's eyes flared a savage green. I blurted out a locking invocation an instant before her claws seized the door's release. Thwarted from murdering my friend, she thrashed inside the carrier with enough force to bulge out the sides, spitting her entire dictionary of expletives. Ada stared. Whoa, we were so right to warn those vendors? All right, let's not rub salt in the wound, I said. Though Tabitha quickly ran out of steam, her carrier continued to hiss and rattle as I picked it up. She's already been denied a couple mermaid tales today. How about we get something in her belly and compare notes? I think I know what's happening in the park. Here we are, I said, setting a loaded tray of Nathan's fare on a picnic table outside the landmark restaurant. Ada, who'd confessed to being an emotional eater, wasted no time claiming her jumbo chili cheese dog. I scooted a basket of loaded fries in front of Kayla, then took several plain dogs from their buns and bent down. Tabitha's carrier had gone still around its exhausted occupant, which was a blessing. I inserted the ends of the hot dogs through the opening at the bottom of the mesh door and cleaned my fingers with a napkin. I'm pretty sure I know what we're dealing with, I said. Kayla's head of Dylan-esque curls nodded at me to continue. I was never going to get used to that look. When I had my funnel cake episode, I perceived an energy, I began. It was web-like, coming from a shuttered attraction called the Mirror Maze. When I tried to go inside, the reflections attacked, driving me back out. Ada's eyes widened above her hot dog. Before leaving the beach, I'd swaddled her shoulder in healing magic. Throw in Tabitha's capacity for speech and now attacking mirrors, and she was getting one hell of an education. At the turn of the last century, another attraction stood on that same site, I continued. Professor Blackwell's Museum of Scientific Oddities. The president of Coney Island's Historical Society thinks Blackwell was just another charlatan, but the energy around the mermaids from Ada's memory had fey qualities. I'm betting that Blackwell acquired an enchanted object, something to really wow his patrons, but when he fled his creditors, he left it behind with all his specimens and contraptions, probably in a cellar lab. Luna Park must have raised the house and built right on top of it. My phobia of going underground reared like a spooked horse, but the theory explained everything. Memories taking manic life, the reflections in the funhouse mirrors becoming animated, what Kayla had been sensing, but she only watched me above her wayfarers as she finished another fry. Problem? I asked. This energy, her eyelids fluttered, it's coming from something living. What you're feeling is pretty standard with Fey magic, I said. It's not like the magic I practice. The Fey don't just imbue enchanted objects with power. They weave bits of their realm into them. And Fairy is unique to say the least. That otherworldly life force is probably what you're sensing. She still didn't appear convinced. But why now? Well, Fey magic has been known to lie dormant, millennia in some cases. A disturbance or change in the environment can awaken it, and someone was recently in the Mirror Maze. I told her about the scratched padlock and the footprints. Or it could have been that lightning strike you forecast. Some of it may have propagated through the ground, and lightning carries a crapload of raw energy. 1.21 gigawatts, Ada supplied. I nodded approvingly at the Doc Brown reference, but Kayla only issued a slight head waggle. Perhaps, she said. And now that we have an idea of what it is, I forged on, it's just a matter of neutralizing it and storing it somewhere safe until I can deliver it to my order. I dug through my satchel to ensure I had the needed implements for the first and second tasks. That should avert the mass violence scenario. Well, it needs to be soon, Kayla said. I sense we're nearing a point of no return. Right. Let's just give Tabitha a chance to... I leaned over until I could see her carrier. Never mind. We can go whenever you're ready. All 6 hot dogs I'd inserted under her door were gone. Chapter 9. I waved Kayla under the chain-link fence behind the Mirror Maze and passed her the carrier. Ada had returned to the fortune-telling booth to finish her shift. For Tabitha's part, her burst of activity, followed by the high-calorie meal, had sedated her. She'd even been trying to come off as reasonable. I still don't see why we can't summon the food vendors back now that Miss Featherpants knows she screwed up, she said. I'll be a perfect lady. No doubt, I said dryly. But that's beside the point. Until we finish this job, there's a much bigger danger building. Then we can talk about your mermaid tale. Well, if you think I'm going to guide you with my feline sight this time, she spat, you're stupider than you look. Your services won't be needed, I said, adding a silent thank God. Levering up the board at the front entrance, I edged through and called power to my coin pendant. It glowed an ethereal blue, illuminating the entranceway while also keeping any fey energy at bay. Kayla followed, slipping her sunglasses into the pocket of her flannel shirt as she paused to study the old mural of sideshow performers. She shook her head, sadly. Imagine how painful that must have been, trying to uphold your dignity, your sense of self-worth, when everyone treats you like a spectacle for their own amusement. Tabitha snorted. Welcome to my world. Okay, listen, I whispered. Even with my pendant, we need to exercise extreme caution. I know this is a little like saying try not to picture a pink elephant, but if any joyful memories of Coney Island surface, think of something else. In fact, Picturing a pink elephant might be as good a strategy as joyful memories, Tabitha erupted. Today's outing has been one giant cluster. Okay, great, I said, cutting her off. Then you'll have no problem. I took lead, following the footprints through the dust again. At the mirrors, I expanded my pendant's light, ready to kill it the moment one of our reflections turned feisty. But they were all behaving themselves.
Are these two supposed to be in here?
Kayla whispered. I turned to find her regarding a pair of mirrors. They held reflections, but not ours. The two figures wore grimy clothing, one man seemingly floating in an oversized army surplus jacket, the other clutching a stained sleeping bag like a security blanket. Recognition hit me like a bolt as I recalled Benny's story. 2 vagrants broke in here on a bad snow day, I whispered. They were never seen again. I had no idea how they'd become trapped in the mirrors, but then I remembered how the kittens had tugged on me during their attack. Had they been trying to drag me inside another mirror? My legs jittered reflexively as if to shake them off again.
What can we do for these poor souls? Kayla asked.
How about joining them? Tabitha suggested. I eased my cane between Kayla and the men in the mirrors. First, let's back away from the glass. That's fey magic holding them inside. Neutralizing the source should release them, I added, less than confidently. I regarded the men's sleepy eyes and dreamy smiles. At least they didn't appear to be suffering.
Hold on a little longer, friends, Kayla told them. You'll soon be free.
I turned from the men and studied the floor. The print's end just ahead. As I stopped before a wide mirror, I fully expected to see the owner of the footprints suspended in the glass, too. But it was just me. Or rather, my squashed reflection bobbing up and down. The mirror wasn't aligned with the others, though. It was a couple inches lower, its frame resting on the floor. I set down the carrier, gripped the mirror's sides, and lifted. It wasn't as heavy as I'd been expecting and came easily from the wall. Kayla gasped.
There's a space back there.
I set the mirror aside and faced the opening. Sure enough, my pendant illuminated a large hole punched through the yellowing plaster. It opened into a space beyond the mirror maze's interior wall, exposing old wooden subflooring. My eyes immediately locked onto a crowbar and small excavation. Someone's been busy, I murmured, crouching to see better. My light illuminated a section of pried-up floorboards near the back, the planks piled haphazardly. I stooped through the opening and approached the hole slowly. My chest was already clenching, anticipating our descent into the cellar. I was strangely relieved to find a wooden covering instead, likely installed when the mirror maze was built over the mansion's foundation more than a century earlier. Huh, the intruder only made it this far, I said as Kayla arrived beside me with Tabitha's carrier. They didn't break through for some reason. I pulled my cane apart and wedged the tip of my blade into a crack in the wood covering. Everyone back, I whispered, focusing power into my mental prism until I could feel the familiar hum. Vigore, I commanded. The force invocation shot down my blade like lightning and struck the brittle wood with a muffled crack. The covering imploded, its shards tumbling into the darkness below. Tabitha swore. Some of us have delicate ears, you know. As the dust settled, my pendant's light radiated through the opening, revealing stone steps that dropped precipitously. The moment I'd been anticipating and dreading was here. Shall we? I wheezed. Gathering my will, I thrust a foot onto the first step. I forced a breath in and out, then willed myself down another step. Damp air wafted past me, reeking of mothballs and formaldehyde. Kayla's hand found my shoulder. The contact eased my phobia, and I soon arrived on a hard-packed dirt floor. Professor Blackwell's laboratory, I announced in a whisper. My pendant's light was already swelling over an oak desk, its surface of scattered papers and penwells covered in a damp layer of dust. On nearby shelves, jars filled with murky liquids loomed in and out of view. One held a tangle of brown seaweed, with eyeballs. As I'd guessed, this was where he'd stored his oddities, but I kept my wizard's senses tightly shuttered. After what had happened on the park bench, I wasn't eager to expose myself to the unpredictable energy up close and personal. I peered over at Kayla, who'd crept toward a workbench littered with dust-webbed vials and brass instruments. Sense anything? I asked. We're below the memories down here. She paused, her free hand fluttering through the air. I can feel the pain and isolation again, the emotions that first called me. But they're thick here, Everson. Their threads knot around each other in a tapestry of despair. The darkest, most tangled kind. As I joined her, I found tears standing in her eyes. Tabitha groaned. Wake me up when something interesting happens. What you're feeling isn't uncommon with Fey magic, I assured Kayla, especially when it's been cut off from its realm for a long time. Just remember, we're looking for something enchanted. Could be anything, a music box, a magic lantern. It could even be something as mundane as a pen. The idea of a pen got me thinking. Any professor worth his salt would have kept notes on his procurements. If he'd acquired something truly enchanted, he would have documented the hell out of it. I rubbed Kayla's back. I'll go check out his desk. You keep looking over here. With a nod, she wiped her eyes and stretched her hand out toward the other instruments. At the desk, I worked the moisture-swollen top drawer back and forth until it opened. Empty. The same was true of the others. Had Professor Blackwell cleaned them out, or had somebody else? It would have to have been before the mirror maze was constructed, given the intact cover beneath the subflooring. Everson, Kayla called urgently. I rushed back to find her standing in front of a large electrical apparatus with coiled wires and blackened copper fittings, but she was pointing to the tarp-covered lump beside it. Only the tarp didn't match the rest of the cellar. The blue material was shiny and modern-looking. How was that possible? It's under there, she whispered. What we're searching for, I whispered back. When she nodded, I slotted my sword back into my staff and drew the bag of gray salt from my satchel. Kayla lifted the corner of the tarp. Are you ready? I nodded, even though my heart was drumming in my ears. Was I? Slowly, she drew the tarp toward her. Chapter 10. The tarp slid away, revealing a metal contraption about 4 feet tall. Though shaped like a silo, it defied easy description. I leaned closer to study what appeared to be a simple lattice work of tarnished silver, but the pattern grew more intricate the longer I stared. The mesmerizing designs spiraled upward to a dome topped with a shimmering sphere. It's beautiful, Kayla whispered. I managed the barest nod, not wanting to break my gaze from whatever this was, but when I realized what it was doing to me, I yanked my eyes away. And Fey made, I warned, blocking Kayla's view with my hand. An entranced look had already begun growing in her eyes. She seized my forearm as if to shove it aside, but her grip softened mid-motion. Whoa, she said, blinking hard. So that's what real fairy magic feels like? Yeah, sorry, should have warned you. The first look at something Fey made can be overwhelming. Won't hit quite as hard the next time, especially with my pendant's energy acting as a buffer. Just try not to stare. I lowered my hand slowly, watching her eyes to make sure they didn't glaze over again. She glanced at it and looked quickly away. What does it do? That's the million-dollar question. I studied the strange geometry. Mind waiting here while I take a closer look? Be careful. Clutching my salt bag, I circled the contraption. The main elements were unmistakably Fey, but I soon encountered mundane additions. Copper conductors and glass insulators, work that likely dated to Professor Blackwell's time. More recent components hugged and threaded the latticework. Though neatly done, the additions were like garbage piled around the Sistine Chapel. Why ruin perfection? I traced some filaments up to the shimmering sphere. It hummed suddenly, releasing a burst of energy. The taste of powdered sugar hit my throat, but the energy hadn't met me full on. Most of it radiated upward, through the ceiling and into the park. By the time I caught my breath, I understood. It's an amplifier. An amplifier? Kayla repeated. As in strengthening a signal? Fey magic in this case, but yeah, it's amplifying joyful memories. That's what we've been experiencing, only they're distorted. The amplifier could have been faulty when Blackwell acquired it. He appears to have jury-rigged it to get it working. But we're talking about components from the Edison era. Looks like they've been enhanced since, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're failing now. Once again, I wondered who'd been coming down here, and how. Hold on, Kayla said in that faraway voice that meant she was tuning into her augury. Yes, I can feel it now. Blackwell was using the magic on his patrons. It magnified the joy and wonder they felt visiting his museum, viewing his strange attractions. They couldn't stop thinking about them. Resulting in repeat business, I said. But I wonder if the signal was stronger than he intended. Maybe he didn't just charm his patrons, maybe he charmed all of Coney Island. I thought of the Marshes book. Had Blackwell inadvertently spurred visionaries into grander and grander ideas of what this place could become? Steeplechase, Luna Park with its million electric lights, Dreamland. Had he sown the seeds of his own demise? That was usually how dabbling in fey magic ended. "But I can't get over how alive it feels," Kayla said. When the sphere hummed again, I crouched and called for her to get low. This time, the powdered sugar tasted fainter. "Is there a way to turn it off?" she asked. "Not exactly, but I might be able to dilute its power." I hefted my salt bag, gauging its weight. The contraption was conducting energy to the shimmering sphere. The power source would be located inside the main body, a crystal, perhaps, or an enchanted stone, something my modest salt supply could cover, I hoped. I grew my light out, searching for a door or opening. Instead, I found a symbol along the base, so fine it was nearly imperceptible. A release glyph. As soon as I spoke the word, an unseen door would open and it would be case closed. We'd get Tabitha her mermaid tail and I'd take a spin on the Wonder Wheel. Congratulating myself for having just completed a self-guided study on fey glyphs, I warmed up my tongue and brought my salt bag into position. But I'd barely begun rehearsing the sound when I stopped. "Crap," I whispered. "What's wrong?" Kayla asked. Her earlier remark about feeling an aliveness returned like a punch to the head. As I looked over the amplifier again, the latticework took on a darker meaning. Beautiful, yes, but built to contain. "I found a release symbol," I said, "but this one isn't for a door. It's for a prisoner." Kayla crawled around to join me. Before I could caution her, she thrust her face forward, squinting through the gaps in the latticework. She reared back with her hands pressed to her chest, eyes huge. "What?" I asked, taking my own look. "There's a child in there," she gasped. "No way." But as my vision adjusted, I saw it too. Curled in the center of the cage, a small being no larger than a toddler. Dull moonlight hair fell across a cherubic face, while tiny threads of silver light webbed its lavender skin. Gossamer wings, so fine they were barely visible, wrapped the being's body. They fluttered with each rapid breath, while its eyes darted behind delicate lids, lost in dreams, or weaving them. "Holy hell," I breathed. Urgent questions filled Kayla's stare. "That's a freaking dreamweaver," I hissed. She inhaled, absorbing the information, then nodded slowly. "It's beginning to awaken, and it despairs in its isolation. This is what I've been feeling ever since. This is why I was called to Coney Island." Her voice deepened as her eyelids fluttered. "It was kidnapped long ago, imprisoned for a lord's entertainment." She probably meant a fey lord, and I could see it now. The Dreamweaver's cage placed in one of its lavish courts, partly as a showpiece, partly to amplify the lord's own magical entertainments. "It was discarded," Kayla continued, "then found and sold like a second-hand trinket." Her hands moved to caress the latticework as if she could comfort the being inside. "We have to return it to its home." "It's, not that easy," I said, drawing her gently back. "Dreamweavers are big-time powerful, way above my pay grade. They don't just create dreams, they can manipulate memories, blur the line between what's real and what's imagined, and when they're stressed..." I paused, recalling a story of one reducing an entire elvish legion to drooling fools. "They're dangerous." "It doesn't belong here," Kayla said firmly. "No, it doesn't," I agreed, studying the container. "But we need to be smart about this." The Dreamweaver was the power source, which created a whole host of problems. Springing the release glyph would likely wake it up, and not to the tune of zippity-doo-dah. My bag of salt wouldn't accomplish anything except stress it further, and I wasn't ready to start wearing a bib. "Here, I'll contact my order," I said, already digging inside my satchel for the silver cup and oil crystal I would need to message them. "The senior members are leagues beyond me. They'll know what to do." If one even bothered showing up, but I didn't mention that part. Kayla gripped my arm. "Someone's coming," she whispered. I seized my pendant to cover the light and peered out. Sure enough, a flashlight beam was cutting through the darkness at the bottom of the steps. I drew back. We listened as footsteps scuffed across the packed dirt floor. The beam swept past us, then stopped, illuminating Tabitha's carrier. Damn it. We'd left it on the other side of the container. The beam brightened as the footsteps approached. I held my breath. When a figure entered my view, I recognized the stooped silhouette. This was Margaret Marsh from the Historical Society. And was that a knife in her hand? When she nudged the carrier with her foot, I compressed my lips, praying Tabitha had fallen into one of her comatose-grade slumbers. Margaret squatted for a closer look. I angled my cane up to cast, but the opal in the wood's end caught a glint of her light. The flashlight's beam whipped toward me and hit me full in the face. I squinted against the glare as Margaret raised her shaking weapon.
"What are you doing in here?" she demanded.
Chapter 11. Oh, well, I cleared my throat. How to even begin to explain what we were doing in Blackwell's cellar?
"You were the one in our office earlier," Margaret snapped. "And who's this?"
When her beam cut over to Kayla, I raised my cane. Better to blast first and ask questions later. But before I could utter a word of power, something hairy flew into my mouth. I spluttered and spat it out. An adhesive mustache landed between my knees.
"Sorry," Kayla whispered, "but she has something to tell us."
"In case you haven't noticed," I hissed, "she also has a knife."
"Just wait."
"Come out from behind there,"
Margaret ordered. I complied, keeping Kayla behind me. Margaret's flashlight shifted over to the amplifier/cage. Was this her little secret? A child being she'd been guarding all these years? It would explain why she'd abruptly ended her husband's meeting with me when the mirror maze came up, but I emerged to find her staring at the contraption with the same enchanted glaze that had overtaken Kayla earlier. Taking a chance, I reached for her lowered knife. A bread knife, it turned out. She didn't so much as blink as I worked it from her loosening grip.
"What is it?"
she breathed. Okay, so maybe not the one who'd been coming down here? As I slipped the knife into my satchel, Kayla took Margaret gently by the arm.
"We just found it," she said. "You should see for yourself."
Guiding Margaret forward, Kayla had her peer through the latticework. Trusting my friend's intuition, I expanded my pendant's light. A moment later, Margaret's back hitched.
"No, please, no."
Kayla wrapped her in her arms and the old woman collapsed against her.
"No, no, no, no,"
Margaret continued, the word becoming a wail. Kayla rocked her gently.
"It's okay. You didn't know the child was here."
Tabitha stirred in her carrier, eyes opening to take in the scene. "Oh, God," she groaned and closed them again.
"My husband knew," Margaret sobbed. "Eugene knew."
"That's why you were trying to find a way into the cellar?" Kayla asked, her gaze touching mine. "You suspected him of something?"
Like me, Kayla had made a connection between Margaret and the incomplete excavation upstairs. As the elderly woman dried her eyes on her sleeve, she nodded. I brought a stool over, cleaning off the dust with the hem of my coat. As Kayla helped her to sit, my pulse quickened. We were finally going to get some answers. But Eugene, he was definitely crazy for Coney Island's history, but crazy enough to imprison a rare being of the Fey realm? Margaret glanced at the cage, then released a long, shaky breath.
"The first whiff of fishiness happened a few years after we arrived in Coney Island," she began. "The amusement park was failing, and Eugene and I took it upon ourselves to start preserving its history. We found the work fulfilling, a good way to meet the locals, too. We'd come from Ohio, you see."
"Starting in a new place can be hard," Kayla agreed, kneeling beside her.
"One spring, I had to return to my hometown to care for my mother. When I came back, Eugene was different, manic. He'd become a compulsive cleaner, for one, took over the laundry and everything. He said he believed there was a way to revive Coney Island. I asked what he was talking about. We'd never discussed anything like that. But he just went on and on about a renaissance, telling me to trust in our historical work."
She kept her gaze fixed on her downward-pointed flashlight.
"As the summer began, sure enough, folks started returning. At first, we were seeing the ones we'd been taking oral histories from, the old-timers. But then they started bringing their children and grandchildren, all their friends, and it just exploded from there. Inside of a decade, the park was full of rides and attractions again. You couldn't take a step without kicking someone in the heel. But the mirror maze stayed fenced off. Didn't make an ounce of sense."
Eugene mentioned court cases, I said. People making ownership claims? She compressed her lips.
He told me the same thing, but after 10, 20 years of that, you start getting a little suspicious. So I checked the court records. There were cases, all right. Only Eugene was filing all of them.
I stiffened. What?
That's right. He was suing to prevent the mirror maze from being developed, claiming it was historically significant.
Kayla and I exchanged looks. Protecting the cellar?
When I confronted him about it, he said he knew the cases would drag on for years and he didn't want to get me involved. But I wasn't born yesterday. If he wasn't going to tell me the truth, I was going to find out for myself.
You heeded your intuition, Kayla said. Margaret nodded.
I went to the mirror maze first, but I didn't see anything outside the ordinary. I then searched his closets. In one of his hat boxes, I found a stack of old books belonging to Cornelius Blackwell. They were full of notes and drawings, experiments in galvanism and electricity and such. But in one leather-bound book, Blackwell wrote only of the supernatural. There was an entire section devoted to a child he'd supposedly acquired from a cellar. He described the child in great detail and included colored drawings of its purple skin and angelic wings. He recorded the miracles it performed.
She glanced at the cage, then looked quickly away.
He called it his little marvel.
Kayla shook her head, still disturbed by the being's imprisonment, but Margaret's account prompted me to peer through the latticework again. Faint motes of light hovered around the Dreamweaver's slumbering form. They drifted upward, gaining speed as they were pulled into the amplifier.
Of course, I didn't believe any of it, not at that time, Margaret continued. But I asked Eugene where he'd found the notebooks and why he'd kept them from me. He claimed some relative of Blackwell's had donated them, but they were too fanciful to include in our records. He said he hid them so as not to contaminate the archives, but then forgot about them. It seemed he was being truthful, and Blackwell did sound crazy, but I knew his old museum had once stood here, and for the first time I really started to suspect Eugene of hiding a dark secret.
The Dreamweaver trembled in its sleep, momentarily upsetting the motes of light.
You have to understand, Margaret continued. Eugene is as honest as they come, and we were busier than ever with the Historical Society, the book. I wanted to believe him. I was so proud of what we'd accomplished.
She paused, considering the cage again.
What I thought we'd accomplished.
What changed? I asked, drawing back from the latticework.
He turned manic again, Margaret replied, about 2 weeks ago. But this time, it was a bad kind of manic. He was eating poorly, sleeping poorly, having nightmares. I thought it may have had to do with the park. The crowds have been down lately. But then I started putting it all together. Blackwell's notes about the Little Marvel, Coney Island's revival, the Mirror Maze lawsuits.
She was even sharper than I'd originally guessed.
I consulted a trusted friend, she said. A contractor who's worked on other renovations in the park. I had him look at the photos of Blackwell's mansion and estimate the location of the cellar's opening.
And when you found it, I said, you started prying up the flooring. But something stopped you.
I heard someone coming, she confirmed. When I stepped from behind the mirror, I found myself face to face with my own reflection. Only it was a younger me, from when we first moved here. And it wasn't inside any mirror. I ran home and told Eugene, but he just kept saying, yes, things are a little unsettled right now, but they'll be back to normal soon. And he's been more nervous than ever, jumping every time there's a knock at the door like he's expecting someone.
I remembered the flicker of disappointment on Eugene's face when I'd introduced myself that morning.
I should have asked him right then if Blackwell's notes about his little marvel were true, if he'd been keeping it down here, but I was so afraid he'd say yes. And ever since seeing my reflection, I've been having memories of those early years. How in love we were with the work, with one another. I didn't want to spoil that.
The blue light emanating from my pendant colored the hollows around her eyes.
But when I heard him repeating the lie to Everson about the mirror maze and the court cases, something inside me snapped. I told him that he either tell me what was really going on or I was leaving him, and I meant it. What did he say?
Kayla asked. He asked me to give him one more day and then he'd tell me everything. I was prepared to wait, but when I saw you two sneaking in here... Realizing we'd yet to explain our presence, her eyes pinched suspiciously. Everson and I do special work, Kayla explained. The energy in the park was unsettled. Assuming Margaret wasn't fluent in energy speak, I added, You know, the crowds being down, the increase in medical emergencies? That's right, Kayla said. And our investigation led us here. Seeming to accept this, Margaret turned to the cage. I was preparing to warn her, but instead of becoming spellbound, her eyes deepened with hurt and sorrow. This is it, isn't it? What Eugene has been hiding from me. When Kayla looked up, I nodded. This poor woman had been lied to enough. Yes, Kayla confirmed. It's called a Dreamweaver, and its enclosure also acts as an amplifier. Blackwell used it to increase business at his attraction, but its magical influence spread throughout the entire park. That helped spark the Golden Age, I continued. Sometime after Blackwell fled, something must have gone faulty with the amplifier, explaining the park's decline. When your husband discovered the cellar, he would have found Blackwell's notebooks down here too. I thought about the cleaned-out desk drawers. He would have learned exactly what the Dreamweaver could do and how the amplifier worked. Blackwell probably detailed his original repairs, giving Eugene a guide to fix it again. He's always been mechanically inclined, Margaret said quietly. It explains his confidence about Coney Island's revival when you returned from caring for your mother, I said, also recalling Eugene's comment about midwifing the Renaissance. He'd meant that very literally. But then something else must have broken down, I added. Some component that's kept the Dreamweaver in a deep sleep all these years. Or maybe it's outgrowing its confinement, Kayla suggested. I nodded. Either way, it's waking up. As it does, its magic is distorting the memories around the park, turning them aggressive and dangerous. I just can't believe Eugene would... Margaret's voice caught. That he'd keep something so small and vulnerable locked up like this. It's not like him. Not like him at all. Her face crumpled again. Because if it is... She didn't need to finish. Her marriage and entire life's work would have been built on a lie. There may be another explanation out there, Kayla said, rubbing her back. I couldn't tell whether she actually believed it or if she was just trying to comfort Margaret. But we're working on freeing the Dreamweaver. Everson has some experienced friends, and he was about to contact them. Right, I said, retrieving my silver cup. Let me get word to them now. I was balancing my notebook on my knee, preparing to pen an urgent message to the order when a tremor ran through the floor. I looked up sharply. Did you feel that? Before anyone could answer, the entire cellar shuddered. My cup toppled over, spilling its oil crystal. Jars tumbled and shattered from Blackwell's shelves, their contents splashing across the floor in a grotesque cascade. Through the lattice work, I caught movement. We need to go, I told Kayla. When she hesitated, I mouthed, now. As she assisted Margaret toward the stairs, I frantically shoved my casting implements back into my satchel. The Dreamweaver's container hummed ominously. As debris rained from the ceiling, distant screams sounded from the park. Behind the mesh door, Tabitha's eyes blinked slowly, the growing chaos not impressing her in the slightest. Has any progress been made toward my mermaid tales? She asked. Please, I gasped, stumbling toward the stairs. Not now! Chapter 12. The ground continued to shake as we squeezed through the front entrance and hurried out the open gate. The park was in tumult, visitors running in all directions. Some swatted frantically at the air, others glanced over their shoulders, faces stricken with terror. I caught glimpses of land sharks, crazed clowns, and a human-sized hot dog. These people were reacting to their own memories of Coney Island gone wild. I sent a blast from my pendant to disrupt the manifestations, but what was causing the tremors? I nearly collided with Kayla and Margaret, who'd stopped suddenly. I followed their upward stairs and found my answer. An elephant-shaped building, a solid 7 stories tall, loomed over the park. Giant eyes blazed above its thrashing trunk and 40-foot tusks. A massive carriage swayed precariously on its back. And the thing was... jumping. Each landing sending fresh shockwaves through the park, rattling its buildings and rides. That's the elephantine colossus, Margaret stammered. I recognized the old hotel from the book. I hadn't realized it was pink, though. Oops, Tabitha said. Oops, what? I asked vacantly, knowing I needed to do something besides gawk at the animated building. But as my cat's remark registered, my gaze snapped to the carrier. This is your doing? Well, that old woman wouldn't shut up down there. Can you blame my mind for wandering? I had so many delicious experiences in the Elephant Hotel. Some say it degenerated into a brothel, but I rather saw it as a buffet. She licked her chops. I didn't believe it could be thought into actual existence. You do tend toward the dramatic, darling. Great, now unthink it, I shouted as the elephant's next pirouette took out a row of game booths and an explosion of stuffed animals. As if I haven't already tried. I even did what you suggested. I made the elephant pink. That's not what I meant. Well, it just proves my earlier point. You don't always know what you're talking about. Fine, I don't. Happy? Please, I'm begging you. Put all thoughts of the hotel and pink elephants out of your mind. Oh, darling, that's like trying to work a strand of gristle from your back teeth. Tabitha! I shouted. Fine. I watched as the elephant paused in its mad dance. Without Tabitha's thoughts supporting it, would the apparition collapse, evaporate back into the ether? But it wheeled toward us, its story-high eyes narrowing with anger. Then, with an unearthly shriek from its raised trunk, it launched into a charge. Drat, didn't work, Tabitha said apathetically. This way, Kayla called, her arm still linked with Margaret's. She led us to the far side of the mirror maze, putting the building between us and the stampeding hotel. Tabitha grunted as I dropped her carrier onto the grass and yanked my cane apart. Working quickly, I shaped a large shield with my staff and infused the crackling barrier with my pendant's power. Just in time. The elephant arrived, prancing with surprising grace around the mirror maze. Its tusks dipped as it bore down on us. Margaret screamed. The impact against my shield launched me backward. I hit the ground hard but kept my staff raised, clenching my jaw as I fought to sustain the barrier. It wobbled dangerously, sparks cascading from two vicious cracks. One more blow would shatter it, but the massive impact had sent the elephant reeling too. It staggered sideways into the mirror maze, flattening the fence and crashing through an outer wall. Fighting to stay upright, the elephant trampled more of the building. A tusk slashed through the cupola in an explosion of dust and debris. The remaining walls collapsed as countless mirrors shattered beneath its massive feet. The Dreamweaver! Kayla cried. My stomach lurched, but not for the child. A being that powerful wouldn't be crushed. But I wasn't as confident in the container. If it were damaged and the Dreamweaver freed, even greater catastrophe would follow. I need to find Eugene, Margaret cried, breaking from Kayla's grip. Go with her, I told Kayla. We need to know how he's been accessing the cellar so we can get the Dreamweaver out of there. Can you handle this? She asked. The elephant was staggering from the wreckage now, ears flapping to clear the dust. I'll figure something out, I said. With a trusting nod, she took off after Margaret. I sidestepped from the wreckage, waving my sword and staff overhead to catch the elephant's attention. Beyond it, some movement distracted my eye. Two figures were crawling from the debris, one in an oversized jacket, the other dragging a sleeping bag behind him. The vagrants from the mirrors. They stared around, as bewildered as I was by their sudden liberation, before breaking into a shambling run toward the park exit. Meanwhile, the elephant had caught my antics. Pawing the ground with a massive front foot, it released another shrieking blast. But when it charged, it wasn't toward me. It was heading straight for Tabitha's carrier. I pulled energy from my shield and reshaped it in front of Tabitha. The elephant burst through the still-forming barrier. With a dip of its head, it wedged a tusk under the carrier and sent it skyward. Tabitha yowled as her container tumbled end over end. As the carrier plummeted again, the elephant reared up on its hind legs, eyes raging, front feet poised to stomp. I thrust my sword. Vigore! The force blast struck the carrier, knocking it sideways. The elephant's crushing blow missed, sending the colossus staggering onto a knee. With a second invocation, I snagged the carrier and yanked it toward me. It slammed into my chest with breath-stealing force, but I managed to embrace it. Are you all right? I gasped, lowering the carrier carefully. What do you think? Tabitha snapped. My stomach was just turned into a spin cycle. I never considered that a building could hold a grudge. Grudge? What are you talking about? Well, I did burn it down that time. I remembered Eugene's mention of the hotel's fiery end. That was you? The owner was being a condescending ass, though I can't quite recall why. Probably something to do with her feasting on his patrons' souls, but another realization was dawning on me. If Tabitha's joyful memories had resurrected the hotel, then maybe her memory of torching it... Okay, listen, I said quickly. I want you to think about how you lit it up. Really, darling? I'm a little busy trying not to sick up all over myself. I'd taken the wrong tack. You never asked Tabitha for a favor. Wasn't that fun, though? I nudged. Joyful, even? I'd like to think it was one of my finer moments, she allowed. I'll bet. The smoke, the spreading flames, getting to see fire plume from that big head. I looked from Tabitha's curving lips to the Elephant Hotel. It was upright again, but its eyes were rolling wildly as though trying to spot something just outside its vision. Suddenly, smoke burst from the weathered slats along its flanks. It was working. Oh, this is fun, Tabitha purred, her smile opening around her canines. With a screeching blast, the Elephant Hotel began bucking like a Brahmin bull. I scanned the area, relieved to see the park had emptied out. Ada's fortune-telling booth stood vacant. But then I spotted an elderly figure near the boardwalk. He was clutching something to the chest of his brown suit as he hurried away. "Eugene!" I shouted. He glanced back, eyes huge. They cut from me to the smoking elephant and surrounding destruction. But instead of horror, his eyes seemed to narrow with resolve. He pulled his parcel closer and broke into a run. "Eugene, wait!" I called, but he only ran faster. Damn it. I looked down at the carrier. What I was about to do was either brilliant or catastrophically stupid, but I had little choice. I released the locking invocation. The door sprang open and Tabitha squeezed out, eyes blazing with predatory purpose as she stared up at the flailing elephant. "Burn, you bloated cow," she seethed. "Burn!" "Just stay out of its way and keep thinking fire," I said. "I'll be back." As flames broke from the elephant's frame, I sprinted toward where I'd last seen Eugene. At the boardwalk, I grabbed the rail to halt my forward momentum, chest heaving. No sign of him. My eyes swept the beach below. How in the hell had he just vanished? Looking for the old gaffer? I spun around, more startled than I should have been, to find Boardwalk Benny right behind me. His hair was smushed flat on one side, suggesting he'd just woken from a nap. "Oh, right," he said, shaking sand from his jacket. "Was supposed to announce meself first." "No worries," I panted. "Eugene Marsh, did you see where he went?" He nodded past me toward the pier. "Caught him hurrying that way, but lost sight of him in the smoke." He squinted toward the sound of Tabitha's cackles and the stamping elephantine colossus, its body now bathed in angry flames. "Say, do you know what all the commotion's about?" "Long story," I replied, already moving in the direction he'd indicated. "But thanks." I threw the last part over my shoulder to sound like less of a jerk, but I needed to reach the Dreamweaver. "Might try the lifeguard station," Benny called after me. "The one near the pier there." The low building with its distinctive red cross wasn't far ahead, and Benny had steered me true before. I leaped down a set of wooden steps and staggered through the sand, shoes filling with grit. A back door stood ajar, its padlock lying in the sand as if hastily opened. Bingo. I threw the door wide and found myself staring into a storage space filled with rescue equipment and plastic storage containers. "Eugene!" I called. When no answer came, I picked my way around life preservers, coiled ropes, and more containers. I soon reached a secluded corner and back where bare wooden floorboards met cinderblock walls. With a steadying breath, I opened my wizard's vision. The space darkened before exploding into astral patterns. A fading impression of Eugene's figure showed him prying up a section of floor and disappearing beneath it. My face was already prickling with dread as the room swam back into view. I found where a piece of floorboard had splintered off, hooked my fingers underneath, and pulled. A square section lifted on a hidden hinge, exposing a metal ladder that vanished down a mine-like shaft. "Great," I muttered. Chapter 13. The ladder rattled under my weight as I descended, trying my best to ignore the fist squeezing my chest. Blue-white light from my pendant illuminated an earthen corridor supported by rough-hewn timber beams. An old smuggling route? There were rumors of goblin-mined tunnels throughout the city. Eugene may have discovered that one ran under Coney Island. And if it led to Blackwell's cellar, that may have also explained his manic, laundry-obsessive phase, when he'd wanted to hide evidence of his underground movements.
I hurried down the long corridor, only slowing when I picked up the sound of grunting. It was soon accompanied by flashes of light where the corridor ended. Eugene stood before a heavy wooden door, headlamp bobbing frantically as he threw his shoulder against it. Fallen debris from the elephant's rampage must have jammed it shut. "Damn it!" he hissed, stepping back to catch his breath. "Eugene, it's Everson," I called, approaching cautiously in case he was armed, too. "I met you earlier today." Yes, I know who you are," he replied irritably, not turning around. "But this area is off limits. You can't be down here." He pressed his shoulder against the door again, but it wouldn't budge more than a few inches. I stopped just behind him. No weapon in sight, just the parcel I'd seen him carrying on the boardwalk, now tucked under his arm. He stepped back with another curse, his pale forehead slick with sweat. "I know about the Dreamweaver," I said. His headlamp snapped toward me. The light hit above my eyes, allowing me to see the horror that seized his weathered features. "You've come to take it from us," he said in a hollow voice. That was why I'd come, but I had to tread carefully. "Eugene, it's waking up. That's what's causing all this chaos. It's an extremely powerful being that's overwhelming its containment. You don't want it destroying Coney Island, do you?" I was appealing to the one thing I knew for certain he loved. His headlamp swung back to the door. "I'm going to fix it," he insisted. His shoes dug into the tunnel floor as he set his shoulder against the wood again. "Eugene, do you think I don't know what's happening in my own park?" he snapped, wheeling to face me. "I know about the danger. I know it's waking up, but I have this to put it back to sleep." He yanked the parcel from under his arm and thrust it toward my face. It was wrapped in oiled canvas and bound with twine. The otherworldly scent that wafted from it, like honey mixed with strokes of aurora borealis, told me what I'd already begun to suspect. The parcel had originated in Fairy. I was preparing to warn him of the danger of mixing magics when a tremor ran through the tunnel, raining dirt from the timber supports overhead. Eugene's headlamp beam wavered as he steadied himself against the doorframe. "It's getting worse," he muttered. When I eyed the parcel again, it was with a new thought. If the component worked as advertised, the Dreamweaver would fall back asleep. The violent manifestations would cease, allowing time for a member of my order to arrive and handle the situation, and Eugene, properly. As he gathered himself for another assault on the door, I placed a hand on his arm. "Here, let me try." He eyed me warily, but then stepped aside. I inserted the end of my cane through the narrow opening and called light to the opal. Indeed, Blackwell's cellar. The door was concealed behind a wall of shelving, explaining why we hadn't spotted it earlier. A spillage of heavy stone crockery blocked the door's swing. The far side of the cellar had collapsed entirely, but I caught the gleaming outline of the Dreamweaver's container, still intact. I whispered a force invocation, sending the crockery skittering away. As the door swung wide, Eugene pushed past me, his headlamp beam dancing across the messy cellar as he made straight for the container. "Don't worry, little one." He knelt and peered through the silver latticework. "Papa's here." The tenderness in his voice caught me off guard. Was this affection for the imprisoned being, or was he speaking to Coney Island itself? He glanced at me suspiciously over his shoulder as he began picking at the twine. "Who are you, really?" he demanded. "My name is Everson, but I'm a magic user." He didn't even blink. "And you came because of Sonny?" "Sonny? Oh, the Dreamweaver? No, I came for lunch and a ride on the Wonder Wheel, but one of my memories attacked me." He grunted knowingly, his fingers working faster at the knots. "That led me to the mirror maze in search of an enchanted item," I said. "You see, my job is to keep dangerous spellbooks and items out of the hands of, well, mortals. I didn't realize the enchanted item in question was Sonny here." Eugene's hands stilled on the twine. "Just so you know, it wasn't my plan to keep him detained. There's no door on this thing. I couldn't saw or torch it open either. Couldn't even lift it. When I tried, I got the shock of my life." He shot a worried glance at the container. "And the whole time I didn't believe Sonny was real. Thought he was some sophisticated illusion Blackwell had rigged up." "So you poured through Blackwell's notebooks?" "That's how I learned what Sonny was." Eugene resumed attacking the twine. "And according to Blackwell's notes, he wasn't being harmed. He wrote that their natural condition is sleep, and I believed that." I noticed his use of past tense, believed, After the way he'd lied to me so convincingly at the Historical Society, I'd been prepared to face a villain, but he was clearly struggling with the morality question.
I cared for him the best I could, he continued. Blackwell left detailed notes.
And it just so happened that Sonny's presence spurred Coney Island's recovery? I asked, testing him.
Well, yes, he admitted. That's part of his magic, and the revival here was nothing short of magical. I suppose I did become attached to the effects, but as long as he was sleeping, what was the harm? He paused. But a couple weeks ago had me asking questions all over again. Sonny's breathing turned erratic. He started twitching and making faces, like a colicky infant. I'd never seen that before.
I nodded, remembering what I'd observed earlier.
And the effects on the park? Eugene shook his head. If he wasn't being harmed, then why were the memories turning hostile? I didn't know what else to do except try to put him back to sleep.
Though I'd been listening warily, could I really blame him? A powerful Fey Lord could acquire and discard a Dreamweaver like a piece of furniture, no consequences. But for mortals like Cornelius Blackwell and Eugene Marsh, the Dreamweaver was a force far beyond their comprehension and capacity. Tearing away the last of the twine, Eugene unwrapped the oiled cloth, having to unfold it several times. At the center sat a milky sphere about the size of a shooter marble. The pearl pulsed with soft moonlight. I stepped closer. Where did you get this?
I tracked down a merchant from Fairy.
He pronounced the word carefully, as if still testing its reality.
When I explained what was happening, she said she could procure a solution. Wasn't cheap, he added with a bitter laugh. The courier delivered it just minutes ago, riding a horse-drawn carriage. Haven't seen one of those in Coney Island since, well, I suppose the early photographs.
He'd been staring at the pearl, but now his face creased with worry as he looked over the cage.
The courier said to put it anywhere, and it would know what to do. But I don't... How am I supposed to...
Would you mind if I have a look? I asked. He drew his arm away, grip tightening around the pearl. Listen, I just want to make sure it's safe, I said. Sometimes Fey magics don't play well together. The last thing we need is to accidentally transport Coney Island to another dimension or reduce it to a smoking crater. He hesitated, fingers white around the precious object, before placing it carefully in my outstretched palm. The pearl radiated warmly between my fingers. As I brought it toward the container, a sound like soft whispers took up. In my vision, I caught misty tendrils reaching for the latticework, a latent sleeping enchantment. When I sensed the container reaching back, I nodded. This will work, I said. But why haven't you told your wife? His face snapped toward me.
You've spoken to Margaret about this?
Uh-oh. Under the dreamlike influence of the pearl, I'd let my inner thoughts slip out. Before I could backpedal, another voice spoke up.
I've suspected for a long time.
We turned to find Margaret stepping from the passageway behind her flashlight beam. Eugene moved in front of the container.
What are you doing here? He stammered. Shouldn't I be asking you that? She said. Why didn't you tell me?
Eugene glanced at Kayla, who was entering behind her, then over at me, lips compressing.
Don't you dare blame him, Margaret said. He was honest with me, more honest than my own husband. And I asked you, Eugene, I asked you time and again what was going on for 50 years, and you said nothing.
Well, what was I supposed to say? He shot back. That I'd inherited a magical child?
Kayla caught my eye and signaled for me to stay quiet. Somehow, some way, this long-overdue conversation was important.
You could have shown me.
Margaret jabbed her flashlight beam at the container.
I wouldn't have doubted you after seeing the child with my own eyes. The fact is, I already have.
She shook her head in despair.
How could you? I wanted to show you, he said, eyes dipping as he stepped away from the container. But with no way to free him, the guilt, the shame, Margaret, I couldn't stand the idea of you having to wrestle with those two.
She regarded him carefully. He'd lied to her before, but the big secret was out. At last, she sighed through her nose.
If all you say is true, then you'll have no problem with Everson here sending him home.
Eugene turned to me.
You can do that?
Well, not me, but my superiors. It's a matter of contacting them. When Eugene peered through the latticework, I caught the uncertainty in his gaze, not just a reflection of his concern for the magical being, which I believed now was genuine, but the fear of what would become of Coney Island. Margaret stepped up behind him and rested a hand on his shoulder.
"It's the right thing to do, Eugene," she said.
Reaching up, he wrapped her hand in his and nodded.
"Yes, I think it would be best."
Okay, great. I released my breath. It's probably going to take a little time for someone to get here, so we'll drop him back to sleep in the meantime. And not a moment too soon. Beyond the latticework, the Dreamweaver's eyelids were parting. Translucent orbs shimmered with color. I extended the pearl, grateful there would be no final battle for a change. But before I could place it against the container, Kayla lunged over and seized my wrist.
"No!"
she cried. Chapter 14. Hey! I clapped my other hand over the pearl to keep it from spilling. What are you doing? I stared at Kayla, all too aware of the Dreamweaver's quickening breaths and the fresh rumbles of chaos in the park above. Beside us, the marshes watched with confusion and growing alarm. Her grip tightened on my wrist.
"We can't do this."
Why? Is there some consequence to the magic's mixing?
"Sleep,"
she shuddered. Profound sleep. That's kind of the point here.
"No, Everson, bad sleep."
I studied the pearl in my palm. Is this too strong? With a clearing of his throat, Eugene stepped forward.
"Blackwell came up with some mechanisms for regulating the container's power. I've made repairs and adjustments to them over the years. I may be able to dampen the effects of the sleep."
But Kayla shook her head.
"It's not the strength."
Her voice had changed, but not in a way that suggested augury. As she peered at the cage, I watched her pupils contract to pinpricks.
"It's like being in a too small box,"
she said, her voice scraping out like a knife over toast.
"No, it's worse. It's like being comatose but awake, trapped in your own head inside your recurring dreams."
Her breathing picked up.
"It's a cold, claustrophobic sleep that never ends, Everson, that never, ever ends."
When colors shimmered oil-like across her irises, understanding went off in my gut. She was bonding with the Dreamweaver, or it with her. I looked at the being, stirring behind the latticework, wings flickering with increasing agitation. Had Kayla been called to Coney Island to ease its pain and isolation, or was she being manipulated into doing its bidding?
"Release it,"
she whispered, stoking my suspicion of the latter. Kayla, listen to me. I shook her shoulder. What is your augury telling you? Her gaze remained fixed on the cage. When I shook her again, her eyes cut over, pupils still contracted. What are the consequences of freeing it? I pressed. She stared at me in incomprehension before her pupils suddenly dilated.
"The pain ends,"
she said after a moment, her augur's voice returning.
"Beyond that, I just see threads branching in all directions."
Not surprising. Fey beings were notoriously hard to read. I tried a different approach. Earlier you said we were nearing a point of no return. What did that mean?
"For the Dreamweaver," she said. "I see that now. Its next sleep will be final."
And that's coming from your divination or from the Dreamweaver itself? She opened her mouth, then hesitated. Fresh colors shimmered across her irises. Damn it. Under the Dreamweaver's influence, I couldn't trust a word she was saying.
"Please, Everson."
The scraping urgency returned to her voice.
"It can't stay caged like this. It can't go back to sleep."
The cellar shuddered again. Larger pieces of debris crashed down around us. The tumult wasn't coming from the outside, I realized, but from the Dreamweaver's cage. The sphere on top pulsed erratically, while sparks sizzled from the jury-rigged components, the entire apparatus struggling to contain the awakening being. Eugene wrapped his arms around Margaret.
"Everson?"
he prompted, eyes darting meaningfully to the pearl in my hand. I stared at it, weighing my choices. Apply it to the container and all this madness would stop. But what if I was condemning Sonny to unimaginable torment, even death? Or did I speak the release glyph and risk catastrophe for everyone in this cellar, for Coney Island, possibly far beyond? The amplifier buzzed like a blown speaker. The tonnage of rubble crashed onto Blackwell's desk. I threw up a shield just as dust billowed around us, dimming our lights. Margaret cried out against her husband's shoulder.
"For pity's sake!"
Eugene shouted over the turmoil.
"What are you waiting for?"
Certainty. That was what I was waiting for. But with Kayla bonded to the stirring Dreamweaver and the cellar collapsing around us, certainty wasn't coming. All I had was a memory from our first case together, when Kayla had assured me everything would work out. Work out how? I'd asked, skeptically. It just will, she'd said. I can feel it. And it had, just like all of our cases since, but we'd never faced stakes like this. As fresh rumbles shook the foundation, Margaret added her voice to Eugene's pleas. Inside the container, the Dreamweaver was rising to its feet. Kayla watched me with eyes that shimmered in and out of focus, her expression caught between a fervent plea and something not entirely her own. Drawing my friend closer, I whispered, "You haven't led us wrong yet." In the absence of certainty, I was going with trust. I spoke the release glyph. For a moment, everything went still. Then a low roar filled the cellar and the container began to glow. Smoke hissed up, followed by bursts of glass. The components Blackwell and Eugene had jury-rigged. I squinted, unable to look away, as the four of us stepped back. The container's glow brightened, seeming to dissolve the latticework, the only thing standing between the awakened Dreamweaver and us. From the fading prison, a child's silhouette emerged. A mounting dread compressed my heart. Moonlight hair stirred around the child's deceptively delicate form. Gossamer wings extended slowly from its back. The Dreamweaver stepped free of the vanishing cage, its iridescent eyes lighting up like searchlights. I hunted for some kind of intent in them, but found only an unfathomable dance of colors. With a soft cry, Kayla collapsed, her bond to the being severed, or overwhelmed. Terror broke through me, but before I could drop down to check on her, the Dreamweaver pinned me with its stare. Heat burst in my palm. I grunted as the sleeping pearl I'd been grasping escaped my fingers as steam. Have to cast, I thought desperately. Have to keep the others safe somehow. My cane trembled in my grip, but darkness crashed into me first. Chapter 15. I was seated on something cold and hard. In front of me, a pattern grew from the darkness, a grid of small squares. I peered around. The square pattern surrounded me on all sides, sending my heart thumping sickly in my throat. This is a cage. The Dreamweaver had locked me, and no doubt the others, in extraplanar prisons. Retribution for its captivity of, more than 100 years? Already I could feel my sanity jittering at the seams. I wasn't going to make it 100 hours. Get a grip, Everson. Think. I was no longer wearing my coat, satchel, or pendant. My cane wasn't in hand. When I went to feel for it, my arms wouldn't move. My legs were dead weight, too. I tried to shout a raw invocation, but my voice was gone. Kayla's ominous words floated back to me. It's like being comatose, but awake. Trapped in your own head inside your recurring dreams. It's a cold, claustrophobic sleep that never ends, Everson. That never, ever ends. As I stared at the cage wall, a half-sob, half-giggle shook through my mind. So this was it, then. An eternity of just this. Being able to make it 10 hours suddenly felt ambitious. There was an abrupt jerk, and the entire cage creaked and shimmied into an upward lift. Did I even want to know what was happening? I closed my eyes and concentrated on the mental prism I used to cast through. That was when a salt-tinged breeze brushed my face and fluttered my hair. I shot my eyes open. Beyond the cage's interlocking squares, the darkness was fading like mist. Patterns were sharpening into focus. I watched in disbelief as the Manhattan skyline took slow shape in the distance. To my left, a sandy beach extended to an expanse of ocean, and below my feet, whirling colors grew into a teeming amusement park. The sun broke through, making the scene dance with glints and sparkles. This wasn't a cage. I was in a gondola on the Wonder Wheel. "Oh dear," someone said. I turned. On the bench beside me, wearing a striped sleeveless blouse, sat my grandmother.
She was peering dubiously at the ceiling of our gondola as we rocked back and forth. I wanted to throw my arms around her, but I was too dumbstruck. When her eyes met mine, concern lines ringed them.
"I didn't think this one was supposed to move," she said.
I tried to speak, but like before, nothing emerged. I was smiling, though, jolts of anticipation going off in my stomach. Not only was I on the Wonder Wheel, I was reliving the memory of my first ride.
"We must have gotten in the wrong line,"
Nana went on. There had been 2 lines, one for the stationary gondolas and one for the swinging ones. Where the lines split, I distracted her and steered us toward the swinging ones. I'd forgotten that mischievous little detail. Gripping the side of the bench, Nana wrapped her other arm around me, enveloping me in her comforting scent of vanilla extract and hand lotion. In my adult mind, her closeness brought me to the brink of tears, but in the memory, it was all my 6-year-old self could do to keep from giggling. Because as the gondola rose, it began tipping forward. And then my stomach was swooning as the gondola dropped and slid along its famous tracks. It felt as if we were going to shoot right off the Wonder Wheel and plummet into the park below. My excitement emerged as a holler. Nana screamed too and clutched me closer. But at the last moment, the gondola rose up, stopped, then slid into reverse and dipped again.
"Are you all right, honey?" she asked urgently. "Did that scare you? Do you want to get off?"
"Nana, we're 10 stories up," I pointed out, or rather the 6-year-old boy in my memory did. As the gondola's rocking slowed, she drew me back to peer at my face. When she saw that I was grinning, one side of her own mouth curled up.
"You little stinker," she chuckled. "Did you do this on purpose?"
The gondola creaked and shifted.
"Here we go again!"
I cried. Nana's eyes went wide and we held on to each other this time. The gondola dipped and slid forward, picking up speed. When it crested again at the last moment, Nana's cry turned into a spirited giggle. We dipped in reverse while the wheel churned us higher. I knew this had been fun, but I'd forgotten how much fun. It was something only a child could know, and I was getting to see the child come out in Nana.
"Woo-wee!"
I cried as we sped forward again.
"Woo-wee!"
She joined in, kicking her legs. By the time the Wonder Wheel took us to its apex, Nana and I were giddy and breathless. The view around us looked like a Technicolor dreamscape. But it was real. This was exactly how it had been, and it still lived inside of me. Nana dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief.
My,
she managed between giggles. My heart was bursting with joy. I wanted to tell her I loved her, that I missed her every single day, but I was still the boy in the memory, enchanted by the present, no concept that moments like these were finite and people moved on from our lives. Fortunately, he chose that moment to squeeze her hand and lean into her side, because the scene was fading to black again. "Everson?" someone said. I came to on another bench, but this one was wooden and secured to the ground. Kayla was gripping my arm. Behind her, the Wonder Wheel loomed over the park. In my perplexed state, I squinted, thinking I might spot Nana and myself in one of the gondolas, but the ride was still and empty now.
"Everson," she repeated. "Can you hear me?"
I nodded slowly, then remembered her collapsing beside me. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked, snapping to.
"Yeah, fine,"
she said, but a melancholy weighed on her eyes. Before I could ask her more, she peered past me. Eugene and Margaret Marsh were sitting on our other side. They blinked and stirred, then consulted one another quietly before realizing we were there.
"How did we end up outside like this?"
Margaret asked. No one had an answer. The last any of us remembered, we'd been in the cellar, and strangely, I had all of my belongings again, my right hand gripping my cane. Had the Dreamweaver spared us? In the park, faint columns of smoke rose here and there, and some rides appeared to have been knocked askew, but there was no sign of the elephantine colossus or any other manifestations. Eugene regarded the damage soberly before a light stirred in his eyes.
"Say," he said, "did anyone else have a memory before you came to?"
"I did,"
Margaret answered.
"You and I were young again. We were touring the space on Surf Avenue that was to become our home and office. We were already planning how we were going to use each room."
Her shifting eyes glimmered with the memory.
"It was all as clear as the day it happened."
Eugene, who'd been nodding the whole time, said,
"That was my memory as well."
They grasped one another's hands and looked over at me. My memory returned on a stomach-dipping surge of joy and laughter.
I rode the Wonder Wheel with my grandmother again. There were no adequate words to describe it, but there didn't need to be. I could still feel it. Amazing. We turned to Kayla. Mine wasn't exactly a memory, but a smile crimped her lips. I had the privilege of experiencing its return home. The Dreamweaver? I said. You're sure? When she nodded, tears spilled from her eyes. I could have cried too, in relief. Freeing the being could have ended in so many disastrous ways, but once again she'd been right. It had all worked out. I handed her a handkerchief from my coat pocket and hugged her to my side. Eugene rose from the bench with his wife. I still don't quite understand your roles here, but thank you. He shook my hand warmly and then Kayla's. Thank you both. He didn't elaborate, maybe an effect of our collective shock, but he didn't need to. He'd inherited something he'd never asked for, managed it as best he could, however imperfectly, and now he was finally free of the burden. With a heavy sigh, he surveyed the demolished mirror maze and the rest of the park. The question was written on his face. How would Coney Island survive without the magic? They're real, I said. The memories. He raised his eyebrows, and Margaret stepped around to face me. I don't know why our flashbacks happened, I continued. Maybe it was the Dreamweaver's parting gift for freeing it, but whatever the case, they weren't amplified or augmented. They're real, a living part of us, a part of everyone who's ever visited Coney Island. The memories are the magic now. I gestured around the park. Your work at the Historical Society? That's the amplifier. Margaret looked at her husband hopefully. It can be just like our early years. Then I suppose we should get started, he said, smiling and tipping me a wink. As they departed for home, Tabitha came waddle-trotting from the park, her head raised pompously. Her hair was liberally singed, including most of her tail, but her eyes blazed with her victory by fire. She jumped onto the bench between Kayla and me, settling her bulk with regal authority. Hey, thanks for taking care of that, I said. She ignored me and turned pointedly to Kayla. I believe the park is safe again. Catching the not-so-subtle hint, Kayla returned a compassionate smile that made Tabitha wince. My augury tells me that Ada will be here shortly, she said. I'll have her call Minnie to arrange for a special dinner service. Tabitha peered over a shoulder at me. And I'll require 3 mermaid tails for my heroism. Chapter 16. Ha! I barked from my reading chair. Tabitha stirred on the divan, ears flattening above her squinting eyes. Do you mind? Sorry, but you have to hear this. I chuckled again, more quietly this time, and adjusted the Marsh's book on my lap. This is from a section titled Personalities of Coney Island. Ready? I cleared my throat. Benjamin Kellerman, known affectionately as Boardwalk Benny, was a beloved vagrant who frequented the boardwalk in the 1970s and 80s. He offered a cheery word to everyone, was quick with directions, and had an uncanny knack for reuniting lost children with their parents. He never asked for compensation and only accepted what was freely offered. Sadly, he drowned while rescuing a young woman caught in a riptide. The woman survived, and today a plaque at the western end of the boardwalk commemorates Boardwalk Benny for his heroism and legendary good nature. Coney Island misses you. When I held up the photo of him, Tabitha returned a bland stare. And the man who helped us yesterday with a spectral imprint? A ghost! She snorted dismissively. That wasn't obvious. I regarded the photo again. The way he kept popping up might have been a clue, but otherwise, not really, I admitted. Well, I can't be expected to do everything for you. That her insults were less biting than usual this morning told me she was still spent. 30 minutes after getting to burn the Elephant Hotel to the ground for a second time, she'd passed out in her carrier. I had Minnie prepare her mermaid tails to go. Yes, tails, plural. I caved and allowed her the 3. As Tabitha heaved herself onto her other side, a knock sounded on the door. Silence mode, I reminded her as I got up. Through the peephole, my friend waved back. Never mind, it's Kayla. Tabitha moaned. Can you tell her we're not home? Sure, I'll do it nice and loud. Feel free to chime in. Tabitha dragged a blanket over her head as I unbolted the door. Morning, Mr. Wizard.
Kayla hugged me and kissed my cheek. "Got any coffee?" she asked, already heading to the kitchen. "Yeah, but wait, you've got to hear this first." I hustled to retrieve the Marsh's book. 3 times yesterday, this guy named Boardwalk Benny helped me. Turns out... "Oh, you mean the ghost?" she said. I stopped, my enthusiasm deflating. "You knew, too?" "I sensed him during my guided wanderings. A little suspicious of me, but he seemed like a sweetheart." "Okay. Wow," I muttered, adding ghost identification to the long list of skills I still needed to master. From the coffee warmer, I poured Kayla and myself 2 mugs of Colombian dark roast. She hoisted herself onto the kitchen counter, tapping her heels against the cabinet as she took her first sip. I studied her eyes. No lingering effects of her bond with the Dreamweaver that I could see. Her Dylan phase had ended too, apparently, because she'd washed out her curls and trimmed it to a modest bob. Jeans, a wool sweater, and square glasses completed her basic look. It took me a moment to realize she was quieter than usual. "Some case, huh?" I said. "Everson, I have to tell you something." She leveled her gaze at me. "I'm leaving." I nearly spilled my coffee. "Leaving?" I repeated, setting my mug on the counter. "As in New York?" She nodded. "I don't belong here. Not anymore." "Well, what about your work, all the people you're helping?" "Meeting you, discovering my augury, placing it in the service of others, it's been an incredible gift. And yet I can't even inhabit my own skin. You've seen it. All these personalities I've worn and shed." She released a tired laugh. "Nothing fits. Not for very long, anyway. I used to think it was me, but now I know I'm not where I'm supposed to be. The guises were just distractions." Remembering yesterday's melancholy look, I said, "This has something to do with the Dreamweaver, doesn't it?" "I picked up its distress call as an augur," she replied, nodding. "But I bonded with it because this isn't my home either." Concern furrowed my brow. "So where would you go?" "There's a community of augurs out there. I've felt their pull for a while now. I've put it off, but it's time. These past 2 weeks of working with Ada showed me how much more I need to grow and develop." I struggled for something to say, something that would at least get her to reconsider, but this wasn't whimsical Kayla. Her poise, the depth of her gaze, told me this was coming from her augury, and everything she was saying rang true. "When?" I asked. "Tonight." My heart caved a little. "I was afraid you'd say that." "You and my dad both. We're spending the day together before he takes me to the train station." I looked away and released a forlorn breath. "So who am I supposed to talk Dreamweavers and Babarogas with now?" Smiling sympathetically, she hopped down from the counter and took my hands. "Everson, I wouldn't have been able to come to this decision without you. You listened to me. You helped me realize my true nature. And yesterday you..." Her eyes gleamed. "You trusted me when everything told you not to." "Well, if it had gone sideways, I definitely would have held it against you." She snuffed a laugh. "I'm really going to miss you. But do you remember what I divined about your future?" I thought back to our first case together. "You said I'd meet my father." "And the other prediction?" she prompted. She was referring to the one she'd made following our second case in the wake of our almost kiss. "You mean about my future partner being someone I've already met?" "Someone who isn't me," she added. "So a consolation prize, in other words." She blushed and squeezed my hands. Then her gaze deepened as it roamed the spacious apartment, perceiving beyond the present. "It may not seem so now, but your life is going to be very full soon, and there's something else I've foreseen." Her eyes returned to mine. "You're more than just a magic user." "I've certainly been called a lot of other things." I expected another laugh, but a pale glow had taken up in her stare while a beatific smile lifted her lips. She staggered back against the counter. "Whoa," she breathed. I caught her arms. "Whoa, what? Are you okay?" She stared at me for another moment, then blinked her eyes clear. "Yeah, sorry. I spaced out for a sec." "You were saying something about me being more than a magic user?" Her brow beetled as she thought back, but then she shrugged. "That happens sometimes. My augury snags on something but doesn't bother sharing it. You'll just have to stay alive long enough to find out." She winked, then downed the rest of her coffee and slipped her hands around my elbow. Walk me to the door? I escorted her slowly, wanting to preserve these last moments. On the divan, Tabitha was sleeping with her back to us, patches showing where I'd brushed out her burnt hair. When Kayla hesitated, I patted her hand. Better you don't, I whispered. I'll tell her. Tabitha would only have responded to Kayla's farewell with a colorful version of good riddance, and I didn't want that for her. Reluctantly, I twisted the 3 deadbolts and opened the door. When will you be back? She stepped into the corridor and whirled to face me. I can't see that far ahead. Too many possible futures. Well, listen, in all of them, you're always welcome here. Her chestnut green eyes twinkled with moisture. I know, Everson. Take care of yourself. She touched my truncated right earlobe. You too. Our kiss above the warded threshold crackled with energy, but it spoke to friendship more than intimacy. Too soon she was mouthing goodbye and waving her fingers. I watched until she disappeared into the stairwell. Then I closed the door and pressed my forehead to the frame to keep from tearing up. It didn't work. Is she gone yet? Tabitha murmured. Wiping my eyes, I straightened. Yeah. She rolled over to face me. I caught the end of that. I'm so sorry, darling. Somehow her grin undermined the sympathy message. I suppose now's as good a time as any to announce that I'll no longer be working with you either. Even after yesterday, you seemed to actually enjoy yourself. Perhaps, she allowed, but it was a lot of work for some crappy fish sticks. Why did that not surprise me? I looked from her to the cat door I'd installed in her window. I'd warned her before that the alternative would be patrolling the apartment ledge, but we would wage that battle another time. I retrieved my mug of coffee from the kitchen and sank down into my reading chair. I just realized something, darling. What's that? I asked, wary of her savoring tone. You never got your ride on the Wonder Wheel. Oh, yeah. Dang. I hid my smile behind my mug. What I had gotten was so much richer than an actual ride, especially one that would have involved Tabitha, and I still believed what I'd told the Marshes. Memories like mine, laughing like a lunatic with Nana on the Wonder Wheel, feeling completely safe and loved, would continue to support Coney Island. But a sadness enveloped me as I understood my moments with Kayla were memories now, too. She would join Nana in that sense. I considered the Dreamweaver's gift a look back. Kayla had also left me a gift, anticipation for what was to come. Meeting my father, building a future with a woman I'd apparently already met, becoming more than a magic user. She also spoke of a full life. I sipped my coffee. Opposite me, sunlight fell through the bay window, haloing Tabitha's ginger hair in a way that made her almost majestic. There was the past and the future, but there was also the present. And right now, that was me and Tabitha. Maybe the thing to do was enjoy it while it lasted. Thank you, I said. She cast me a suspicious squint. For what? For being a reliable constant in my life. For being you. She seemed to consider whether that was a compliment or an insult before repositioning her bulk on the divan. Well, if you expect me to stick around, you're going to need to splurge on a much thicker cushion. I couldn't help but chuckle. She wasn't wrong. You've got it, Tabby.
This has been Dream On, Croft and Tabby Book 5, written by Brad Magnorella, narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Thanks for listening to Croft and Tabby, the complete collection, books 1 through 5. If you enjoyed this story, please like and comment to let us know, and don't forget to subscribe for more audiobooks set in the Croftverse. For Everson Croft's backstory and to learn how he and Tabitha met, be sure to check out the Prof Croft prequels, also available on this channel. When you're ready for the main series, the 32-hour Prof Croft box set is now on Audible. The Croft and Tabby series was written by Brad Magnorella, Narrated by James Patrick Cronin. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence and post-production by Mike Straza. Copyright 2021 to 2025 by Brad Magnarella. Production copyright 2025 by Brad Magnarella. All rights reserved.